Baichan Imperial Dynasty. The Lin family. Clad in robes as white as snow, the handsome and elegant Lin Ze was massaging his head with a painful expression. Baichan Imperial Dynasty. Lin Ze. Isn't this the setting of that lousy book? Oh no. After 18 years of transmigration, I only now awakened to my past life. Any later, and everything would be ruined. Lin Ze had transmigrated into the Tianlan continent where myriad races stood. In this life, he was the grandson of Lin Ao, the founding minister of Baichan Imperial Dynasty, the Baichan war god, and Duke Dinghua. His mother was also a princess of the Baichan Imperial Dynasty, and the supreme emperor Baichan Emperor was his own maternal grandfather. With both bloodlines, Lin Ze's status was extremely illustrious and noble. It seemed like a perfect start, but in reality it was full of traps. First, the biggest trap: Lin Ze was the sole heir of the Lin family. The Baichan Lin family began with Lin Ao. In his entire life, he had only one wife. The couple had 3 sons together. The eldest son had 2 sons of his own. This formed the pedigree chart of 3 generations of the Lin family. In this genealogy, the eldest and second sons died on the battlefield. The third son died of illness when he was young. Lin Ze's elder brother Lin Ze also died in an unexpected war, leaving no remains. Thus, the prestigious Lin family, a founding clan of immense power, had only Lin Ze as its last living descendant. Think about it carefully. Having witnessed so many power struggles in his past life, Lin Ze absolutely refused to believe this was mere coincidence. The only reason Lin Ze was still alive was that he was the sole sprout of the Lin family, putting pressure on those with ulterior motives. Because once Lin Ze died, Lin Ao, the Baichan war god, would lose all restraints, becoming reckless and falling into ultimate madness. But how long could this fear last? Accidents happen, and no one could predict. Perhaps one day Lin Ze would join his ancestors and brothers below. Next, the second big trap, the most critical meteorite crater. The world Lin Ze had transmigrated into was a garbage novel he had read in his past life. All characters in that trashy novel were dumbed down by the protagonist's halo, completely illogical. Women, regardless of enmity, would throw themselves into the protagonist's arms upon meeting him. Even a father's murder could be forgiven. The male characters were increasingly foolish. They could kill the protagonist, but didn't they insisted on sending minions to give experience and treasures. They were often breached by the protagonist. Hey, it's all just a game. You have to admit, if transmigrating as the protagonist, it's as satisfying as being the golden-haired interloper, truly enjoyable. But transmigrating as a villain side character, that's like a pure love warrior falling into an entire world utterly miserable. Unfortunately, Lin Ze was one of those villain characters, and Lin Ze remembered it vividly. After all, in his past life, he was also called Lin Ze. Recalling the plot from the book, Lin Ze felt a headache coming on. I only cursed you twice, and you actually sent me to transmigrate. In the original book, as a young master of the Lin family, he fell in love with a woman named Xia Qinghe and was willing to give her everything, sending her all kinds of rare resources. But Xia Qinghe had her eyes on the protagonist, secretly giving all the resources Lin Ze the simp had given her to the protagonist, allowing him to develop wildly and rise in rebellion. After discovering this, Lin Ze merely denounced Xia Qinghe's immorality and asked her to reform, then began his journey of gifting treasures and experience to the protagonist. Thus, Xia Qinghe hated Lin Ze, feeling that this petty man had made her lose face in front of the protagonist. So she became more careful in accepting Lin Ze's gifts, continuing her previous deeds. 2 years later, bang, the Lin family was gone. Lin Ze the great simp was even ground to ashes by Xia Qinghe. Love brain destroys the whole family was truly a maxim. Damn it. One word: ridiculous. After this plot, Lin Ze deleted the book and gave a bad review, angrily cursing, "Trash author, trash plot. I could write better with my feet." And so, Lin Ze was reborn through womb transmigration. He became the new Lin Ze, truly stepping onto the stage to write this plot himself. Sigh, but at least I awakened in time. Xia Qinghe and the protagonist haven't appeared yet. I still have room to maneuver. Now the most urgent is the troubles behind my identity as the sole heir. Lin Ze began to carefully analyze the parts about Lin Ze in the original book, seeking a way to break the situation. At this moment, talent awakening. Divine Comprehension Lv.9 activated. From now on, you will possess invincible comprehension ability. Any technique or law can be comprehended to perfection in an instant. Moreover, all energy required during technique comprehension and breakthrough will be automatically drawn from the endless heavens and earth without any consumption. Hearing this unfamiliar prompt, Lin Ze's eyes abruptly widened. Besides knowing the plot in advance, he actually possessed such an extraordinary talent. Comprehend a technique to perfection in an instant. and no need to worry about energy consumption. That means directly invincible and soaring. To verify the powerful effect of his golden finger, Lin Ze immediately took out the core technique only taught to the direct descendants of the Lin family, the Eight Desolates Battle Art, Fa. The techniques of Tianlan continent are divided into 3 tiers, heaven, earth, and human, with 12 grades corresponding to the Hotian postnatal Xiantian innate and saint realms. The names of these 3 tiers sounded ordinary. Lin Ze initially thought the same. He believed this was an ordinary martial world with low combat power. But the Hotian and Xiantian here were not what he had understood. Here Hotian refers to postnatal beings, the realm of humans. A peak Hotian powerhouse can easily destroy a mountain range with a single punch, defeat an army of 100,000 alone, block an entire nation, and live for 1,000 years. And Xiantian refers to a realm beyond humans, reaching a transcendent non-human stage above the mundane world. Even the most ordinary Xiantian powerhouse is already transcendent, able to burn the sky and boil the sea, chase stars, and catch the moon, and can obliterate a kingdom with a slap, tearing apart thousands of miles. Their lifespan is measured in tens of thousands of years. As for the Saint Realm, they are life forms above Xiantian, so far from the mortal world that people cannot fathom them. In short, what Hotian is in the eyes of Xiantian is in the eyes of Saint Realm. The 3 tiers, heaven, earth, and human, vividly describe the gap between them. The Lin family's core technique, Eight Desolates Battle Art, is a top-grade human tier technique inheritance. It possesses 9 layers in total. Lin Ao had only cultivated it to the 8th layer, yet he had already become the Beichen war god, commanding awe over the entire Beichen dynasty. Then the 9th layer. Staring at the ancient book in his hand, Lin Ze's eyes were full of anticipation. He opened the Eight Desolates War Art. Divine Level Comprehension Lv.9 automatically loaded and activated. You have perused the Eight Desolates War Art. Under your terrifying comprehension that approaches the Tao, the Eight Desolates War Art has been completely deciphered by you, reaching the state of great perfection. Eight Desolates War Art Lv.9, Great Perfection. You have comprehended a human-rank top-grade cultivation method, and you have gained a deeper understanding of the power of divine level comprehension. If you comprehend more, you might be able to unearth even more power from divine level comprehension. Divine Level Comprehension Lv.1 310. As the information stream of divine level comprehension fully loads, streams of profound knowledge instantly poured into Lin Ze's mind like a sudden enlightenment. The key points of each layer, the detailed application of spiritual energy and qi, and all the major usage methods of the Eight Desolates War Art. All of these were crushed and surged into Lin Ze's mind, deeply engraved into his memory. At this moment, Lin Ze was like a grandmaster who had personally immersed himself in the Eight Desolates War Art for decades, undergoing decades of arduous cultivation, thoroughly familiar with every point and every detail. It had even formed relative muscle memory. With a single thought, Lin Ze could subconsciously apply it without any hint of unfamiliarity. Naturally, there was no unstable factor of mismatched state of mind. At the same time, because each layer of the Eight Desolates War Art corresponds to an important prerequisite of a Hotian realm, to cultivate the 9th layer of the Eight Desolates War Art, one must first break through to Hotian ninefold. Therefore, while Divine Level Comprehension Lv.1 thoroughly grasped the Eight Desolates War Art, it also directly broke through the essential points of each Hotian realm. Lin Ze's cultivation level then soared continuously with the deciphering of the Eight Desolates War Art. Hotian 3rd level, Hotian 5th level, Hotian 9th level, Hotian Pinnacle. In an instant, Lin Ze had become a Hotian Pinnacle superpowerhouse who entered the Tao through a human-rank top-grade cultivation method. In the Beichen dynasty, where no Xiantian powerhouse exists, Lin Ze could already be called invincible. At this moment, a ferocious aura as fierce as a flood beast spread out from Lin Ze's body. The powerful life pressure was like a flood bursting its banks. Boom. The mighty Hotian Great Perfection pressure, like a terrifying flood peak, broke through the cages of the world with irresistible force, announcing his existence to the vast earth. Power. A full sense of power filled Lin Ze's whole body. With a light clench of his fist, Lin Ze could feel a slight distortion of light and shadow in the air before him. Hotian Pinnacle. Lin Ze was ecstatic. Divine level comprehension is indeed powerful. In just an instant, Lin Ze disregarded all conditions, comprehended the Eight Desolates War Art to great perfection, and transformed from the original Hotian 3rd level into a Hotian Pinnacle superpowerhouse. If his grandfather Lin Ao knew this, he probably wouldn't believe it, even if beaten to death. Lin Ao, who climbed from an ordinary person to his current position, had talent that could be considered top-notch across the entire Beichen dynasty. But even so, Lin Ao still took a full 60-odd years to cultivate to Hotian Pinnacle. As for his 8 Desolates War Art level, he had only reached the 8th layer, unable to break through to the 9th for a long time. But Lin Ze achieved a double perfect breakthrough in both technique and realm in just a few seconds. This difference, divine level comprehension talent, is awesome. Moreover, divine level comprehension is only Lv.1. Lv.1 can already ignore all conditions and learn various techniques in an instant. Then what heaven-defying effect would Lv.2 have? Looking at the 310 behind divine level comprehension Lv.1 on the virtual interface, Lin Ze couldn't help feeling expectant. With this divine level comprehension talent, whether it's the hidden death crisis targeting the Lin family or the so-called protagonist plot, they're all nothing but fart. He simply tore up the script from the start. Thinking this, Lin Ze murmured, although the Tianlan technique is precious, a human rank superior grade technique is already an unshared secret of the great families. Our Lin family is vast in resources. We still have several human rank superior grade techniques. Let's go take a look. Even if the effect is not as good as a human rank top grade technique and can't upgrade the talent, it can still boost my combat power. In the martial world, more skills never weigh one down. The 8 Desolates War Art is a mental cultivation technique. It is sufficient to dominate in spiritual energy intensity and offensive methods, but it is relatively lacking in body movement and physical tempering. Lin Ze also takes this opportunity to practice techniques like body movement and physical tempering, forging himself into a 6-sided warrior without weaknesses. Decide and act. Lin Ze immediately pushed open the door and walked toward the Lin family library. Walking in the Lin family courtyard, Lin Ze had already become a different person. With Hotian Pinnacle achieved through a human rank top grade technique, Lin Ze's skills were perfectly integrated, controlled, at will seemingly reaching a state of returning to simplicity. As he walked, there was a natural master's bearing of standing atop the highest peak. His whole being became filled with power and hope, overflowing with the brilliance of life. Especially those eyes. They had shed their innocence, becoming spirited, exuding absolute confidence and depth. The charm of power lies precisely here. At this moment, the world was peaceful. The light was soft, the flowers fragrant, and the breeze clear. After a few steps, a fragrant wind swept over. A woman with a face of peerless beauty, delicate features, graceful figure, and a slightly cool temperament, as fresh and elegant as an orchid in an empty valley, walked toward him. This woman was tall and slender, wearing a fitted light blue long dress that outlined her beautiful figure. A pair of long, shapely legs were exposed beneath the hem, swaying gracefully, extremely eye-catching. This woman was named Lu Hanyan. She was Lin Ze's nominal sister-in-law. It was nominal because Lu Hanyan had never met Lin Ze's elder brother Lin Ze. Before she could even marry into the family, Lin Ze had died in that accidental war. Their relationship existed only through a betrothal arranged by their parents. With Lin Ze's death, this unfulfilled marriage should have ended, and Lu Hanyan, who had not yet crossed the threshold, should not have appeared in the Lin family. However, Lu Hanyan's situation was somewhat special. She was essentially offered to the Lin family by the Lu family, sold to the Lin family. Therefore, Lu Hanyan would rather stay in the Lin family as Lin Ze's unmarried widow and keep her widowhood than return to that pathetic family. So Lin Ao let her stay in the Lin family. Over the years, he treated Lu Hanyan as his own granddaughter. But unfortunately, Lin Ze sighed inwardly. This so-called granddaughter was just grandfather's one-sided view. He treated Lu Hanyan as his granddaughter, but Lu Hanyan might not treat Lin Ao as her grandfather. After the original storyline unfolded, Lu Hanyan remained in the Lin family as a quasi-daughter-in-law, yet she still maintained contact with the protagonist, their feelings ambiguous. Even after learning that the Lin family was wiped out by the protagonist, she remained indecisive, torn between killing him for revenge or abandoning her hatred to stay by his side. As for her final decision, Lin Ze didn't know. He couldn't bear it once the Lin family was annihilated. The novel was so toxic that even he, a seasoned reader, was overwhelmed, so he stopped reading. However, judging by the foolish author's tendencies, Lu Hanyan would undoubtedly end up in the protagonist's harem, becoming yet another classic character who thinks what's a little patricide between lovers. Under this author's pen, every woman with any description had a twisted worldview that said saying it was one thing, but the reality. Lin Ze felt an inexplicable complexity in his heart. Because Lin Ze wasn't a soul transmigrator, he was reborn into this world. Over these 18 years, all his emotions were genuinely his own. In Lin Ze's heart, Lu Hanyan was already part of his family, a relationship akin to a sister, yet tinged with the vague feelings of a budding romance. Why would Lu Hanyan, a woman without any formal betrothal or status, be kept in the Lin family by Lin Ao? Because if the eldest grandson died, there was still the younger one. The Lin family all played dumb about it, and Lin Ze understood it too. People aren't plants or stones. How can they be emotionless? Nearly 10 years of coexistence would breed affection even for a dog, let alone a living person. That was precisely why Lin Ze's mood was so complicated when his memories awakened and he realized he had transmigrated into a novel. His current feeling was like living a perfectly happy daily life, when an all-knowing prophet suddenly tells you that your foster sister and childhood betrothed is an incurable love-struck fool who might betray you later. Exasperating. Although the plot hadn't started yet, and future events could be changed through intervention. But in this kind of irrational protagonist transmigration world, no one could tell how powerful the protagonist's plot armor and the world's corrective force truly were. So Lu Hanyan must be guarded against. He sighed inwardly, then withdrew all his thoughts. Ignoring Lu Hanyan, his eyes filled with indifference, treating her as a complete stranger. Walking briskly past Lu Hanyan, Lin Ze subtly edged away, as if avoiding a plague, terrified of being infected by her love-struck idiocy and intelligence-draining aura. Lu Hanyan noticed this. It was hard not to. In the past, even if Lin Ze was in a bad mood, he would always come to chat with her, saying a few words to lift his spirits. But now, without even a simple greeting, he passed by like a stranger, surprising Lu Hanyan. She suspected it was some new tactic of playing hard to get that Lin Ze had learned from others. This wasn't narcissism on Lu Hanyan's part, she had indeed felt Lin Ze's interest in her before. And as the Miss Lin, she understood certain things. After all, who she married didn't matter, it was all the same to her. In fact, compared to the never-met Lin Ze who grew up with her was far more familiar. But precisely because of that familiarity, Lu Hanyan found it difficult to develop feelings beyond that of siblings. Because the ideal man in her heart, while not required to achieve great wealth or glory, at least couldn't be a passive, irresponsible coward. Look at what the Lin family had become. Everyone said the Lin family had no heir. And Lin Ze, still idle and useless, lacking the responsibility of an heir, always running away. Running away from his maternal grandfather, the emperor. But could running solve anything? Lu Hanyan sighed inwardly and prepared to indulge Lin Ze as she always did. After all, he was the younger brother she had watched grow up as she doted on him. As she thought this, she saw the indifference in Lin Ze's eyes, as if he were looking at a stranger. There was even a hint of wariness. It didn't seem feigned at all. Lu Hanyan couldn't understand what she had done to upset him. Wasn't everything fine yesterday? So she asked, Zedi, I heard from Xiao Cui that you fainted. Lin Ze had fainted from the sudden awakening of his past life memories. It was nothing serious. Otherwise, Lin Ao would have been restless. Hearing Lu Hanyan's question, Lin Ze turned and replied flatly, thank you for your concern. Everything is fine. With that, Lin Ze walked away quickly. Lu Hanyan watched his retreating figure, her gaze momentarily inexpressible. Was it an illusion? How could he seem like a different person after fainting? At the Lin family library, Lin Ze stepped eagerly into the grand building. The Lin family library had 3 floors. The first floor housed ungraded first and second-rate martial arts. These ungraded techniques might be precious to ordinary martial arts schools, but to the Lin family, they were merely exercises for servants and maids to strengthen their bodies. They were placed on the first floor, accessible to any Lin family member. The second floor was divided into 2 sections containing graded mortal grade lower and middle techniques. Mortal grade lower techniques could be accessed by anyone recognized by the Lin family and sufficiently loyal. This demonstrated the Lin family's immense wealth. Mortal grade middle techniques were stricter. Besides loyalty, one had to contribute to the Lin family and become a core member to qualify. The third floor housed the Lin family's true core secrets, containing several mortal grade upper techniques they had collected. Mortal grade upper techniques were the strongest below mortal grade supreme and were closely guarded secrets even among major families. Thus, even the prestigious Beichen Lin family wouldn't open them to outsiders. Only true Lin family members could enter the third floor. Lin Ze went straight up. The third floor was guarded by 2 Hotian 7th layer experts. Hotian 7th layer. At first glance, this realm might seem unremarkable, not worthy of being called an expert. But in reality, Hotian was a broad term encompassing all the stages a mortal being must undergo to evolve into a sentient being. It included 9 major realms: skin, refining muscle, refining bone, refining blood, refining organ, refining meridian, unblocking chi, return spirit, nurturing, and divine mystery. Hotian's 7th layer was precisely the chi return realm. Chi return cultivators had undergone physical tempering, unlocked all physical potential, opened their meridians, and had a continuous cycle of spiritual energy nourishing their bodies, generating boundless power with every breath. Every move they made carried immense might, capable of shattering a small hill with ease, and they enjoyed a lifespan of 300 years. Such experts were honored guests wherever they went. In the Bachin court, they could lead an army and suppress a region single-handedly. Yet in the Lin family, these two Hoteon 7th layer experts willingly served as mere library guards. Because they were Lin Ao's personally trained confidants, having followed him through many battles and earned great merits on the battlefield. Their character and loyalty had been tested through blood and fire. They were Lin family people absolutely loyal to the Lin family and Lin Ao. Members of the Lin army. Lin Ao's title of Bachin war god was no empty boast. He had expanded the Bachin Empire's territory and fought valiantly. 70% of the Bachin army had risen under his command. His prestige in the Bachin military was immense. It could be said that Lin Ao's word held more sway over the Bachin army than the emperor's decree. Thus, when Lin Ao withdrew from court to avoid conflicts, most of his confidants in the Bachin army retired with him to the Lin family, changed their surnames to Lin, and became the Lin army. The two Hoteon 7th layer experts before him were high-ranking members of the Lin army, Lin Zhong and Lin Yong. They immediately greeted Lin Ze respectfully, without any arrogance. "Greetings, young master." Lin Ze smiled and nodded, saying to them, "Thank you for your hard work." With that, he walked straight through the door to the 3rd floor. Outside the door, Lin Zhong and Lin Yong were stunned. They exchanged glances. "Did I hear that wrong? Since when did the young master become so polite? This is strange." Inside the 3rd floor of the scripture pavilion, Lin Ze carefully examined each martial art manual in turn. There were only a few manuals here. Even for the Bachin Lin family, the human grade high rank level amounted to merely 4 volumes. Among them were 1 finger technique, 1 movement technique, and 2 comprehensive heart methods focused on spiritual energy enhancement. Lin Ze first perused the movement technique and the finger technique. The movement technique was called Heavenly Feather 6 Illusions. The finger technique was named Shadowless Sword Finger. You browsed through Heavenly Feather 6 Illusions. Heavenly Feather 6 Illusions has been fully comprehended by you, reaching the state of great perfection. Heavenly Feather 6 Illusions LV6, Great Perfection. You have comprehended a human-grade high-rank manual. Divine Comprehension LV.1, 410. You browsed through Shadowless Sword Finger. Shadowless Sword Finger has been fully comprehended by you, reaching the state of great perfection. Shadowless Sword Finger LV.9. Divine Comprehension LV.1, 510. In the span of flipping through the books, Lin Ze had already completely mastered both Shadowless Sword Finger and Heavenly Feather 6 Illusions, bringing them both to the great perfection realm. Moreover, just like with the 8 Desolates war method, it felt as though he had personally cultivated them for decades, leaving no trace of awkwardness when executing them. At this very moment, his entire martial arts repertoire had become seamlessly integrated and thoroughly mastered. Movement technique, human grade high rank, great perfection. Finger technique, human grade high rank, great perfection. Heart method, human grade top rank, great perfection. The great perfection of 3 major techniques. This transformed Lin Ze from a novice into a true martial arts grandmaster. From this point onward, across the entire Bachin imperial dynasty, there was no longer a single opponent who could match Lin Ze. Swish! A terrifying sharpness emanated from Lin Ze, causing the very air on the 3rd floor of the scripture pavilion to carry a piercing chill. The surrounding temperature plummeted. It was as if an icy divine sword had seized dominion over this realm, ushering in the profound cold of winter. Outside the main entrance of the scripture pavilion, Lin Zhong and Lin Yong involuntarily shivered. The hairs on their bodies instantly stood on end. Both men immediately cast wary glances around them. Yet they perceived nothing unusual. It seemed merely like an inexplicable gust of chilly wind from somewhere. What strange weather turning cold so suddenly? Creak! Before long, the door to the 3rd floor of the scripture pavilion opened once more. Lin Ze's tall and slender figure emerged. He walked with urgency, as if something pressing awaited him. Before the two could even bow in greeting, Lin Ze's form flickered like a phantom and vanished before their eyes, leaving behind only a faint feather-like afterimage that dissipated piece by piece. Lin Yong was stunned. When did the young master become so fast? Lin Zhong, however, stared at the trace of Lin Ze's departure and murmured with astonishment, "It's not just about speed. The movement technique the young master instinctively used just now should be Heavenly Feather 6 Illusions." As an outstanding practitioner of Heavenly Feather 6 Illusions within the Lin family's military, how could Lin Zhong fail to recognize the steps of that technique? Precisely because he recognized that Lin Zhong was even more uncertain. For the feather-like, dissipating afterimage required at least the 4th illusion to achieve. The 4th illusion. As a treasured human-grade high-rank technique of the Lin family, the profundity and depth of Heavenly Feather 6 Illusions were by no means low. The number of people in the entire Lin family who could cultivate it to the fourth illusion could be counted on one hand. Every one of them was a powerhouse at the sixth layer of Hotian or above, having immersed themselves in Heavenly Feather 6 illusions for over a decade. Yet their young master Lin Ze was only 18 this year. Moreover, his cultivation realm was merely at the third layer of Hotian. How could an 18-year-old at the third layer of Hotian have cultivated Heavenly Feather 6 illusions to such a profound level? Lin Zhong fell into deep thought. On the second floor of the scripture pavilion, Lin Ze went straight to the area where human-grade mid-rank techniques were stored. After sweeping through the human-grade high-rank techniques on the third floor, Lin Ze's talent Divine Comprehension had reached 710, needing just 3 more points. Lin Ze thus decided to sweep through the second floor. Although the mid-rank techniques there were inferior in quality to the high-rank ones, quantity could make up for a lack of quality. The Lin family's collection of mid-rank techniques was by no means small. Even if each manual only granted 0.2 progress, Lin Ze could use their sheer number to push his talent level up. Therefore, without even looking at what the techniques were, Lin Ze flipped through any human-grade mid-rank manual he could find, striving to quickly elevate his talent to the second level and unlock its abilities. He opened a manual called Brute Ox Body Tempering Art, a human-grade mid-rank technique. You browse through Brute Ox Body Tempering Art. Divine Comprehension Lv.9 710. The progress of Divine Comprehension did not increase in the slightest. Lin Ze then picked up another human-grade mid-rank manual, Blazing Flame, Demon Subduing Art. You browse through Divine Comprehension Lv.9 710. Lin Ze was not discouraged and continued flipping. You browse through Divine Comprehension Lv.9 710. Divine Comprehension Lv.9 810. After consecutively browsing through 4 manuals, the upgrade progress for Divine Comprehension finally increased by 1 point. For manuals for 1 point of progress. Lin Ze glanced joyfully at the entire mid-rank technique area. There were at least over 40 manuals here. More than enough to raise his talent to the second level. Lin Ze immersed himself once more in the manuals. Divine Comprehension Lv.9 910. Divine Comprehension Lv.9 1010. Having perused numerous texts, you have finally gained insight, achieving a deeper essential understanding of the Divine Comprehension talent. You have unlocked a new ability of Divine Comprehension. Divine Comprehension has been upgraded to Lv.2 100. From now on, when you cultivate any technique or law, you will gain breakthrough insights, elevating the technique to a new realm, increasing the technique's comprehension level by 1. The next moment, a profoundly mysterious and wondrous sensation arose in Lin Ze's mind, sending his spirit wandering through the void. For a time, Lin Ze felt as though he had entered the cosmic starry sky, witnessing all the mysteries since the universe's inception. He had achieved enlightenment. Inspired by your comprehension of the 8 Desolates war method, you conceive of realms beyond the 9th layer. You attempt to deduce the 10th layer of the 8 Desolates war method. You have comprehended the 10th layer of the 8 Desolates war method. 8 Desolates war method Lv.10. Inspired by your comprehension of Heavenly Feather 6 illusions, you conceive of realms beyond the 7th layer. You attempt to Heavenly Feather 6 illusions Lv.7. Shadowless Sword Finger Lv.10. After a moment of enlightenment, all the techniques Lin Ze had learned broke through their previous limits, advancing each by 1 layer and granting him a tremendous boost in power. Among these, the most significant improvement came from the 8 Desolates Battle Art. As a supreme human-grade technique infinitely close to Earth-grade in the realm of innate beings, the 8 Desolates Battle Arts foundational level meant that its single-stage deduction brought about a far greater enhancement than any other grade. This deduction to the 10th layer faintly allowed Lin Ze to touch the mysterious shackles of the innate being realm. He had already stepped half a foot inside, becoming a half-step innate. Lin Ze sensed that if the 8 Desolates Battle Art could be deduced to the 11th layer, he would surely break through the constraints of the acquired realm, step fully into the gate of the innate, and become a great innate being. Thus, with his eyes gleaming, Lin Ze immersed himself once more in the sea of books. Since a level 2 Divine Comprehension could break through the limitations of techniques and deduce a new layer, would level 3 add another layer? Or perhaps unlock other transcendent abilities, allowing him to step directly into the innate realm? Having witnessed the formidable powers of levels 1 and 2, Lin Ze's anticipation for level 3 grew even stronger. After flipping through all the human-grade mid-tier techniques collected by the Lin family, the progress of his Divine Comprehension finally settled at 8 points, still a full 92 points short of the next upgrade. 92 points. Converted, that meant 92 human-grade upper-tier techniques or a staggering 368 human-grade mid-tier ones. Lin Ze couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Techniques were precious in Tianlan continent. Even his Bachin Lin family, the most powerful noble clan in the entire Bachin dynasty, possessed only 4 upper-tier and about 40 mid-tier techniques. With such a massive requirement for an upgrade, where could he possibly find them? Pondering this, Lin Ze turned his gaze toward the human-grade lower-tier section. If quality falls short, make up for it with quantity. Though lower-tier techniques were of a lesser grade with so many of them, he might still gain at least 5 points right. Thinking thus, Lin Ze continued to immerse himself in the human-grade lower-tier area. After finishing and sweeping through them all, Divine Comprehension Lv.9 13100, over 100 human-grade lower-tier techniques, had added only 5 points. Better than nothing, though. However, while the progress of his Divine Comprehension hadn't increased much, the accumulation of so many techniques upon Lin Ze had brought him immense improvement. Having swept through the entire Lin family library, mastering all kinds of mental cultivation methods, body forging, arts, movement techniques, fist techniques, palm techniques, Lin Ze had completely grasped and integrated them all, especially those body forging arts whose effects were the most direct. Though there was some overlap among the various forging methods, such a massive accumulation had forged Lin Ze's physical body through comprehensive and relentless tempering. At this moment, Lin Ze's physical blood energy was incredibly robust and radiant. When fully exerted, the sheer blood energy of his body alone could be described as a pillar of smoke rising from his spirit. Relying solely on his physical strength, Lin Ze could already repel all evil and break all laws with pure force, not to mention his improvements in other areas. All the techniques in the Lin family library had turned Lin Ze into a top-tier all-rounder. Now, with just a slight effort, he had already reached a peak that the Bachin dynasty could never hope to attain. With this, all crises surrounding the Lin family had been resolved. Whether it was those who wished for the Lin family's extinction or the subsequent plot lines involving the protagonist, if they dared to come, Lin Ze would ensure they never returned. However, Lin Ze grew troubled again. Upgrading his talent required so many techniques. Where would he get them? Stepping out of the library, he was contemplating whether to pay a visit to some other clan. Just then a maidservant hurriedly approached him. "Young master, Huff, I've finally found you." Lin Ze nodded. "Don't rush. Speak slowly." Lin Ze's gentle tone caught the maidservant slightly off guard. She stared at him blankly for a moment. The young master today seemed a bit different. Exactly what was different, the maidservant's cultivation level wasn't enough to discern. But at the very least, the young master seemed more handsome and more confident than before. That inner grace and profound abyss-like temperament were truly endearing. The maidservant's face flushed slightly. "Young master, the master urgently needs to see you." He seemed quite anxious. "Grandfather looking for me. Urgently." Lin Ze carefully recalled the plot in the book. At this time period, an urgent matter involving him. Could it be? A sharp glint flashed in Lin Ze's eyes. The foolish plot in the book was about to begin. Lin Ze strode into the main hall of the Lin family mansion. In one glance, he saw the imposing and majestic figure. Even after years of retirement, Lin Ao's commanding presence as a grand marshal, long accustomed to wielding life-and-death authority, remained undiminished, radiating sharpness from head to toe. Especially his bright, blazing eyes that could strike fear into anyone's heart. He stood tall like an immortal battlefield god, though without armor, exuding an aura of solemn autumn winds. Yet somewhat incongruously, Lin Ao held a string of prayer beads in his hand. Lin Ze knew that Lin Ao had fought heaven and earth all his life, never believing in gods or Buddhas nor revering spirits, only his ancestors. Lin Ao had always scoffed at notions of divine retribution or karmic punishment. But after the loss of the Lin family's second generation and Lin Ze's unexpected death in battle, this towering, unyielding man had finally succumbed. "Grandfather, you called for me." Lin Ao didn't speak, just stared at Lin Ze. With his cultivation level, Lin Ao had noticed something amiss the moment Lin Ze entered. This kid, how had he changed so drastically after fainting once? Before, he was always unsure, gloomy, and carried a hint of timidity. When speaking to him, he was lifeless. How could he be so full of energy today, radiating a dazzling light of confidence from within? If he hadn't been watching him all along, Lin Ao would have suspected his grandson had been swapped out. Could a single feint have actually knocked some sense into this lad? Lin Ao stared at Lin Ze intently for a moment before speaking. "The autumn examinations at Bachin Academy have concluded. In a few days, His Majesty will host the Golden Autumn Banquet to personally assess the Academy's disciples. You shall attend as well." Upon hearing this, Lin Ze understood in his heart. It truly was the Golden Autumn Banquet. The Golden Autumn Banquet. This was the beginning of all the Lin family's tragedies. It was at this very golden autumn banquet that Lin Ze met Xia Qinghe of Beichen Academy, initiating a chain of events where he became a mindless treasure giver and a pathetic protagonist. From this golden autumn banquet onward, Beichen's war god Lin Ao saw his health decline day by day, gradually heading toward his demise. In the end, he sacrificed himself by self-destructing to protect Lin Ze, bringing down the curtain on his legendary life. Although Lin Ao was a formidable expert at the 9th level of the Houtian realm with a lifespan of 1,000 years, his lifelong campaigns to expand Beichen's territory and his relentless warfare had left his body riddled with accumulated injuries and hidden ailments. His body was covered in scars, large scars overlapping small ones, small scars overlapping large ones, each one life-threatening. This had severely drained his vitality, damaged his foundation, and caused his body to age rapidly. At just over 100 years old, an age considered youthful for a peak Houtian powerhouse, he was already approaching his twilight years. This meant that Lin Ao's prime was about to pass, and the hidden injuries and strains he had forcibly suppressed in his vigorous youth could no longer be contained. Once these hidden injuries erupted, his qi and blood would collapse like an army defeated on all fronts, plunging him into the abyss of ruin in an extremely short time. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Ao, worried Lin Ze would be unable to protect himself after he was gone, urged him to attend the Golden Autumn Banquet to embark on an official career. With the Lin family's prestige in the court, he could secure a path of rapid advancement. Thus, even if he were to pass away one day, Lin Ze, holding an official position and backed by the remaining influence of the Lin family army and Lin Ao's legacy in the Beichen military, could at least preserve his life and live out his days in peace. Thinking this, Lin Ze immediately circulated his half-step Xiantian spiritual energy to examine Lin Ao's physical condition. What he saw was truly shocking. Lin Ao's body was covered in injuries, all filled with accumulated hidden damage. Even with his half-step Xiantian abilities, such injuries were daunting to handle. What are you looking at? Lin Ao noticed the sharp glint in Lin Ze's eyes. Lin Ze withdrew his gaze and gave a direct reply. I will attend the Golden Autumn Banquet. Lin Ze recalled that the Beichen royal family possessed a human-grade superior medical cultivation technique known as the 9 Extremities Life Acuity Needle Art. Over the years, this art had saved the lives of countless court officials and battlefield generals on the brink of death, earning it great renown and making it a mandatory medical practice for the upper echelons of the Beichen Imperial Medical Bureau. However, the healing efficacy of this technique was directly tied to one's cultivation level. Even the current imperial physician with his Houtian 7th level cultivation had only mastered the 8th needle, making it impossible to treat Lin Ao. But Lin Ze was different. In his hands, the 9 Extremities Life Acuity Needle Art would automatically reach perfection, and he could even push it one needle further. With his half-step Xiantian cultivation and a 10-needle level of mastery, healing Lin Ao would be effortless. Therefore, Lin Ze had to go to the Imperial Palace and obtain the 9 Extremities Life Acuity Needle Art. Of course, if he could take the opportunity to browse the royal library. When it came to the richest collection of cultivation techniques in the entire Beichen dynasty, it was undoubtedly the royal family. If he could access the royal library, even if his talent didn't rise to the 3rd level, it would at least advance his progress by half, wouldn't it? Lin Ze thought to himself. Lin Ao, however, found it strange. In the past, Lin Ze would always be reluctant at the mention of entering the palace. Now he had agreed so readily. Good that you're going. Go and perform well, strive to impress His Majesty. Pausing, Lin Ao glanced at Lin Ze with a complex expression and added, I know you've heard rumors outside and have held a grudge against him, but he is still your biological grandfather. Once you're in the palace, he won't treat you poorly. The rumors Lin Ao referred to were nothing more than whispers of merit overshadowing the sovereign. With Lin Ao's authority in the Beichen military outweighing even imperial decrees, discordant voices were inevitable throughout the dynasty. The deaths of the 2nd generation of the Lin family and Lin Ze. Though no one dared speak of it, everyone understood. If you were the emperor, would you idly watch the Lin family grow ever stronger and entrench themselves deeper in the Beichen military? Thus, those so-called rumors had reached Lin Ze's ears. It was for this reason that both the Lin Ze in the original story and Lin Ze himself had been so resistant to the palace remaining lifeless and harboring a deep-seated timidity. Lin Ze didn't know what considerations the Lin Ze in the original story had. But he himself understood clearly. If he hadn't pretended to be mediocre back, then he would likely have died in another accident. Lin Ao spoke again. Grandfather doesn't have high expectations for you. You just protect yourself, that's enough. The prayer beads in Lin Ao's hand spun faster. The beads had been polished to a glossy jade-like sheen. Then Lin Ao waved his hand. Go and prepare well. When the Golden Autumn Banquet begins, old Mo will accompany you. The old Mo Lin Ao, referred to as the Lin family's steward Lin Mo, a grandmaster at the 8th level of the Hotian realm. He was the commander of the Lin family army, the deputy marshal who had followed Lin Ao through countless campaigns from the very beginning, an absolute loyalist of the Lin family. Even in the original story, when disaster befell the Lin family and Lin Ao self-destructed, he never betrayed them. Instead, he resolutely led the Lin family army in resistance, shedding blood and sacrificing his life for the Lin family until his last heroic ember was spent. With such a Lin family army and such loyalists, it was a hand full of aces, a winning hand. Yet the original story's young master Lin Ze still managed to lose so thoroughly. Tell me, doesn't that deserve a bad review? Lin Ze took his leave from grandfather Lin Ao and exited the main residence. After leaving, he walked along the forest path within the Lin family compound. Where should I find high-quality cultivation techniques? Lin Ze's mind was now consumed with the single thought of acquiring techniques. Having experienced the immense power that talent brought, Lin Ze now only wanted to emulate Zhao Gao, step-by-step climb to the very top. Lost in thought, Lin Ze didn't notice Lu Hanyan practicing her sword in the pavilion ahead. Lu Hanyan, however, noticed Lin Ze. The current Lin Ze was vastly different from before, whether in temperament, demeanor, or the inherent aura radiating from within. It was truly hard not to notice him. Lu Hanyan ceased her sword dance. She quietly watched Lin Ze. The noonday sun cast dappled shadows through the rustling leaves of the forest. Fragments of sunlight fell upon Lin Ze, golden and bright, illuminating his contemplative expression and stretching his tall, slender shadow long. The young man in the sunlight was handsome and brimming with vibrant energy like a son of the sun. That focused, earnest demeanor made his entire being radiate a dazzling brilliance. So radiant. Lu Hanyan couldn't understand how a person could change so drastically in just one day. Or was this his true nature, Lin Ze's real face? Lu Hanyan sheathed her sword and stood poised, her graceful figure bathed in the resplendent golden sunlight. Her long, slender legs gleamed under the light, appearing taut and full. She stared silently at Lin Ze as if trying to pierce through his mask to glimpse the truth within his heart. Lin Ze sensed Lu Hanyan's gaze. He looked up. It was Lu Hanyan. He furrowed his brow involuntarily, then gave her a slight nod by way of greeting. After that, he quickly left the garden and returned to his room. Lu Hanyan watched him depart in silence. She remained quiet for a long time before resuming her sword practice. This time her strikes were exceptionally fierce, each slash rending the air with a piercing whistle. How could I have forgotten that thing? Constantly immersed in Lin Ze's supporting role perspective, he had nearly overlooked the existence of the protagonist. Encountering Lu Hanyan, Lin Ze suddenly recalled a classic plot from the original novel. A quintessential scene: the protagonist stumbles upon an advanced cultivation technique, and that technique's origins were far from ordinary. It was a fragment of the first half of an Earth-grade mid-rank technique. Though merely a remnant, its grade had reached the realm of transcendent divine beings possessing mysteries unattainable by the mortal realm. It was precisely by relying on this fragment that the protagonist could rise swiftly, while credit also went to the original novel's Lin Ze, the unwitting benefactor. An Earth-grade mid-rank technique, even if just the first half's fragment, should be worth at least 5 progress points, right? Thinking this, Lin Ze immediately left for Chonghua Street. If his memory served, that technique should be at a stall on Chonghua Street, and at this time the protagonist had yet to claim it. As Lin Ze left the Lin residence, 2 Hotian 6th layer experts immediately emerged from the shadows and followed behind him. A Hotian 6th layer cultivator was qualified for high office in the Bachan imperial dynasty, governing an entire city. Even the patriarchs of many mid-sized family forces in the Bachan capital were only at this realm. 2 Hotian 6th layer guards were enough to ensure Lin Ze's safety within the capital. Moreover, throughout the entire capital, who among those with any status didn't recognize Lin Ze, the sole heir of the Lin family? The 2 guards followed behind him, their expressions stern as they vigilantly scanned the surroundings. Noticing that the autumn day still carried a hint of summer heat, they thoughtfully handed him his usual folding fan. Lin Ze was unsurprised. This was how it always was whenever he went out. He opened the fan and fanned himself out of habit. A gentle breeze brushed against him. His white robes were as pure as snow. His hair swayed faintly in the wind. Like jade amidst the fields, a peerless gentleman unmatched in the world. Along the way, Lin Ze attracted the gaze of many lovelorn maidens. Arriving at Chonghua Street, Lin Ze appeared to wander aimlessly among the various stalls, occasionally picking up an item to examine and ask the price. Finally, Lin Ze stopped before a stall. He picked up an old worn book and casually flipped through it. You flipped through the Phantom Moon 7 Stars record. You discover that the Phantom Moon 7 stars record is a fragment of the first half of an Earth-grade mid-rank technique. You attempt to deduce and complete it. Too much is missing. Estimated completion of the Phantom Moon 7 stars record in 30 days, restoring it to a complete Earth-grade mid-rank technique. Lin Ze's movements suddenly froze. Holy shit. The divine level comprehension actually had this function. It could even complete what was broken. Didn't this mean that in 30 days Lin Ze would possess an Earth-grade mid-rank technique and formally step into the transcendent realm? A huge gain. So Lin Ze immediately asked how much for this. The stall owner, seeing Lin Ze's aristocratic demeanor, assumed he was well off. He thought carefully and boldly named a high price. Final offer: 1 spirit crystal. Spirit crystals commonly circulated among cultivators above the Hoteon 6th layer, serving as a high-grade currency. In the Baichin Imperial Dynasty, the exchange rate between 1 spirit crystal and gold coins was often 1,000. 1 spirit crystal meant 1,000 gold coins. 1,000 gold coins for this pile of seemingly impressive junk was indeed a high price. But that's how business works. You name a price and I haggle. The stall owner hadn't really expected to sell it for 1 spirit crystal. He had made a wild offer, expecting the buyer to slash it drastically. He could accept as low as 10 gold coins. However, as the stall owner reveled in his thoughts, a crisp reply left him dumbfounded. Deal. Pay up. With that, Lin Ze directly took the worn book containing the Phantom Moon 7 stars record. 1 spirit crystal was nothing to Lin Ze, the heir of a top-tier family. To him, 1 spirit crystal versus 1 gold coin was merely the difference between a dime and a nickel. He couldn't be bothered to waste words over such a trivial amount. The stall owner twitched the corner of his mouth in speechlessness. Damn too hasty. This young master was probably the son of a top noble in the capital, someone who used spirit crystals like pocket change. If only had known, he would have asked for 100 spirit crystals. A loss, a huge loss. As the stall owner inwardly lamented, a girl in pink suddenly appeared before him in a rush. She glanced at the stall and immediately noticed that the worn-out ancient book she had her eye on was gone. She quickly asked, "Excuse me, stall owner, where is that old book you had here?" The stall owner shrugged. "You're too late. A young master just bought it for 1 spirit crystal." "What?" The girl in pink was stunned, then pressed further. "Which way did he go?" "Over there." The stall owner pointed in a direction. The girl in pink immediately gave chase. So many people want it. Seeing this, the stall owner scratched his head. "Damn, did I miss something? Is that thing really valuable?" Meanwhile, Lin Ze had already headed home after obtaining the item. The girl in pink chased all the way, but never saw a wealthy young master carrying a worn book. She stopped stomping her foot in frustration. "I saw it first. If only I had brought more money with me. Damn it, that worn book must be a peerless remnant at the human-grade peak, or even Earth-grade. If only I could buy it back." Her exquisite face was filled with disappointment and dejection. Muttering to herself, she returned to the Baichin Academy. Time passed swiftly. Before long, the Golden Autumn Banquet was convened. Lin Mo, the old steward of the Lin Manor, served as the carriage driver, escorting Lin Ze into the Imperial Palace. The palace guards, upon seeing Lin Mo in front of the carriage, paid him profound respect. This was not solely because he represented the Northern Star War God. As the deputy commander of the Northern Star War God, Lin Ao, and a formidable cultivator at the 8th layer of the acquired stage, Lin Mo commanded immense prestige within the Northern Star Army. Though both Lin Ao and Lin Mo had retired for years, the veterans of the Northern Star Army still recalled that era steeped in blood and fire. They remembered these two spiritual leaders of the Northern Star Army. General Lin. As the carriage entered, the commander of the Imperial Guards blurted out the title inadvertently, but quickly caught himself. "Steward Lin, His Majesty knew of the young master's arrival and instructed us to await you early to escort you both to the Fenghua Hall for a meeting. His Majesty has missed the young master dearly after so long." Lin Mo replied calmly, "Much obliged. I dare not." The guard commander repeatedly demurred, then swiftly led the carriage to Fenghua Hall. Lin Mo drew aside the carriage curtain and helped Lin Ze alight. "Young master, we have arrived." Inside Fenghua Hall, the Emperor of Northern Star, clad in a dragon robe and exuding majestic authority, sat upon the dragon throne, his imperial aura overflowing. A silent, fearsome presence. "Your Majesty, Lin Ze of the Lin family has arrived. Summon him." By His Majesty's decree, summon Lin Ze of the Lin family to appear. The grand doors of Fenghua Hall swung open. Lin Ze entered the hall while Lin Mo, as the steward and household retainer, waited outside. "Your subject Lin Ze pays homage to your Majesty." The Emperor of Northern Star straightened slightly. "Rise." "Thank you, your Majesty." The Emperor waved a hand dismissively. Calling me your Majesty is far too distant. We are family, there is no need for such formalities." The Emperor of Northern Star gazed at Lin Ze, his face beaming with smiles. Speaking of which, Zaire, it's been several years since you last visited the palace, hasn't it? In those years you've grown and changed so much. Yet I recognized you at a glance because you resemble me so much in my youth, as if we were cast from the same mold. I imagine many young ladies have secretly given their hearts to you. The emperor rose from the dragon throne. Tell me, is there a girl you fancy? Your grandfather will settle this great matter of life for you. Lin Ze smiled and replied smoothly, grandfather jests. Your grandson is still young, in the prime of youthful vigor and romance. Hearing this, the emperor burst into laughter. Huh. Well said, the prime of youthful vigor and romance. You rascal. Huh. Enough. Go and enjoy your romances. If you ever take a fancy to some girl and are too shy to speak up, just tell your grandfather. Thank you, grandfather. The emperor of Northern Star walked up to Lin Ze and took his hand. Child, why be so polite with your grandfather? With that, the emperor led Lin Ze to the imperial garden, his demeanor warm and affectionate. Come, it's been so long. Let us grandfather and grandson share a few good drinks, and let me have a proper look at you. Turning, the emperor instructed the eunuchs and maids prepare a feast. The attendants were dumbfounded. When had they ever seen the majestic emperor of Northern Star, the brilliant and martial founding sovereign of the Northern Star dynasty, behave with such warmth? Was he personally taking the hand of his grandson and inviting him for drinks? Even the princes and princesses had never received such treatment, let alone a grandson who was now of a different surname. The maids and eunuchs stood in shock until the emperor's command to prepare the feast jolted them from their stupor. As you command. Subsequently, the emperor led Lin Ze to the imperial garden and arranged a private banquet. Lin Ze remarked, grandfather, you still have the golden autumn banquet to attend shortly. The emperor waved his hand. A few light drinks won't delay that. Besides that golden autumn banquet, TSK, let's not speak of it. Come, forget those troublesome matters. We haven't seen each other for so long. Let's drink to our heart's content today. They raised their cups and drank freely, clinking glasses in a lively exchange. Lin Ze and the emperor chatted about everything under the sun, speaking of this and that, discussing family matters. It felt like a conversation between ordinary family members. As they talked, the emperor eventually brought up the battle that had claimed the lives of the two outstanding talents of the Lin family. Your father and your second uncle were the finest young generals of Northern Star. They could have become another spiritual leader of our military. What a pity. The emperor sighed. That accursed wolf capital kingdom launched a massive night raid. Alas, if only our Northern Star intelligence and scouts had been more thorough back, then how could the wolf capital kingdom have succeeded? The emperor's words seemed to offer an explanation to Lin Ze. Lin Ze listened quietly. Whether the deaths of the second generation of the Lin family were deliberate machinations or mere battlefield strife. In the original story, the Lin family was merely a supporting clan with little detail, and they were annihilated before the truth could be revealed in the later stages. Thus, Lin Ze remained uncertain. However, clarity no longer mattered. What mattered was that Lin Ze now possessed the strength to fear nothing. The wind brings the seeds of stories. Time makes them sprout. He only needed to watch the changing tides calmly, and eventually sweet fruits bearing all the answers would come to him. The emperor spoke, and Lin Ze listened in silence. For a long time. As dusk fell, lanterns were lit in the palace to illuminate the encroaching darkness. Your Majesty, the scholars who passed the autumn examination of the Northern Star Academy have arrived at the banquet. An elderly eunuch in charge of preparing the golden autumn banquet approached the emperor and reported softly. Oh, it's already this late. The emperor rose. In that case, Zaire, come with me to the banquet. Take a good look at these scholars and see which ones might be of use. In the future, when you serve in the court, these people will be your good allies. The emperor's implication was clear. He intended to arrange an official position for Lin Ze. With that, the emperor turned to face a patch of darkness. His expression turned icy. Is everything ready? In the shadows, fully armed imperial guards were already poised for action. Their demeanor was fierce and murderous. It seemed the golden autumn banquet tonight would not be peaceful. Grandfather, what is this? The emperor replied, this is the unpleasant matter I didn't want to mention earlier. In recent years, the wolf capital kingdom has grown ambitious, planting numerous traitors among our Northern Star courtiers and luring some of our people with high ranks and riches. At tonight's golden autumn banquet alone, the traitors I have uncovered number a full 10. As for those undetected, it's impossible to guard against them all. Damned wolf capital kingdom. One day, I will raise their capital to the ground. With that said, Emperor Beichin cast a meaningful glance at his guards. In an instant, they melted into the shadows and vanished without a trace. Come, Zaire, let us see just how deeply corroded this foremost academy that supplies talents to our Beichin dynasty has become. Lin Ze followed behind Emperor Beichin, without a word, his expression unreadable. When it came to an emperor, one should only take half of his words as truth. If the wolf capital nation sent spies into Beichin, had Beichin never done the same? Given Beichin's national strength, the rats they had planted across wolf capital were likely even more numerous. The Golden Autumn Banquet was held at Wenyuan Pond. Within the pond, lanterns blazed brilliantly, illuminating the entire scene. Rows of seating were arranged meticulously around the expansive Wenyuan Pond. Lavish dinners were laid out to reward the scholars who had succeeded in the autumn examinations. One by one, the scholars of Beichin sat cross-legged on the ground, engaging in animated conversations with those around them, all awaiting the arrival of Emperor Beichin, the host of the banquet. Brother Ma, is that the sixth prince? Indeed. Oh, I've heard the sixth prince is magnanimous and skilled in employing the worthy. Among the 13 princes, he is said to be the most approachable. Seeing him now, the rumors seem true. Oh, is Brother Zhang considering pledging allegiance to the sixth prince? Haha, a fine bird chooses its tree. Among the 13 princes, only the first, second, and sixth stand out as the most exceptional. Of these three, the sixth prince is the most benevolent and values talent above all. Your unworthy younger brother wishes to try his luck under the sixth prince's command. Then I wish Brother Zhang success in fulfilling his aspirations and achieving great things. When you rise to prominence, do not forget your unworthy elder brother. Brother Ma flatters me. You placed 11th in our academy's autumn exams. Uai Zhang must rely on your guidance. Indeed, indeed. Brother Ma, as you ascend swiftly, do not forget us, your fellow classmates. The scholars exchanged flattery and praise among themselves. Just then someone suddenly asked, "Hey, I see all the princes have taken their seats. Why is there a vacant seat so close to His Majesty?" Following the voice, everyone looked and indeed saw one empty seat near Emperor Beichin's dragon throne. The scholars were startled. They knew that seating at the Wenyuan Pond Golden Autumn Banquet had always been strictly hierarchical. The arrangement radiated outward from the emperor's dragon throne. Princes and imperial relatives sat closest, invited dignitaries and nobles occupied the middle, while the autumn examination scholars were placed at the periphery. The closer one was to the emperor, the higher their status. Yet now, with all 13 princes present and seated, there remained an empty seat beside the emperor. This stirred a ripple of shock through the crowd. Could someone's status truly surpass that of the princes? That seat. I heard through the grapevine, it's for the young master of the Lin family. The young master of the Lin family. The son of the Beichin war god. So it's him. That explains it. I've just arrived from outside the capital for the autumn exams and am unfamiliar with its customs. Isn't the Lin family's young master ultimately a subject? How can his status surpass that of the princes? You don't understand. The Lin family's young master holds a unique position. He is not only His Majesty's grandson, but also the sole heir of the Beichin war god. You know of the Beichin war god, don't you? 70% of our Beichin army are elite troops personally trained by him. Half of the high-ranking generals now serving in key positions were once his students. To put it bluntly, a single word from the Beichin war god on the battlefield carries more weight than an imperial decree. So there are rumors that our emperor. Shill, do you have a death wish? Ahem, in any case, this young master of the Lin family is no simple figure. No one in the entire capital dares to offend him. All 13 princes desperately seek his favor to gain the Lin family's support. That's why no one dares to object to his seat. Besides, the seating arrangement at Wenyuan Pond was originally approved by His Majesty. I see. But what is the young master of the Lin family like as a person? As for him, when it came to Lin Ze himself, everyone hesitated for a long moment. It's hard to say. Hard to say. I can only describe him as rather ordinary. What? The sole heir of the Beichin war god is ordinary. Who would have thought? But that's the truth of the matter. This young master Lin is always gloomy and withdrawn. He lacks the innate confidence of someone from a prestigious family, nor does he possess any arrogant or domineering traits. To put it simply, he has no distinctive qualities, no sharp edge, utterly unremarkable. As for talent, he inherited the bloodline of the Beichin war god and His Majesty, so he isn't lacking. Word has it he's already reached the 3rd level of the Hotian realm, but that's hardly extraordinary. He just gives off the impression of being usable but not fit for great responsibilities. Is that so? What a pity. I'm not so sure. Oh, what makes you say that? How don't you think only someone like the Lin family's young master can put others at ease? Otherwise, why did all the other talented members of the Lin family perish, while this mediocre one survived? Shill, watch your tongue. Be cautious. Be cautious. The scholars lowered their voices to a whisper, terrified that such treasonous words might be overheard. At the very front of the scholar assembly, a charming young woman in a white dress possessing a beauty that could humble fish and geese took in their words. A flicker of pity and lament crossed her exquisite face. It was a pity that the war god's legend would have no worthy successor. It was lamentable that the Lin family, with all its merits and toils, had met such a fate. At that moment, she too began to seriously reconsider whether she should enter the intricate and treacherous court officialdom. It was not too late for her to withdraw now. His Majesty has arrived. A sharp announcement rang out across Wenyuan Pond. Everyone immediately ceased their actions and rose to their feet, their gazes fixed on the esteemed emperor as he entered the golden autumn banquet. They watched intently. A figure radiating imperial majesty, imbued with the awe-inspiring might of the Tao of emperors, strode gracefully along the dragon path of Wenyuan Pond. His bearing was heroic and divine. By his side followed a handsome young man in white robes, his demeanor calm and poised. The two entered Wenyuan Pond and took their seats. Your children, your subjects, pay homage to your majesty. Rise, all of you. No need for formalities. Tonight is the annual Golden Autumn Banquet. Here there is no sovereign and subject. Be at ease. Your children, your subjects, pay homage to your majesty. Rise, all of you. No need for formalities. Tonight is the annual Golden Autumn Banquet. Here there is no sovereign and subject. Be at ease. With these words, Bachin Emperor's gaze fell upon the assembled students. His eyes were profound, as if he were already assessing and evaluating their capabilities. Feeling the weight of Bachin Emperor's gaze, everyone quickly straightened their backs, held their heads high, and strove to present their finest demeanor before him. As Bachin Emperor surveyed the students, Lin Ze was also observing the white-dressed maiden at the forefront of the group. As the most beautiful woman at the Golden Autumn Banquet, and one of the top 10 students, it was no surprise that this white-dressed maiden was Xia Qinghe. Admittedly, Xia Qing's physical appearance was indeed quite pleasing. Her temperament was aloof, carrying a unique spirit of unyielding self-reliance. Her features were stunning, yet not seductive. She was like a plum blossom braving the snow, fresh and elegant, flourishing in the biting wind. It was a pity, however, that her judgment was lacking. In terms of status, Lin Ze was the sole heir of the Lin family, the future Duke of Dingwu, destined to wield immense power over the court. In terms of wealth, the Lin family possessed 2 spiritual veins and 8 gold mines, supplemented annually by gifts from high-ranking officials and disciples of Lin Ao. A vast fortune, enough to sustain the family for dozens of generations. In terms of talent, Lin Ze had inherited the aptitude of both Bachin Emperor and Bachin War God. At such a young age, he was already at the 3rd level of the Hotian realm, on the verge of breaking through to the 4th, a talent far from mediocre, at least surpassing the protagonist at this stage. In terms of appearance, Lin Ze's mother was a renowned beauty among the royal princesses, and his father was a handsome man. Naturally, Lin Ze's looks were exceptional, earning him the title of the foremost among the 4 young masters of the capital. Moreover, regarding love at first sight, Lin Ze's encounter with Xia Qinghe occurred even before the protagonists. Given all this, how could she still choose the protagonist? In the original story, where exactly did Lin Ze fall short? Perhaps the only flaw was the lack of a protagonist halo, forcing Xia Qinghe to be willfully blind. Or was it that the favored always act with impunity? TSK. After a brief glance, Lin Ze averted his gaze. Little did he know that Xia Qinghe had been secretly observing him from the corner of her eye. As the young master of the distinguished Lin family, Lin Ze was inherently the focal point of everyone's attention. The moment Xia Qinghe laid eyes on him, only one thought crossed her mind. Is this truly Lin Ze, the young master of the Lin family? Weren't we told that the young master of the Lin family was gloomy, sullen, and utterly unremarkable? Who is this man before her, with his dignified appearance, exuding an aristocratic aura and profound depth from within, like a breath of fresh air from the Tian Shan mountains? And he converses with the emperor with such ease, showing no restraint in the face of supreme authority. And they claim this man is unremarkable and unfit for great tasks. Xia Qinghe could only conclude that the rumors were misleading. As she pondered this, she sensed Lin Ze's gaze upon her. She was not surprised. As a renowned beauty of Bachin Academy, she was accustomed to such attention. But what startled and even infuriated her was, if you're going to look fine, but what's with that pitying look, as if you're staring at a fool? Huh, have I done something to offend you? Just then Bachin Emperor's voice rang out again. All right, no more words. I'm sure everyone is eager. In the time ahead, whether you compose poetry or discuss political views, it matters not. Tonight belongs to you. Be sure to enjoy yourselves to the fullest. Let the feast begin. As Bachin Emperor declared the start of the banquet, everyone present raised their cups. The first toast was to the commencement of the feast and to the sovereign. Long live the emperor. The assembled guests drained their cups of fine wine in one gulp. Bachin Emperor raised his own cup in response. Thus, the Golden Autumn Banquet at Wenyuan Pool officially commenced. Processions of beautiful maidens entered Wenyuan Pool, attending to each table, refilling wine and serving food and bringing new delicacies. The students also gathered together, some drinking and playing pitch-pot, others waxing poetic. The princes descended from the high platform of Wenyuan Pool, beginning to engage closely with each Bachin student, listening to their lofty discussions as they sought future capable aids. In an instant, the Golden Autumn Banquet was filled with a lively and exuberant atmosphere. On the high platform, Bachin Emperor watched everyone with a cheerful expression, occasionally drinking a few cups and exchanging words with Lin Ze, as if he had already forgotten the matter of the traitors within the Wolf clan. Until, at the center of Wenyuan Pool, the first prince, who had just brushed past a dancer, sensed something amiss. He turned back to look at the palace maid who was removing the wine vessels. Stop. The palace maid froze, slowly turned around and bowed her head while holding the wine vessels. Your Highness. The first prince approached. From which table was this cup removed? As he spoke, the first prince picked up the cup and swirled it from side to side. Seeing this, the maidservant trembled. Your Highness, this servant does not know. I am only responsible for exchanging the wine vessels. Oh, I received them from someone else. Is that so? The first prince sneered, extracting a fine silver needle from the crevice of the cup. The needle glinted with a cold light, a hint of green shimmering at its tip. I'll give you one more chance. Speak, where did this poison needle come from? The maidservant fell to her knees in terror. Your Highness, this servant truly does not know. The commotion between the maidservant and the first prince quickly drew the attention of others. Some faces turned pale. Some grew flustered. Others became vigilant of their surroundings. And some harbored hidden murderous intent. Who goes there? How dare you cause chaos at our Bachin Golden Autumn Banquet? Just then, the second prince also detected the anomaly in the maidservant behind him and struck out with a palm. Clang! A dagger slipped from the maidservant's robe, clattering to the ground with a sharp sound. Seeing this, everyone present immediately went on high alert. How dare you, guards, arrest all the maidservants and dancers. The hidden traitors and rebels lurking in the shadows could no longer contain themselves. Kill. One by one, the dancing maidens and the spies hidden among the Bachin students shed their disguises, revealing their true forms as they drew concealed weapons and launched a sudden assault. The princes and students swiftly fought back. Treacherous rebels, die. Protect His Majesty. In an instant, the scene was a chaos of flashing blades and clashing steel. The entire Golden Autumn Banquet descended into turmoil. How spectacular! 10 times, even 12 times spectacular. On the high platform, Lin Ze quietly watched this farce unfold, a glint of fascination in his eyes. Beside Lin Ze, Bachin Emperor remained calm, his dragon-like eyes seemingly asserting dominance over the scene, yet also appearing lost in thought, revealing no depth. Until the maidservant attending Lin Ze began to slowly approach him. A faint smile curled at the corner of Lin Ze's mouth. How perfect! How dare you rebels cause trouble? Seize them all. At that moment, squads of elite imperial guards emerged from the shadows and charged into Wenyuan Pool. They drew everyone's attention with their commanding presence and swiftly suppressed the rebel uprising. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief, believing this farce would end without further incident. However, a cold, murderous female voice suddenly rang out across Wenyuan Pool. Everyone stop, or I'll kill him. As the words were spoken, silence fell all around. Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice. This glance could cost them their lives. The maidservant who had been serving Lin Ze now wore a face full of fierce intent, pressing a sharp blade against his throat. The expressions of everyone changed and tension filled the air. In this grand hall, anyone could die, even a prince could perish, but this young master from the Lin family, Lin Ze, absolutely must not come to harm. He was the last heir of the Lin family. If he died, Lin Ao would lose his final restraint and go completely mad. At that time, chaos would ensue throughout Bachin. Countless people, countless families would follow Lin Ze to the grave. You bold one, release that scoundrel this instant. Put down your weapons. If any harm comes to young Master Lin, your entire clan will be wiped out. Everyone present halted their actions, glancing at Lin Ze, who was held hostage by the maidservant in dread. The maidservant coldly smiled. Release. If I let go, will I still have my life? As she spoke, she pressed the blade even deeper, the sharp edge now touching Lin Ze's skin. If you don't want anything to happen to young Master Lin, it's best for all of you to behave. Especially you, Dog Emperor. I know your cultivation is profound. You can easily spare Lin Ze while taking my life. But my blade is at Lin Ze's throat. The moment you dare to move, I will exchange my life for his. I don't mind, my life is worthless, but young Master Lin. The Emperor of Beichen gazed deeply at the maidservant. Release, Ze. I can spare. The maidservant scolded, don't play tricks. Step back. And you all, back off. Everyone was highly alert like birds startled by the arrow, fearing that a single blow from the maidservant could destroy the future of the entire Beichen dynasty. But in this tense moment, Lin Ze, the person involved, remained exceptionally calm, lifting his wine cup and taking a sip. It was as if he was not the one experiencing life and death, but someone else. His demeanor was light and composed, creating a scene of tranquility amidst chaos. In stark contrast to the others at the Wenyuan pool, everyone was stunned. Seeing this, the maidservant laughed. It seems young Master Lin is not as ordinary as the rumors claim. At least this calmness in the face of danger is commendable. Lin Ze set down his wine cup and finally spoke. Not even coming down could prevent you from capturing me. I don't even know whether to call you lucky or unlucky. This plot of Lin Ze being taken hostage also occurred in the original book. However, that was because he had approached Xia Qinghe and was caught off guard by an assassin. Yet now he hadn't even come down and was still captured. And he was taken hostage right next to the emperor. Tisk Lin Ze still maintained that reputation. Amazing. As he spoke, the maidservant keenly noticed a faint imperceptible glow flashing across Lin Ze. Then Lin Ze himself began to appear somewhat ethereal. The maidservant's expression changed, her instincts warning her of a strong unease. She quickly tightened her grip on the blade, as if this was the only way to reassure herself. What do you mean? What I mean is... The maidservant's pupils suddenly contracted. For Lin Ze's voice suddenly appeared behind her, and the Lin Ze in front of her dropped a flurry of illusory feathers which eventually transformed into bubbles and vanished. This seems to be the Lin family's Tianyu 6 transformations. Body like feathers, shadow like illusions. This is at least the fourth transformation's realm. The fourth transformation? Does that mean? Exactly, to achieve the fourth transformation, young Master Lin's cultivation must at least reach the 6th level of the acquired realm. But didn't they say young Master Lin was only at the 3rd level of the acquired realm? This 6th level. This. Everyone stared blankly at Lin Ze, dumbfounded. Even the Emperor of Beichen seemed to be seeing his grandson for the first time, his eyes filled with astonishment. Just as everyone was in shock, something even more shocking occurred. They saw Lin Ze, whose illusory body had appeared behind the maidservant, extend his hand. The maidservant instinctively sensed danger and hurriedly tried to flee. However, in your next life, be more careful. Whoosh. A powerful suction suddenly emanated from the palm of Lin Ze. Boom. A gust of wind rose from the ground. Lin Ze's palm seemed to transform into a massive eye of the storm, drawing everything in the world into its vortex, mercilessly tearing them apart. A violent hurricane instantly swept through the Wenyuan pool, like waves crashing one after another, each wave overwhelming the last. The storm ripples stirred the entire Wenyuan pool into chaos. And in this storm, Lin Ze appeared as a demon, commanding the tempest, wielding the storm as he approached. His godlike, demonic pressure ravaged the Wenyuan pool along with the storm. Everyone felt as if a massive stone had pressed upon their hearts, making it heavy and hard to breathe. It was as if they were facing an apocalyptic disaster, feeling utterly powerless. And the maidservant facing the storm had already lost control, being swept toward the eye of the storm. In the tempest, she twisted and shrank. Until... snap! Lin Ze tightened his palm. A large pool of blood cascaded down from his hand. When he opened his hand again, fine particles floated down from the air, scattering into the pool of blood. Then, with a flash in his eyes, he casually flicked out streams of invisible sword energy. Whoosh! The sword energy divided into myriad forms, 1 into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into thousands. Countless sword energies howled through the Wenyuan pool, striking all the evildoers within at various peculiar angles and trajectories, piercing through their hearts or skulls, exiting their bodies. Off. No. Spare me. Sword energies flew about, severed heads rolled. One by one, the treacherous rebels perished under the invisible sword energies. The entire scene could only be described as a harvest. In less than a moment, all the rebellious thieves in the Wenyuan pool were left with only a few live prisoners subdued by the Imperial Guards. The rest lay dead. Corpses sprawled in the pool of blood. The eyes beheld a sea of red, crimson, scarlet. The stench of blood filled the entire Wenyuan pool. The entire Wenyuan pool was silent. Not a sound was heard. At this moment, everyone was speechless. They could only stare blankly at Lin Ze. Silence. Utter silence. The wind ceased over the pond, the trees rested in the forest. Even the surrounding air seemed to have stopped flowing. The entire Wenyuan pond appeared dead, plunged into the abyss of the nine netherworlds, a realm of absolute stillness. Only the quiet sound of the clear spring flowing outside the pond, stirring the murmuring water, still signaled that life had not completely perished here. None knew how long passed. Hiss. A series of terrified hisses finally broke the oppressive silence. Everyone looked at Lin Ze in sheer horror. Had they seen correctly just now? Did Lin Ze crush that assassin handmaiden into a pulp? Such a technique seemed to be the supreme realm of the old war gods' Eight Desolates Battle Art, commanding the Eight Desolates. No, it seemed even more profound than mere commanding the Eight Desolates. Hiss. Commanding the Eight Desolates is the eighth layer of the Eight Desolates Battle Art. Something more profound than that. Could it be? The ninth layer, the great perfection. The latest Hotian realm. Realizing this, everyone's hearts trembled violently. They opened their mouths wanting to speak. But in that moment, thousands of words swirled within them, incredibly complex, yet they knew not where to begin. All those myriad emotions eventually transformed into nothing but terrified exclamations and gasps. Everyone stared lost in a daze at the tall figure who was calmly wiping his hands, his face placid, as if he had only done a trivial matter. How dazzling, how brilliant was this figure before them? How domineering. Was this still the Lin Ze they knew, the unremarkable one at the third layer of the Hotian realm? Was this still the timid Lin Ze who feared the imperial palace? Was this still the useless Lin Ze who couldn't shoulder the burden, leaving the Lin family without a worthy successor? Everyone looked at each other, their hearts tossed about in turmoil, their minds in a daze, exchanging silent glances. At that moment, having finished wiping his hands, Lin Ze leisurely turned around and bowed to Emperor Bachin, saying, "I was negligent and acted too late, causing grandfather to be alarmed." Lin Ze's tone was calm and indifferent, still bearing the demeanor of a refined young master chatting cheerfully. Yet having witnessed Lin Ze's true nature, no one could ever regard him as an ordinary scion of a noble house again. Although Emperor Bachin remained expressionless and silent in the face of this sudden change, the fleeting, inscrutable glint in his eyes betrayed the turmoil within him. He stared fixedly at Lin Ze for a long time, finding no trace of the once timid grandson. Thus Lin Ze smiled, and Emperor Bachin remained silent. A strange, oppressive atmosphere instantly spread across Wenyuan Pond. Sensing this suffocating presence, everyone present also changed expression drastically, their bodies trembling. None of those invited to Wenyuan Pond today were fools. Lin Ze's earth-shattering transformation immediately made them realize a terrifying truth. That Lin Ze had never been a mediocre man, nor was he timid. He was a genius. No, an 18-year-old at the latest Hotian realm. This was a peerless prodigy, a seed of the innate realm destined to transcend the mundane and become a sage. This peerless prodigy had always known what he was doing and understood his own situation as well as the Lin family's. His timidity, his weakness, his unremarkable nature, all were false images he put on for the outside world. Everyone, including perhaps the old war god Lin Ao himself, had been deceived by Lin Ze. With such unparalleled talent, why would he disguise himself? Why would he deceive others? The answer was obvious. Everyone stealthily glanced at the silent Emperor Bachin. At this moment, the supreme founding emperor of Bachin was expressionless, an inscrutable glint flashing in his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Heaven's will is unfathomable. A sovereign's thoughts should never be guessed, for you can never be certain. A low, oppressive atmosphere slowly spread. Everyone shrank their necks. They had a premonition that Bachin would not remain peaceful from now on. However, just as everyone anticipated a great upheaval, Emperor Bachin burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha. Good. You've given me a great surprise, boy." Emperor Bachin's tone was filled with emotion and gratification. "I said it long ago. How could the bloodline of my Li family and the Lin family produce a mediocre person?" "Good, good, good," Emperor Bachin exclaimed excitedly, saying "good" 3 times. "Zaire, with such achievements today, your mother and worthy father-in-law would be comforted if they knew in the afterlife." Lin Ze apologized, saying, "I failed to inform grandfather in advance. I hope grandfather won't blame me." "How could I blame you?" Emperor Bachin sighed as he spoke. "The Lin family is the pillar that stabilizes my Bachin dynasty. How many ambitious rebels who wish to tear Bachin apart will target your Lin family? The descendants of the Lin family face this calamity. Alas, it is the incompetence of my Bachin court that has failed you. Zaire, I understand your situation. Oh, it's good that you are cautious. I'm glad grandfather understands." Emperor Bachin nodded with a smile and was about to speak again. Suddenly, one of the rebels, subdued by the imperial guard, spat, "Pah! You dog, Emperor! Hypocrite!" Before he could utter the word hypocritical, Emperor Bachin's gaze turned icy cold. He turned his head, his frigid glare like bone-chilling ice needles. Slap. The guard swiftly struck the rebel's face, knocking out his teeth. How dare you, to insult his majesty? Slap. Another slap landed on the other side, smashing his face into a bloody pulp, leaving him semi-conscious. The guard was about to continue striking. Emperor Baichen's authoritative voice arrived, carrying an icy draconic might. Drag them all away and keep them under tight guard. As you command. Several guards immediately escorted the surviving captives to the imperial prison. The remaining guards dragged the corpses of the assassins and rebels out of Wenyuan Pond. After the guards withdrew, Emperor Baichen's icy gaze swept across everyone present. For such an incident to occur tonight at Wenyuan Pond. The Imperial City Guard, the Mirror Department, the Inner Palace. What have you all been doing? For so many assassins and rebels to infiltrate, are you all blind or deaf? As Emperor Baichen's bone-chilling voice fell, the officials of the named departments, terrified and pale, knelt to the ground. Your Majesty, we knew nothing. We beg your Majesty for mercy. Mercy. Emperor Baichen, enraged, smashed his wine glass. The crisp sound echoed, plucking at everyone's heartstrings. Bang. Knew nothing. With so many assassins and rebels infiltrating the Golden Autumn Banquet, Baichen is practically a sieve, and you claim to know nothing. Is my entire Baichen court filled with nothing but useless fools? Emperor Baichen slammed the table hard, smashing the sturdy golden iron dragon desk in two. Your Majesty, forgive us. Forgive us. We will investigate thoroughly to the very end. Oomph. Listen while I care not whether you knew or not. I give you only 1 day. If you cannot uncover the truth within a day, bring me your heads. As you command. I give you only 1 day. If you cannot uncover the truth within a day, bring me your heads. As you command. The representatives from the 3 factions wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads in fear. After that, they exchanged glances, having already decided to investigate each other thoroughly and clear their names. After addressing the 3 factions, the gaze of Emperor Baichen fell upon the students of Baichen Academy. The students were instantly filled with dread, fearing they might be implicated. They had just witnessed the situation. Among those thieves, many had emerged from the ranks of the successful candidates from their autumn examination. If the matter were to be pursued, none from Baichen Academy would be able to wash their hands clean. Baichen Academy. While they were anxiously pondering, Emperor Baichen spoke up. The prestigious First Academy of Baichen, the talent cultivation center of my Baichen, actually harbors such filth. This truly pains me. Master Lu. Master Lu was startled here. I am weary. I do not wish to say much more. Considering the many years of hard work and contributions of Baichen Academy in nurturing talent for our Baichen dynasty, I grant you an opportunity. Thoroughly investigate Baichen Academy. Clean it inside and out. Such occurrences must absolutely not happen again. Master Lu breathed a sigh of relief. As you command. We will certainly conduct a thorough investigation of the entire academy and will not disappoint your grace. Emperor Baichen nodded. Finally, his gaze fell on Lin Ze, who had shone brightly today. Zaire, you have accomplished great merit by slaying the rebels. Those who have merit are never overlooked by me. Speak, what do you desire? Whether high office or marrying the princess, I can fulfill your wishes. Upon hearing this, Lin Ze's heart stirred. A sleepyhead had arrived with a pillow. He had been worried about how to approach the royal library. Rebels should be eradicated, and Lin Ze merely did what he was supposed to. He does not deserve high office or wealth. If my grandfather truly wishes to reward me, then let me enter the royal library for half a day. Emperor Baichen raised an eyebrow. He was not surprised by Lin Ze's request. From Lin Ze's previous actions, the emperor had at least seen the shadows of 5 martial arts techniques. 8 Desolate Battle Technique, Heavenly Feather, 6 Illusions, Shadowless, Sword Point, 10,000 Forms, Dragon Capture Technique, and Swift Wind, True Chi. Moreover, each of them had reached an extremely profound level. For Lin Ze to have cultivated these 5 techniques to such a realm at such a young age, he must not only be an unparalleled genius, but also a martial arts fanatic. The reason for his raised eyebrow was not that he thought Lin Ze's request was too difficult or harsh, but rather that it seemed too simple. Half a day in the royal library. In half a day, even if one has extraordinary talent to forcefully memorize the contents of the techniques, how many can one actually remember? The specific meridian pathways for high-level techniques are precise to the smallest detail. A slight mistake can lead to chaotic meridians or even demonic deviation. In half a day at most, one could memorize a complete mid-grade technique. Thus Emperor Baichen shook his head. If I agree to this request, it would seem I am being too stingy as a royal. Yet Emperor Baichen could not have imagined that there exists a level of divine perception that defies logic. Half a day. Half a day is too much for Lin Ze. With just half an hour, Lin Ze would sweep through the entire royal library clean. Emperor Baichen then said, Zaire, with your keen talent and love for martial arts as your grandfather, I am naturally willing to support you. I hope to see a transcendent being arise from the bloodline of our Li family. However, half a day is too short. Cultivation should be measured and not rushed lest inner demons arise. How about 3 days? Is 3 days sufficient? It is. Emperor Baichen removed the token from his waist and handed it to Lin Ze. With this token you may access the 3rd floor of the library at will. Seeing the token being handed to him, Lin Ze felt as if he saw 50 points of talent progress beckoning him. He hurriedly accepted it. Thank you, grandfather. If grandfather has no other matters, Lin Ze will take his leave now. Emperor Baichen waved his hand. With such an incident occurring, I have no mood to continue the autumn banquet. Go on, go on. Lin Ze takes his leave. After saying this, Lin Ze's figure gradually faded, transforming into a flurry of illusory feathers that dissipated in place. Emperor Baichen continued to watch Lin Ze leave with a cheerful expression. No one knew what kind of emotions lay hidden beneath the emperor's mask at that moment. After Lin Ze departed, Emperor Baichen's expression gradually returned to calm. He cast a glance at the people in the 1 yuan pool. With a flick of his sleeve, he departed. We bid farewell to your majesty. Emperor Baichen also left. With their departure, the atmosphere in the 1 yuan pool instantly brightened. Many people breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. I never expected that our Baichen dynasty actually harbored such a true dragon. He hid it so deeply that we were all deceived. He was once young and reckless, yet in his youth, he could maintain a facade for 10 years, such composure. I can't imagine he is only 18 years old. Based on past events, does that mean? When he was merely 8 years old, he already realized the downfall of the Lin family, leading him to hide his talents and bide his time. Hiss, is there truly someone like Lin Ze in this world, a prodigy of such early wisdom? Tis, compared to his temperament, his talent is even more terrifying. He is only 18. At 18, he has already surpassed countless heroes with decades of hard work, achieving the peak of innate abilities. Such qualifications and roots, not to mention Baichen, even looking back at the previous dynasty of Wuan, there is no unrivaled prodigy who can compare to Lin Ze. Not only in terms of cultivation, but his mastery of techniques is equally impressive. The 9th level of the 8 Desolate Battle technique, and that profound shadowless sword point, by no means could one reach this level even if they started cultivating from the womb. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never believe there would be such a world-shaking genius as Lin Ze. Everyone spoke of Lin Ze, discussing him as the center of attention. As for the emperor's anger and the 3 factions, no one paid attention anymore. From the moment Lin Ze took action, the main character and nature of this banquet had already changed. People were discussing Lin Ze. In her white dress, like a proud snow-cold plum, Xia Qing has stood alone by the 1 yuan pool, leaning against the railing, listening to the wind with the spring water, playing with shadows, creating a beautiful scene. She listened to the discussions about Lin Ze and watched the direction he left, her beautiful eyes shimmering with ripples radiating brilliance. Lin Ze of the Lin family, with a terrifying temperament and unparalleled talent, is indeed the most dazzling genius she has ever seen in her life. But she still cannot comprehend. What did Lin Ze's gaze towards her really mean? At this moment, Lin Ze, whom everyone was talking about, had boldly entered the Imperial Library of the Northern Qin Dynasty, the largest repository of cultivation techniques. Upon entering the library, Lin Ze immediately began a sweeping raid. Regardless of the quality or type of the techniques, he grabbed a book and started flipping through it. As he flipped through the pages, the talent had already been loaded. Lin Ze put down the book and picked up another. Repeating this cycle, Lin Ze quickly finished browsing the entire 1st floor of the library. One must admit the Imperial family truly lived up to their name. There were over 300 mortal-grade low-tier techniques alone. Although mortal-grade low-tier techniques were common and many overlapped with the Lin family's collection. Even so, Lin Ze's talent progress increased by a full 13 points. The progress of his divine comprehension reached 26. The progress was encouraging. At this rate, gaining 50 points was a certainty. Thus, Lin Ze decisively ran up to the 2nd floor and continued flipping through books one by one. Continue. Lin Ze ran up to the 3rd floor. Like the Lin family's library, the 3rd floor of the Imperial Library housed the most precious mortal-grade high-tier techniques. Outside the door, 2 Imperial Guardians stood watch to prevent theft. However, Lin Ze carried the token of the Northern Qin Emperor. The 2 Guardians glanced at him and then opened the door to let him in. Young master, mortal-grade high-tier techniques are precious. You are only allowed to study them here. They cannot be borrowed and taken out. By His Majesty's decree, you have 3 days for enlightenment. After 3 days, we will remind you on time. Lin Ze nodded and stepped into the third floor of the Imperial Library. With a series of clanks, the heavy doors slowly closed. Inside the third floor, 8 high platforms were arranged in parallel. On each platform lay a precious mortal-grade high-tier technique. Each was a signature art of the Imperial family which had been used over the years to win over many experts. The technique Lin Ze most desired, the 9 Extremities Life Acupoint Needle, was among them. With your terrifying comprehension that borders on the Tao, the 9 Extremities Life Acupoint Needle has been fully deciphered and deduced to the 10th needle. 9 Extremities Life Acupoint Needle Lv.9. Grand Perfection. A surge of mysterious life force flooded into Lin Ze's body, and secrets concerning the mysteries of the human body poured into his mind. Lin Ze's eyes lit up. What a treasure! Only after comprehending the 10th level of the 9 Extremities Life Acupoint Needle did he realize he had underestimated this technique. The 9 Extremities Life Acupoint Needle could both heal and kill. This medical technique gathered methods such as acupoint striking, meridian sealing, and qi transmission, all related to the profound workings of the human body. It allowed Lin Ze to understand every acupoint, every meridian, and every breath of qi in the human body with greater clarity. While enabling precise treatment and targeted remedies, it could also turn life into death, killing without a trace. Indeed, in any world, doctors are always the ones who best understand killing. After this reflection, Lin Ze turned his gaze to the remaining 7 techniques. Among the remaining 7 techniques, there was a fist art, the Fierce Heart King Fist, a palm art, the Soul-Shattering Divine Palm, a body-tempering method, the Minor Thunder Flame True Body. The other 4 were of little use to Lin Ze, so he took them merely to boost his talent progress and gain a few extra skills. After a bout of browsing, the talent progress reached 62,100, leaving 38 points to reach Lv.3. As the talent progress increased after absorbing and strengthening so many techniques, Lin Ze's life force made another breakthrough. Boom! A vast pressure erupted like a bursting flood. Intense vital energy radiated, coalescing into a pillar of life force that vaguely formed the silhouette of a primordial beast. A savage, primal, ancient aura shattered the barriers of time and space, as if this terrifying beast was about to descend from a distant prehistoric era. A destructive wave spread throughout the entire palace. At that moment, everyone's heart tightened, feeling as if they were being targeted by some terrifying prehistoric beast. A chill ran down their spines, and a shudder swept through their entire bodies. The 2 Imperial Guardians closest to the wave turned pale instantly. The beast's breath, seemingly right beside them, made their bodies tremble uncontrollably. They completely lost control over their own lives. In their days, they thought a natural disaster had struck and their lives were about to end. But this violent wave came and went quickly, so fast that it felt like an illusion to everyone. It vanished in a flash. The 2 Guardians sighed in relief, still shaken. They exchanged perplexed glances. Just now, you felt it too? Not sure, but I felt something staring at me. A chill crept into my heart uncontrollably, making me feel cold all over and my hair stand on end. That feeling was 100 times more terrifying than facing an enraged emperor. I felt the same. It seems it wasn't an illusion. If so, the 2 looked at each other and exclaimed in horror. Could it be that a legendary innate divine being passed by our northern Qin dynasty? The 2 didn't know that their casual guess was extremely close to the truth. Although Lin Ze was not yet at the innate stage, he was not far off. To enter the innate stage, one must condense essence, energy, and spirit, merging the 3 flowers into one. Thus, the 9 levels of the acquired stage first refine the body to build essence, then refine essence into energy, and finally train qi to nurture spirit. Ultimately, one achieves spiritual clarity, using spirit to command essence, essence to nourish energy, and energy to nurture spirit, forging the cycle of the 3 flowers, and returning to the innate unity. Previously, Lin Ze's half-step innate state was achieved by piling up countless mental techniques and skills, bypassing the 3-flower cycle in a cheating manner to first condense the flower of energy. Now, after sweeping through the Imperial Library, he had deduced and upgraded various high-level body-tempering techniques, forcibly condensing the flower of essence. Now Lin Ze was only one step away from the innate divine being, the flower of spirit. This gave Lin Ze a new idea for advancing to the innate stage: collect techniques that strengthen mental awareness and spirit. By accumulating mental-type techniques, perhaps he could directly advance to the innate stage without waiting for the completion of the Phantom Moon 7 records more than 20 days later. However, mental-type techniques were hard to find. The entire Imperial Library had only a few. While he was back to square one, he still had to continue searching for the next repository of techniques. He had plundered the two largest collections in the northern Qin dynasty. Who should be next? Half a day later, Lin Ze emerged from seclusion. Creak, creak, creak. The heavy doors to the third floor of the scripture library slowly swung open. The two royal guardians looked utterly bewildered. Young master, you finished reviewing them already. How much time had passed? It seemed like only half a day, didn't it? I've gained some insights which are more than sufficient. With that, Lin Ze returned the Beichen Emperor's token to the two royal guardians. Then he dissolved into a cascade of illusory feathers and vanished from the spot. The two took the token and stood there stunned for a long time. He just left like that. He only used half of the allotted 3 days. This young Master Lin. After all, he's the sole heir of the Lin family. With the human-grade extreme 8 Desolates Battle Art at his disposal, it's only natural he looks down on our royal family's human-grade superior manuals. Neither of them believed Lin Ze had memorized all 8 human-grade superior manuals in just half a day. One manual would be the absolute limit. A human-grade superior manual was no trifling matter. Unless a rare human-grade extreme appeared, it was the pinnacle of martial arts accessible to the postnatal realm. Each of these manuals was profoundly abstruse, with incredibly complex energy circulation paths. Memorizing even one in half a day would be a mark of extraordinary talent. Thus, it never crossed their minds that Lin Ze had memorized all the manuals, let alone comprehended them all. They simply assumed he had inherited a human-grade extreme art and looked down on the human-grade superior ones. But one guard suddenly realized, did you sense Lin Ze's departure just now? Having been stationed on the third floor of the scripture library, they had been out of contact with the outside world for a long time and were still unaware of the events at Wenyuan Pond. The emperor's decree had only instructed them to open the third floor for 3 days and not to slight Lin Ze. The other guard said with a grim expression, no. Lin Ze has cultivated the Lin family's heavenly feather 6 illusions to an extremely profound level. Moreover, when he came out just now, he gave me an overwhelming sense of invincibility, as if there was no opening to exploit. As if this person was all-powerful, eerily so. The guard's perception was not mistaken. Currently, Lin Ze possessed the human-grade extreme 8 Desolates Battle Art for his inner cultivation method, the human-grade superior Heavenly Feather 6 illusions for his movement technique, the human-grade superior minor Thunderflame true body for body refinement, and his finger fist and palm techniques were all human-grade superior martial arts. He was a perfectly rounded grandmaster-level all-rounder. The only shortcoming was that the royal family also possessed a human-grade extreme sword art. If Lin Ze could learn it, he would become an absolute killing machine. Unfortunately, it was not exchangeable. Like the Lin family's 8 Desolates Battle Art, that sword art was a direct lineage secret taught only to the Li family's direct descendants and never passed on to outsiders. Lin Ze, being of a different surname, had no hope of obtaining it. So that means this Lin Ze might. Don't overthink it. The fact that Lin Ze came to the scripture library and didn't bother to conceal his cultivation level suggests that earth-shattering changes have already occurred outside. It's just that we stuck here don't know about them. Then we're just a couple of lowly guards for the scripture library. Why trouble ourselves with so much? The Lin family's affairs have been going on for a long time. Let's just wait and see. True. The Lin residence. Lin Ao was sitting with his eyes closed, circulating his energy, quietly regulating his breath, and soothing his restless old injuries. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps rang out. Lin Ao's eyes snapped open, ending his meditation. He sat calmly in his armchair, rolling a jade Buddha bead in his hand, still the same commanding, undying war god. Before long, the maidservant Xiao Chui rushed in, panting heavily. Master, something happened at the palace. As soon as she spoke, crack, bang, one of the Buddha beads in Lin Ao's hand developed a deep crack. His eyes locked onto Xiao Chui, a faint murderous aura brewing and settling in his gaze. What happened? Isn't Lao Mo at the palace too? Lin Ao asked, trying to stay calm. But Xiao Chui could still hear the mad, murderous intent lurking beneath his words. Xiao Chui shuddered. To prevent Lin Ao from misunderstanding, she quickly and succinctly explained, assassins disrupted the Golden Autumn Banquet. But then the young master stepped in and killed all the assassins. In reward, the emperor granted the young master 3 days of study in the scripture library. Hearing this, Lin Ao's murderous intent vanished in an instant, replaced by profound bewilderment. The young master stepped in and killed all the assassins. He knew his own family's situation. His young grandson Lin Ze had some talent, but he was far inferior to those assassins who could infiltrate the Golden Autumn Banquet. Are you sure it was the young master who acted? Lin Ao's voice was thick with deep suspicion. And who could blame him? When Xiao Chui first received the news, she was equally stunned. Wasn't the young master merely a cultivator at the third level of the postnatal realm? How could he have slain the assassins at the Golden Autumn Banquet? And how had he suddenly transformed into the widely acclaimed extraordinary prodigy of remarkable fortitude who had bided his time and hidden his talents for years? Was this still the same young master Lin Ze she knew? Yet the messenger had confirmed the news repeatedly. The shocking change in young master Lin Ze had been witnessed by everyone at the Golden Autumn Banquet. It could not be false. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xiao Chui had rushed to inform Lin Ao. She quickly added, "It's true. Everyone who returned from the Golden Autumn Banquet saw it. It was the young master who acted. Our people have also verified the authenticity of this news." Lin Ao fell silent for a moment. "Tell me the whole story from beginning to end clearly, and don't leave out a single word." "Yes." Xiao Chui organized her thoughts and explained the reported events one by one. This is how it happened. At first, the young master and his majesty entered the Golden Autumn Banquet together. Then, until that assassin disguised as a maidservant suddenly struck and took the young master hostage. That's when the young master finally acted. According to them, the young master directly used the divine power of the Eight Desolates Battle Art, drawing that assassin in. As she spoke, Xiao Chui even imitated Lin Ze's gesture, clenching her right fist. Like this, he crushed him in his palm, turning him into a pool of blood. Lin Ao squinted. What Xiao Chui described was precisely a method of using the Lin family's secret Eight Desolates Battle Arts subdue Eight Desolates technique, unique to the entire Beichen kingdom. And currently only 2 people in all of Beichen knew the Eight Desolates Battle Art. One was himself Lin Ao, and the other was naturally the Lin family's sole descendant Lin Ze. But the subdue Eight Desolates technique required at least the 8th level of the postnatal realm and the 8th layer of the art's cultivation to execute. His young grandson was only at the 2nd layer. Xiao Chui added, "Oh, and they said the young master also used the Heavenly Feather 6 illusions, reaching a very profound level." Lin Ao found it all absurd. Suddenly the world seemed to have changed. He was silent for a moment. Where is the young master now? His Majesty rewarded him with 3 days of study in the scripture library. He is there now. Go summon Lin Wei back. I want to ask him personally what exactly happened at the Golden Autumn Banquet. Yes. At dawn, the faint light of morning broke the silence of the night. A few gentle rays fell upon the palace gate, illuminating the figure that slowly approached from the darkness. Lin Mo turned his head, his gaze complex, as he watched Lin Ze walk slowly toward him. During this half-day, Lin Mo, who had been guarding the palace gate, had already learned the full story of the Golden Autumn Banquet. At this moment, looking at the familiar figure he had watched grow up, Lin Mo felt only a sense of strangeness. Shock, doubt, lament, admiration, all surged within him. He stepped forward. Having held back all night, he had much to say to Lin Ze. "Young master." Lin Ze smiled at him. "Uncle Mo, let's talk back home. I've been away all night. Grandfather must be anxious." Lin Mo glanced around. The palace guards cast probing looks at them. In the darkness, untouched by the morning light, squads of spies from various factions kept their eyes fixed on the gate. Yes, he suppressed his doubts and guided Lin Ze into the carriage. Then a luxurious carriage bathed in the first light of dawn and covered in the dew of the night departed under the watchful eyes of many. At the Lin residence. "Oh, young master, you're back." The maid Xiao Chui was surprised. "Why did you not wish for my return?" Xiao Chui shook her head repeatedly. "No, I meant, aren't you supposed to be at the Imperial Library? It's only been half a day. I finished reading, so I came back." Xiao Chui pouted. "Oh, she might not be highly cultivated or knowledgeable, but she was no fool. Finishing the Imperial Library in half a day." Wicked young master lying to her again. If he didn't want to say, he could just not. "Where is grandfather?" "Oh, right, the master is waiting for you in the main hall." Lin Ze nodded and walked toward the main hall with Lin Mo. Before leaving, he turned back and said, "Bring a set of silver needles. Send them to the main hall later." Yes. At the Lin family's main hall, Lin Ao had been waiting for some time. After learning from Lin Wei about what happened at the Golden Autumn Banquet, Lin Ao had not slept a wink all night, neglecting even his own injuries. He waited only to question Lin Ze thoroughly. Grandson Lin Ze pays respects to grandfather. Lin Ao looked up and scrutinized Lin Ze carefully. The overwhelming pressure of a peak-acquired stage cultivator was released instantly. Boom. Within the main hall, winds rose from the ground, a tempest erupted. Waves of fierce, spiritual pressure swept the earth, bending the ancient trees in the courtyard. Amid this storm, the clashing of arms, the ring of blades and spears, the chilling autumn wind. A terrifying aura of a general slaughter filled the heavens and earth, suddenly engulfing the entire Lin residence. In the sky, clouds surged and gathered. The heavens above the Lin residence turned dark and lifeless. Rumble. Thunder brewed within. A suffocating dread rose in everyone's hearts. In a daze it felt as if a doomsday calamity was about to descend, sweeping through the mortal world. Faced with this terrifying might, even Lin Ze, an 8th level acquired stage expert, could not help but feel his blood surge as he channeled his energy to resist. Yet Lin Ze remained composed, his expression unchanged. A folding fan in hand, a gentle breeze soothed the air. Lin Ze let out a long sigh and withdrew the overwhelming spiritual pressure. Even with his full strength, he could not see through this grandson of his. "You rascal," Lin Ze sighed, about to speak. Suddenly, Lin Ze burst into action. Swoosh! His figure dissolved into feathers, vanishing from where he stood. In its place, a blood-colored, killing aura commanding all directions surged toward Lin Ze. Slay! For an instant it felt like 1,000 troops were thundering. But Lin Ze merely wielded his folding fan, blocking, sweeping, and fanning with casual grace. He effortlessly deflected all of Lin Ze's attacks. Seeing this, a sharp light flickered in Lin Ze's eyes. He elevated the realm of the Eight Desolates Battle Art again and again. His power surged higher and higher. His attacks grew fiercer and more ferocious. Their figures flickered and shifted within the Lin family's main hall. Their speed was so great that even Lin Ze, a mighty 8th level acquired stage expert, could not follow. Lin Ze could only marvel and sigh repeatedly. Our Lin family has a worthy successor. After a moment, Lin Ze and Lin Ze stopped simultaneously. Lin Ze stroked his beard, both amazed and gratified. "Good lad, Heavenly Feather 6 Illusions, 8 Desolates Battle Art, and the Invisible Sword Finger. You've quietly perfected them all. No wonder you could hide for so many years without being discovered. Even I, a peak acquired stage cultivator who has watched you grow, was fooled." Lin Ze smiled. The Lin family is a tall tree that attracts the wind, surrounded by enemies on all sides. If I hadn't pretended, certain people wouldn't have been at ease, and I wouldn't have had the chance to wait until today. Hearing Lin Ze speak of the Lin family's troubles, Lin Ze's expression darkened. He gave Lin Ze a deep look and sighed. "Caution is good." With that, Lin Ze dropped the subject. "That you have achieved so much brings me great comfort. From now on, who will dare say the Lin family lacks a worthy heir? Who will dare say my grandson is unfit for great things?" He continued, "I had worried you wouldn't be able to take care of yourself. So I sent you to the Golden Autumn Banquet to secure an official position. Now it seems your sudden agreement to attend was a plan to assert yourself forcefully." Lin Ze chuckled. "Not entirely. Oh, my main reason for going to the palace was, she is here." Just then Xiao Chui arrived at the main hall with a set of silver needles. "Young master, here are the silver needles you requested." Lin Ze took the needles and said to Lin Ze, "This is the main reason I went to the palace." At this, both Lin Ze and Lin Ze were stunned for a moment. They stared at the set of silver needles. Ordinary, nothing like a legendary divine weapon. Lin Ze went to the palace just for a set of silver needles. Impossible. The two fell silent, pondering for a long while. Then a possibility struck them, making their hearts skip a beat. The palace silver needles. Could it be? You know medicine. Meeting their slightly surprised gazes, Lin Ze said, "In the martial world, one can never have too many skills. I am young, I learn a bit of everything, dabbling in various fields. It will all come in handy one day. Besides, grandfather's injuries have always been a concern of mine. Over the years, I have studied medical arts, preparing for the day your old wounds flare up, so I won't be helpless. And now, grandfather, there's no need to hide. My eyes have cultivated the azure jade spirit pupil. Your injuries have clearly reached a point where they can no longer be suppressed." Hearing this, Lin Ze's hand stroking his beard froze instantly. The azure jade spirit pupil was a human-grade mid-rank eye technique treasured by the Lin family. This technique demanded high talent and was prone to harming the eyes, making cultivation extremely difficult. But once mastered, it granted the power to observe the minutest details, see through an opponent's energy flow and meridians, and seize the initiative. If Lin Ze had truly cultivated the azure jade spirit pupil, he likely knew about Lin Ze's injuries from the very beginning. "I thought this matter was known only to old Mo." Lin Ze sighed deeply. Lin Ze, with a solemn expression, asked Lin Ze, "Since young master knows, is there a way to heal father?" His tone was slightly urgent. Lin Ze had to hurry. Ever since Lin Ze brought him out of the battlefield, he had been following Lin Ze in battles across the north and south until their retreat. The two had been together for nearly a century. To Lin Ze, he was a revered war god, his lord, to whom he served, a mentor who taught him to grow up, a strict elder brother, and his closest family. Lin Ze's hidden injuries had always been a source of worry for him. Of course, Lin Ze gave an affirmative answer. Over the years I have studied medicine, and I have already gained insight into grandfather's injuries. What I lack now is merely a profound technique for acupuncture. And I went to the royal palace this time to acquire the 9 Extremities Mystic Needle from the Imperial Medical Office. With the techniques from the 9 Extremities Mystic Needle along with my cultivation, it will be enough to heal the accumulated hidden injuries in grandfather's body. Upon hearing this, both Lin Ao and Lin Mo were stunned for a moment. Xiao Chui beside them understood why young master had returned so quickly. During this half-day, young master did not go to learn royal martial arts. He merely went to find the acupuncture techniques from the 9 Extremities Mystic Needle. Young master. Xiao Chui suddenly felt a pang of sadness. Clearly, young master was an once-in-a-generation genius, and he had always cared about everyone in the Lin family. He had always known about father's injuries and was aware of the situation in the Lin family. Yet he had to restrain himself, pretending to be ordinary, continuously working hard in the shadows. Clearly, he was at the age of youthful exuberance. This was too unfair for a young genius. After a moment of daze, both Lin Ao and Lin Mo were touched. In their minds, the image of a young genius enduring humiliation for the family and loved ones forging ahead became increasingly vivid. You, son, these years have been hard on you. Seeing the expressions of the few, Lin Ze felt helpless in his heart. He couldn't just say he had just learned the 9 Extremities Mystic Needle, could he? Learning the 9 Extremities Mystic Needle in half a day's time and reaching a level sufficient to treat Lin Ao was beyond what the word genius could explain. The power of a godlike comprehension had exceeded the limits of human understanding, belonging to an anti-human and anti-rule level. Lin Ze could only say, as long as grandfather is safe, that's enough. Then I will begin the treatment. Throughout the process, please do not resist, clear your mind, or unexpected situations may arise. With that, Lin Ze held the silver needle and entered the state. The aura surrounding him became profound, like an abyss unfathomable. At the same time, Lin Ze's eyes turned into a translucent jade color. The shimmering blue light seemed capable of piercing everything, seeing through the surface to the essence. The jade spirit eye has been activated. Lin Ao felt gratified. Seeing you like this now, I have no regrets. You can boldly try. With that, Lin Ao closed his eyes, completely letting go. Seeing this, Lin Ze activated the 9 Extremities Mystic Needle. The silver needles at this moment seemed to come alive, flexibly swirling around Lin Ao, releasing wisps of vibrant white energy. This white energy infiltrated everywhere, constantly nourishing Lin Ao's deteriorating body, repairing the accumulated hidden injuries and damaged meridians within him. Under Lin Ze's immense strength, which was infinitely close to innate power, the redness on Lin Ao's face surfaced at an observable speed. Following that, silver needles pierced into specific acupuncture points. Droplets of dark brown blood instantly seeped out along the needle's tip. Hiss! The dark brown blood seemed to contain a certain highly corrosive poison. One drop fell to the ground and immediately emitted a sizzling, boiling sound. Drip! Drip! Hiss! As the dark brown blood flowed out, Lin Ao's complexion gradually turned pale. Lin Ze continued to channel several streams of spiritual energy into Lin Ao's meridians, using the special techniques of the 9 Extremities Mystic Needle to guide the circulation of spiritual energy within Lin Ao. After several cycles back and forth, Lin Ao's complexion gradually shifted from pale to rosy. The accumulated hidden injuries within were slowly being expelled and repaired. His vitality was restored to its former strength. Whoosh! Lin Ze withdrew the needles. All done. Indeed, Lin Ao's hidden injuries were quite severe. However, with Lin Ze's current cultivation that was infinitely close to innate level in the realm of the 10th needle of the 9 Extremities Mystic Needle, he handled it with ease. In less than a quarter of an hour, Lin Ao's accumulated hidden injuries were treated to a large extent. Next, he only needed to recuperate for a while, calm his mind, and recover to be safe and sound. Lin Ao opened his eyes and carefully sensed his current physical condition. The spiritual energy circulated smoothly, the meridians were relaxed, and he felt as if he had shed a heavy burden. His entire body felt relaxed. Lin Ao was dumbfounded. He said in disbelief, "Is this all it takes?" One must know that these hidden injuries had accumulated from the battlefield, burdening him for many years. Even with his postnatal 9th layer cultivation, he often felt fatigued and anxious, frequently unable to sleep at night. He had also gone to the palace to secretly test the current imperial physician, but with such an injury, even the imperial physician had no solution. Over the years, Lin Ao had long since lost hope of healing these hidden injuries and had never imagined that Lin Ze would be able to completely cure him. After all, Lin Ze was only 18 years old, or at the age of 18, being able to bring the 8 Desolation Battle technique to perfection was already remarkable. How could he have much energy to delve into medicine to surpass the current imperial physician? Lin Ao had let Lin Ze try, thinking it was merely an attempt. Yet he never expected that Lin Ze would actually cure him effortlessly. Does this not mean that aside from his profound cultivation and astonishing martial arts, Lin Ze's medical skills had already surpassed that of the old imperial physician who had studied medicine for over 100 years? Thinking of this, even after years of breath cultivation, Lin Ao could not help but feel a tsunami in his heart. People say Lin Ao is exceptionally gifted, unparalleled, and expected to break through to the innate divine realm within 200 years. But compared to his little grandson, this exceptionally gifted genius seemed like a true mediocre person. This young man was 18 years old at the peak of postnatal. At 18, he was still struggling at the fourth layer of postnatal. This young man at 18 was proficient in both martial arts and medicine and had reached a state of perfection. At 18, he had just barely grasped the third layer of the Eight Desolation Battle technique, and there was no need to mention other techniques. This young man at 18 endured humiliation, concealed his brilliance, tempered his indestructible character, and astonished the world. At 18, so I better not to mention it. Just comparing these, it seems I am unworthy of the title genius. This little grandson of mine, TSK, a true prodigy, a true monster. Lin Ao was thoroughly convinced in his heart. At the same time, an endless sense of pride and comfort welled up within him, for such a prodigy was his own blood. He was the heir of the Lin family. The Lin family had a worthy successor. In old age, one's desires were few, simply that their descendants establish careers and families, and that the family legacy flourish. For someone like Lin Ao, who aged prematurely due to injuries and faced the decline of his clan, his wishes were even fewer. He only hoped Lin Ze could protect himself well, and beyond that he wanted nothing else. Yet now Lin Ze had exceeded his expectations by thousands or even tens of thousands of times. How could Lin Ao not feel proud and comforted? Just then Lin Mo, seeing Lin Ao's improved complexion, hastily asked, "Master, how do you feel now?" Lin Ao laughed heartily, a laugh full of vigor. "I feel better than ever before, as if a burden of hundreds of pounds has been lifted, leaving me light and utterly at ease." "Good lad, you've given me another great surprise." Lin Ze said, "It's not fully healed, yet you still need quiet recuperation for a while to recover completely." "All right, I'll listen to you." Having healed Lin Ao, Lin Ze added, "Also, there's another matter. I recall that among those who retired from the battlefield with you, there were many wounded soldiers, weren't there?" On the battlefield, circumstances changed in an instant, and everything was urgent. Thus, many of Lin Ao's personal guards had incurable ailments preventing them from fully utilizing their strength. After retiring, these guards stayed with the Lin army for a few days before voluntarily leaving the capital to avoid disgracing the Lin army and burdening their comrades. However, Lin Ao never mistreated the brothers who had fought alongside him on the battlefield. Although these guards insisted on leaving the capital and refused to stay, Lin Ao would send them subsidies during festivals to improve their lives. Thus, the guards remembered the Lin family's kindness and maintained contact with Lin Ao. Whenever he summoned them, even if they could no longer wield a blade, they would rush to contribute their modest strength. And indeed, that was the case. In the original story, when the Lin family faced trouble, these wounded soldiers heard the news, and without waiting for Lin Ao's summons, traveled day and night to support the Lin family. Once a soldier of the Lin army, always a soldier of the Lin army. They were the Lin family's steadfast pillars. Now that Lin Ze had the ability, he had to activate this hidden force. On one hand, it would naturally enhance the Lin family's strength. On the other hand, with the talent of divine-level comprehension, Lin Ze was destined to collect techniques from across the world to fill the vast gaps in his knowledge. Therefore, he needed more loyal allies to help him gather these techniques. When Lin Ao heard Lin Ze suddenly mention the wounded soldiers, his first thought was that Lin Ze, with his superb medical skills, might be able to heal them. These personal guards who had fallen ill due to years of campaigning had always been a regret in Lin Ao's heart. If he could cure them, it would resolve one of his greatest regrets. However, Lin Ao cast a deep glance at Lin Ze. A flicker of strangeness passed through his eyes, but in a moment he asked casually, "Their injuries are mostly old wounds that missed the chance for treatment. Are you sure you can heal them?" Lin Ze said conservatively, "I can't guarantee it, but at least 80%. With his current cultivation and mastery of the 9 Extremes life-profound needle technique, as long as it wasn't a terminal illness rare in the world, Lin Ze was confident he could cure it." Hearing this, Lin Ao, usually stern, couldn't hide his joy. Today was a good day. Since Lin Ze's return, Lin Ao's face had hardly been without a smile. "Good, good, good." Lin Ao said 3 goods in a row, showing his inner elation. "Old Mo, go summon them quickly." "Yes, master." Concerned for the wounded guards, Lin Ze was very eager. Before his words faded, he had already turned into a gust of wind and left the main mansion. Lin Ze then said, "Xiao Chui, make arrangements and prepare food for 2,000 people in the mansion." Yes. Xiao Chui also left. Only Lin Ze and his grandfather Lin Ze remained in the main mansion. Lin Ze's joyful expression instantly dissipated. After dismissing Lin Ze and Xiao Chui, he looked at Lin Ze with a serious face. "Gathering the old wounded soldiers and healing them all. You must understand what this means." The personal guards who had fought alongside Lin Ze were all battle-hardened elites with superb martial skills. Moreover, after so many years, hardly any of them had a cultivation level below the 5th layer of the Hotian realm. If so many elite warriors were healed, it would mean the Lin family would gain at least 2,000 powerful private soldiers. And this would inevitably cause turmoil in the entire Beichen court. As the war god of Beichen, Lin Ze was not only formidable in military strategy, but also keen in political acumen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have withdrawn after founding the nation, giving opportunities to others to dilute the Lin family's influence. From the moment Lin Ze mentioned treating the wounded soldiers, Lin Ze sensed something amiss. This young grandson of his had bided his time for years only to reveal his hand today through the assassin incident and propose healing the wounded soldiers. His goal was definitely not just to treat the wounded. Lin Ze was not surprised by Lin Ze's reaction. Lin Ze had always been upright, loyal to the country, and adhered to the propriety between ruler and subject. He was particularly sensitive to military and political matters. Lin Ze replied decisively, "I know." Lin Ze was silent for a moment. "I don't know what you intend to do, but I am old and you have proven your ability and character to me. This Lin family will eventually be handed over to you." Lin Ze began to retwirl the azure jade prayer beads, now showing cracks. "Do what you want to do boldly. Your grandfather will always support you. But remember one thing, we Lins stand upright and act with integrity. Some things, if done, are done, if not done, they are not." Lin Ze nodded. "Grandson understands." "That's good." Lin Ze then said meaningfully, "But I'm afraid some people don't understand. In the past, the Lin family was in decline, without a successor, heading toward doom. But now Lin Ze had risen powerfully. Some people naturally couldn't stand it. Lin Ze was certain the coming days would be eventful. If they remained indifferent, that would be abnormal." Hearing Lin Ze's words, Lin Ze's hand on the prayer bead stopped. A trace of coldness emanated faintly. "Our Lin family attracts trouble. Internally, Beichen is wary. Externally, enemies wish to eradicate us." After recovering from his injuries, the warlike aura in Lin Ze's eyes grew even stronger. A flash of red passed through his gaze, reflecting a scene of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. "You be careful yourself." Lin Ze gently waved his folding fan. "I just hope they don't fall too quickly." Having honed his skills into a nearly invincible all-rounder, Lin Ze had long wanted to stir from tranquility and test his mettle. If they were too fragile, it would lose its appeal. Gazing at the distant sky, a hint of anticipation flickered in Lin Ze's eyes. After the golden autumn banquet, autumn had already set in for some days. The weather in the northern Qin imperial capital had grown increasingly cool and pleasant. It seemed that winter would arrive earlier this year than in years past. Within the imperial capital, merchants and travelers hastened their pace, eager to sell their goods during the golden harvest season and stock up on winter supplies. The bustling imperial capital was thronged with traffic. Outside the city, a swordsman bearing a heavy sword journeyed from 1,000 miles away. Upon reaching the capital, he found an inn, ascended to the second floor, and ordered a table full of fine dishes. He did not touch his chopsticks, as if awaiting someone's arrival. Inside the inn, diners were engaged in fervent discussion about the major events of recent days. The swordsman listened. They were all discussing the events of the Golden Autumn Banquet, with the core topic being Lin Ze, the hidden dragon of the Lin family, who had endured in obscurity for years and now astounded everyone. He had become the unchanging topic of the capital in recent days, a figure of blazing fame. He had ascended the divine martial rankings, the most prestigious list in the entire Northern Qin dynasty. The divine martial rankings, the ranking of the top experts in the Northern Qin dynasty, gathered the most supreme combat power of the entire dynasty. Every expert who could ascend this list was undoubtedly a powerhouse above the 8th layer of acquired stage, a grandmaster renowned across the land. For instance, the first on the divine martial rankings, the founding emperor of Northern Qin, Emperor Beichen. The second, the immortal war god of Northern Qin, Lin Ze. Of course, there was ongoing debate among the people about the first and second positions. Some believed that Lin Ze, with his unparalleled martial prowess, had the potential to challenge the innate gods, and thus he should be the true first on the divine martial rankings. Others argued that Emperor Beichen's swordsmanship was unrivaled in the world, making him the true first, and as the sovereign, he rightfully deserved the top spot to honor the dignity of the royal family. The two arguments remained unresolved. Yet regardless of who was truly first, the presence of both Lin Ao and Emperor Baichen, the two most supreme powers of Northern Shun, on the list was sufficient proof of its value. Every cultivator in Northern Shun regarded ascending the divine martial rankings as the highest honor. To rank among the top 10 was to achieve fame across the realm and bring glory to one's ancestors. And now Lin Ze had ascended. At the age of 18, he claimed the 7th position on the divine martial rankings, pushing the former 7th to 8th. The swordsman had come precisely for this reason. The one Lin Ze had displaced was him. You arrived quite early. Outside the inn, a scholar in blue robes entered and sat directly before the swordsman. Not early, just in time. The blue-robed scholar said with a smile. You've been sitting here for a while, you must have heard what they're saying, right? The swordsman remained silent, quietly listening to the diner's chatter. A diner on the first floor was speaking effusively about Lin Ze's monstrous talent. In my opinion, the divine martial rankings still undervalue the young master of the Lin family. Look, based on the young master's performance at the Golden Autumn Banquet with the 9-layered Eight Desolate Battle Art, he should at least contend for the top 5, shouldn't he? Well, that's as may be, but a cultivator's combat prowess cannot be judged solely by the level of their cultivation art. Experience, awareness, cultivation base, and techniques. All are indispensable. Although Lin Ze is exceptionally gifted and has a remarkable temperament, he is still too young. At 18, how many battles has he experienced? And how many techniques can he have mastered? Moreover, even if they are all at the peak of the acquired stage, the top 10 on the divine martial rankings have walked this realm for decades. Compared to Lin Ze, they are nearly touching the barrier of the transcendent and saintly innate god realm. Well, that's true. Age is the second young master Lin's advantage, but it also creates a gap between him and the older experts. The second young master is indeed still young now, but in a few years, who can say? The crowd continued their discussion. Then a discordant voice rang out. Tisk tisk, you people still have such shallow insight. You only see the surface, not the deeper essence. Oh, what do you mean? The man sipped his wine, smacking his lips. Have you forgotten what kind of person the second young master Lin is? In his youth, the second young master experienced the successive deaths of his loved ones and endured the coercion of various schemes and crises. He concealed his true self, showing weakness to others, and only thus could he reach today. With the second young master's steadfast temperament, which has remained unchanged for 10 years, do you really think a mere assassin incident at the Golden Autumn Banquet would make him reveal himself proactively? Impossible. Think carefully. How many experts were in the palace? The Mirror Department Master, the Inner Palace Steward, the Imperial Guard Commander, and His Majesty the Emperor, the first on the divine martial rankings. Given the second young master's special status, which one of them would dare let a single hair on his head be harmed? The assassin could only act because it was sudden. Once they reacted and seized the opportunity with a crane-grasping dragon technique, what do you think would happen? Even I can think of this. Given the second young master's depth of mind and cunning, how could he not know? In that case, why would he take the initiative to attack and expose himself? At these words, everyone present thought it over carefully. Hey, it really made sense. With so many experts in the palace, surely there was one who could use a technique to seize from a distance. And surely there was an expert fast enough to make the assassin bleed on the spot. A mere little assassin trying to take a hostage in front of all those experts was nothing but wishful thinking. If that was the case, the crowd quickly thought of a terrifying possibility. Could it be? The next moment, the man spoke the guess that was on everyone's mind. Obviously, this was actually a confrontation between the second young master and that one. Tisk, a person who had shown weakness for years and never came to the palace, suddenly appeared. If I were that one, I would have at least some inclination to test the second young master's true face, let alone that founding emperor. Think about it, TSK. Sitting beside His Majesty, how could the second young master be taken hostage by a mere little assassin? Hey, tell me, what kind of expert could make even the supreme existence ranked first on the divine martial rankings fail to react in time and let the assassin put a blade to the second young master's neck? The second young master himself is a peak acquired stage expert. How could he not sense the assassin's approach? These two people, think about it carefully. Sigh. Oh my heavens. The emperor was testing. The second young master was declaring his counterattack. The minds of these two are both terrifying. Terrifying. The man continued, it's still early. What comes next is truly terrifying. Oh, what do you mean? Haven't you heard that the Lin family issued a summons yesterday for their old personal troops, urgently recalling all Lin family soldiers who were retired and living elsewhere? The moment this news broke, the atmosphere in the inn instantly froze. Everyone exchanged glances, searching each other's eyes for a sliver of reassurance. The Lin clan's summoning order. It's not like there's a war. Why suddenly issue a summoning? A heavy silence fell over the crowd. Now even the most oblivious could sense something was amiss. As silence settled in the inn, the man poured himself a cup of wine and drank it down. Tisk. The days ahead are going to be lively. On the second floor, the swordsman and the scholarly scholar in blue took in every word. What are your thoughts on such a figure? The swordsman glanced at the scholar. My path of the heavy sword has advanced. I originally came to the capital to challenge you, the sixth ranked. But since this incident has occurred along the way, let us postpone our battle. I'll first go meet this second young master Lin and see if he truly lives up to the tales. With that, the swordsman turned and left. Once I reclaim the seventh spot on the divine martial list, I'll come for you. The scholar smiled faintly. If you truly best him, there will be no need to seek me out. The swordsman halted and looked back. You faced him before. The scholar shook his head. Instinct. The swordsman gave him a long, searching gaze. Then he turned and departed. In the capital, a dim alley, a black-clad figure halted before Yi Xiaoran, ranked 28th on the divine martial list. Business. I hear that since Master Yi took over Shura Manor, you've never failed. You are the most renowned king of assassins in Beichin, said to have no one you cannot kill. Yi Xiaoran shot the figure a cold glance. So, my master wishes to hire you to kill someone. Who? The Lin clan's young master Lin Ze. Yi Xiaoran raised an eyebrow. You dare to kill him? There are too many who wish him dead right now. Heh. Yi Xiaoran let out a cold laugh. Please leave. This mission Shura Manor will not accept. Is there a mission even the king of assassins of Shura Manor dares not take? We have no obligation to die for skulking rats like you. It seems the so-called king of assassins is nothing more than that. Yi Xiaoran narrowed his eyes. Whoosh. In a single step, he was behind the black-clad figure, his icy hand clamped tightly around the stranger's throat. It seems your master is a poorly bred wretch, failing to teach a mongrel like you how to respect a powerhouse of the divine martial list. The figure struggled in agony. He fumbled inside his robe, pulling out a bundle and lifting a corner. Yi Xiaoran glanced at it. Which matters more, your life or money? The Lin clan's young master is a 9th layer acquired realm expert. For a mere 8th layer acquired realm like me to assassinate him, am I courting death? The figure drew another bundle from his robe. Yi Xiaoran released his grip. Forget about killing Lin Ze. I can only promise to give it my best effort. The figure produced a jade bottle. This bottle of rare poison is colorless and odorless, lethal upon contact. Even a 9th layer acquired realm expert will surely die if exposed. It will help you kill Lin Ze. Yi Xiaoran pondered for a long time. In the end, he shook his head. The risk is too great. This Lin Ze is a 9th layer acquired realm super expert who has mastered the 8 Desolate war technique to the 9th level. The figure sighed. In that case, we'll have to seek another. The price must be increased. Deal. At the Imperial Palace. In the Hall of State Affairs. Civil and military officials stood in ranks. A middle-aged man, seething with indignation, stepped forward. Your Majesty, I have a memorial to present. I accuse Duke Dinghua Lin Ao and his grandson Lin Ze. The speaker was Wei Pingyuan, the current head of the Beichin military. The Wei clan, having risen swiftly after the Lin clan's retreat, was another super family deeply favored by the Beichin emperor. They controlled the empire's key military hubs and wielded immense influence in the army. After years of development, their power in the military had grown second only to the Lin clans, with a clear trend of contending against them. Moreover, the Wei clan was perpetually at odds with the Lin clan. Whenever an issue concerning the Lin clan arose, the Wei clan was always at the forefront, causing obstruction. The reasons behind this. Everyone understood. Why did the Wei clan enjoy such imperial favor? Precisely for this purpose. Wei Pingyuan himself knew well why the emperor had pushed him forward. The emperor needed balance. The Wei clan needed opportunity. From the moment the Wei clan was thrust into the spotlight, their interests were tied to the emperor's. From then on, retreat was impossible. Only advance. Not just advance, but with triumphant strides. Turn white into black, small into large. The Beichin emperor glanced at Wei Pingyuan. Minister Wei wishes to impeach Duke Lin and his grandson. Has another conflict arisen between your two families? Wei Pingyuan shook his head, his voice fervent. It is not a conflict between my Wei clan and the Lin clan. It is the Lin clan opposing our entire Beichin dynasty. They intend to overthrow our Beichin dynasty. Your Majesty must be on guard. The Beichin emperor lifted his eyelids, slightly straightening a bit. What does Minister Wei mean by this? Duke Lin has always been loyal and devoted, adhering to the ways of ruler and subject. All of Beichin knows this. Wei Pingyuan sneered. loyal, and devoted. If that old scoundrel Lin Ze were truly loyal, how could he commit such acts of deception, misleading both above and below? Look at that Lin Ze, so young yet so scheming. Without a word he hid from everyone and achieved the peak of the acquired realm. And your majesty was kept entirely in the dark. In the past years, didn't Lin Ze avoid the palace precisely because he feared your majesty would discover this? He was being cautious of you. What is this? This is outright deception. For a subject to act thus, I was certain then that the Lin clan harbored sinister intentions, plotting rebellion. Now with the Lin clan's summoning order issued, it only confirms my suspicions. With no war or natural disaster, the Lin clan dares to activate the summoning order without your approval, recalling their personal troops and old subordinates, gathering private forces without cause. If this isn't rebellion, what is? They hold no regard for your majesty. How can your majesty continue to tolerate the Lin clan? I implore your majesty to seal off the entire Lin household and execute these treacherous rebels. At these words, the assembled courtiers remained impassive, utterly unmoved. While issuing the summoning order was somewhat questionable in terms of movement, as the Duke Dingwa with imperial privilege, these private troops were Lin Ao's exclusive right. With the Beiqian Emperor as his ultimate backing, it was not the first time Wei Pingyuan had used the private army issue to stir trouble. They were used to it. If the day ever came when Wei Pingyuan stopped barking at the Lin clan, they would feel the world had turned upside down. So the crowd merely watched and listened. With eyes fixed on their noses and noses fixed on their hearts, they observed the performance with complete composure. This matter had nothing to do with them. Both the emperor's faction and the Lin family were colossal entities that they dared not offend. However, the ministers aligned with the Lin family were not inclined to indulge Wei Pingyuan. They could not bear to hear such words. As soon as Wei Pingyuan finished speaking, someone immediately retorted with a sneer. Minister Wei, your words are utterly absurd and laughable. You claim the Lin family deceived the throne. Fine, you are so noble, so remarkable. Then let me ask Minister Wei, how many dogs does your family keep? How many times do those dogs bark in a day? Do they bark more in the morning or at night? Do they prefer to bark at filth or at Minister Wei himself? Furthermore, Minister Wei, how many times do you and your esteemed wife engage in intimacy each day? Is it during the day or at night? Or only in the dead of night when others are asleep? Do you prefer standing or sitting? Have you reported these matters to His Majesty? If not, are you also concealing things from the Emperor? Your Majesty, I too must impeach Minister Wei. He harbors treacherous intentions and dares to deceive the sovereign. I beg your Majesty to seal his entire household. How dare you? Wei Pingyuan's face darkened as he said, Commander Lu, what benefits has the Lin family given you that you speak so fervently on their behalf? Speak for the Lin family. Is it not Minister Wei who is fabricating falsehoods? You? What you? Our Beiqian dynasty governs with loyalty and filial piety. By exposing Minister Wei's deceit before the throne, I act out of loyalty. By defending my honored master Duke Lin from your insults, I act out of filial piety. Otherwise, I would be no different from a disloyal and unfilial cur like some. Wei Pingyuan flew into a rage and was about to rebuke Commander Lu. At that moment, Emperor Beiqian intervened to stop them. Enough. Commander Lu, calm yourself. Yes. The Emperor turned to Wei Pingyuan. Minister Wei, I have already stated that Duke Lin is the pillar of our Beiqian dynasty, the empire's stabilizing force. I refuse to believe the Lin family would harbor rebellious intentions. The Lin family's private army is a right befitting their hereditary dukedom. Let this matter rest, and speak no more of it. As for Lin Ze's concealment, the Emperor sighed. The Lin family has suffered misfortune, and it is our Beiqian dynasty that has wronged them. It is only natural for Zaire to bide his time. Moreover, having such a grandson fills my heart with deep comfort. In the coming year, our Beiqian dynasty will surely produce a transcendent, innate divine being to protect our empire for eternity. The ministers bowed reverently. Your Majesty is wise. We congratulate your Majesty. We rejoice for your Majesty. The Emperor raised his hand to silence them. However, the Lin family's mobilization of their private army will indeed affect order in the capital. Very well, since the case of the assassin at the Golden Autumn Banquet has concluded, and the scholars who passed the autumn examinations are about to enter the court, I have also arranged an official position for Zaire. Xiao Guangzi, you shall go to the Lin family to deliver the decree and tell Zaire to be mindful of the impact. Your will be done. Xiao Guangzi took the prepared imperial decree and immediately set off for the Lin family to announce it. At the Lin residence, the various personal guards were being recalled one after another. They arrived at the Lin estate in succession. Along the way, they had all heard of the deeds of their young master Lin Ze. Naturally, like those outside, they believed their young master had endured in silence for years and was finally striking back. This stirred a fierce determination in the hearts of every guard, for they knew that their loyalty had never been to the Baichin dynasty, but to the Lin family, to the bloodline of Lin Ao. When the two Lin heroes and many of the Lin army brothers were ambushed and fell in Longdu Kingdom, the Lin army had burned with fury. They had longed to cause chaos, to turn the entire Baichin realm upside down, to uncover the mastermind behind the scenes, sacrifice them to the fallen, and then level Longdu. Now that the young master finally shared this resolve and possessed the capability, they were determined to return to the Lin family at all costs, to avenge the fallen Lin army brothers and the two Lin heroes. Thus the guards returned to the Lin residence with high spirits, awaiting an audience with the third-generation master of the Lin family. However, upon arriving, they learned that the young master had summoned them not to stir up trouble, but to cure their ailments. It was said that the young master not only possessed profound cultivation, but also unparalleled medical skills capable of healing the afflicted, even surpassing the current imperial physician. The guards were stunned for a long moment. But after that brief stupor, an uncontrollable surge of excitement arose in every heart. Their chronic ailments had always been a thorn in the hearts of the guards. Over the years, they had endured the torment of these afflictions and suffered through countless hardships. They had longed every moment to eradicate these pains, to return to a normal life, to rejoin the Lin family, and be with their Lin army brothers. Now that the chance to eliminate their suffering had finally arrived, how could they not be thrilled? The guards did not doubt Lin Ze's abilities. They all knew that their master Lin Ao was a meticulous man. If there were no real hope of a cure, he would never have summoned them so urgently only to have them make a futile trip. And so, in the Lin family courtyard, a bustling line stretched from within the yard to beyond its gates. Each guard looked on with eager anticipation as the young master, radiant as an unparalleled jade gentleman, performed his miraculous healing arts, curing the chronic ailments of one wounded soldier after another. With every soldier cured, the long line grew more fervent. All right, now it's just minor recovery issues. Go over there. Thank you, young master. The healed guard bowed deeply to Lin Ze before quickly heading to Lu Hanyan's side so as not to delay the treatment of other brothers. The Lu family had practiced medicine for generations, and Lu Hanyan, as a daughter of the Lu family, was naturally skilled in medicine. Upon learning of the wounded guard's return for treatment, she, as a member of the Lin family, volunteered to assist. Of course, her medical skills, though inferior to the imperial physicians, were still insufficient to handle these wounded soldiers. Lin Ze handled the major cures while she dealt with the remaining minor issues and subsequent recovery. Seated by the pavilion, Lu Hanyan watched Lin Ze, fully absorbed in treating the wounded with a complex expression. She had thought she understood Lin Ze. Yet after all these years, she had never truly seen through him. He was no mediocrity, nor was he unaware of how to resist. Beneath that seemingly ordinary exterior had always lain a remarkably brilliant soul. Lu Hanyan could not fathom what kind of strength had sustained Lin Ze's decade-long disguise. For 10 years, he had to suppress the brilliance of a youthful prodigy. He had to restrain the natural vigor and unrestrained edge of youth. He had to endure humiliation, bearing the constant accusations of being useless, of being inferior to Lin Ze, of being the Lin family's failed heir. He even had to feign a persona he despised to reassure all those secretly watching the Lin family. He must have been so weary, hadn't he? Missy? Oh. The wounded soldier's voice snapped Lu Hanyan back to reality. She averted her gaze with slight embarrassment, examined the soldier's condition, and prescribed a series of restorative medicines. There's nothing serious. Just rest well, and you'll be fully recovered in 2 days at most. The wounded soldier nodded repeatedly. Thank you, miss, for your hard work. Lu Hanyan shook her head, then glanced at Lin Ze, who was entirely focused on treating the soldiers. Compared to him, I've only done trivial things. Lu Hanyan truly wondered how Lin Ze's mind worked. How could one person be so brilliantly learned? As a daughter of the Lu family physicians for generations, Lu Hanyan had studied various medical texts and classics since childhood, deeply immersed in the art. Her family praised her talent, believing she would become a renowned physician. Later, with the Lin family's resources, her medical skills advanced at a remarkable pace. Yet, even so, Lu Hanyan barely reached the level of a second-rank medical officer in the Imperial Medical Bureau, still 2 tiers below the imperial physician, let alone Lin Ze's masterful expertise. Not to mention the gap in cultivation and martial arts. And she was 2 years older than Lin Ze. Our young master, is truly a celestial being descended to earth. Hearing this, Xiao Chui also sang Lin Ze's praises. A moment later, she glanced back at Lu Hanyan. But miss, you shouldn't belittle yourself. Achieving so much at such a young age already marks you as a rare genius. The wounded soldier chimed in. Indeed, indeed. Both the young master and miss are the true dragon and phoenix of our Lin family. Lu Hanyan felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. She had never intended to compete with Lin Ze. She merely sighed a little over the art of medicine. After treating this soldier, Lu Hanyan found herself idle again. She handled only minor follow-up issues which took little time. Lin Ze, however, spent considerable time on each case, so she waited patiently watching him tend to the wounded. He was utterly focused. Lu Hanyan drifted into thought again. Just then a strange, unsettling gaze fell upon her. It was Xiao Chui. Xiao Chui watched her with a mix of surprise and teasing. Lu Hanyan's heart jolted. She quickly averted her gaze, smoothing her hair, as if she had merely glanced casually while tidying herself. On the other side, Lin Ao and Lin Mo, who had been observing the scene, exchanged a knowing smile. Ah, youth. He lifted his teacup, tapped it lightly, and took a small sip. The tea's fragrance filled the air, refreshing the palate. Today's tea was truly aromatic. Busy hours always passed swiftly. Soon the sun set and stars tilted. Lin Ze finally finished. A full day of healing had left him weary. Under the bright moonlight, he began to regulate his qi. The soft moonlight cascaded over him, his hair shimmering with a hazy glow as if draped in a moonlit robe, as pure and serene as the moon itself. Lu Hanyan gently touched her hair and glanced again at Lin Ze in meditation. She walked over slowly, pulling out a silk handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. Just then Lin Ze's eyes snapped open. A pair of eyes bright as a galaxy and calm as a deep pool held a trace of wariness. It was the same unfamiliar, guarded look she had seen that day. Back then Lu Hanyan didn't understand why. Now she did. Lin Ze was on guard against her, just as he guarded against the emperor and all those who secretly opposed the Lin family. He didn't trust her. So, his past pretense of interest in her was all a deliberate act to lull her into complacency, wasn't it? What do you want? Lu Hanyan paused, bit her lip, and held out the handkerchief. To wipe your sweat. Don't worry, it's not poisoned. No need. It'll wash up after my meditation. Lu Hanyan said nothing, retrieved the handkerchief, and turned to leave. Halfway she turned back and said emphatically, I am a member of the Lin family too. We grew up together. Grew up together. Who could deny it? As Lin Ze's foster sister and child bride, before his past life memories awakened, he had chatted with her and strolled through the imperial capital. Barring any mishap, they would have married in due time to carry on the Lin family line. Their relationship had been quite good. If possible, Lin Ze didn't want to target her. But alas, in this book world with a true protagonist halo, some things transcend emotions and logic. His protagonist aura could even make you dance on a grave, shouting, "Rise, my love." In such an absurd world, Lin Ze had to be vigilant. Although he had altered the plot of Xia King's Golden Autumn Banquet, avoiding direct conflict with the protagonist. But this book's protagonist was a conflict-generating machine with a built-in stupidity aura, triggering ridiculous plots wherever he went, where minor characters looked down on him only to gift him treasures and fortunes. Even if Lin Ze changed the conflict point of the Golden Autumn Banquet, other points would inevitably force a clash with the protagonist. Lin Ze had no doubt about this, for the protagonist never failed to manufacture conflict. How could Lin Ze indulge him? So to ensure absolute safety until the protagonist died or the strength of his aura was determined, Lin Ze had to remain on guard against her. As he pondered this, Xiao Chui suddenly approached. Young master, the eunuch Guang from the palace has an imperial decree. Seeing you busy, he dared not disturb you and has been waiting in the reception hall until now. An imperial decree. Lin Ze's eyes narrowed. I understand. With that, his figure dissolved into illusory, shimmering feathers and vanished. In the reception hall, illusory feathers drifted in. They spiraled and intertwined, layering upon each other, coalescing into a familiar figure before Eunuch Guang's eyes. Eunuch Guang, apologies for the wait. Seeing Lin Ze's unique and striking entrance, Eunuch Guang's expression tightened. Could such an incredible technique truly be mastered by someone at the peak of the Hotian realm? Not at all, not at all. Young Master Lin is burdened with affairs, 1,000 things to attend to. It is this servant who came at an inopportune time. As the emperor's close eunuch, Eunuch Guang maintained a humble demeanor. He had risen from a lowly eunuch to this position by knowing who truly mattered. With others, he might put on airs and flaunt his status as the emperor's confidant. But Lin Ze, not to mention that this young master's power alone could crush him with a single slap. Lin Ze's special and noble status was unmatched in the entire northern Qin dynasty. If the imperial Li family was the great king, the Lin family was the lesser king. And who truly held sway between the great and lesser kings? Well, it wasn't for a mere eunuch to decide. You flatter me, Eunuch Guang. What decree does my grandfather wish to convey? Eunuch Guang smiled. Good news. His Majesty intends to promote you. Oh. Eunuch Guang produced the imperial decree. Young Master Lin, shall I read it? Please do. Ahem. Lin Ze of the Lin family, receive your title. By the decree of the sacred martial Emperor Lin Ze, the prodigy of the Lin family slew the assassins at the Golden Autumn Banquet, restored order, and rendered meritorious service in saving the throne. Thus he shall receive the highest reward. Henceforth Lin Ze is appointed as the chief of the Mirror Bureau, empowered to oversee all officials and purge traitors from the imperial capital. Additionally, the chief of the Mirror Bureau Lin Ze is specially appointed as the inspector of the Northern Shun Academy, responsible for verifying the successful candidates of this autumn examination, patrolling the academy inside and out, ensuring no deceit or substitution occurs. So decreed. Your subject Lin Ze receives the imperial edict. Eunuch Guang respectfully presented the decree to Lin Ze. Chief Lin, congratulations. The position of Mirror Office Chief holds immense power with authority to inspect all officials and purge the imperial capital of corruption. His Majesty has always reserved this high office for those within the inner circle, never granting it to outsiders. Eunuch Guang spoke flattering words, repeatedly referring to them as family. Lin Ze replied with feigned politeness, "The Emperor favors me, I shall not disappoint his expectations." Eunuch Guang continued, "With family handling affairs, His Majesty is at ease. Given your capabilities, Chief Lin, I am certain you will not let a single treacherous official in the court escape justice." After speaking, Eunuch Guang shifted the topic. "There is another matter. Please speak freely, Eunuch Guang. It concerns some dissenting opinions in the court regarding the Lin family's unauthorized issuance of a summoning order. Some are using this matter to impeach the Lin family. Of course, the Lin family, as founding nobles and loyal subjects, will not have His Majesty swayed by such slander that would harm familial bonds. However, the arrival of so many private troops in the capital may disrupt public order. His Majesty hopes Chief Lin will manage the Lin army with discretion." Lin Ze feigned sudden realization. "So this is about that matter. My apologies, I was too eager and forgot to inform His Majesty in advance. The incident began when I, while in the library, comprehended the renowned 9 extremities mystic needle technique from the Imperial Medical Academy, greatly advancing my medical skills. I then recalled the veterans who followed my Lin family through countless campaigns, expanding the Bachin Empire's territory, only to be left with lifelong ailments and suffering. As heroes of Bachin, they deserve better. Thus I summoned these old soldiers to attempt their treatment. Incidentally, I also wished for them to gather more martial arts manuals for me. As you may know, Eunuch Guang, I have few great passions, but I am particularly devoted to the path of martial arts and enjoy collecting rare texts from across the world. I never expected this to cause misunderstanding, my oversight." Eunuch Guang flattered him. "Chief Lin, at your age you have already mastered profound martial arts like the 8 Desolates Battle Art, Heavenly Feather 6 Illusions, and Formless Sword Finger. Your passion and talent for martial arts are naturally beyond the comprehension of ordinary men like myself. It is shameful. You so young have already surpassed all in Bachin, yet I past 50 cannot even decipher 2 ancient manuscripts that came into my possession by chance. It seems I am destined not to understand those ancient texts." Eunuch Guang sighed, then added, "As the saying goes, a fine sword befits a hero. Since you have an interest in martial arts texts, I shall have some sent to you in a few days. When you glean insights from them, please share them with me to fulfill a wish of mine." With these words, Eunuch Guang was offering a bribe tailored to Lin Ze's interests. For a prodigy like Lin Ze, who had reached the pinnacle of the postnatal realm at 18 and was already a formidable force, only a fool would not seek his favor. Eunuch Guang was certain that unless an accident befell Lin Ze, he would inevitably ascend to the Xiantian divine being realm. By then the returns would far exceed a mere reciprocal gift. It would be a bounty. Agreed. Excellent, excellent. Then I shall not disturb you further, Chief Lin. It is late, and I must hurry back to report. Farewell, Eunuch Guang. After a few pleasantries, Eunuch Guang returned to the palace. Lin Ze watched Eunuch Guang leave. Then his gaze fell upon a patch of darkness. "Having eavesdropped for so long, must I invite you out myself?" After a moment of silence, Yi Shaoran emerged from the shadows, his demeanor cold as a lone wolf stepping into the gentle moonlight. Under the moon, Yi Shaoran seemed like a killing instrument, every inch of him exuding sharpness and murderous intent. Even the clear moonlight turned eerie and biting, transforming into icy needles that filled the air with a bone-chilling cold. 8th level of postnatal. The 8th level, the spirit concealment stage, was the strongest below the peak of postnatal. Those who reached it were invariably renowned masters. Even his Lin family had only one such expert, the steward Lin Mo, an 8th level postnatal expert acting personally. Lin Ze raised an eyebrow and commented with slight approval. Not bad they didn't send a low-level fake to fool me. Quite sincere. These days it was rare to find a villain who unleashed their ultimate move from the start. If everyone was like him, how could the original protagonist have survived until now? If this world had an assassin rating system, Lin Ze would have given him an award. Strike. For your sincerity, I grant you 3 chances to attack. With that, Lin Ze stood with his hands behind his back, motionless, waiting for Yi Zioren's move. His casual posture seemed full of fatal flaws in Yi Zioren's eyes. Based on past experience, if he struck, now his chances of victory would increase by at least half. Yi Zioren's eyes flickered uncertainly. He stepped forward slowly, hands positioned before him, as if about to unleash a thunderous blow. However, Yi Xiaoran of Shura Villa has no intention of opposing the second young Master Lin. I come bearing urgent news. Yi Xiaoran cupped his hands and bowed to Lin Ze. Second young Master Lin, someone hired me to kill you. Lin Ze was speechless. After a moment of silence, he said with mixed emotions, so you betrayed him. Yi Xiaoran chuckled. Opposing you would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, courting death. Lin Ze of the Lin family, an 18-year-old at the peak of postnatal with profound martial arts mastery and peerless talent, was practically a reincarnated martial saint. He was sure to rise swiftly, becoming a transcendent sentient divine being. And yet some fool dared to provoke him. Were you dropped on your head at birth? And hiring me, Yi Xiaoran, to kill Lin Ze? Tisk, I am an assassin, not a brainless idiot like you. From the moment the black-clad figure approached Yi Xiaoran, he had honestly declined the mission out of professional ethics, stating that Shura Villa would not accept it. But that fool insisted and even mocked him. So Yi Xiaoran, with a clear conscience, pocketed a hefty sum and came to Lin Ze to curry favor and get acquainted. Yi Xiaoran presented the vial of strange poison given by the black-clad figure. This is the poison the mastermind gave me. Said to kill on contact with blood, lethal even to a 9th-level postnatal expert. Lin Ze suddenly lost interest. Honestly, having trained so hard, he was itching for a fight. Regrettably, who was the buyer? Lin Ze took the deadly poison from Yi Zioren's hand, glanced at it, and asked casually. Yi Xiaoran replied, the buyer intentionally concealed his identity. I'm not sure who it is. But Yi Xiaoran pointed northwest of the Beichen capital toward the direction of Beichen Academy. Although he tried to hide his identity, taking winding paths and changing clothes to throw me off my Shura manner, started as an intelligence and assassination business. In front of me, his petty tricks were nothing but a clumsy display. I followed him, secretly tailing him all the way. In the end, I saw him enter Beichen Academy. Beichen Academy. Lin Ze narrowed his eyes. Speaking of Beichen Academy, it reminded him of a plotline from the original book. In the original story, after the protagonist began to shine at Beichen Academy and display astonishing talent, he was also attacked from within the academy, more than once. Later, through the protagonist's investigation, it was confirmed that there was a spy from the Wolf Kingdom among the high ranks of Beichen Academy. That spy lurked within Beichen Academy, secretly observing all students. Whenever a student emerged who could become a major threat to the Wolf Kingdom, the spy immediately reported to Wolf Capital to arrange an assassination. Thinking this way, it seemed his own rapid rise had triggered this plotline early, drawing the Wolf Kingdom's attention. A flicker of chilling, murderous intent flashed through Lin Ze's narrowed eyes. Fine, Wolf Kingdom. I haven't sought you out yet, you've come to me first. Regardless of whether there were other hidden hands behind the deaths of the Lin brothers, and Lin Ze, the Wolf Kingdom, as their direct enemy, was certainly not to be spared. The Wolf Kingdom had been on Lin Ze's kill list from the start. However, in the past few days, Lin Ze had been busy strengthening himself and building up the Lin family, leaving no time to deal with other matters. But now Lin Ze had time to spare. Beichen Academy, As it happened, he was also serving as the inspector for this autumn examination, tasked with purging Beichen Academy. Tomorrow he would take this opportunity to turn Beichen Academy upside down and root out that Wolf Kingdom spy. Along the way, he would also go see the protagonist of this world. If the chance arose, he would eliminate this greatest unstable factor as well. With that thought, Lin Ze glanced at Yi Xiaoran. You're Yi Xiaoran? Yes. Tell me, what do you want? Yi Xiaoran said, as for payment, someone has already given it. I came here just to make friends with you, young Master Lin, and build a good connection. If there's an opportunity in the future, I hope you'll give me a chance to earn a living. Lin Ze smiled. Why wait for the future? There's an opportunity right now. Please speak, young Master Lin. I don't have any particular hobbies, just a fondness for various cultivation techniques and scriptures, collecting the wisdom of 100 schools. With the many disciples of your Shura manor, I imagine this task won't be difficult for you. Understood. My Shura manor accepts this mission. From now on, every 7 days, I will deliver the collected techniques to the Lin residents. Lin Ze nodded. Yi Xiaoran prepared to leave. As he was about to go, Lin Ze called him back. Wait. Do you have further instructions, young Master Lin? You said your Shura manor started with intelligence trading. That's correct. Then do you know about the Wolf Kingdom's night raid on the Bachin army over a decade ago? Yi Xiaoran shook his head. I understand what you mean, young Master Lin. But my Shura manor never touches military-related intelligence. That kind of thing easily brings deadly trouble. Both the Bachin army and the Wolf Kingdom's army could crush my Shura manor without effort. I'm sorry to disappoint you, young Master Lin. No matter, I was just asking casually. Lin Ze hadn't expected Yi Xiaoran to know much anyway. If it were that easy to uncover, Lin Ao would have gotten to the bottom of it years ago. You may go. Yi Xiaoran turned and left, vanishing into the shadows. The next day, more wounded soldiers continued to arrive. They were from places too far from the capital, arriving only on the second day despite traveling day and night. Lin Ze had Xiao Chui temporarily settle them and planning to treat everyone together once they had all arrived by evening. Lin Ze himself boarded a carriage and headed to Bachin Academy. As usual, Lin Ze was accompanied by 2 Lin family guards at the 6th level of the Hotian realm. Although everyone knew Lin Ze's true strength, years of habit made this escort instinctive. Besides, even if Lin Ze didn't need protection as the young master of the Lin family, how could he travel without a few trusted attendants? Bachin Academy. Lin Ze's carriage came to a steady halt before the grand and imposing academy gates. A crowd of high-ranking academy officials who had received word early had been waiting patiently for some time. This time Lin Ze was no longer merely the young master of the Lin family. He was the new chief of the Mirror Office and the inspector for this autumn examination, representing the Imperial Li family. Moreover, he was a legendary prodigy at the peak of the Hotian realm. Thus, all the high-ranking officials of the academy had gathered early at the gates, waiting to receive Lin Ze's inspection as a sign of respect for this favored son of heaven. Lin Ze stepped out of the carriage. Clad in snow-white robes, holding a folding fan, his jet-black hair tied in a half-bun with a green jade hairpin and an ancient mutton-fat jade pendant at his waist, he cut the figure of a gentle, refined gentleman. At first glance, he seemed merely a handsome young master with no particular aura of a powerhouse. However, amid the crowd, a scholar in blue robes felt a sudden jolt upon seeing Lin Ze. Because, as the head of Bachin Academy, a 9th-level Hotian cultivator ranked 6th on the divine martial list, he could not sense even a trace of Lin Ze's aura at first glance. Clearly, Lin Ze's cultivation level was not merely at the peak of the 9th-level Hotian. He had already advanced further along this path, reaching the state of returning to simplicity, more terrifying than his intuition had anticipated. Suppressing his emotions, the scholar in blue robes led everyone from the academy in bowing to Lin Ze. Zhang Tong of Bachin Academy greets Chief Lin. We all greet Chief Lin. Zhang Tong is here today. Seeing the scholar Zhang Tong, Lin Ze's eyes lit up. If he remembered correctly, Zhang Tong was ranked 6th on the divine martial list, wasn't he? No need for formalities. With that, Lin Ze gently waved his folding fan. Ripples stirred in the void. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying an irresistible, domineering, yet soft force that forcibly straightened everyone's bodies, rendering them immobile. Caught off guard, even Zhang Tong, a peak Hotian expert, was slightly straightened. Moreover, the force did not diminish, it gathered poised to strike, as if deliberately, giving Zhang Tong time to react. Was this a show of force? Faced with such a blatant provocation, Zhang Tong, as a divine martial list powerhouse, instinctively tried to circulate his energy to resist and complete the bow. But on second thought, Lin Ze was here today on behalf of the royal family to inspect Bachin Academy. He needed to establish his authority. So Zhang Tong did not resist, letting the soft force do its work, and said, "They say Chief Lin is a prodigy with profound cultivation. Meeting you today, I see it's truly remarkable." Lin Ze gave a dry, insincere smile. Ranked 6th on the divine martial list, 6th. Why don't you stand your ground? I am deliberately looking for trouble with you. Can't you feel it? Where is the majesty of a peak postnatal expert? Lin Ze felt helpless. How did the protagonist of the original book manage to trigger battle scenes wherever he went? You flatter me, Master Zhang. After saying this blandly, Lin Ze walked into the Bachin Academy. You know the purpose of my visit today. What happened at the Golden Autumn Feast the other day made my grandfather very displeased. Zhang Tong quickly replied, Our Bachin Academy has always been loyal to the country, consisting of virtuous individuals. We have never engaged in treasonous acts against the emperor. To have traitors infiltrating among the students, tarnishing the reputation of our Bachin Academy, I truly did not expect such a despicable villain. Master Zhang, I did not come here to hear your grievances. Zhang Tong continued, rest assured. I have thoroughly investigated the academy inside and out these past few days, rechecking all the student records and gathering evidence once more. Any student with even a hint of suspicion has been documented and temporarily sent to a branch outside the Imperial City for observation and further investigation. The students remaining in the Imperial City are absolutely of clear background and lineage, all from Beichin. Such absurdities as what happened at the Golden Autumn Feast will never occur again. After saying this, the various scholars beside Zhang Tong quickly took out the prepared student records for Lin Ze to browse through. However, records like these could always be fabricated. Lin Ze did not mind and casually flipped through them. After all, he had no intention of genuinely investigating for the royal family. What did the royal family have to do with him? He still had to deal with his own issues with the Lin family. He came here merely to root out the internal traitors of the Wolf capital and to find an opportunity to eliminate the unstable factor of the original protagonist. After casually flipping through, Lin Ze said, "The students may be innocent, but what about the scholars?" Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. Lin Ze then continued, "These internal traitors of the Wolf capital are truly remarkable, managing to sneak into the top academy of Beichin without raising any suspicions from the scholars. I recall that the scholars at Beichin Academy must have cultivation levels of at least postnatal 6th layer, right? At least experts above postnatal 6th layer, plus you, Master Zhang, a renowned peak postnatal expert on the divine martial rankings, couldn't even detect a few small spies." With a snap, Lin Ze lightly closed the folding fan in his hand, producing a crisp sound. His tone turned slightly colder. "So, is it that the scholars of your Beichin Academy lack the ability? Or are some of you deliberately covering for them?" My. As soon as Lin Ze finished speaking, the expressions of the scholars changed. "Master Lin, we have been dedicated educators at Beichin Academy for at least 20 years. How could we possibly be spies for the Wolf capital? Yes, Beichin Academy has not had any incidents over the years. If we were spies, wouldn't we have caused chaos long ago? And besides, how could we at Beichin Academy have the audacity to harm the court? Opposing the court is like striking a rock with an egg, seeking our own destruction. Master Lin, please do not joke about such matters." Lin Ze chuckled, "Not daring to harm the court, yet you dare to harm my Lin family." "Huh? This? What do you mean, Master Lin?" Everyone was puzzled. When did Beichin Academy dare to harm the Lin family? "What do you mean, eh?" Lin Ze's mind stirred, sending an imperceptible wave spreading throughout the venue. Immediately after, a delicate bottle appeared before everyone. This bottle some of you should be quite familiar with, right? Hearing this, everyone's gaze turned toward the bottle. "What is in this bottle, eh?" Master Zhang asked, puzzled. Lin Ze did not answer. He stopped, turned his head, and looked directly at a middle-aged man hiding behind the crowd. "Your heart is beating very fast." The middle-aged man's expression changed. He forced himself to calm down and said, "My heart rate is always." Lin Ze did not listen to his defense. Under the influence of his heart resonance force field, nothing could escape. The moment the jade bottle appeared, the man's heart began to race, and Lin Ze could hear it clearly. Even if the person who hired Yi Shaoran wasn't him, he was definitely connected. Therefore, Lin Ze extended his right hand, and a terrifying force instantly swept up like a world-destroying storm. Buzzing. The immense force pulled the middle-aged man uncontrollably toward Lin Ze. Thud. Lin Ze's large hand pressed against the middle-aged man's head, lifting him completely off the ground, suspended in midair. The powerful force nearly deformed the middle-aged man's head. "You? What are you doing? This is Beichin Academy." "Ah. Master Zhang, save me." Feeling Lin Ze's terrifying killing intent, the middle-aged man hurriedly called for help, bringing up Beichin Academy. The sudden turn of events caused everyone to stiffen, their expressions turning grim. Beichin Academy was one of the top forces in Beichin, with the peak postnatal expert Master Zhang stationed here. A peak postnatal expert? Do you really think such an existence that can single-handedly face 100,000 troops is merely for show? Do you not see that when the Golden Autumn Feast had an incident, the 3 departments of the court were reprimanded like dogs, while Beichin Academy was treated lightly, merely required to clear up the matter and provide an explanation? At Beichin Academy, even a colossal entity like the royal family would not dare to act recklessly without a word, because this represents the face and prestige of the strongest tier of experts beneath the innate divine beings. Young Master Lin, what are you doing? Acting recklessly without understanding the situation, you are being too presumptuous. Master Zhang's expression darkened. Master Zhang has been with Beichin Academy for 10 years, dedicated and diligent, without any ulterior motives. He would not dare to harm Beichin, let alone the Lin family. Please investigate thoroughly before making any accusations. Lin Ze calmly replied. Very well, this young master will first act with courtesy before resorting to violence to avoid you saying that I am a barbarian without reason. Last night this young master was attacked by assassins, and the mastermind behind it was someone from your Bachin Academy. This bottle of poison was given to the assassin by that mastermind. And this Master Zeng of yours, only he, when seeing this bottle, started to breathe heavily. Lin Ze glanced at everyone. Now do you understand? Upon hearing this, the faces of everyone present changed. Assassinating Lin Ze. To assassinate a peak postnatal expert. Have you lost your mind? Very well, it seems there is no need for reasoning. As he spoke, Lin Ze increased his grip. Master Zeng immediately cried out in pain. Tell me who sent you to assassinate me. Master Zeng's face contorted, yet his words remained obstinate. I don't know what you're talking about. You're clearly provoking me deliberately. Seeking to make an example of our academy to establish your authority, you. Lin Ze intensified his grip. Master Zeng's head had begun to deform slightly, with 5 deep indentations pressed into his skull. Academy Lord. Academy Lord, save me. Zhang Tong and the other academy members averted their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Despite years of camaraderie, they could not witness Master Zeng's wretched state. Yet Master Zeng was embroiled in the scandal of attempting to assassinate Lin Ze. Even if they sympathized, they were powerless to intervene. Did the Bachin Academy value its face any more than Lin Ze, a peerless prodigy at the pinnacle of the Hotian realm and a scion of the Lin family? The dignity of a Hotian pinnacle expert was not to be sullied. When entangled in such matters, even if Lin Ze struck him dead on the spot, they could say nothing. Their earlier plea to Lin Ze had already been out of respect for their long-standing bond. Zhang Tong and the others remained silent. Master Zeng grew frantic. Academy Lord, you cannot take Lin Ze's word alone. He is fabricating lies. I never left the academy. Lin Ze narrowed his eyes. Do you think silence will save you, young master? Master Zeng's heart jolted. What did he mean? The thought had barely crossed his mind. Boom. Crackle, crackle, crackle. In the next instant, a terrifying agony potent enough to sear his very soul to ashes engulfed Master Zeng's entire being. The piercing torment instantly racked Master Zeng's body into convulsions of pain, like 10,000 arrows piercing his heart. It felt as though red-hot iron spikes were being driven into his flesh, scraping against every bone in his body. It was akin to being simultaneously devoured by tens of thousands of venomous serpents. The wounds burned with an excruciating bone-deep ache. A blazing orange flame enveloped Master Zeng, burning fiercely upon him. Yet the flames were not lethal. They merely ceaselessly irritated and scorched Master Zeng, driving him to the brink of madness. Lin Ze had plundered the Imperial and Lin family libraries, mastering hundreds of martial arts. Among them were countless torturous methods designed to inflict unbearable suffering. By blending a touch of each, Lin Ze had crafted a torment capable of making life itself a living hell. Speak. Who are you working for? I may grant you a swift end. I am. Master Zeng gritted his teeth, chattering from the agony, his words faltering repeatedly. Seeing this, Lin Ze channeled a stream of frigid white energy along his arm, flooding it into Master Zeng's body. In an instant, Master Zeng was wreathed in external flames, while internal extreme cold froze him, enduring the hellish torment of both fire and ice. His complexion alternated between pallid from cold and flushed from heat. His entire form twisted grotesquely, cold sweat pouring down like a waterfall. Witnessing Master Zeng's horrific state, the members of Bachin Academy felt a chill rise within them, spreading through their bodies. An icy dread seeped into their very marrow, sending shivers down their spines. In that moment, they reached a unanimous understanding: never offend Lin Ze no matter what. Amidst the dual torment of fire and ice, Master Zeng finally succumbed to the agony of soul and flesh. Speak. I will talk. Lin Ze momentarily suppressed the ice and flames in his hands. Master Zeng heaved a long sigh of relief, gasping heavily. The Wolf Capital ordered me to. The words had barely left his lips when he abruptly stopped. A sinister crimson hue spread across his eyes, quickly consuming his entire irises. Lin Ze narrowed his eyes. Master Zeng began to struggle in agony. Bang. Master Zeng could not utter a complete sentence. His head exploded from a strange, unseen force. Blood splattered everywhere. Red and white matter scattered across the ground. A pungent, peculiar metallic stench instantly filled the air. This Master Zeng truly was. How could? The Academy members stared at Master Zeng's remains, which had burst after uttering Wolf Capital, their faces turning ashen. They exchanged glances, long rendered speechless. Lin Ze, however, took a handkerchief from the guard behind him, and nonchalantly wiped his hands. Quite interesting. Lin Ze had not killed Master Zeng. Clearly someone wanted to silence him. He glanced at the Academy's high-ranking members. Your Beichin Academy truly harbors hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Snap. Lin Ze smiled, casually opened his folding fan, and gently fanned himself as he walked deeper into the Academy. Academy Lord Zhang Tong looked at Master Zeng's corpse, then cast a profound glance at everyone present. Meeting Academy Lord Zhang Tong's meaningful gaze, the crowd felt a tremor of unease. Yet Zhang merely glanced back and followed Lin Ze. Let's go. Academy Lord, what of Master Zeng's? The spy's body. Shall we dispose of it? Zhang Tong looked back at them all. At this moment, second young Master Lin likely wouldn't want any of you to fall behind. These words sent a chill through everyone. They hastily assented, abandoning Master Zeng's corpse to quickly catch up. The Lin estate. A swordsman bearing a heavy, profound iron sword arrived at the gates of the Lin estate. Lin family restricted grounds. Halt. The guards, sensing the terrifying aura of the newcomer, quickly barred his way. The swordsman raised his eyelids slightly and spoke. I am the 8th on the divine martial rankings, the profound heavy sword king. The profound heavy sword king. The profound heavy sword king, a pinnacle existence at the 9th layer of the Hotian realm. Renowned across Beichin for his heavy sword techniques, he was a king among swordsmen. His heavy sword was wielded with divine mastery, excelling in breaking all techniques with sheer force and sealing victory with a single strike. 5 years ago, after a great battle, he gained new insights into the way of the heavy sword and declared seclusion, withdrawing from the world for 5 years. Now emerging from seclusion, he was likely even more powerful than before. The Lin family guards exchanged glances. So it is the profound heavy sword king. May we ask the purpose of your visit to our Lin estate? The profound heavy sword king's back vibrated with power, sending the massive heavy sword soaring into the air before it crashed heavily before the Lin estate gates. Thud. The heavy sword struck the ground like a falling star, making the earth tremble. I come to challenge the methods of Lin Ze, the Lin family's young master, and reclaim my position as 7th on the divine martial rankings. With that, the profound heavy sword king cast a glance at the troubled guards. No need for concern. It is merely a normal spar between martial artists to be settled with restraint. Quickly informed the second young master. The gatekeeper replied, the young master is not currently at the estate. Having been appointed as the chief of the mirror office, he departed early this morning for Beichin Academy to purge its ranks. The profound heavy sword king frowned. Are you concerned I might harm the second young master? Deliberately lying about his absence. They shook their heads. The young master's inspection of Beichin Academy is a major affair. The Sword King can easily verify this by asking any passerby. How would we dare deceive you? The profound heavy sword king slapped his heavy sword with a crack. The sword vibrated, leaping from the ground, and he steadied it on his back. Beichin Academy. Both opponents are there. Excellent. In that case, I shall make a trip to Beichin Academy. Despite bearing the heavy sword, the profound heavy sword king's speed was no less. With a single stride, he vanished from sight. He headed towards Beichin Academy. At Beichin Academy, a scholar in white robes hurried into the Hall of Evergreen. A group of students who had passed the autumn examinations had already been waiting there for some time. After witnessing the upheaval at the Golden Autumn Banquet and seeing Lin Ze's true nature firsthand, many of them had developed a profound sense of admiration and reverence for this prodigy of their generation. Upon hearing that Lin Ze had become the chief of the Mirror Bureau and would personally assess them, giving them a chance to serve under his command, everyone was exceptionally excited and had prepared early, eagerly awaiting his arrival. As soon as they saw the scholar in white rushing in, they immediately asked, well, has the second young master arrived? The scholar caught his breath and replied, don't ask, prepare yourselves. Something huge has happened. Master Zeng was just struck down by the second young master at the academy gates. What a... Master Zeng. What's going on? The scholar in white glanced at all the students and said in a grave and ominous tone, our academy is tainted. It's not just us students. Even the higher-ups have been corrupted. Master Zeng was the one the second young master personally exposed. What did you say? Even the higher-ups. Why be so surprised? I saw this coming. For traitors and rebels to hide among the students for so long, deceiving so many teachers and instructors, it would be strange if no one among the higher-ups was shielding them. A tree's decay often begins at its roots. But how did the second young master find out? The scholar said, I heard from a distance that someone at the academy hired an assassin to kill the second young master. That's what infuriated him, and he used some special method to sense Master Zeng's abnormal heartbeat, exposing him. I see. The second young master's methods are truly unfathomable. Amid the murmurs, Xiaqing has seated at the front calmly flipped through several books of policy essays appearing to diligently study the wisdom of the ancients. Yet her mind was elsewhere as she kept flipping the same pages over and over. Stop flipping, you'll wear out the book. Besides Xiaqing, how a girl in pink smiled knowingly at her, thinking about that second young master. So lost in thought, Xiaqing has snapped back to reality and shot the girl a glare. What nonsense are you talking about? The girl pouted. Who's talking nonsense? Someone's been daydreaming ever since the Golden Autumn Banquet. I'm curious to see what magic this second young master of the Lin family has to make you so smitten. As she spoke, a strange glint flickered in the girl's eyes. Xiaqing blushed and pinched the girl's waist in mock anger. Stop your nonsense. Ouch. You. Tap, tap, tap. The second young master is here. Get ready. Everyone immediately sat up straight, freezing their movements and sitting at attention. A light footstep heralded their arrival. Lin Ze, along with Zhang Tong and others, entered the Hall of Evergreen. Greetings, Chief Lin. Greetings, Academy Head and Masters. No need for formalities. Lin Ze stepped inside, scanning the gathered students. When his eyes fell on Xiaqing, he paused, noticing the girl in pink beside her. The girl in pink was charming and lively, exuding a vibrant spring-like energy. She resembled a sweet and playful girl next door. Her beauty rivaled Xiaqing's, equally stunning. Her large, sparkling eyes were set beneath delicate arched brows, her flawless porcelain-like face adorned with cherry-red lips and a straight nose, every feature perfectly sculpted. Her raven-black hair, tinged with a subtle hint of reddish warmth, radiated a unique passion. Standing together, it was hard to say who was more beautiful. They each had their own charm, appealing to different tastes. Lin Ze couldn't help but be surprised, for he recalled that in the original novel, Xiaqing was the only notable beauty at Beichin Academy. Otherwise, with the protagonist's aura, he would have swept her into his harem with a mere gesture. And crucially, these two seemed to be on good terms. How strange. Had Xiaqing ever had such a distinctly featured female friend in the original story? Lin Ze furrowed his brow. Seeing Lin Ze's frown, the academy officials were startled, fearing he had uncovered another traitor among the students. Xiaqing was baffled. Last time at the Golden Autumn Banquet, you gave me a pitiful look. Now you're frowning. Am I that hideous or odd? Xiaqing couldn't understand it at all. The girl in pink, however, watched Lin Ze with a curious glint, then glanced at the academy's higher-ups, her gaze darting between them as if sizing something up. The atmosphere grew tense. But Lin Ze merely glanced away and said casually, I recall that Beichin Academy traditionally admits only 50 students per autumn examination. After deducting the rebels who died at the Golden Autumn Banquet, the remaining number still seems a bit large, doesn't it? A master quickly explained, Chief Lin, the assassination case at the Golden Autumn Banquet implicated many high-ranking officials, leaving numerous vacancies in the imperial court. Thus, His Majesty ordered us to increase the number of students entering the court, temporarily adjusting key positions. We conducted another major examination, selecting 38 from the 6th year students, 17 from the 5th year, and 8 from the 4th year. That totals 63. The master handed over the roster. Lin Ze nodded, casually flipping through it for appearances before setting it aside. He cared little about how many the court needed or how the academy conducted its exams. He had only two goals. Lin Ze looked at the crowd below. Two matters. First, you all know Master Zeng, right? The students nodded. Lin Ze asked, Last night, did any of you see him return? See Master Zeng return. The students were puzzled. Had Master Zeng gone out last night? He wasn't a prominent figure at the academy, so few paid him much attention. No one answered. No one. Then let me rephrase. Who was Master Zeng closest to? Just then the girl in pink beside Xiaqing suddenly stood up. I saw Master Zeng. Hearing the girl in pink speak, Lin Ze grew intrigued. Very well, go on. The girl in pink gave a mysterious smile. Chief Lin, I not only know about Master Zeng, but also something that could shake Beichin Academy to its core. But I wonder if you dare to hear it. Snap. Lin Ze closed his folding fan. His entire demeanor turned deep and unfathomable, like an abyss. His voice, brimming with power and absolute confidence, reached the girl's ears, his mysterious figure magnifying in her eyes. I'm all ears. Lin Ze's calm and composed voice was like a soothing balm for the pink-clad girl, instilling immense confidence in her. Very well. Since the chief envoy Lin is willing to listen, then I shall boldly speak. The pink-clad girl cast a glance at the academy's high-ranking officials. Her gaze locked firmly onto a certain individual. Then her next words struck like a thunderbolt, shattering everyone's expectations. Academy Master Zhang Tong is a spy of Wolf Capital. The moment these words were spoken, the students and instructors present were all astounded. They erupted like a pot of boiling water. What did you say? Absurd. Utterly absurd. How dare you? Is the Academy Master someone you can slander? Have you no respect for your elders? Where are the manners our Academy taught you? Since the founding of Beichen, the Academy Master has tirelessly dedicated himself to education, nurturing countless pillars of the court and making indelible contributions to our nation's development. Such a great hero and noble figure, and you dare call him a spy of Wolf Capital. If he were a spy, then what are we? Guards, drag this disrespectful wretch out. The crowd was both shocked and enraged. Who was Academy Master Zhang Tong? The master of Beichen Academy, one of Beichen's founding fathers. His contributions and status in Beichen's literary realm were akin to Lin Ze's in the Beichen military. He was a veteran of Beichen's literary world, the spiritual pillar of all scholars. At least a third of the current court officials were graduates of the academy he founded, and nearly half of the minor court officials were placed there by his hand. Such a monumental figure who had made immense contributions to Beichen, and you call him a spy? Absurd. Utterly preposterous. The crowd fumed with anger. Yet the pink-clad girl remained unfazed, her eyes fixed on Lin Ze. Lin Ze cast a glance at everyone's silence. A disciple who betrays her master is despicable. Arrest her. Slandering the Academy Master. She is the true spy of Wolf Capital, trying to incite chaos within Beichen. The crowd continued to seethe with rage, cursing the pink-clad girl. I said, boom. A terrifying wave of energy radiated from Lin Ze. An overwhelming, icy spiritual pressure surged like a frigid winter gale, flooding the entire evergreen hall. Silence. The single word fell. The autumn sunlight outside the window froze. The bright hues were dispelled, replaced by deep somber tones. Frost flowers began to crystallize on the floor of Evergreen Hall. Frost particles blanketed the entire wall. Cold. A bone-penetrating cold. A chill that seeped into the soul. Though it was a crisp autumn day, in an instant it plunged into the depths of a harsh winter. Huff. A single breath manifested as a plume of white vapor. Hiss. Everyone gasped in terror, falling into a deathly silence. At that moment, Lin Ze was surrounded by an oppressive aura of frigid pressure, like a supreme sovereign of ice commanding the entire frozen world. His eyes held the chill of 10th of sandy-rolled ice, radiating a cold that could freeze anyone solid. They had every reason to believe that anyone who dared speak out of turn would be turned into an ice sculpture. Everyone fell silent, not daring to utter a word. Even Academy Master Zhang Tong, who was also at the peak of the Haute-Eon realm and ranked 6th on the Divine Martial list, began to feel unsettled. This aura, had he already taken that step? No, it didn't seem so. Zhang Tong's gaze flickered with uncertainty. Lin Ze then spoke, if you want to listen to someone, listen properly. A straight foot is not afraid of a crooked shoe. Right or wrong, hear it out, and I will judge. What's the rush? What? Lin Ze's icy gaze swept over every instructor. Does her words make you feel threatened that you must silence her prematurely? No, we wouldn't dare. Good. Lin Ze found a chair and sat down, snapping open his folding fan with a crisp sound, fanning a chilling bone-cold breeze. From now on, anyone who interrupts her speech will be treated as a spy of Wolf Capital and executed on the spot. What do you think, Academy Master Zhang? Zhang Tong glanced at the pink-clad girl, his expression calm, as if convinced this was merely a misunderstanding or a farce. The chief envoy is right. I have nothing to hide. Lin Ze nodded and looked at the stunned pink-clad girl. He was now somewhat confused by the turn of events. The existence of a spy among the Academy's upper echelons was a fact that would only be fully confirmed nearly a year later, after the protagonist began to rise and investigate step by step. But now not only had the verification process been skipped, but the final conclusion had been reached directly. Where had this pink-clad girl come from? Giving her a strange look, Lin Ze said, "All right, continue." The pink-clad girl stared blankly at Lin Ze for a second or two, parted her pink lips as if to speak, but hesitated. Xia Qinghe nudged her twice. After a moment, she swallowed her words and began anew. Well, this is how it started. Not long ago, while training behind the academy, I overheard a secret meeting among those rebel spies from the Golden Autumn Banquet. In their conversation, they repeatedly mentioned having a backer among the academy's high-ranking officials, someone of extremely high status and immense power. And they spoke as if this backer would never be suspected. The Beichen Academy is not a particularly powerful institution. Its hierarchy is not complex. The instructors are mostly of equal rank with a few exceptions, but none wield overwhelming authority. The same goes for the supervisors of each grade level, who have changed many times over the years. Only the deans of the martial and literary courts, as well as the Academy Master Zhang Tong, have been here since the Academy's founding, never replaced. At these words, Zhang Tong remained unmoved. But the two deans of the martial and literary courts changed expression instinctively, wanting to rebuke her. However, catching Lin Ze's stern, icy look, they forced themselves to hold back and listen. The pink-clad girl continued. So from that point on, I began to suspect these three individuals. I secretly observed the connections between those rebel spies from the Golden Autumn Banquet and these three. And through this observation, I indeed uncovered many suspicious points. Though these points might seem normal to some of you when you start with the conclusion and work backward, they become highly questionable. For example, if I presumed Zhang Tong to be the spy from the start, then every detail of his actions could be magnified infinitely. His frequent outings. I would wonder if he was secretly meeting Wolf Capital spies. His late-night meetings with students to answer their questions. I would suspect they were exchanging plans in secret. The pink-clad girl listed a series of suspicious points. The crowd from Beichin Academy gradually delved deeper into thought as the pink-clad girl spoke. At first listen, it seemed to make some sense. Using the established facts to reverse engineer evidence could indeed magnify many details and lead to an answer. However, this was merely speculation based on the words of the supposed traitor, a one-sided account from the pink-clad girl alone, without any concrete evidence. A false accusation can always find its pretext. To convict the esteemed manor head Zhang Tong, a late-stage acquired realm expert and a founding elder of Beichin Academy, based on such flimsy grounds would be far too frivolous. Those present listened to the pink-clad girl's words, their lips moving as if to speak, but holding back. Xiao Qinghe also cast a worried glance at the girl. The pink-clad girl, however, remained calm and composed, giving Xiao Qinghe a reassuring look. She turned to Zhang Tong, a bizarre smile curling at the corners of her lips. I know all of this is just my one-sided statement, hardly enough to definitively label Manor Head Zhang as a traitor. But it doesn't matter. I still have one piece of irrefutable evidence that you absolutely cannot escape. Watching the eerie smile on the pink-clad girl's lips, Zhang Tong narrowed his eyes slightly, his fingers tightening with a hint of unease. This student is not right. The others were also deeply stirred by the pink-clad girl's words. She had conclusive evidence to brand the manor head a traitor. No way. Could the manor head really be? Amidst the uncertainty of everyone, the pink-clad girl spoke each word deliberately. Third floor of the Sleep Book Tower, bookshelf number 2 of the Heavenly Characters section, first row, 9th book from the left. As she uttered each word, Zhang Tong's expression gradually became unreadable. A strange dark light flickered in his eyes. If before Zhang Tong had been the epitome of righteousness, serene and detached, now he was shrouded in gloom as deep and unfathomable as an ancient well. How is that for evidence? Manor Head Zhang, do you need me to continue? Or would you rather have Chief Lin verify it himself before you confess? Zhang Tong fell silent. Long moments passed without a word. An eerie stillness settled over Beichin Academy. Seeing Zhang Tong like this, everyone's hearts clenched. Why doesn't the manor head speak? Could he truly be a spy for Wolf City? No, impossible. He is the spiritual leader of Beichin's literati, a founding elder of the nation. How could he be a traitor? The heads of the civil and martial academies pressed Zhang Tong for an answer, their anxiety palpable. Manor head, she must be spouting nonsense. You're definitely not a spy for Wolf City, right? Zhang Tong glanced at them and finally let out a sigh. After looking at them, he silently turned his gaze to the pink-clad girl. The Sleep Book Tower is my private collection, forbidden to all. The 3rd floor is sealed with my own prohibitions. How did you manage to infiltrate it? At these words, the entire assembly erupted in shock. Zhang Tong's statement was tantamount to publicly admitting that the girl had uncovered his secret, confessing his identity as a spy for Wolf City. This? Manor Head, how could you? You are the spiritual faith of us Beichin scholars. Why would you ally yourself with Wolf City? Wolf City and Beichin are locked in an irreconcilable blood feud. Those present felt as if the sky had fallen. The manor head, whom they had always revered and regarded as the perfect embodiment of a scholar, had himself confessed to being a Wolf City spy. At this moment, their faith quaked violently, on the verge of shattering. Why, oi? Your position in Beichin is second only to the emperor, with power over countless. As a latest-stage acquired realm expert, even the emperor must show you respect. What drove you to betray us to Wolf City? Zhang Tong did not answer. He merely awaited the pink-clad girl's response. The girl, however, curled her lips and said softly, that thing you call a prohibition is hardly worthy of the name. It would be laughable elsewhere. What? In any case, I have my methods. How I discovered it is none of your concern, manor head. You'd better think about how to explain yourself to Chief Lin. As she spoke, the pink-clad girl's face took on an expression of eager anticipation. A latest-stage acquired realm expert was no pushover. Especially in a place like Beichen, a battle between two such experts was a rare sight once in a decade. And one of them was a prodigy of the highest order. She was determined to observe closely. Hearing her words, Zhang Tong heaved a deep sigh. There is always someone better, and the world is vast. I never imagined that after a lifetime of concealment I would be seen through by a mere girl. Then Zhang Tong's gaze fell upon Lin Ze. Lin Ze smiled. I was wondering why the 6th-rank master on the divine martial list was being so courteous today. Turns out it's a guilty conscience. Zhang Tong said in a deep voice. We are both at the late stage of acquired realm. If we were to fight, it would only result in mutual destruction. In the end, the Beichen royal family would be the sole beneficiary. And given the current state of the Lin family after all these years of forbearance, you should understand. We are in fact on the same side. Zhang Tong said with profound meaning. How about you pretend you didn't see anything and turn a blind eye? Snap. Lin Ze snapped his folding fan shut with a crisp sound, idly tracing the jade-carved patterns on its handle. Well said. On some level we are indeed on the same side. This young master also dislikes meddling in others' affairs. Lin Ze was not one to interfere. Whether Beichen Academy plotted against the kingdom or whether the manor head was a traitor. Sorry, that had nothing to do with Lin Ze. As for the duties of the Mirror Department's chief, a latest-stage acquired realm pinnacle expert stands above the fray, heeding the Beichen Imperial Court's summons only when it pleases him. When in a good mood, he is the Mirror Department chief, when not, no one can command him. Moreover, it was still uncertain whether Lin Ze's maternal grandfather, the Emperor, was friend or foe. Lin Ze not actively causing trouble or rebelling was already out of consideration for his Li family bloodline. So whether the Beichen manor head was a traitor or not, Lin Ze truly didn't care. Zhang Tong's expression brightened slightly, thinking he had swayed Lin Ze. But Lin Ze slowly raised his head. Though a playful smile still lingered on his face, it was now icy and bone-chilling, sending shivers down one's spine. Your biggest mistake was trying to mess with this young master. Lin Ze pulled out the jade bottle containing the specially formulated poison. Hiring assassins to kill me and even spreading poison. You sure know how to have fun, old man. Zhang Tong's face darkened. This was an order from Wolf City. Your talent has become a threat to them. They refuse to let you live. Even though I pleaded on your behalf, arguing that the Lin family could serve their cause, Wolf City would not relent. The assassination plot was not my wish. Lin Ze shook his head with a wry smile. Truly, the older one gets, the smaller one's ambition becomes. Enough. 3 moves. This young master will grant you 3 chances to strike. Consider it my respect for an elder. How would an arrogant brat? Give him 3 moves. Even if Lin Ze possessed supreme skills, both being at the late acquired stage, who could claim superiority? As a seasoned veteran of the late acquired stage, even Beichen Emperor and Lin Ao dared not be so presumptuous. Zhang Tong laughed in fury. Upon hearing Lin Ze's words, the academy crowd, still reeling from the revelation of Zhang Tong as a traitor, were stunned. Give Zhang Tong 3 chances to strike. This. Zhang Tong was a renowned late acquired stage master of many years. He had reached the late acquired stage 30 years ago, mastering the art of the upright gentleman to perfection, his strength unfathomable. He ranked 6th on the divine martial list. And this ranking was due to Zhang Tong's low-key nature and aversion to conflict. If he fought at full strength, within the entire Beichen dynasty, only Lin Ao and the Beichen Emperor could claim to surpass him. Facing such a powerhouse, Lin Ze dared to yield 3 moves. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Had they misheard? Or had they gone mad? Chief Lin, you must not. Zhang Tong has lurked in the academy for years, his schemes deep. His true power surely exceeds what he shows. Though you are a prodigy, you must be wary of such an enemy. Indeed, Zhang Tong is treacherous, colluding with Wolf City for years. He must have hidden many tricks. Chief Lin, do not underestimate him. Chief, we implore you to slay this cursed traitor Zhang Tong. People are ever thus. The greater the hope, the greater the despair when it shatters. They had once revered Zhang Tong as a spiritual icon, a goal to pursue. But now his true face revealed, their faith had fallen from its pedestal. All their admiration and aspirations were crushed, replaced by boundless hatred, by the immense shame of betrayal and deception. Many radical academy members vehemently cursed Zhang Tong, fearing Lin Ze might fall victim to his schemes. Of course, some remained lost in their fantasies, unwilling to wake. They believed Zhang Tong had merely strayed in a moment of impulse, or had some unavoidable hardship. Academy Master, surely you have some reason. You always taught us to be loyal to the sovereign and love the nation, to uphold the path of the gentleman. I cannot believe you are a spy for Wolf City. You must have taken a wrong turn. How could you betray Beichen? The Beichen Academy was in an uproar. Only Xia Qinghe and the girl in pink watched and listened in silence, uttering no word. The joys and sorrows of men are not shared. To them, whether Beichen or the academy, it was merely a temporary place to study and advance. Stay or leave none was indispensable, nor did they treat anyone as an idol. Thus the two girls quietly observed and listened. Only occasionally, when glancing at Lin Ze, a spark of admiration flickered in their eyes. Zhang Tong listened to the crowd's condemnations and sighs, a complex look crossing his face. The Beichen Academy was the work of his lifetime, into which he had poured much emotion. But this fleeting sentiment vanished in an instant as he coldly said, "Betray Beichen. Perhaps you have all forgotten, but once the lands of Beichen and Wolf City were both called Wuan. The Li family of Beichen is nothing but a pack of rebellious usurpers." With that, Zhang Tong ceased speaking to the academy crowd and turned to Lin Ze. "Enough talk, let us fight." As he spoke, Zhang Tong's aura surged. A vast righteous energy emanated from him. Boom. In an instant, an overwhelming aura of justice filled the heavens and earth. Above, Beichen clouds churned. Streams of pure sacred energy swept across the entire imperial capital, undulating like crashing waves rolling up 1,000 piles of snow. The boundless pure energy engulfed the entire capital. For a moment, the city was submerged in a tide of righteous force. All evil and darkness within people's hearts were suppressed by this overwhelming power. All the wicked felt as if struck by lightning, as if a divine judgment had descended upon them. What is this? It's the mystic realm. At the 9th level of the acquired stage, one gains the ability to sense heaven and earth. When unleashed fully, a single call stirs the wind, and clouds, a single breath calms 100 miles. Such phenomena indicate that a mystic realm expert is about to strike with full force. At that moment, the entire capital was shaken. Across Beichen, mystic realm experts of the 9th acquired stage numbered fewer than 10, most of whom were in seclusion, striving for the divine, transcendent realm. It was rare for ordinary people to even see a mystic realm expert, let alone witness one fighting at full power. Such an existence could obliterate a mountain range with a single strike, one man standing against a nation. No ordinary person could force them to such extremes. If a mystic realm expert fought at full strength, it meant their opponent was also a mystic realm existence. 2 mystic realm experts. That would truly be a case of gods at war, mortals suffering. If they weren't careful, this imperial capital beneath their feet would be left in ruins. Thus everyone's hearts tightened. At the entrance of Beichen Academy, Heavy Sword King gazed at the sky's phenomenon, murmuring, "What a deep concealment, Zhang Tong. The 6th rank on the divine martial list does you injustice. But..." He paused at the gate. "To force you to go all out, it seems that newly promoted 7th-ranked second young master Lin is no pushover either." He set down his heavy sword and sat upon it. He cared not why the two were locked in conflict. He only cared how far they had walked on the path of the mystic realm. Heavy Sword King crossed his arms, calming his mind to await the coming epic battle. Inside Beichen Academy, righteous energy filled the skies. Zhang Tong's aura was primed, as if possessed by a sage of literature, fully displaying the might of a late-acquired stage mystic realm expert. Yet Lin Ze still toyed with his folding fan, showing no sign of readiness. He stood there like an ancient, evergreen pine towering between heaven and earth, awaiting Zhang Tong's attack. Clearly Lin Ze intended to let him strike 3 times. Zhang Tong was both shocked and enraged. "Presumptuous whelp. Today I shall discipline you on behalf of Lin Ao." With that, Zhang Tong gathered his entire spirit and energy. Swoosh! A colossal phantom of a sage burst forth. Like a soul leaving its body, it manifested myriad forms in midair. Now a fierce tiger, now a giant dragon, now 1,000 troops and horses. Slay! All these forms charged at Lin Ze, with overwhelming momentum, devouring 1,000 miles like a tiger yearning to tear Lin Ze to shreds. Yet, amid this grand onslaught, Lin Ze remained calm and unyielding. Under the terrified gaze of all, Lin Ze raised his fan and gently waved it. A soft breeze passed, and Zhang Tong's concentrated righteous strike dissipated into thin air. The endless waves subsided into tranquility. Lin Ze stood in the breeze, saying, "Do not embarrass yourself with such trivial probing tricks. My patience is limited, you have 2 more attempts." Upon hearing this, Zhang Tong's expression turned grim. "Very well. Since you seek death so eagerly, this lord shall grant your wish today." With that, Zhang Tong unleashed his true skill, the art of the noble's righteousness. A single word can stabilize mountains and rivers. Stabilize. Zhang Tong uttered the word stabilize. With a grand gesture, a drop of black ink fell from the void. The ink stain spread, soon tainting the entire void. Within the Beichen Academy, the void trembled, stirring up waves of turmoil. That drop of black ink bred wonders amid the surging chaos, evolving into magnificent landscapes. Thus the shadows of a range of mountains undulating like a coiled dragon materialized in the void. Its presence was like an ancient divine mountain crossing the barriers of time and space, completely suppressing the entire world. Suppress, suppress, suppress. The immense force of suppression emanated from the mountain range, pressing heavily upon everyone. Everyone felt as if every hair, every pore, every inch of their skin was being ravaged by a tremendous force. Its weight was like that of mountains relentlessly pressing down, forcing them to bow their heads, to kneel in submission. Simultaneously, drops of scholarly ink were rendered within the mountain range, evolving into an endless ocean of righteous energy, as if a sage of letters were painting mountains and rivers with his brush, his words settling the realm. He seemed the embodiment of the utmost righteousness, purity, and holiness in heaven and earth. All his actions were righteous, representing the true path of the world. He could shatter the filth and darkness within everyone's hearts, making them dare not look him in the eye, ashamed of their own inferiority. Under the righteous energy of this sage of letters, everyone's minds suffered immense pressure. All previous anger and betrayal were ruthlessly suppressed, no longer able to arise in the slightest. They even began to think that what Zhang Tong did was righteous, and that the Beiqin imperial dynasty were the despicable villains. Once this thought arose, every word and action of the sage seemed to contain the ultimate truth of heaven and earth, making them even more cowardly, feeling guilty for having aided rebels and traitors. This is the noble's righteousness, capable of stabilizing mountains and rivers. Rumble. In the landscape, painting thunder suddenly roared. The mighty righteous energy descended upon the world with rolling thunder, bringing boundless pressure and judgment. The endless mountain range also seemed to come alive, faintly revealing the shadow of a mountain dragon spanning Beiqin. They resonated with each other, creating a grand judgment that rode on the righteousness of heaven and earth. Lin Ze, you brat, pay the price for your arrogance. Zhang Tong, manifested amidst the ink stains of the vast landscape, launched his final assault on Lin Ze. The magnificent landscape instantly pressed towards Lin Ze like an ancient divine mountain, constantly crushing and annihilating the entire void. However, Lin Ze's face showed no trace of fear. Instead, he was eager to try. He said, finally, this looks a bit like the 9th layer of the postnatal realm. With that, clusters of deep purple flames ignited on Lin Ze's body. Raging flames. Hissing. Amidst the burning flames, threads of lightning leaped and danced. Hissing. Deep purple lightning coiled around the flames, enveloping Lin Ze entirely. They intertwined and generated each other, forming a unique power of thunderflame. Minor thunderflame, true body level 10. Break. Boom. The formidable power of thunderflame erupted. A bolt of purple lightning blazing with scorching flames streaked across the sky, tearing apart Zhang Tong's magnificent landscape. Then it broke through the boundaries of the landscape, charging towards Zhang Tong at an imperceptible speed. Like lightning and flint. Earth-shattering. Bang. Cough. Ugh. Cough. Before anyone could react, the deep purple lightning, like a galloping dragon, blasted Zhang Tong away, kicking up a cloud of dust. Thud. Zhang Tong crashed heavily onto the bluestone ground of Beiqin Academy, carving a deep trench in the bricks and stones, leaving a trail of chaos filled with dense spiderweb-like cracks. He only stopped after slamming into the southern wall of Beiqin Academy, which was built of hard metal and stone. Cough. Zhang Tong looked at Lin Ze in disbelief, wanting to say something, but his qi and blood surged, and he violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Cough. Within Beiqin Academy, there was dead silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. They looked from Lin Ze to Zhang Tong and back again. At that moment, Zhang Tong was covered in blood, utterly disheveled, having lost all semblance of the refined and virtuous scholar in blue. In contrast, Lin Ze was ablaze with deep purple thunderflame, commanding thunder and fire, radiant as a deity. The contrast between the two was stark. Gulp. Everyone swallowed hard in disbelief. Zhang Tong had lost. Academy Master Zhang Tong, a seasoned veteran at the 9th layer of the postnatal realm's mysterious marvel stage. Had he lost just like that? And this was after Lin Ze let him strike first, giving him ample time. The teachers and students of Beiqin Academy could not understand, not at all. They must be dreaming. Both were at the peak of the postnatal realm, the mysterious marvel stage. Yet the seasoned veteran Zhang Tong had lost so utterly. One move. Just a single move. He lost in one move. Even if Emperor Beiqin and Lin Ao attacked together, Zhang Tong could not have lost so cleanly, so utterly defenseless, could he? Everyone looked at each other momentarily at a loss, shocked out of their wits. Even the usually reserved and composed Xia Qinghe and the mysterious girl in pink were stunned for a moment. They were stunned, and so was Lin Ze. He had just casually released a burst of chi from his minor Thunderflame true body. It wasn't even an attack. And Zhang Tong couldn't withstand it. Was he really that weak? Lin Ze was silent for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. Was Zhang Tong weak? As the 6th-ranked veteran peak postnatal expert on the Beichin Divine Martial list, Zhang Tong was certainly not weak. He couldn't withstand Lin Ze's move not because he was weak, but because Lin Ze was too strong. With divine-level comprehension, Lin Ze had devoured all the martial art collections of the Lin family and the Imperial Li family and had pushed each of them up by one more level. The changes brought about by these hundreds of techniques were astonishing, reaching a point where quantitative change led to qualitative change. This made Lin Ze's combat power immeasurable by ordinary standards. What he considered a casual strike could very well be a cataclysm that others could never endure. How boring. Forget it. With a slight sigh, Lin Ze dispersed the thunder flame. All his previous enthusiasm had vanished, and naturally he had no mood to continue playing with Zhang Tong. Through this battle with Zhang Tong, Lin Ze understood that within the postnatal realm, he could never find an opponent who could withstand a single move from him. His opponents would have to be found among the innate divine beings. Thus Lin Ze walked slowly and languidly to Zhang Tong. It seems you won't have the chance for that last move. Lin Ze extended his hand. The power of controlling the 8 wastelands slowly gathered in his palm, emitting a deadly threat of annihilation. Any last words? Zhang Tong extended his trembling hand, pointing at Lin Ze. You've already taken that step. Lin Ze glanced at Zhang Tong. Your last words are quite unique. With that, the 8 Desolations art from the Golden Autumn Banquet manifested once more. A fierce wind howled. A terrifying suction force coalesced in Lin Ze's palm, forming a colossal storm eye. Zhang Tong was entirely drawn into the storm within Lin Ze's grasp, his body swiftly contorted and crushed. In an instant, Zhang Tong was twisted into a small sphere, which Lin Ze crushed with a single palm strike, reducing it to dust. All his blood was instantly vaporized by the searing heat, dissipating into the smoke. A supreme being at the 9th level of the postnatal mysterious realm had fallen. Witnessing this, the crowd from Beichin Academy felt a sense of daze. Had Zhang Tong, the academy head, and such a weighty figure, truly died just like that? It was far too clean and decisive. Especially the deans of the civil and martial academies who had worked alongside Zhang Tong for years, always regarding him as a mentor and a paragon of literati. Yet now such an incident had occurred, ending his life. This left the two men inwardly sighing. However, that being said, as a peak postnatal expert who had managed Beichin Academy for years, Zhang Tong must have been a heavyweight in Longdu, holding crucial intelligence about the region. If they could extract all these top-secret intel, Beichin could surely deliver a devastating blow to Longdu. Unfortunately, he died before they could extract it. What a pity. With this thought, the two quickly straightened their attire and signaled to everyone around. The crowd snapped back to reality and hurriedly congratulated Lin Ze. Congratulations, Chief Lin, for slaying the traitor and safeguarding Beichin's peace. Thank you, Chief Lin, for ridding our academy of this great menace. Otherwise, we would have been deceived by that old scoundrel for who knows how long. Chief Lin has performed a remarkable feat. We shall surely report. Lin Ze took a handkerchief handed by a guard behind him and wiped his hands. He just happened to run into my crosshairs. If you want to thank someone, thank that. Lin Ze glanced at the girl in pink. The interest that had waned due to Zhang Tong's lack of resistance began to return. By the way, what is your name? The girl in pink. This was a variable absent from the original plot. She had torn apart the narrative of Beichin Academy the moment she arrived, shredding the script to pieces. Where in the world did this person come from? The girl in pink snapped back to reality, her gaze complex as she looked at Lin Ze. My name is Wu Dong. Lin Ze nodded. Wu Tong, is it? He scrutinized Wu Tong carefully. With mere 3rd-level postnatal cultivation, you can see through Zhang Tong, a 9th-level postnatal mysterious realm expert. You're quite capable. Very well, I'll remember you. Wu Tong's expression faltered. Don't remember me. I only wanted to prevent this peaceful place from being destroyed, forcing me to find a new refuge. So she quickly said sheepishly, it was just luck, sheer luck. Then I hope your luck holds out. Lin Ze chuckled and then changed the subject. He hadn't forgotten that he came to Beichin for 2 matters. With the traitor Zhang Tong who had plotted against him dealt with, there was still a bigger trouble. So Lin Ze brought up the second matter. I mentioned 2 things when I arrived. The first is resolved. The second, I heard your academy has a... Wait. Lin Ze suddenly realized something. Wu Tong. He turned his head in disbelief, locking his gaze onto the girl in pink. Wu Tong. A female? Holy crap. This is a huge problem. The girl in pink, Wu Dong, was baffled by the stare. What does this mean? She quickly checked herself. No disheveled clothes, nothing dirty. What did you say your name was? Wutong. Wutong confirmed again, yes, Wutong. To ensure Lin Ze hadn't misheard or mistaken her, she explained, it's Wutong, as in the phoenix perches on the Wutong tree. Is there a problem, Chief Lin? Lin Ze paused for a moment. He waved over the deans of the civil and martial academies. The two hurried over and stood at attention. What are your orders, Chief Lin? Lin Ze asked softly. Is there anyone else in the academy named Wutong? Or something similar? The two thought for a moment, then confirmed, no. There's only one person named Wutong. Lin Ze narrowed his eyes. Is this Wutong a 5-year student here? I didn't see her at the Golden Autumn Banquet. Yes. Damn. Something's seriously wrong. This world is off. Where's my protagonist? Where is my big, burly protagonist? Where's my male lead with his idiotora that triggers lousy plot lines? How did you turn into Wutong? Lin Ze felt a headache coming on. No mistake. The only Wutong, a 5-year student. This is exactly the original protagonist, Wutong. I wondered where this mysterious girl in pink came from. Turns out you're the original protagonist. I'm done for. Seeing Lin Ze's uncertain expression, the civil and martial deans suspected something was wrong with Wutong's identity. They glanced at Wutong and leaned in to ask softly, Chief Lin, is there an issue with this Wutong's identity? Lin Ze shook his head. No, it's just, I had an acquaintance with the same name, so I got a bit curious and asked a few questions. The two naturally didn't believe Lin Ze's words, but since he wouldn't say, they couldn't force him. After all, this highly influential young master of the Lin family had just slain Zhang Tong in an overwhelmingly dominant fashion before their very eyes, without leaving even a speck of ash. At this moment, provoking Lin Ze. They'd rather spar with the Beichen Emperor. Meanwhile, outside Beichen Academy, the profound heavy sword king who had witnessed the peak duel looked at the academy's gates and sighed softly. Human calculations can never outmatch heaven's will. Zhang Tong, Zhang Tong. Having seen the entire truth, the profound heavy sword king now understood why Zhang Tong had chosen the tavern for their meeting that day, saying if he could defeat Lin Ze, there was no need to seek him out. That bastard Zhang Tong had used even him, the profound heavy sword king, as a pawn to test Lin Ze. If he had won against Lin Ze, then Lin Ze would be nothing special. If Lin Ze had won the battle, would at least have weakened him, preparing for everything. Zhang Tong's plan was sound, but heaven had other plans. Lin Ze confronted him early and broke through violently. The profound heavy sword king shouldered his heavy sword again. Die quickly, you bastard. With one last look at Beichen Academy, the profound heavy sword king turned and left. As for challenging Lin Ze, no way, he wanted to live a few more years. Treading the chilly autumn wind, the profound heavy sword king walked the path back. From the mountains he came, to the mountains he returned. Treading the chilly autumn wind, the profound heavy sword king walked the path back. From the mountains he came, to the mountains he returned. At that moment, within Beichen Academy, the traitor Zhang Tong had been executed. All the masters, instructors, and students were either wallowing in melancholy or applauding in delight, each expressing their own sentiments. They alternated between righteous indignation, profound sorrow, and boundless nostalgia, creating a lively spectacle. The heads of the civil and military courts cast a thoughtful glance at everyone, then leaned in beside Lin Ze and said, Chief Lin, Zhang Tong's long years of concealment within Beichen Academy must have allowed him to secretly cultivate many sleeper agents. I suspect that Master Zheng was not the only one. Among these people, there are likely still spies from Wolf Capital. To resolve this issue, we must question Wutong, who exposed Zhang Tong's true identity. Lin Ze was now intensely curious about this Wutong. The transformation of Wutong into Wutong had fundamentally resolved the protagonist's problem at its root. This sudden change left Lin Ze feeling an unexpected emptiness. After all, the original protagonist Wutong was the favored son of destiny in this world, blessed by the entire realm. If Lin Ze truly sought to kill him, it would likely prove exceedingly difficult. Even if he succeeded, some inexplicable fortuitous encounter might resurrect Wutong, allowing him to grow stronger and achieve glory once more. Lin Ze had no doubt about this. How could a protagonist not have some cheat? Especially one as irrational and mindlessly gratifying as this. Thus, Lin Ze had prepared for a protracted battle against Wutong. But now Wutong was gone. A hollow feeling settled in Lin Ze's heart, as if all his previous precautions had been in vain. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of unfamiliarity with this world. Wutong had become Wutong. The storyline had shifted. The world he had transmigrated into was likely not the novel world he once knew. With a soft sigh, Lin Ze flashed before Wutong. Her body instantly tensed as she regarded him warily. Since arriving in the Beichen dynasty, this was the first time she found someone so unfathomable. the first time anyone had ever pressed such terrifying pressure upon her. Before this, even the so-called top master of the divine martial ranking the Baichin emperor seemed mediocre in her eyes, easily seen through. But this second young master Lin Ze before her, his entire being was like a dragon lurking in the abyss, shrouded in mist unfathomably deep. A chilling dread. Wudong could not comprehend how such a terrifying existence could appear in the mortal world. Could you be some noble bloodline from an ancient hidden family cast adrift in the mundane realm? As she pondered, Lin Ze spoke. Don't be nervous. I merely wish to ask, since you could discern Zhang Tong as a traitor, surely others cannot escape your scrutiny. Wudong forced a smile. Chief Lin overestimates me. How could I have the power to oversee the entire academy? I told you it was merely luck. Otherwise, I would have long dominated Baichin, not remained obscure until now. Wudong regretted ever getting involved in this mess. If Baichin were destroyed, so be it. The world was vast, and there were other peaceful havens besides Baichin. She could simply relocate and find another. The neighboring Xianyu dynasty was not bad. Though it was close to the control range of Songjin Mountain, carefulness would keep her undiscovered. Now she had caught the attention of a monster. Truly, were the people of Songjin Mountain blind? How could they miss such a prodigy with heaven-defying talent and combat prowess? No wonder Songjin Mountain was bullied by Dunyi's sect. With that thought, Wudong deflected the topic. However, the evidence Zhang Tong left behind should hold the answers you seek. Chief Lin, you might as well examine it yourself. Lin Ze nodded. Speaking of that evidence, I am curious. What exactly is in it? Zhang Tong confessed directly after being exposed. Logically, someone as cautious as Zhang Tong would not leave behind incriminating letters or ledgers. Confidential letters after reading are normally burned. How could they survive until now? Unless one had planned to betray from the start. But for someone of Zhang Tong's status to be a double agent was nearly impossible. Moreover, it was unnecessary. Though Zhang Tong did not detail his reasons for defection, Lin Ze could infer from his earlier words. Zhang Tong had not defected, rather from the very beginning he was never a subject of Baichin. As he said, both Wolf Capital and Baichin were once territories of the Wuan dynasty. Later, when Wuan declined, the Li family seized the opportunity to usurp the throne, slaughtering the Wuan imperial clan and establishing Baichin. The surviving Wuan royal bloodline, under the protection of loyal ministers, fled to Wolf Capital, establishing a regime there to resist Baichin and safeguard the imperial clan. Thus, Zhang Tong, always loyal to his state, had been a devoted subject of Wolf Capital from that time. How could it be called defection? Naturally, there was no need for any foolish act of preserving secret letters. If so, what in the Mianshu Tower could have made Zhang Tong unable to escape? Faced with Lin Ze's question, Wudong shook her head. That I do not know. You don't know? Wudong flatly denied it. She didn't know, and no matter who asked, her answer was the same. I don't know. I merely noticed by chance that Zhang Tong was paying attention to that book, so I bluffed him. Who knew it would hit the mark? Another coincidence. Wudong smiled. A beauty like me is always lucky. Lin Ze was speechless. Never mind. Take me to that Mianshu Tower. Mianshu Tower, as Zhang Tong claimed, was his private collection. It likely contained many rare cultivation techniques unavailable in the market. On the pretext of seeking evidence, Lin Ze could ransack the Mianshu Tower. Though not as valuable as the collections of the Lin family or the Imperial Li clan, it would still boost his progress and strengthen his power. Me. It wouldn't be proper, a man and a woman alone. It might harm the second young master's reputation. Wudong refused. She had no desire to interact with a monster like Lin Ze. With his strength, who knew if he might see through something? You are the only one who knows the exact location. You expect me to find it alone. Wudong paused, then glanced at Xia Qinghe. Then Xiao, he will come with me. Xia Qinghe rolled her eyes, but did not object. Lin Ze did not mind. Xia Qinghe. Now that the protagonist was gone, who cared whether she was human or ghost? Let's go. Before leaving, Lin Ze instructed the heads of the civil and military courts seal off the entire Baichin Academy. Until this matter is resolved, no one is to leave. Understood. Then Lin Ze turned to a Lin family guard behind him. Go to the Imperial Palace and summon the Mirror Division to clean up the mess. Yes. Having given his orders, Lin Ze followed Wudong and the other to the Mianshu Tower. At the northernmost reaches of Baichin Academy lay the Mianshu Tower. Nestled against a towering mountain and encircled by verdant bamboo groves, it was a place of serene beauty and tranquil elegance, seldom disturbed by idle visitors. A perfect haven for leisurely solitude. Wudong and her companion led Lin Ze through a bamboo-lined path until they stood before the gates of Mianshu Tower. Here it is, Wudong declared, pushing open the massive doors with a casual familiarity, as if she were entering her own home. Lin Ze nodded and stepped inside. His eyes were met by rows upon rows of immaculately arranged bookshelves, each laden with a vast array of tomes. He approached one shelf and casually leafed through the volumes. Dreampool Essays, True Feathers, Notes, Discourse on the Righteous Spirit. They were all miscellaneous writings and personal records, not cultivation manuals. Seeing this, Wudong remarked offhandedly, "This entire first floor is filled with ancient sages' works and famous scholars' notes that Zhang Tong has collected. Not very interesting, too verbose even to pass the time." Clearly, Wudong had visited Mianshu Tower more than once. Xiaoqing had cast a wistful glance at Wudong. "I've been at the academy for 6 years, and I've never once come here." Wudong's expression stiffened, and she quickly covered with a laugh. "Huh, I just took a wrong turn that day and happened to end up here. Just that once, and I discovered Zhang Tong's secret. Isn't that a coincidence, Xiaohe?" Wudong wore a look of "I'm so lucky, praise me now." As she spoke, her eyes kept darting toward Lin Ze. Xiaoqing remained silent. After flipping through a few more books and confirming they were indeed just ordinary miscellanies, Lin Ze headed straight for the second floor. The second floor's bookshelves were equally packed, standing in neat rows before Lin Ze. It went without saying, given their orderly arrangement and sheer abundance as plentiful as cheap cabbages, that this floor was likely filled with scholars' collections as well. As expected, Lin Ze randomly picked up a few volumes. They were all poetry and prose, occasionally interspersed with ancient scrolls of painting. So he proceeded directly to the third floor. At the entrance to the third floor, Zhang Tong had laid down a mysterious prohibition barring entry to all. Anyone daring to force their way through would suffer the backlash of the prohibition. Even a cultivator at the 9th level of the Haute-Eon realm, the mysterious wonder stage. Of course, Lin Ze was an exception. With a casual wave of his hand, an ineffably profound force shattered the prohibition's chains, annihilating them into nothingness. Wudong, who had been watching Lin Ze intently from the third floor to see how he would break the prohibition, felt her mouth twitch involuntarily. Though she had mocked Zhang Tong's prohibition as hardly worthy of the name, it was still a supernatural technique that had flowed out from the immortal sex. A supernatural technique. How could a mere mortal break it? Could you at least respect the fundamental law that separates the mortal from the immortal? Wudong sighed inwardly. She was now seriously suspecting that Lin Ze was the lost noble bloodline of some ancient clan. Otherwise, how could someone so young be this formidable? "Where is that book you mentioned?" Muttering to himself, Lin Ze had already reached the shelf labeled Tianzi No. 2, searching for the book Wudong had described. Wudong walked over to Lin Ze, retrieved the 9th book from the left on the first shelf. "Here it is." Holding the book, she turned it twice to the left, then shifted it twice to the right, and finally pushed it inward. With a clang and a metallic screech, a fine iron box emerged from a hidden compartment beneath the Tianzi No. 2 shelf. Opening the iron box, Lin Ze's eyes narrowed instantly. Good heavens! The top layer was filled with jade bottles identical to the one containing the strange poison in his hand. A plentiful supply. He picked up one bottle, carefully comparing it with his own. Then he poured out a small amount of powder. An exact match. Lin Ze was baffled. Why does Zhang Tong have so much poison? Did he really have that many people he needed to assassinate with poison? Wudong and Xiaoqing were also puzzled. Lin Ze moved the poison bottles aside. Beneath the top layer of poison bottles lay an ancient-looking book of extraordinary material. He picked up the ancient tome. On its cover were 4 large characters, Elementary Prohibition. Lin Ze's eyes lit up. The very word prohibition told him this book had to be something that had trickled down from the world of the Sciention divine beings into the mortal realm. It contained precious knowledge unheard of in the mundane world. How had Zhang Tong managed to get his hands on such a rare treasure? He opened Elementary Prohibition. A stream of information flashed before his eyes. He perused Elementary Prohibition. He grasped its essence. Divine Comprehension Lv.9 63100. Elementary Prohibition was not a cultivation manual and had no defined grade, but merely recorded detailed information on various common elementary prohibitions. Yet its value was on par with a human-grade high-rank manual, both worth 1 point. Truly a technique worthy of the Sciention realm. This is Pengyong. Just as Lin Ze was marveling at the extraordinary nature of the Sciention realm, Xiaoqing suddenly pointed in surprise at a marginal note on the book's cover page. On the first page of Elementary Prohibition were 2 lines of blood-red characters, bold and vigorous, exuding a terrifying hatred. "I, Pengyong, swear here that in this life I will slaughter every traitor of the Li clan and restore my name of Wuan. I pass this method to you all, hoping you will join me in this endeavor. On the day of my return, the Li clan shall know no peace." Upon reading these lines, Lin Ze raised an eyebrow. If I remember correctly, the 3rd prince of Wuan, who fled Beichin for Wolf Capital, was named Pengyong, wasn't he? Xiaoqing nodded. As a student of Beichen Academy, studying history was a required subject. She said that's right. Peng Yong fled Beichen and under the support of the royalist faction established the Wolf Capital regime, becoming its first Wolf Emperor. But not long after news came from Wolf Capital that Peng Yong had died suddenly. His son Peng Jie, the current ruler of Wolf Capital, succeeded the throne. When this news broke, many believed Peng Yong had been severely wounded during his escape and died of his injuries. But unexpectedly, Peng Yong hadn't died at all. He had secretly joined an immortal sect. By the most conservative estimate of the time, Peng Yong had been in the immortal sect for at least 20 years. 20 years in an immortal sect. With Peng Yong's talent, he might already be. Xia Qinghe frowned. No wonder Wolf Capital has been growing more arrogant and brazen in recent years. This is a huge problem. As she spoke, she instinctively looked at Lin Ze, curious to see how this unparalleled prodigy would react. But Lin Ze's face was utterly calm, showing not the slightest awareness that Beichen was about to face a Xiantian divine being. And that was a Xiantian divine being. Even the most ordinary Xiantian divine being could, with a single slap, annihilate an area spanning thousands of miles and destroy all of Beichen. Seeing Lin Ze's composure, Xia Qinghe was momentarily at a loss for words. Then she looked at Wudong. Wudong too wore a completely indifferent expression. Xia Qinghe fell silent. When had transcendent Xiantian divine beings become so unimpressive? Wudong stretched languidly, her graceful and curvaceous figure on full display. She said nonchalantly, "What's the trouble? If Peng Yong truly achieves the Xiantian realm and returns, that would actually be a good thing." Xia Qinghe was momentarily stunned, then a look of understanding dawned on her. Indeed, if Peng Yong really did attain the Xiantian realm and came back, it would save them effort and trouble. The Xiantian realm, though it sounded like just a step away from the 9th level of Hotian, seemed within reach. Yet the transition from Hotian to Xiantian was a leap in life itself. A metamorphosis akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate. A Xiantian divine being. The very term divine being encapsulated the nobility and transcendence of such an existence. They were the absolute authority, standing above the mundane world. Before a Xiantian divine being, no matter how many armies or Hotian 9th level experts Beichen possessed, they would be nothing more than a casual slap. If he sided with the Wolf Kingdom, it would be as if the Wolf Kingdom's rule was divinely ordained, receiving the ultimate legitimacy. At that point, either the entire imperial court perished together or they surrendered and were spared. Wise men knew what choice to make. Trouble simply did not exist. From the moment a Xiantian divine being appeared in the conflict, the outcome of the war was already sealed with deadly precision. Wudong then said indifferently, "When the time comes, only the Li family will die. For us commoners, it's just a change of emperor, a change of dynasty." To others, Wudong's words sounded treasonous, especially spoken in front of Lin Ze, the emperor's own maternal grandson. In normal times, Wudong would surely be sentenced to the extermination of her entire clan. But Wudong saw clearly. Obviously, this second young master Lin was not of the same mind as the emperor at all. As for Xia Qinghe, this close friend of hers had little faith in the character of the Beichen court and was still hesitating whether to serve Beichen. Thus, upon hearing Wudong's words, Lin Ze showed no reaction. Xia Qinghe merely shot Wudong a glare. Wudong continued, "But what I fear is that Peng Yong might not achieve Xiantian, unable to ascend yet unwilling to descend, leaving both Beichen and the Wolf Kingdom in an awkward stalemate, with only minor skirmishes and friction dragging on for years. If that happens, we won't even have a moment of peace, and that would be the real trouble." Xia Qinghe nodded, then turned to Lin Ze. "May I ask what young Master Lin thinks of this matter?" Lin Ze replied flatly, ill watch from the sidelines. Lin Ze had no opinion. The royal family's messy affairs were none of his concern. As for Peng Yong and the Wolf Kingdom, Lin Ze had always held one attitude: if there was a grudge, settle it, if not, stay out of it. With that, Lin Ze paid no heed to the two women's reactions and flipped the basic explanation of forbidden arts to a certain page. Through the decomposition and comprehension of his divine-level insight, Lin Ze had fully mastered the knowledge within. Among this knowledge, he discovered a very sinister forbidden art, the Heart Demon Forbidden Art, a special forbidden technique that, when combined with a specific poison, could control a person's heart. This made Lin Ze instinctively think of the bottles of poison neatly arranged in the iron box. Perhaps this Heart Demon Forbidden Art was Zhang Tong's true purpose for preparing so many poisons. He quickly turned to the page on the Heart Demon Forbidden Art. Lin Ze narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, on that page, several lines of secret Wolf Kingdom cipher were written. Lin Ze handed the book to Xia Qinghe and Wudong. "Can you decipher this?" Xia Qinghe glanced at it. "Give me some time." Taking the basic explanation of forbidden arts, she pondered carefully, rearranging and deciphering the cipher sequences. After a few breaths, Xia Qinghe furrowed her pure frost-like brows, her expression turning slightly grim. Seeing this, Lin Ze also frowned. Is it tricky? Xia Qinghe shook her head and said, the gist of these ciphers is that Peng Yong received help from a friend in the immortal sect and found a special kind of goo worm that is hard to detect. When combined with the immortal sect's forbidden techniques, this goo worm can invade silently and control a person's life and death at will, undetectable even by those at the 9th level of Hushan's mysterious realm. Peng Yong hopes the Wolf Kingdom will use this method to infiltrate all of Beichen, control all its key institutions, and thus destroy Beichen without shedding a single drop of blood, restoring the Wuan dynasty. Having said this, Xia Qinghe looked at Lin Ze, seeking confirmation. Upon hearing this, Lin Ze immediately examined the jade bottle in his hand more closely. He poured out some powder and observed it using the immortal sect's techniques of the heart demon forbidden art. Indeed, under the immortal sect's methods, the poison powder transformed, revealing a new form. Faint reactions within the poison powder actively responded to Lin Ze's heart demon forbidden art. This was no longer poison powder, it was clearly a cluster of goo worm eggs. What a sly Zhang Tong. The old fox. Even in death, he didn't speak a single truth. He sent Yi Shaoran out not for assassination at all. His sole purpose was to scatter that bottle of poison. He intended to use the goo poison to control Lin Ze, to hold his life and death in his hands. Thinking back, the sudden death of Master Zhang must also have been caused by the heart demon forbidden art. Seeing Lin Ze's reaction, Xia Qinghe confirmed the content of the cipher. She instinctively looked at herself, then her face paled slightly. Oh no. The moment she learned the cipher's content, Xia Qinghe realized a terrifying fact. That was, when had Zhang Tong started using this poison? 10 years ago, 5 years ago, or just a year ago? Xia Qinghe didn't know, but she was certain that Zhang Tong's goo poison couldn't have just started now. At this moment, the entire Beichen imperial capital, at least everyone in important institutions like the Beichen Academy, could be hidden poisoned people. Seeing that even the usually calm and composed Xia Qinghe was now showing signs of worry, Wutong's eyes flickered, her slightly reddish hair shimmering as if she wanted to say something. But catching sight of Lin Ze from the corner of her eye, Wutong fell silent. At that moment, Lin Ze extended his hand. Let me take a look. Xia Qinghe nodded. At this critical moment, she couldn't afford to be concerned about propriety between men and women or maidenly reserve. She stepped forward, directly approaching Lin Ze. But as she drew close, Xia Qinghe seemed to think of something, and her face flushed slightly. I don't need to. Take everything off, do I? Xia Qinghe had once read in an ancient text that those afflicted with goo worms had dull skin, with the worms crawling beneath it, and often required acupuncture to seal acupoints to diagnose and remove the worms. This, of course, inevitably involved some necessary physical contact. Lin Ze was speechless. Your right hand. Xia Qing's face instantly turned red like a ripe apple. She lowered her head and silently extended her fair right hand. Lin Ze placed 2 fingers on Xia Qing's wrist. 2 streams of radiant soft light instantly burst from his fingers, traveling along her hand deep into her body, coursing through her entire being. After a moment, the radiant soft light found a patch of darkness at one of Xia Qing's acupoints. After a moment, the radiant soft light found a patch of darkness at one of Xia Qing's acupoints. The dim spot was blurred within a shadowy mass, utterly motionless. No matter how Lin Ze's spiritual energy stimulated it, it remained curled up, showing no response to the incoming qi. Seeing this, Lin Ze glanced at Xia Qinghe and said, bear with it. With that, 2 streaks of blood-red radiance surged from his fingers into Xia Qing's body, heading straight for the dim spot. Demonic Heart Seal. Whoosh! The moment the demonic heart seal was activated, that shadowy dimness responded as if summoned, fully unfolding and writhing into life, revealing its twisted true form at the acupoint where it lay dormant. It began to stir, draining Xia Qing's life force and releasing a peculiar energy that coursed through her entire body. Seeing Lin Ze so solemn, Xia Qinghe was startled and was about to ask if it was troublesome. Suddenly, a searing pain shot through her, turning her face deathly pale. Beads of cold sweat oozed from her smooth forehead as she endured immense agony. Yet the pain came and went swiftly. After activating the parasitic worm, Lin Ze used the power of the demonic heart seal to control it, moving it to her wrist. With a flick of 2 fingers, swoosh, a twisted tiny black worm appeared between Lin Ze's fingers. Caught by Lin Ze, it seemed to sense a terrifying danger, writhing and struggling, desperately baring all its sharp claws and fangs in a futile attempt to break free from his grip. Its ghastly and horrifying appearance sent chills down Xia Qing's spine. It was unimaginable that such a dreadful thing had been hiding inside her all along, and her life had been under the threat of such a terrifying entity. Had it not been for Lin Ze and Wutong being here, uncovering Zhang Tong's hidden secret and extracting the worm, the consequences. Xia Qing has shuddered with lingering fear. Longdu, oh Longdu, you really know how to play dirty. After examining the worm for a moment, Lin Ze confirmed that this was the same power that had caused Master Zheng's sudden death at the North Star Academy's entrance. One master, Zheng one Xia Qing. How many others in North Star had fallen victim? Bang! Lin Ze crushed the worm in his hand, then turned his gaze to Wudong. Wudong quickly shook her head and took a couple of steps back. I'm fine. I've always been wary of Zhang Tong and his lot. I'm definitely not infected. Lin Ze didn't press the matter. If Wudong declined, so be it. His examination of the worm in Xia Qinghe was mainly to understand its form and to practice his skills. Given that Zhang Tong had lurked in North Star for years and secretly amassed so many worms, it was likely that some in the Lin family had also been afflicted. Lin Ze needed to prepare and take precautions early. In that case, Lin Ze glanced at Zhang Tong's various precious collections on the third floor. Time is of the essence. You two go back first and inform my Lin family guard of what happened here. He'll know what to do. I need to check if there are any other clues here. With that, Lin Ze hurriedly began browsing through Zhang Tong's collection of martial arts manuals, the stash of a top-tier latestage innate peak expert. Wudong and Xia Qinghe, trusting his judgment, left the sleep book tower to find Lin Ze's guard and report the situation on the third floor. Once they were gone, Lin Ze entered a state of comprehension. You browsed through Divine Comprehension Lv.9 65,100. One by one, martial arts techniques loaded rapidly, all knowledge crushed and poured into Lin Ze's mind, as if he had immersed himself in this path for decades, like a grandmaster, deeply engraving every detail. 1 breath. 2 breaths. Divine Comprehension Lv.2 70,100. Zhang Tong was indeed a veteran latestage innate powerhouse of North Star and a master of an academy. His collection was a selection of rare treasures from countless techniques. Among them were 2 top-grade human-level manuals. One was a sonic wave technique called Autumn Wind Breaks the Formation Melody. The other was his signature technique, Gentleman's Righteous Chi Art. Under the comprehension of these precious techniques, Lin Ze's aura grew increasingly ethereal and elusive. He was like a wisp of breeze drifting among mortals, present, yet absent, illusory, yet real, as if he could transcend the mundane world and drift away at any moment. Divine Comprehension Lv.2 74,100. Snap. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Ze closed all the books. After plundering all of Zhang Tong's collection, Lin Ze's talent progress reached 74 points. Only 26 points left to upgrade to Lv.3. Lv.3. Not far off. Closing all the manuals, Lin Ze's eyes shone with unprecedented brilliance. Their luster was like twinkling stars gleaming brightly in the dim candlelight of the sleep book tower. Clearly, Lin Ze's entire spirit and vitality had been greatly enhanced. But just how great this enhancement was, Lin Ze didn't know. Driven by the power of fully comprehending and integrating hundreds of techniques, he seemed to have embarked on a different path of cultivation, his combat prowess beyond the measure of ordinary standards. If a direct comparison were needed, take Zhang Tong as the unit of combat power. Before the enhancement, Lin Ze could probably flick his finger and kill Zhang Tong. After the enhancement, perhaps just a puff of breath. Snap. Lin Ze casually opened his folding fan and stepped out of the sleep book tower, his body dissolving into illusory light, feathers scattered in the wind. Meanwhile, at the entrance of North Star Academy, the Mirror Division personnel summoned by an urgent notice had arrived. The Mirror Division had cordoned off the entire North Star Academy, surrounding it inside and out, sealing it so tightly that not even a fly could escape. Naturally, this included the Lin family guards, who had been informed by Xia Qinghe and Wudong. The leading Mirror Division officials stood before the gate. Is the Lin family so lacking in discipline? With such a major incident at the academy, everyone present is a suspect. Until the truth comes to light, no one is allowed to leave the academy grounds. Anyone who disobeys will be charged with treason and executed. And that includes the Lin family. Those bold enough to provoke the Lin family in this manner could only be the Wei family, backed by the North Star Emperor, to counterbalance the Lin family. The leading official was Wei Jinghai, the left secretary of the Mirror Division, second-in-command to the division's chief. Now Wei Jinghai was exercising his authority as the Mirror Division's deputy, neglecting to interrogate the most suspicious individuals from North Star Academy and instead harassing 2 Lin family guards. The two Lin guards wore icy expressions, their latest stage 6th level innate aura faintly flickering. More than once they itched to erupt and crush this annoying Wei family dog underfoot. Seeing this, Wei Jinghai sneered, "What? Thinking of making a move? Want to assault a court official and slap the emperor's face? What is the Lin family planning rebellion? Come on, try hitting me." Wei Jinghai was utterly arrogant. In matters concerning the Lin family, the Wei family was always this reckless, showing no mercy. The two Lin guards glared at Wei Jinghai's smug face, their fists clenched so tightly their knuckles cracked, aching to punch him to death. But Wei Jinghai was the Mirror Division's left secretary, wielding great power and representing the court's authority. If they struck him, the implications would be dire. They could only endure. Then, smack! A crisp slap rang out. Everyone turned to look. On Wei Jinghai's face, who had been clamoring just moments ago, there was now a strikingly vivid bright red palm print. Wei Jinghai was stunned. He dazedly glanced at the two Lin family members with indifferent expressions, then touched the burning, painful spot on his own face. In an instant, an inextinguishable blaze of fury surged within him. He had been struck. He, a member of the Wei family, had been struck. And in front of two Lin family members. This enraged him, the flames of anger consuming all reason and devouring his composure entirely. Wei Jinghai was no stranger to humiliation. The court's factions were complex, and he had been rebuked and insulted more than once. But what he could not accept was that this humiliation came from the Lin family. For as long as he could remember, only the Wei family had ever bullied the Lin family, and it had been that way for over a decade. When did it become the Lin family's turn to ride roughshod over the Weiss? If word of this got out, Wei Jinghai would be mocked to death by all of Beichen and the entire Wei clan. A savage, murderous intent instantly filled Wei Jinghai's eyes, turning them bloodshot. He made no effort to conceal his killing intent towards the two Lin family members. Consumed by shame and rage, he forgot to wonder how two Lin guards at the 6th layer of the Hotian realm could slap him, a dignified 7th layer Hotian expert, without warning. Now his mind was clouded. He only wanted to vent his fury and wash away the disgrace. "You Lin bastards." Wei Jinghai's eyes were blood-red, wide with fury. He condensed terrifying energy in his hands, ready to slay the two Lin guards on the spot. "How dare you against the imperial court?" But before he could finish his sentence, the young master struck him. "Do you have a problem with that?" An icy voice, as if from the depths of the underworld, chilled Wei Jinghai to the bone. The extreme cold slightly dispersed the flames of anger in his mind. His pupils contracted sharply as realization dawned. He turned and saw the figure of an aristocratic scion standing proud and aloof like an ancient, enduring pine. The next moment, a slap heavier than the previous one landed forcefully on Wei Jinghai's face. With a crash, Wei Jinghai was hurled to the ground like a cannonball driven by a tremendous force. His head shattered the bluestone slab of the academy, creating a large pit. Silence fell over the academy. After a long moment, the mirror office personnel exchanged glances, then bowed sincerely to that figure. "Greetings, Chief Director." Of course, some were insincere. A few jumped out. They were all Wei family members. "Chief Director Lin, what is the meaning of this? Even as our superior, how can you casually humiliate Secretary Wei? The secretary is only half a rank below you, and he is your elder. What right do you, a brat like Lin Ze, have?" Lin Ze merely glanced at them, and his icy expression silenced them, all words stuck in their throats. "Right?" As he spoke, Lin Ze's figure flickered, transforming into elusive phantoms, one step, one shadow. His voice drew near as he approached the Wei family members. He placed a hand on one of their shoulders. With a gentle downward press, a surge of immense power erupted, shattering the man's shoulder. At the same time, the crushing force forced him to kneel. His knees shattered upon the ground, spilling a pool of blood mixed with flesh and bone fragments. The man's face twisted in agony, his body bent like a bow, as if performing a prostration of worship before Lin Ze. "Lin Ze, you." Lin Ze then clamped his cheeks, preventing him from speaking. The man's eyes, cold as blades, held a look that could snuff out life at any moment, filling him with terror. "Didn't you ask what right I have? Now do you understand?" The Wei man's eyes were filled with fear, his entire body trembling violently. "It seems you still don't understand." With that, Lin Ze released his grip. The Wei man breathed a sigh of relief, thinking Lin Ze had spared him. But before he could fully exhale, a violent explosion ended his consciousness forever. Blood sprayed everywhere. Witnessing this bloody scene, the others felt as if ice water had been poured over them, soaking through and chilling them to the bone, as if plunged into an ice cellar. They shivered uncontrollably, their bodies unsteady. They lowered their heads, not daring to look at Lin Ze again. All thoughts of Wei family dignity and dominance were cast aside. At this moment, their only wish was to preserve their meager lives in Lin Ze's hands. They just hoped Lin Ze would not bother with insignificant figures like them. Yet the icy voice still echoed in their ears like a demon's whisper. And you, do you understand? This sudden sound made their hearts skip a beat. Out of the corner of their eyes they saw the proud cold figure in white had arrived. Their pupils trembled wildly as they nodded repeatedly yes. Yes, we understand. Understand. Lin Ze's tone was flat as he gently fanned himself with his folding fan, stirring a breeze. The wind was neither cold nor strong. But to them it was like a tornado at sea capable of swallowing everything. Then tell me, what do you understand? Their hearts quivered. How? How were they supposed to answer? In that moment of hesitation, it seems you don't understand either. Another blossom of blood bloomed in the academy, a dazzling, surreal display of crimson. Then a second, a third. They blossomed, dyeing the entire space a bloody red. The cloying, pungent scent of blood invaded the nostrils of the last Wei family member, driving him to the brink of collapse. Seeing that only he remained and his turn was imminent, he cried out, I know. I understand. You are the commanding officer. You are the chief director. We must unconditionally obey your orders. You are a peak 9th layer Hotion expert. Your words and your very existence are the ultimate authority. You are. Enough. Seeing this Wei family member's spinelessness, Wei Jinghai recovered from his daze. He stood up, glaring fiercely at Lin Ze, second young master Lin. Killing is just a matter of a blade's fall, but humiliating me like this, do you truly believe our Wei family and His Majesty have no anger to vent? Lin Ze turned a frown, creasing his brow. Humiliate you? Alas. Lin Ze sighed. The next moment specks of light condensed around Wei Jinghai. A massive hand hoisted him high into the air, locking all his vital points. Wei Jinghai was slammed against the wall. His head was crushed, his face grinding against the rough blue stone. Watch closely. This is what humiliation truly is. Wei Jinghai was slammed against the wall. His head was crushed, his face grinding against the rough blue stone. Watch closely. This is what humiliation truly is. Wei Jinghai was slammed against the wall. His head was crushed, his face grinding against the rough blue stone. Watch closely. This is what humiliation truly is. Wei Jinghai was slammed against the wall. His head was crushed, his face grinding against the rough blue stone. Watch closely. This is what humiliation truly is. Lin Ze's icy voice, accompanied by his figure in white robes, fell upon everyone's hearts. At this moment, everyone in the mirror department was stunned. They stared at Wei Jinghai, who was subdued like a dog with no power to fight back. The current Wei Jinghai was a far cry from the arrogant and overbearing figure he had been upon arrival. They then turned their gaze to Lin Ze. Lin Ze's expression was calm, his eyes cool and clear, as if he were merely handling a trivial matter. He cared nothing for Wei Jinghai's status nor the significance behind it. He was bound by no taboos. Gulp. The members of the mirror department swallowed hard. They had a premonition that Beichin was truly about to undergo a transformation. Thus they grew even more cautious, silent as cicadas in winter. As for Beichin Academy, they had never been surprised or curious from the start, watching the drama unfold with relish. After all, even a veteran powerhouse like Zhang Tong had been defeated by Lin Ze in a single move. How dare a mere Wei Jinghai act arrogantly before Lin Ze and make things difficult for the Lin family? Tisk, did he really think the Lin family was still what it used to be? And not just Wei Jinghai. Even if the Wei family patriarch Wei Pingyuan came himself, he would have to tread carefully. Tisk, good advice is wasted on a fool doomed to die. I told Wei Jinghai to handle matters impartially and thoroughly investigate our academy first, but he wouldn't listen. The Wei family, emboldened by the backing of the Beichin Emperor, has been domineering and has targeted the Lin family for years. Now, let's see how they resolve this. The Beichin Academy crowd awaited the spectacle. Amid the murmurs, Wei Jinghai was both shocked and enraged. Lin Ze, are you truly so reckless? Do you not fear the Emperor, and my clan patriarch will hold you accountable? Lin Ze glanced at the last standing Wei family member and said calmly, it seems you, the left secretary, are less perceptive than an ordinary soldier. He turned to that last Wei family soldier and asked, according to imperial law, what is the punishment for a subordinate who defies orders and disrespects a superior? The Wei family soldier trembled and replied, according to the law, it warrants 50 lashes. In serious cases where official duties are delayed or military opportunities are missed, the superior official has the authority to, according to the law, deal with the offending official. The soldier dared not continue. Deal with the offending official, how, Wei? The soldier gritted his teeth. Execute first and report later. Then did I summon you all to handle official business? Yes. Lin Ze nodded, then glanced at Wei Jinghai. Did you hear that? I have the authority to execute you. Wei Jinghai's expression darkened. But I, this young master, am always magnanimous. I dislike bloodshed. So, Wei Jinghai narrowed his eyes. Did this mean Lin Ze wouldn't kill him? What was he playing at? A sense of unease crept into Wei Jinghai's heart. Then Lin Ze spoke. You will kneel here. With that, Lin Ze sealed all of Wei Jinghai's spiritual energy and shattered his kneecaps with a single palm strike. He forced Wei Jinghai to face the wall and kneel heavily on the ground. A large character Lin appeared on the stone wall before Wei Jinghai's eyes. That Lin character was blindingly dazzling to Wei Jinghai. How agonizing. Wei Jinghai's eyes nearly split with rage. To be made to kneel like this. Kneeling before this Lin character of the Lin family. This was worse than killing him. A fate worse than death. Lin Ze, if you have the guts, kill me. Kill me. Lin Ze turned and walked away. He instructed the mirror department, clean up what happened here quickly. Do not delay. Yes. Every member of the mirror department responded with unusual decisiveness and respect. Lin Ze nodded in satisfaction and left Beichen Academy with 2 Lin family guards. Before leaving, Lin Ze glanced once more at the helplessly raging Wei Jinghai. By the way, you there kneel for 10 days first. Within those 10 days, without my permission, no one is to let him rise. Of course. Lin Ze smiled. You can also have the Wei family come to rescue you. How you'd better pray they come. That way I won't even need to find an excuse. With that, Lin Ze turned and left, leaving behind only Wei Jinghai's heart-wrenching roars of fury. After leaving Beichen Academy, the smile gradually faded from Lin Ze's face. The 2 Lin family guards hurriedly asked, Young master, what's wrong? Xia Qinghe and the others must have told you about the goo poison, right? Yes, we are incompetent and have disappointed you, young master. Lin Ze shook his head. It's not your fault. Let's hurry back. The entire Beichen capital, including my Lin family, is likely already filled with poison-infected people. The 2 were startled. Is it that serious? Lin Ze said, because not only Beichen Academy, but even the Wei family members have fallen victim. Indeed, Lin Ze had killed those Wei family members earlier using the demonic heart seal technique. This meant that those Wei family members had also been silently implanted with goo insects. And if even the Wei family, rooted in the military and having little interaction with Beichen Academy, had been infected, one could imagine the situation across all of Beichen. Thus, the 3 immediately rushed back to the Lin family. At the Lin residence, the wounded veterans had all arrived. They were eagerly awaiting the return of their young master Lin Ze. The young master is back. Backed. Young master. We pay our respects to the young master. Lin Ze nodded to everyone, left the 2 guards to explain the academy events, and headed toward the main Lin family mansion. What's wrong with the young master? Has something happened? Brothers, something major has happened. Listen today at the academy. At the main Lin family mansion, Lin Ze walked swiftly. He found Lin Ao. Seeing Lin Ze rushing in with urgency, Lin Ao raised an eyebrow. What is something wrong? Lin Ze nodded and briefly recounted the day's events at the academy. After hearing it, Lin Ao's expression changed and his brows knitted tightly. Such a thing has happened. A tiny goo insect has plagued all of Beichun without any of us noticing. Lin Ze said, it's a technique from the immortal sect. It's normal that the mortal world is powerless against it. Let's not dwell on that. First, let me examine your hand. Lin Ao extended his hand. Lin Ze probed with his spiritual energy a powerful life force circulating through Lin Ao's body, left and right, back and forth. Lin Ze's brow twitched. Having searched Lin Ao's entire body using immortal sect forbidden techniques, Lin Ze still found no trace of the goo insect. How is it? Lin Ze shook his head and released his hand. There is no goo insect in your body. So does that mean the goo insect cannot invade those with profound cultivation? Lin Ze shook his head. I can't be sure yet. Let me check old Mo. Lin Mo beside him also extended his hand. Lin Ze probed and examined. After a moment, Lin Ze found the hidden shadow within one of Lin Mo's meridian acupoints. Lin Ze furrowed his brow. Seeing this, Lin Mo's expression darkened. Have I been struck? Lin Ze gave an affirmative reply, indeed. Hearing Lin Ze's words, Lin Mo's expression sank completely. Even he, a seasoned warrior of the 8th layer of the Hotian realm, who had weathered countless battles, had fallen prey. This goo insect. Lin Ao and Lin Mo exchanged glances, both seeing the profound gravity in each other's eyes. It seemed that most of the Beichen imperial capital had already fallen. With this thought, Lin Ao and the other pressed further, judging by your expression. Is this goo insect particularly troublesome to deal with? Lin Ze shook his head. His frown was not due to the difficulty of resolving the goo insect, but because he was pondering something else. Namely, Lin Mo had been struck, yet Lin Ao had not. After all, Lin Mo and Lin Ao spent most of their time together, almost inseparable. Wherever Lin Ao was, Lin Mo was usually present. Their chances of encountering the source of the goo insect were nearly identical. According to the Wolf Capital cipher, this goo insect from the Immortal sect was undetectable even by peak 9th layer Hoteon experts, leaving them unable to escape its grasp. This statement seemed credible. After all, even Lin Mo, a seasoned expert infinitely close to the mysterious realm of the 9th Hoteon layer, had been struck silently. Even a true 9th layer Hoteon expert would fare no better. Coupled with Lin Ao's declining qi and blood accumulated old injuries and worsening condition over the years. Thinking this way, it was baffling that Lin Ao had not been afflicted. But this was not the time for deep thought. He would keep it in mind for now. Lin Ze said, "It's not troublesome, just unexpected that even you, Uncle Mo, were struck." Lin Mo's expression was grave. "It was my negligence that gave the scoundrel an opening. I shall immediately order a full lockdown of the Lin family." Lin Ze waved his hand. "No need to rush." He took out the vial of poison and placed it before Lin Mo. "This is the poison containing the goo insect. Uncle Mo, take a look first. Does it seem familiar?" Lin Mo took the poison vial and examined it carefully. Then he poured out some powder, rubbed it between his fingers and sniffed it. After a moment, Lin Mo seemed to recall something. His expression shifted. "This thing, could it be?" Lin Mo, incredulous, squeezed out more powder and prepared to put it in his mouth for further confirmation. "Old Mo, what are you doing?" Lin Ao stopped him. Lin Mo said, "Master, I want to further verify if it is indeed that substance." "This?" Lin Ze nodded in approval. "It's fine, Uncle Mo, go ahead and confirm." Lin Ze has a way to extract the goo insect. With Lin Ze's assurance, Lin Ao gave his consent with a nod. Lin Mo swallowed the poison powder and tasted it carefully in his mouth. "No taste but this texture." Lin Mo confirmed. "No mistake. This substance is the Yangxin powder and Jingyuan pill sent from the Imperial Palace 7 days ago." Upon hearing this, Lin Ao's form trembled, and he immediately turned to look at Lin Ze. "Jingyuan pill." Lin Ze was bewildered. "What about the Jingyuan pill? Why are you looking at me?" At this moment, Lin Mo anxiously explained, "Young master, you are unaware. Some days ago you suddenly fell into a coma, and the master was so anxious he couldn't sleep all night. Upon hearing this, His Majesty the Emperor specially sent the royal secret medicine Jingyuan pill to dispel toxins and revive the mind for you, young master, and a cup of Yangxin powder for the master. I personally handled and tested both items for poison. I could never be mistaken. So, young master, please examine yourself first, and then carefully check the master." Hearing this, Lin Ze was taken aback. This meant he should have been poisoned by the goo insect long ago, right? But the problem was that Lin Ze had not been afflicted by the goo poison at all. With Lin Ze's current cultivation, he was thoroughly aware of his own physical condition. How could he fail to discern whether he was poisoned by the goo insect? Tisk, how strange. 3 people, Lin Ze and Lin Mo, had consumed the Jingyuan pill, while Lin Ao and Lin Mo had taken the Yangxin powder. Yet in the end, only Lin Mo was poisoned. The grandfather and grandson were instead perfectly fine. Could it be that the Lin family bloodline possessed an immunity to all poisons? Was that possible? Lin Ze found it odd. But come to think of it, since the poison powder had already been delivered, why did Zhang Tong still? Oh, right, in their impression, Lin Ze had always been wary of the royal family, enduring until now and never accepting anything from them. Thus, Zhang Tong couldn't be sure whether Lin Ze had taken the Jingyuan pill, so he orchestrated this assassination. "Young master." Lin Ze snapped back to reality. "Rest assured, I am not poisoned, nor his grandfather. This goo insect cannot escape my discerning eye. I am certain of this." Lin Mo was momentarily speechless. That meant out of 3, only he had been poisoned, right? Lin Ze then asked Lin Ao, "So does our family have some hereditary immunity to all poisons?" This question stumped Lin Ao. "This? Impossible. Your great-grandfather was merely an ordinary 6th layer Hoteon cultivator, and your great-grandmother was just a young lady from a minor family. It should be impossible. Besides, if such a constitution truly existed, how could I have been struck by arrow poison on the battlefield back then?" All right, perhaps Lin Ze was overthinking. Then maybe it was just a coincidence. "Uncle Mo, let me first expel the goo poison, a bear with it." Lin Mo nodded with a grim face. Lin Ze activated the demonic heart seal and proceeded in the same manner. The process went without a hitch. In just a few breaths, he extracted the goo insect from Lin Mo's body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Purple thunder flame burned on Lin Ze's fingers, scorching the goo insect into a specimen, which he then placed on the table for Lin Ao and the other to examine closely. This is the thing. Lin Mo picked up the goo insect's corpse. He also took out the poison powder. He examined it carefully for a long while. Finally, he let out a sigh. "Tisk, such a tiny thing, yet it crawled in unnoticed and grew this large without me sensing a thing." These immortal sect items are truly sinister. If Peng Yong returns with a full set of immortal sect skills and achieves the Xiantian realm, then our Beichin might well. Lin Mo looked at Lin Ao. Master, what do you think? Lin Ao shook his head. In my view, Peng Yong is still far from the Xiantian step. That step is not so easily crossed. With Lin Ao's talent having reached the peak of the Houtian realm for so many years, he still hadn't touched the threshold of Xiantian. No one in all of Beichin understood the difficulty of that step better than he did. Besides, if Peng Yong could truly achieve Xiantian, why would he resort to goo insects and have Zhang Tong skulk in the shadows? A Xiantian venerable would disdain such methods. However, Lin Ao shifted his tone. Judging by Wolf Capital's increasingly audacious actions in recent years, it is true that Peng Yong is about to return. Lin Mo nodded. Indeed, the Wolf Capital has grown increasingly audacious and rampant these days. Disrupting the Golden Autumn Feast, secretly replacing the Emperor's bestowed elixirs, and covertly switching the Dragon and Phoenix at Beichin Academy. Every act is so reckless without concealment, as if they harbor no fear of our Beichin raising an army southward again. It must be that Peng Yong is about to return after completing his studies, emboldening the Wolf Capital. Emboldened? Humph. Lin Ao let out a disdainful laugh. Amid his laughter, the shadow of the battlefield war god who once commanded with sweeping authority reappeared. Without reaching the innate realm, one is but an ant. Even if he possesses all the skills of the immortal sect, how could he withstand the thousands of troops and horses of our Beichin? Fingering the prayer beads in his hand, Lin Ao remained composed, showing not a trace of urgency. It seemed that nothing in this world, save for matters concerning Lin Ze, could stir the old war god. His Majesty must already know of this, right? Lin Ze spread his hands. Perhaps he knew all along. Why else would he specifically send me to inspect Beichin Academy? Lin Ze waved his folding fan with an enigmatic smile. Maybe he's just waiting for me to clash with Zhang Tong, leaving both sides battered and exhausted. Lin Ao's prayer bead stopped. He paused for a moment, then let out a faint sigh. Perhaps. Old Mo. Master. Go first to the various branches of the Lin family and ask if any of them have encountered such a toxin powder. Yes. After Lin Mo left, the atmosphere in the main mansion grew somewhat somber. Lin Ze shook his fan and glanced at Lin Ao. Grandfather, this time you sent Uncle Mo away. Surely you're not going to lecture me again about loyalty to the sovereign and love for the country. Lin Ao gently shook his head. Longing to buy osmanthus and share wine with old friends, yet the youthful wanderings are no more. I am no longer the passionate youth of yesteryears. And he is no longer the man I once knew. He has his sovereign stance while I have my bloodline's legacy. Let us each do our part and watch and walk on. Changing the subject, Lin Ao said, this time I wish to speak with you about a momentous matter concerning destiny. I intended to discuss this with you last time. But back then I felt there was still time, so I didn't rush. Now that you've already encountered it, I'll tell you, so you can be prepared. Lin Ze understood. You mean the immortal sect? The existence of immortal sects and innate divine beings had never been a secret to the mortal world. They had always been there. It was just that ordinary people could never reach their level in a lifetime. Lin Ao nodded. He turned to look seriously at Lin Ze. Ze, your talent is unparalleled in the world, far surpassing mine. In fact, no one in all of Beichin over the past century has matched your innate gifts. Not even the third prince of Wuan, Peng Yong, who was fortunate enough to join an immortal sect. Lin Ao fingered his prayer beads. The mortal world is a shackle to you, a poison, a shallow puddle that cannot nurture a true dragon. You must join an immortal sect and seek the world that rightfully belongs to you. Lin Ze was speechless. That is indeed too soon. The next recruitment of disciples by Zongjin Mountain is still a full 20 years away. The immortal sect that towered over Beichin Imperial Dynasty, the Crescent Dynasty, and dozens of nearby nations was called Zongjin Mountain. Zongjin Mountain held a grand ascension assembly every 50 years, opening its gates to recruit new disciples from the regions under its dominion. The last one was 30 years ago. The next one would be another 20 years away. It was too early to speak of this now. Of course, aside from the quinquagenarian recruitment, there was actually another secret path. This secret path was known only to a family as powerful as the Lin clan, which was virtually the second imperial house of Beichin. Its name was tribute. As the name implied, as long as a mortal dynasty offered tribute to the immortal sect and met certain requirements, it could directly bypass the recruitment conditions and enter the sect for cultivation. However, the quota for such tribute was extremely high. Even a powerful mortal dynasty would need decades of national accumulation to complete a single tribute. Though the Lin family was wealthy, it was far from capable of accumulating resources for decades on a national scale. Thus, the tribute method was essentially impossible. As for having the imperial Li family foot the bill, forget it. No matter how talented Lin Ze was, or how much Li blood he carried, his surname was not Li. He would always be an outsider. The imperial family would rather send a less talented Li scion than allow Lin Ze to go. Moreover, the Li family had just stabilized the nation after a rebellion and lacked the resources for tribute. Hearing Lin Ze's words, Lin Ao smiled mysteriously. Zongjin Mountain is indeed too early. But what if it's not Zongjin Mountain? Not Zongjin Mountain. Then you mean that? Questioned something Dao sect. Lin Ze thought hard. Beyond Zongjin Mountain, the nearest sect was either called Questioning Heaven Dao sect or Questioning Heart Dao sect. Lin Ze couldn't recall clearly. This world was vast and boundless, with countless races standing side by side. It was too immense. Ordinary people couldn't even leave Beichin and the Wolf capital, so how could they pay attention to concepts beyond Zongjin Mountain? Naturally, Lin Ze hadn't paid much attention either, and he was unclear about the recruitment schedule of that Dao sect beyond Zongjin Mountain. Lin Ao shook his head. It's not Questioning Heart Dao sect. Then please don't keep me in suspense. Lin Ao rose and went to the inner hall of the main mansion, where he rested day and night. He opened a mechanism under his bed and retrieved a box made entirely of dark gold from a hidden compartment. It was also bound with a chain of dark gold. Its value was self-evident. Lin Ze had never seen his grandfather treasure anything so much. Given the level of protection, even the Lin family's heirloom technique, the Eight Desolates Battle Art, was treated no better. Open it and see for yourself. After removing the lock, Lin Ao placed the dark gold box before Lin Ze. Lin Ze lifted the lid. Inside the dark gold box, a small, exquisite green jade token lay quietly at the center, radiating a mysterious and indescribable luster. Strands of mystical light and pure energy continuously rose from the jade token, transforming into tiny wandering dragons that gently breathed mist in the air, refreshing the heart and mind inexplicably, bringing a sense of peace and calm. Lin Ze picked up the green jade token. The mist dissipated. A character immortal written in a vigorous and flowing style emerged from the clouds and was engraved at the token's center. An indescribable, profound Dao mystery instantly rushed toward him. What is this? An immortal fate token. Lin Ao said. He who holds the immortal fate token may go to Daojia Mountain to participate in the trials of the 9 sects of the Azure Domain. Regardless of the trial's outcome, the bearer can choose any one of the 9 sects of the Azure Domain to join. None of the 9 sects may refuse. Huh, really? This thing is so domineering. Then why didn't you use it back then, old man? Me. By the time I obtained this immortal fate token, I had already passed the age of fervent ambition. And at that time your grandmother was also in poor health. How could I have abandoned her? Especially after your grandmother passed away. Speaking of Lin Ze's grandmother, Lin Ao's face for the first time in a long while showed a deep look of nostalgia, his tone becoming wistful and gentle. After she left, alas, I lost all desire to seek the Tao of immortals. As for the innate realm, I let fate take its course. So I sealed this immortal fate token away, leaving it for a talented descendant of the Lin family to pursue their own path to the great innate Tao. Lin Ao twirled the Buddhist beads in his hand. The first candidate was your father. Your father was exceptionally gifted, intelligent since childhood, well-versed in various esoteric military texts at a young age, and his martial arts cultivation was unparalleled among the younger generation of Beichin. He was the perfect one to inherit the immortal fate token. Unfortunately, Lin Ao let out a long sigh, his usually calm eyes filled with deep regret. Beneath this regret, a latent dragon's fury enough to annihilate Beichin flashed and vanished. The 2 heroes of the Lin family died on the battlefield, and Lin Ze perished in an unexpected war, leaving only Lin Ze as the sole remaining branch of the once great Lin family. How could Lin Ao not harbor rage in his heart? If not for Lin Ze, his only bloodline sustaining his last shred of sanity over the years, he would have long raised an army to wreak havoc on both Wolf Capital and Beichin. Lin Ze sensed Lin Ao's emotional turmoil. He spoke. Grandfather, rest assured, I will not let a single one of those who have harmed our Lin family go unpunished. They will all pay the price. Lin Ao composed himself, suppressing the fury within. He cast a gratified look at Lin Ze. Since the day you returned from the Golden Autumn Banquet, I have never doubted that. But more than revenge, your future is what matters now. Saying this, Lin Ao pointed at the immortal fate token. Infuse it with your spiritual energy, then press it against your forehead to uncover its secrets. Lin Ze did as instructed. The moment the immortal fate token touched his forehead, a mysterious fluctuation swept Lin Ze into a torrent of time and space. Countless images from ancient times steeped in the weight of history flooded into Lin Ze's mind. Finally, an ancient towering mountain peak pierced the clouds overlooking all living beings. Boom! The temporal torrent dissipated. Lin Ze's consciousness returned, and all the mysteries of the Immortal Fate token were now fully understood by him. So this Immortal Fate token could be traced back to the ancient era of the Qing domain. It was born from the currents of fate to seize a thread of destiny from heaven and earth. The 9 sects of the Qing domain in the ancient era believed in the word fate. For the fated, all endeavors succeed. For the fated, the great Tao leads to heaven. This fate is ineffably wondrous. In simpler terms, it refers to what is known as luck fortune. And indeed it was true. Every powerhouse who stood at the pinnacle of the Qing domain never lacked an element of luck in their lives besides their hard work. The great cultivators never denied this. Because denying the importance of luck itself is a negation and insult to their own existence. Therefore, in pursuit of this word fate to find and select individuals with sufficient fortune within the vast expanse of the Qing domain. The 9 great cultivators of the Qing domain's 9 sects jointly forged 1,000 Immortal Fate tokens, and they scattered them among the boundless sea of humanity in the Qing domain. And the Qing domain was vast beyond measure. The sheer size of the Zhangjian mountain, as Lin Ze knew it, encompassed dozens of countries. Just the area under Zhangjian Mountain's jurisdiction alone had a population of tens of billions. And Zhangjian Mountain's location within the entire Qing domain was but a drop in the ocean. The vastness of the entire Qing domain and its population must be calculated using the unit of trillions as a base. To obtain one of those 1,000 Immortal Fate tokens amidst such a vast and terrifying sea of humanity. Without a doubt, they were the most fortune-blessed individuals of that generation in the entire Qing domain capable of commanding the wind and clouds. It was precisely for this reason that no matter how the holder of the Immortal Fate token performed in the Tao Tribulation Mountain trial, even if they were eliminated immediately with a terrible showing, they could unconditionally join any of the 9 sects of the Qing domain. After all, fate is ineffably wondrous. For the sake of this fate, the 9 sects accepted it. In other words, whoever held the Immortal Fate token from that moment on was already a guaranteed disciple of the Qing domain's 9 sects. And what level were the 9 sects of the Qing domain? They were the absolute hegemonies ruling supreme over the entire Qing domain. Any one of them was an ancient lineage passed down for over 10 million years, existing since the ancient era. Even though Lin Ze paid little attention to the outside world, the name of the Qing domain's 9 sects was thunderous. In front of the 9 sects, Zhangjian Mountain was just. Well, that might sound a bit disrespectful to Zhangjian Mountain, but such was the truth. Any elder who casually walked out from the 9 sects could single-handedly annihilate the entire region of dozens of countries where Zhangjian Mountain was located. The 9 sects of the Qing domain were that domineering. And now in Lin Ze's hand, he held this key to heaven, granting direct entry into the 9 sects. Looking at the Immortal Fate token in his hand, Lin Ze was lost in thought. So with such a treasure in the Lin family, how could they have lost so miserably in the original novel? Look down on me, a disciple of the 9 sects. Ridiculous. Well, forget the original novel. Wu Tong had become Wu Tong. This was fundamentally not the novel world Lin Ze was familiar with. But Lin Ze didn't care. He hadn't read much of the original anyway, only up to the Lin family's annihilation. These changes had little to no impact on him. How is it? Stunned. Seeing Lin Ze lost in thought, Lin Ao asked with a hint of profound amusement. His expression seemed to say, even you can be shocked sometimes. The right to unconditionally join the 9 sects of the Qing domain would indeed leave anyone stunned and at a loss. Huh, you still need more practice, boy. I wasn't like this when I first got the Immortal Fate token. I believe you. Lin Ze thought helplessly. Whatever makes you happy, grandfather. Yes, how else could you be the Beichen war god, who shakes Beichen? The grandfather and grandson exchanged a knowing smile. After the laughter subsided, Lin Ao spoke again. This Tao Tribulation Mountain trial should be in about 2 months, right? Lin Ze nodded. About that. Then prepare well during these 2 months. As for matters here in Beichen, 2 months is still plenty of time. Lin Ze said with great determination. I will settle things in Beichen. Otherwise I wouldn't be at ease. Lin Ao nodded. The commotion over the goo poison was so great, I imagine those hiding in the shadows can't wait to jump out. This time, a flash of crimson murderous intent flickered in Lin Ao's eyes, vanishing instantly. I will definitely drag them out. The Beichen Imperial Palace. Bang. Crack. The Beichen Emperor was venting his rage, smashing precious artifacts one after another. Villain. Traitor. How dare you deceive me? How dare you deceive me? I trusted you so utterly, entrusting you with the governance of the Beichin Academy, placing upon you my highest hopes. And yet you, traitor, despicable traitor. Even if I had you torn limb from limb, it would scarcely quell the fury burning in my heart. And Emperor Beichin drew the Son of Heaven's sword and hacked violently at the dragon pillars flanking the imperial court. In below, the assembled ministers hunched their shoulders mute as cicadas in winter, too terrified to draw even a breath, lest they provoke His Majesty's wrath. Amidst the cacophony of shattering wood and splintering stone, the ministers stood frozen in silence. In long, agonizingly long, until at last Emperor Beichin seemed spent, he slumped back onto the dragon throne, his dragon eyes, still smoldering with residual fury, sweeping coldly across every minister present. His gaze was piercing, as though it could pierce flesh and bone to lay bare the hidden hearts within. Nonly then did the ministers scramble forward in unison, crying, "Your Majesty, please calm your wrath." "Calm my wrath." And Emperor Beichin hurled another wine cup to the ground with a sharp crack. "Tell me, how shall I calm my wrath? Zhang Tong has lain hidden for years, planting spies throughout the Beichin dynasty and wielding poison-based cultivation arts. And you, elite scholars, pillars of the Beichin realm, remained utterly oblivious. Is the Beichin dynasty truly so frail, so easily infiltrated? Fools, all of you utter fools. And the ministers began pleading their innocence. Your Majesty, the rebel Zhang Tong was among the rarest peak-level post-heavenly cultivators in our realm, and behind him stood Peng Yong, a disciple of an immortal sect. If he chose to conceal himself, Your Majesty, we were simply powerless to detect him. Your Majesty, we urge immediate and thorough investigation of all officials graduated from the Beichin Academy, as well as senior ministers known to have cultivated close ties with Zhang Tong, to root out every spy and traitor planted by the Wolf Capital. Otherwise, before the Wolf Capital, the Beichin dynasty will stand exposed, stripped of all secrecy. And should crisis erupt, precisely, we beg Your Majesty to conduct a full, uncompromising purge of the Beichin Academy faction, to expose every internal traitor and cleanse the very core of our imperial administration. Delay will surely invite chaos. At these words, every official affiliated with the Beichin Academy paled, seized by dread. Your Majesty, since entering service, this subject has labored with unwavering diligence, never daring a moment's negligence nor a trace of disloyalty. Pray grant us your discerning judgment. Your Majesty, my relationship with Zhang Tong was merely that of academy headmaster and student. I knew nothing of this case, bore no involvement whatsoever. This subject. Silence followed. Officials of the Beichin faction rushed to proclaim their innocence, desperate to deflect the emperor's executioner's blade from their own necks. But the enraged Emperor Beichin would not entertain such sophistry. And at that moment, the sight of any Beichin-affiliated official only deepened his fury. And he bellowed, "Guards! Arrest every official, great or small, of the Beichin faction. Confine them all to the celestial prison pending trial. Until this matter is fully resolved, no one, not even a single soul, is permitted private contact with them. By your command." Black-armored guards surged into the hall, seizing every Beichin-affiliated official and dragging them away. In an instant, a full quarter of the imperial hall stood empty, and the remaining ministers grew ever more fearful. Entanglement in treason and espionage left no man secure. If the first wave had swept away the Beichin faction, who knew whose turn might come next? And upon the dragon throne the unperturbed court grew somewhat purged. Emperor Beichin's rage finally began to subside. At last, peace. And he said, "Very well, ministers, speak your thoughts. Worthless platitudes need not be uttered. What I demand are solutions." No sooner had the emperor spoken than a military official stepped forward. "Your Majesty, this subject has a proposal, speak." "Your Majesty, since matters have reached this precipice, rather than await annihilation, the Beichin dynasty must strike first, launch a surprise assault upon the Wolf Capital. The Beichin dynasty and the Wolf Capital have long been locked in mortal enmity. And now, with the stakes higher than ever, whether Peng Yong attains the pre-heavenly realm or not, we must obliterate the Wolf Capital. Let us die, but tear a bloody chunk from their flesh first. Indeed, in past years we tolerated their rise only to spare our people hardship and strengthen the Beichin state. And now, however, our wings are fully grown, our power surging. This is precisely the hour to strike the Wolf Capital and eradicate the threat forever. Your Majesty, this subject requests command. Your Majesty, this subject volunteers to lead the expedition and return with Peng Jie's head upon a silver platter." A chorus of generals echoed the call. while several civil ministers arched their brows and cried, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible! Your Majesty, Noor Kingdom remains afflicted by the plague of poison cultivation arts, and the traitors within our ranks remain unexposed. How dare we launch a campaign now? Esteemed generals, consider this amid such fog of war. How can we possibly distinguish loyal Bachin ministers from wolf capital infiltrators? Should we rashly entrust command to traitors, they may instantly turn their blades upon Bachin itself. Would that not deepen our calamity? Even if command falls to the faithful, dare any general swear he bears no trace of the poison cultivation arts, or that none among his officers do? On a battlefield where fortunes shift in the blink of an eye, if the wolf capital suddenly activates the poisons, will not our entire army collapse, leaderless, doomed to slaughter? These words sobered the generals above. Minister Wang speaks wisely. Indeed, we must not march forth recklessly. Yet, what if by the time we resolve the poison plague and root out the traitors, the wolf capital has already fortified its defenses? Emperor Bachin rubbed his temples. Enough! Silence! Summon the imperial physician-in-chief. By your command. Moments later, the imperial physician-in-chief entered the hall. Your Majesty, this subject bows in reverence. Rise, esteemed scholar. At the physician's arrival, Emperor Bachin sat upright and pressed urgently. How fares your research on the parasitic cultivator worms? Your Majesty, their very existence defies belief. Unprecedented in recorded history. This old servant has never encountered such a bizarre affliction, nor does any medical text contain even a fragment of reference. All remedies tested thus far have failed to locate or coax forth the worms. These immortal sect parasitic arts may well be beyond remedy in our mortal realm. Our sole recourse lies in deciphering the demon heart seal, a forbidden technique described in Zhang Tong's banned treatise Primer of Forbidden Arts. Hearing this, Emperor Bachin's expression darkened. The demon heart seal, an art of the immortal sects, even peak-level post-heavenly cultivators required considerable time to master. Yet time was slipping away, second by second. By the time mastery was achieved, the opportunity would long have turned cold and stale. Continue searching for me. You will find a means to counteract this poison. Yes, Your Majesty. You may withdraw. The imperial physician-in-chief remained rooted. Your Majesty, this old servant confesses his inadequacy. He cannot break this poison. Before the eyes of the entire court, you dare declare yourself incapable. Emperor Bachin's countenance hardened, anger rising anew. When the physician interjected, but this old servant recommends one individual who may succeed. He alone may dispel this poison. Who? Your maternal grandson, the second young master of the Lin family, Lin Ze. The imperial physician declared, according to the accounts of the Bachin scholars, he was the first to uncover the case of the goo worms. Long before this, your servant had heard that the second young master had recalled those wounded soldiers who had been left with incurable ailments due to missed opportunities for timely treatment, and had successfully healed them. Without a doubt, the second young master's knowledge and skill in the medical arts far surpass your servant's. If there is one person in all of Bachin who can break the goo poison, it is undoubtedly the second young master. Your servant implores Your Majesty to summon the second young master, Lin Ze, to the palace. Upon hearing the name Lin Ze mentioned by the imperial physician, the expressions of everyone present shifted. Lin Ze, the other protagonist in the Zhang Tong incident. His name and deeds were now known to every household, leaving no one ignorant. Yet within this court, the very name Lin Ze had become the most unspeakable of topics, for it was now far too sensitive. According to intelligence from the Mirror Department and the Bachin scholars, the traitor Zhang Tong, a formidable expert ranked 6th on the divine martial list, had failed to withstand even a single move from Lin Ze. Just one move? Even if the Bachin emperor himself had taken action, he could not have subdued Zhang Tong in a single move. What did this imply? The answer was self-evident. All the ministers present drew in a breath, carefully observing the Bachin emperor's expression. But contrary to everyone's expectations, upon hearing Lin Ze's name, the Bachin emperor showed no sign of disturbance. Instead, he sighed with emotion. Zaire, Bachin is fortunate to have such a prodigious son, thus spared from calamity. Even if you had not spoken, I would have summoned him nonetheless. However, Zaire has only just slain the rebel and inspected the Bachin academy. He must be weary and in need of rest. If I were to summon him urgently to the palace, it would make me seem like a grandfather lacking in consideration. The Bachin emperor pondered for a moment. Let it be so. Xiao Guangzi, draft an imperial edict. Your slave obeys. Eunuch Guang immediately picked up his brush, awaiting the decree. The Bachin emperor declared, This time Zaire exposed Zhang Tong's true nature, slew the rebel to avert a crisis, and prevented Beichin from falling into the hands of traitors. He has rendered an unparalleled service to our kingdom. Regardless of whether he succeeds in breaking the immortal sects Gu Worms, his merit surpasses all civil and military achievements and will benefit 1,000 generations. For such a great deed, I shall not be sparing in my rewards. Pausing, the Beichin emperor bestowed a reward that stunned everyone present. I have decided to grant Lin Ze the title of Marquis. His title shall be Divine Marshal. He shall be the Divine Marshal Marquis of Beichin. A Marquis. At this proclamation, the eyes of all the ministers flickered with uncertainty. His Majesty intended to confer a marquisate. One must know that the Beichin dynasty itself had risen to power through rebellion as nobles and royalty. Thus, to prevent others from emulating their own uprising, the Beichin emperors placed great weight on the conferment of noble titles. In the decades since the dynasty's founding, no king had ever been in theft. Even the title of duke had been granted only to Lin Ao, the singular pillar of the state, who was named Duke Dinghua. In such a climate, where kings were never created and dukes were rare, a marquisate represented the pinnacle of noble reward in Beichin. And the number of marquisates conferred since the founding of the Beichin dynasty could be counted on one hand. Apart from the three great families who expanded Beichin's territory at its inception in the decades since the dynasty's establishment, only Wei Pingyuan had earned a marquisate through his singular favor with the emperor. Lin Ze was the fifth. Of course, Lin Ze himself was the heir to the Duke of Dinghua. A marquisate was not a great reward for him, merely an additional title for future generations of the Lin family. The ministers did not pay much heed to the practical significance of Lin Ze's marquisate. What they cared about was the attitude revealed by the emperor's act of conferring the title. And the emperor's attitude could be discerned from the title he bestowed upon Lin Ze, Divine Marshal. Beichin's Divine Marshal list was named after this very term. The implications of the emperor naming Lin Ze the Divine Marshal Marquis. The ministers in the court exchanged glances, looking at one another, all understanding without words. But within the Wei family's ranks, a burly, bearded man was indignant. How could a mere child like Lin Ze, with no military achievements to his name, deserve a marquisate? How could he stand in the same rank as the head of the Wei family? Ever since Lin Ze humiliated their family by forcing Wei Jinghai to kneel publicly at the Beichin Academy, this man had harbored a simmering rage. Now, with the announcement of the marquisate, his fury burned even hotter. He was about to step forward in opposition, and following past precedents, the emperor's bestowal of the Divine Marshal Marquisate upon Lin Ze was likely a reluctant move to silence public opinion. It was precisely the moment when the Wei family should step in to oppose and provide a way out. His opposition would be timely. The burly man thought thus, but a powerful hand grasped him, holding him fast. Turning his head, he saw Wei Pingyuan giving him an almost imperceptible shake of the head. Though puzzled, the burly man dared not contradict Wei Pingyuan. Thus he had to desist. "Your Majesty is wise." The Beichin emperor nodded in satisfaction. Xiao Guangzi, go quickly to the Lin residence and proclaim the decree. Then inform Zaire of the Gu poison matter and seek his opinion. Should Zaire have any requests during this time, you must fulfill them. Attend to every detail. Your slave obeys. Eunuch Guang departed with the imperial edict. At that moment, officials of the Lin faction suddenly raised the matter of the campaign against Wolf City. "Your Majesty, speaking of the second young master, your servant has an idea." "Speak." "Your Majesty, for this campaign against Wolf City, why not appoint Lin Ze as the commander?" The official spoke with eloquence and fervor. Lin Ze is the direct grandson of the old Marshal Duke Lin. He has no connection to those traitors and rebels. He is a true Beichin native, absolutely loyal to our dynasty. Moreover, Lin Ze grew up by the Duke's side, immersed in the arts of military strategy and formation. His mastery of the military arts must be extraordinary. And in martial cultivation, Lin Ze, having defeated the traitor Zhang Tong, is at the peak of the Hotian realm. If he were to lead the army, he would surely break through Wolf City to the south, sever the heads of Peng Jie and Peng Yong, and unify all of Beichin under one rule. These words drew immediate approval from many officials close to the Lin family. As these men voiced their support, others followed with their own endorsements. Not a single dissenting voice was heard. Even Wei Pingyuan, who habitually opposed the Lin family and clashed with them at every turn, remained uncharacteristically silent and expressionless. On the dragon throne, the Beichin emperor deliberated for a moment. All ministers speak with reason, but the Gu Worm menace is no trivial matter. Until this pestilence is resolved, our Beichin army faces daily peril. Furthermore, Zaire expended considerable energy in executing Zhang Tong. I truly do not wish to burden him further. Let us postpone this for a few days. During this time, all strategic passes and thoroughfares within Beichen shall be sealed, especially within the imperial capital. Only entry is permitted, no exit. All news must be contained within the capital, not a whisper shall escape. Even a single fly must be kept within these walls. Yes, your servants obey. Very well, all government bureaus shall immediately commence a thorough investigation of hidden spies throughout the court. Within 3 days I expect to see a cleansed Beichen imperial court. Otherwise, you shall all present your heads before me. The court is adjourned. Yes, your servants obey. We respectfully see off your majesty. After the imperial court adjourned, officials of all ranks gathered in animated discussion debating Lin Ze's enfeoffment as a marquis and the rebellion of the wolf capital traitors. This one spoke thus, that one said so. At last the Wei family standing nearby could bear it no longer. The Wei clan had long commanded absolute sway at court. Wind and rain obeyed their will. While others trembled before the Lin family, the Weiss openly crushed them, radiating unparalleled arrogance. When had they ever endured such humiliation? Even now a kinsman knelt in disgrace, publicly shamed by Lin Ze, and yet not a word dared be uttered before the throne. It was unbearable. Unbearable beyond measure. Uncle, why did you silence me just now? That brat Lin Ze insults us with utter contempt. Brother Jinghai still kneels there this very moment. Since our family first earned the emperor's singular favor, when have we ever suffered such indignity? Father, Wei Pingyuan cast a scathing, disappointed glance over the assembled Wei kin. We, nothing. Shut your mouths, now. Fools the lot of you. You claim Lin Ze insults you. Who truly wields tyranny, you know full well in your hearts. Do you truly believe that wielding power for a few years makes you kings of Beichen? What arrogance! I indulged you far too long, and spoiled you into this foul-tempered brood. Wei Pingyuan rained down blistering rebuke upon the Wei clan, leaving them dazed and cowed. It was the first time any had witnessed Wei Pingyuan's fury in such raw, unbridled form. Grand Secretary Wei, what is the matter? An official having overheard the outburst approached cautiously to inquire. Wei Pingyuan instantly smoothed his features into a courteous smile. No issue at all, merely chastising some unruly youths from home. Forgive me, elder brother Lu, for the embarrassment. Shameless buffoons, get back home this instant. With a cold, sharp flick of his sleeve, Wei Pingyuan strode ahead, face like iron. The others hurried after him, until they passed beyond the palace precincts. There Wei Pingyuan halted. Father, just now, he sighed deeply. Are you? After a long silence, he spoke with solemn gravity. You young fools, do you truly imagine that bullying the Lin family for a few years grants you the strength to wrestle with such a colossus? Or do you suppose the Beichen war god, the one whose blade once stained the heavens crimson and drowned the remnants of Wuan in rivers of blood, possesses no wrath whatsoever? When Lin Ze collapsed last time, how many lost sleep? How many watched the military department's every move, terrified that Lin Ao might descend into madness and slaughter the clans of Beichen, including our own Wei family? Wei Pingyuan declared, voice sharp as a blade. Do you truly think the saying, the Lin family is Beichen's second imperial house, was spoken in jest? But does not the emperor stand behind us? The emperor? He has just enfeoffed Lin Ze as a marquis. Surely that tells you everything you need to know. At the mention of the emperor, Wei Pingyuan exhaled a long, heavy sigh, then gazed silently into the distant sky. Father, uncle. Wei Pingyuan stirred from his reverie, meeting each of their eyes. Return home. From today onward, no Wei may provoke any member of the Lin family. Tuck your tails and walk humbly. Whoever disobeys shall leave the clan of his own accord. Do not drag the Wei name through the mud or destroy the legacy we fought so hard to build. The Wei kin exchanged glances. Then, what of brother Jinghai? Let him kneel. He returns only when the divine martial marquis deigns to grant him mercy. Also, third brother, prepare another set of ceremonial gifts. Tomorrow I shall personally visit the Lin residence to offer my congratulations. At those words, the Wei kin finally understood the heavens of Beichen had irrevocably shifted. The era of the Wei clan had ended. I understand. At the Lin residence, Grand Eunuch Guang had just finished proclaiming the imperial edict. Many thanks, Grand Eunuch Guang. Not at all, not at all. It is this humble servant's supreme honor to proclaim the edict and witness this historic moment for his lordship, the Marquis. With that, Grand Eunuch Guang withdrew 2 ancient hand-copied volumes from within his robe. These are the classical texts previously promised to his lordship. This servant intended to send them via messenger, but fate intervened. Lin Ze accepted the 2 volumes. My sincere gratitude, Grand Eunuch. His lordship's pleasure is this servant's greatest reward. Grand Eunuch Guang beamed with deferential delight. There followed effusive flattery, and then delicately the matter of the curse poison. And regarding this curse poison, should his lordship require anything in its handling, please command this servant without hesitation. Lin Ze nodded. I am deeply honored by my grandfather's trust, but this curse poison, I cannot guarantee full success. I can only pledge my utmost effort. His words were no mere courtesy. Though he possessed the skill to cure curse poison, it applied strictly to individual cases. And even managing the Lin household alone was no small feat. Lin's entire lineage, the Lin army servants' business enterprises. Without thorough examination, he could not even determine who among them had been afflicted. And to examine and heal them all, that would be an undertaking of staggering scale. He had not yet completed treating his wounded veterans from earlier campaigns. Upon hearing Lin Ze's reply, Grand Eunuch Guang immediately bowed. The calamity of the immortal sect rests in his lordship's hands. Do what you can, no more is asked. Time presses, I dare not linger further. This servant takes his leave. And with that, Grand Eunuch Guang departed the Lin residence to report back to the palace. No sooner had Grand Eunuch Guang left than the Lin household erupted in jubilation. Xiao Chui danced with unrestrained elation. Young master. No, my lord Marquis. My lord Marquis. The emperor has enfeoffed you as a marquis. Enfeoffment. This was the highest honor and authority the Beichen imperial court could bestow. Including Lin Ze, only 5 individuals in all Beichen held such title, and his designation was none other than Divine Marshal. Divine Marshal Marquis. Just hear the resonance. How awe-inspiring. How commanding. The Lin kin could scarcely contain their exhilaration. To be part of the Lin clan, to serve under a master enfeoffed as Divine Marshal Marquis, was glory enough for any heart. All prostrated themselves before Lin Ze. We pay homage to his lordship, the Divine Marshal Marquis. Lin Ze gestured, gently raising them. Enough. First let us ascertain who among you bears the curse poison. Lin Ze remained utterly unruffled. Enfeoffment. A trifle. With his cultivation, even princely rank would be justified. Yet truth be told, my lord Marquis, we rejoice for you. Xiao Chui tugged at Lu Hanyan's sleeve. Miss, don't you agree? Lu Hanyan still stood entranced by the news of Lin Ze's enfeoffment. A marquis. Once she had dreamed her future husband would achieve great deeds on the battlefield, winning honors, earning enfeoffment, his name echoing across Beichen. He would return at sunset astride his fiery blood-soaked divine steed, his armor splattered with the blood of enemies, walking straight toward her. Such was the tender romantic yearning of youth. Xiao Chui nudged Lu Hanyan again. Only then did she stir. Off. Xiao Chui fell silent. Lin Ze waved his hand, dismissing the assembly. Withdraw for now. I shall summon you when news arrives. Yes, my lord. After dispersing the Lin family members, Lin Ze summoned 2 high-ranking Lin family army officers of the 7th layer of the Hotian realm, Lin Ying and Lin Wu. Young Marquis. Lin Ze instructed, now that Zhang Tong has been exposed and the imperial court is in chaos, it is bound to unearth some deeply hidden rats. In these coming days, keep a close watch on all major passes of Beichen's capital. Report back immediately at the slightest sign of trouble. Yes. Go now. No sooner had Lin Ying and Lin Wu departed than another high-ranking Lin family army officer brushed past them, approaching in haste. Young master, the investigation into the goo insect infestation across the Lin family branches is complete. The situation is dire. Although only 1/10 of the Lin family members are certain they came into contact with the goo insect venom powder, a full 4/10 remain uncertain. Across the entire Lin family, only half are absolutely sure they have not been exposed. And those confirmed to be infested are all core high-ranking members of our family's branches. The newcomer appeared highly anxious, and this is only based on the clue of the venom powder, excluding other unknown methods. The true extent of the infestation is likely far worse. Hearing this, Lin Ze frowned. Half the Lin family might be poisoned. With such a high proportion, treating them one by one would be a monumental task. Just then Lu Hanyan suddenly asked, besides the venom powder, does this goo insect have any other special symptoms of infestation, such as high fever, chills, diarrhea, or headaches? Lin Ze shook his head. This goo insect shows no symptoms at all. In fact, unless activated by a special method, it cannot even be detected. Upon hearing this, Lu Hanyan fell into thought. No symptoms. That is a crucial clue. I vaguely recall that our great-grandfather's medical records mentioned several types of goo insects that cause no symptoms after infestation. If we had a live goo insect specimen, I might be able to cross-reference it with the family's ancestral records to identify its origin. Oh, Lin Ze cast a glance at Lu Hanyan. He had forgotten. The Lu family was a great medical clan. For generations, they had practiced medicine, their reach extending across the 7 nations east of Songjin Mountain, with a medical history even longer than the Wuan dynasty's existence. Their home was filled with countless medical texts and classics. Having grown up immersed in this environment, Lu Hanyan, though not yet skilled in practice, possessed profound knowledge in the medical arts from extensive reading. Others in Beichin might not recognize this immortal sex Gu insect, but Lu Hanyan was a different matter. With this thought, Lin Ze's expression grew serious. In that case, give me your hand. Off. Lu Hanyan was taken aback. This? Why so sudden? The Gu insect. Since even Lin Ze and Lin Ao had been targeted by the rats, Lu Hanyan, as a daughter of the Lin family, would hardly be spared. Lu Hanyan finally understood. A faint blush tinged her cheeks as she shot Lin Ze a reproachful glance. Then she extended her jade-white right hand. Lin Ze placed 2 fingers on her wrist. After a thorough examination, Lin Ze raised an eyebrow and withdrew his hand. Nothing. Lu Hanyan nodded, unsurprised. I grew up in the Lu family, soaking in various medicinal baths and reading countless medical texts. My body possesses stronger medicinal properties than ordinary people. Lin Ze's eyes lit up. So at least one ingredient in those medicinal baths can resist this Gu insect, right? Hard to say. I would need to examine a live specimen to be certain. Lin Ze hummed in acknowledgement and turned to Xiao Chui. Xiao Chui. Xiao Chui understood. She nodded crisply. Young Marquis, please be gentle. I'm afraid of pain. Don't worry, it'll be quick. As he spoke, Xiao Chui felt only a brief sharp pain, before she could even cry out. Lin Ze had already deftly extracted the Gu insect. He placed the black insect before Lu Hanyan. Take a look. Lu Hanyan followed Lin Ze's hand with her gaze. At first glance, her brow relaxed. At the second glance, it furrowed. At the third glance, she fell into deep thought. This Gu insect. What of it? Lu Hanyan pondered for a long moment before finally speaking. I think I've seen something similar in our great-grandfather's medical records. But it's been so long I don't recall the details clearly. You'll need to go back and consult the ancient texts left by our ancestors to be sure. At the mention of returning, Lu Hanyan's face visibly clouded with sorrow. Her family, the Lu family that had sold her off, presenting her like goods to the Lin family. After all these years in the Lin household, Lu Hanyan could barely remember its visage. Yet she would never ever forget the ruthless coldness of being traded like a commodity. If she could, Lu Hanyan would never return there in this lifetime. Lin Ze glanced at Lu Hanyan. He recalled that she had just turned 12 when she was sold to the Lin family, hadn't she? Tisk, that feudal age of 12. Xiao Chui, prepare the carriage, Lin Ze said. The Lu family's residence is at Wushuang Slope, not far outside the capital. A round trip will take only an hour at most. Let's go early and return early. At these words, a look of indescribable sorrow and hesitation flickered across Lu Hanyan's face. It was as if the flame within her heart had dimmed, leaving only a chill. Familiar words, a familiar tone. Familiar, yet utterly devoid of warmth. You always decide a person's fate so casually. Shoving me around like a lifeless object. Today to the Lin family, tomorrow to the Lu family. No one ever asks for my opinion. Why do you? I'm coming along. Before Lu Hanyan could finish her sorrowful words, Lin Ze's single sentence rekindled a warm flame in her dark, cold heart. The capital has been far from peaceful these days. Without me, the Marquis, leading the way, you probably wouldn't even make it out of the city. Of course, the main reason was his desire to see the Lu family's library. As a medical lineage, they had treated countless cultivators and patients. Their collection would surely not disappoint Lin Ze. Lu Hanyan stared fixedly at Lin Ze, silent for a long, long time. Then a radiant smile bloomed on her face. A smile of 1,000 charms surpassing all worldly beauty. Aren't you afraid it'll harm you? That was quite a remark. Well, Lin Ze had indeed been wary of Lu Hanyan before, always keeping his guard up. But that was based on the original plot's protagonist. Now, though the original plot was worthless, the protagonist was gone. Even Wu Tong had become a parasol tree. The story had changed. Given this, Lin Ze doubted Lu Hanyan could still be in contact with the parasol tree or develop any connection. Setting aside that wariness, Lu Hanyan remained the same woman who had been with Lin Ze for nearly a decade. Having grown up together, their relationship was beyond mere good. Wu Tong's absence was a good thing. So Lin Ze said with a smile, "If you can harm me, Marquis, then that's your skill." Lu Hanyan rolled her eyes at him. A mere woman like me wouldn't dare to harm the esteemed Shinwu Marquis of Beichin. With that, Lu Hanyan rose to leave. The door is over there. Without turning back, she said, I know. Xiao Chui stifled a smile. Ah, Marquis. This is the young lady's first time returning to her natal home. Of course, she must dress up. In their banter, it felt as though they had returned to the harmonious days of old. Lin Ze stood up casually, opening his folding fan to fan himself. Go help her out. He'll wait for you outside. Yes. Outside the Lin family estate, the carriage for the journey stood ready. Lin Ze waited by the driver's seat. Before long, Xiao Chui finally emerged, escorting Lu Hanyan. Marquis, we may depart. Lin Ze turned around, and his gaze was immediately captivated by Lu Hanyan's striking figure. Her form and features were the epitome of peerless beauty, requiring no adornment to captivate kingdoms. Now, after meticulous grooming and a touch of makeup, she appeared even more radiant and enchanting, her every glance brimming with allure. In the sunlight, she resembled a delicate blossom, fragrant and charming, standing proudly among all others. Especially her long, slender, and shapely legs, which formed a breathtaking sight beneath her light blue skirt, captivating all who beheld her movements. Lin Ze cast a single glance before averting his eyes. Beauty indeed always brings joy and serenity to the heart, but to gaze too long would be discourteous. Get in. Yes. Xiao Chui helped Lu Hanyan into the carriage. The once spacious interior now felt cramped with the arrival of Lu Hanyan and Xiao Chui. Soon a peculiar fragrance, whether floral or something else, emanating from Lu Hanyan filled Lin Ze's nostrils, refreshing his spirit. The hem of her skirt revealed glimpses of her slender, firm, jade-like legs resting less than 3 centimeters from Lin Ze's knees. Lin Ze, slightly uncomfortable, turned his head to gaze out the carriage window, taking in the sights of the capital. As Lin Ze's elder sister or sister-in-law, Lu Hanyan had always found topics to discuss with him. But now she too remained silent, her head bowed, her cheeks faintly flushed. The former Lin Ze had never inspired feelings beyond sibling affection. Yet after all that had transpired, learning of his forbearance and witnessing his true nature, her emotions had undergone a subtle shift. It seemed. An awkward silence hung in the air. Seeing this, Xiao Chui smirked inwardly. She suddenly spoke. Oh, it's a bit stuffy. He'll go outside for some air. With that, Xiao Chui moved to the front of the carriage, leaving the entire interior to Lin Ze and Lu Hanyan. The awkwardness deepened. Lin Ze said nothing. Lu Hanyan, head bowed, remained silent as well. They were both mute, each lost in their own thoughts. They truly had no idea what to say. After the estrangement and the sudden thaw in their relationship, certain once pure emotions seemed to have soured. Silence, unbroken silence. After an indeterminate time, it was Lu Hanyan who could no longer bear the inexplicable awkwardness and broke the quiet. You? Much. These years have you suffered much? Lin Ze withdrew his gaze. Suffering is not the word. As long as the outcome is good, everything is worth it. Oh, Lu Hanyan murmured. Then they fell silent once more. At the front of the carriage, Xiao Chui, straining to listen, grew anxious. Ah, these two. Truly. Xiao Chui fretted, racking her brains for a common topic that could deepen their bond and connection. Suddenly from within the carriage, Lu Hanyan spoke. So when I used to lecture you, you were secretly laughing at me, weren't you? Lin Ze smiled. How dare I? You were just worried I wouldn't amount to anything. You definitely laughed at me. Lu Hanyan pouted. So young, and already not a single truthful word. Lin Ze spread his hands. It's not that I have no truthful words at all. Truthful words. Recalling Lin Ze's past attitude toward her, could it be? Lu Hanyan's cheeks flushed slightly. She asked softly, which one? Guess. Lu Hanyan was taken aback, then caught sight of Lin Ze's sly, half-smiling expression. Her heart skipped a beat. Her face instantly reddened, and she bowed her head again, falling silent. Outside, the carriage wheels rumbled onward. Time flowed serenely. The carriage journeyed all the way to the Lu family estate, though guards at the capital's gate attempted to block their passage. Upon learning that this was the second young master of the Lin family, the current Marquis of Beichen Xinwu, traveling to investigate a poison curse, the guards dared not hinder them and immediately granted passage. Soon the carriage entered Wushuang Slope, the Lu family's domain. Over the years since hitching their fortunes to the Lin family, the Lu clan had risen swiftly and steadily. Wushuang Slope had become the Lu family's territory. Upon entering, one could see the prominent character Lu everywhere, and all surrounding properties belonged to them. Gazing at these glaring Lu signboards through the carriage window, Lu Hanyan felt a pang of nostalgia. Whether it was the anxiety of nearing home, lingering resentment, or wistfulness for a past long unseen, her emotions were a tangled mess indescribable. The Lu family. Oh. The carriage entered the Lu family compound. Marquis, miss, we have arrived. Xiao Chui called out loudly. Lin Ze and Lu Hanyan stepped out of the carriage. Before them stood the Lu family mansion, resplendent and elegant, resembling the residence of royalty. Quite imposing. Lu Hanyan did not respond. Xiao Chui, however, pursed her lips. Still not as grand as our Lin family. Then, whether intentionally or forgetfully, Xiao Chui did not follow protocol by helping Lu Hanyan alight. Instead, she approached the Lu family gatekeeper, urging him to announce their arrival. This left Lu Hanyan's outstretched hand hanging awkwardly in midair. Lin Ze said nothing. Come. He extended his hand, gallantly helping Lu Hanyan down. Lu Hanyan leaned against Lin Ze, her cheeks flushed like wine. They looked like a newlywed couple visiting the bride's family for the first time. Xiao Chui, secretly observing them, curled her lips into a smile. Leave it to Xiao Chui. But Lin Ze's sharp eyes caught her little scheme. He shot her a glare. Xiao Chui pouted and obediently hid behind Lu Hanyan. Yet a fair hand reached out and gently pinched her. You two just love to bully me. Miss? It's Miss back with the second young master. Where is she? Oh, Yenner, my daughter. A beautiful woman rushed out, but the elegantly dressed middle-aged man beside her held her back. Mind your manners. Don't you see the second young master? The middle-aged man straightened his attire. Lu Zhan pays respects to the second young master. After meeting Lin Ze, Lu Zhan's face brimmed with smiles as he launched into a flattering speech. I was just telling my wife this morning that a magpie perched on the branch heralding good fortune. I never imagined it would be the second young master himself gracing our humble abode. Lu Zhan is truly honored. Truly honored. Please do come in. Lu Zhan bowed, gesturing with a respectful hand. Second young master, please enter and share a word. With that, he hastily summoned the household staff. Someone quickly prepare a feast. Use the finest foods and drinks. And that 300-year-old snow ginseng, gifted by City Lord Fong a few years ago. Lin Ze stopped him. There's no need for such a commotion. I am here to investigate a grave matter and must leave soon. Pay no heed to me. Go about your business as usual. Investigate a grave matter. What grave matter could involve their Lu family? Lu Zhan's heart skipped a beat. Could some reckless whelp from his clan have caused trouble? At this thought, Lu Zhan's expression shifted slightly. He spoke urgently. This second young master, our Lu family has always been utterly loyal to the Lin family and Beichin, harboring no disloyalty. If you bid us go north, we dare not go south. I implore the second young master to investigate thoroughly. He then glanced at Lu Hanyan beside Lin Ze. Yenner, you know your father well. I would never commit acts of betrayal. Lu Hanyan remained silent, not even casting a glance at Lu Zhan. From start to finish, his eyes had never truly seen her, his long-absent daughter. All he saw was power and desire. Time is short, let us go. Ignoring Lu Zhan, Lu Hanyan directly took Lin Ze's hand and led him to the Lu family's library. She had grown utterly disillusioned with this cold place. Lu Hanyan pulled Lin Ze away as if no one else existed, leaving Lu Zhan and the rest of the Lu family awkwardly rooted to the spot. Only after they had vanished from sight did Lu Zhan speak with a grim tone. This unfilial daughter. After a few years with the Lin family, she thinks her wings are truly hardened. Madame Lu patted Lu Zhan's back. Enough, say no more. Our daughter has only returned this once in so many years. How could she not understand Lu Hanyan's feelings? But some things, even understanding them, were beyond her power to change. Gazing in the direction her daughter had gone, Madame Lu let out a long sigh. Just then a younger member of the Lu family spoke up. Father, mother, isn't Sister Hanyan the unbetrothed wife of the first young master Lin? How can she be so close to the second young master? And holding hands. Lu Zhan suddenly recalled that Lu Hanyan had indeed pulled Lin Ze away. This realization made Lu Zhan overjoyed. After all, the first young master Lin Ze was dead. And since there was no formal betrothal or any ceremonial union between Lu Hanyan and Lin Ze, strictly speaking, she was not a member of the Lin family. The Lin family might send Lu Hanyan back at any moment. When that happened, could their Lu family still cling to the Lin family's high status? For years, Lu Zhan had worried about this. But now Lu Hanyan seemed to have sparked something with Lin Ze. Good heavens, the second young master Lin Ze was a peerless genius, even more outstanding than the first young master Lin Ze. Unrivaled throughout all of Beichin. If Lu Hanyan could be with Lin Ze, then who could ever shake the Lu family's future standing? Lu Zhan's eyes suddenly flashed with brilliance, his mind already conjuring glorious scenes of the Lu family wielding power and influence. Isn't this improper? A brother and his sister-in-law. If this gets out, it would harm both our families. The younger Lu members voiced their disapproval. Lu Zhan's ears burned with fury. He glared at them all. What nonsense are you spouting? Yenner never bowed to heaven and earth with the first young master, never crossed the threshold, and didn't even have a formal betrothal. How can you call her a sister-in-law? Lu Zhan emphasized, I tell you all from now on, no one is to mention Lin Ze outside. If anyone dares to speak of him, and the second young master hears of it. Lu Zhan narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing. Don't blame me for flaying your skin. Do you understand? Yes, father. Good. Lu Zhan nodded with satisfaction. After a moment's thought, he summoned a few more Lu family members. Master, you lot instruct everyone in the Lu household to keep a close watch on Yinner and the second young master. Find a way. You understand my meaning, don't you? Understood. Rest assured, master. Good go now? Move quickly and waste no time. Yes, at once. Lin Ze's group walked through the Lu estate. Lu Hanyin led the way, her pace swift. She only slowed down once they were far from the main gate, out of sight and earshot of Lu Zhen and the others. Forgive my embarrassment. I am indeed amused. Lu Hanyin slowly turned her head. Lin Ze shrugged, pointing with his left hand at Xiao Chui. Xiao Chui was staring in amazement at where their hands met. Miss, are you holding on too tightly? The gloom on Lu Hanyin's face instantly flushed into crimson. As if shocked, she swiftly released Lin Ze's hand, turned, and increased her pace, once again taking the lead. Xiao Chui chuckled and quickly caught up with her. Miss, tell me, what does it feel like to hold the Marquis' hand? I've never even touched it. Lu Hanyin's ears turned red as well. Xiao Chui, oh, we're here. Here. Isn't this the Lu family's library? Xiao Chui changed the subject with exaggerated drama. Lu Hanyin shot Xiao Chui an irritated glance. She walked straight into the library. The layout before her had changed greatly from what she remembered, especially the people inside. When had the Lu family acquired so many diligent young members? At a glance, every bookshelf had someone before it. Miss, second young master. Seeing Lin Ze and the others enter, everyone in the library immediately bowed to them with remarkable enthusiasm, as if rehearsed. Lu Hanyin was stunned for a moment before speaking. This place has changed so much it might take some time. Lin Ze nodded. No matter. You searched, or browse. A library. Lin Ze understood it all too well. No one knew the word library better than he did. Half the reason for his visit to the Lu family was their library. Lin Ze wasted no words. One word flip. He moved from shelf to shelf, Lu Hanyin searching for her materials while he examined his. Soon the library echoed with the rapid rustle of turning pages. One book, two books. Lin Ze flipped through them at a dizzying speed. The onlookers in the library, each harboring ulterior motives, were left utterly dumbfounded. Could the second young master truly make out the text flipping through books like that? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. After a long pause, they abandoned their curiosity about how Lin Ze flipped through the books. Their lord's orders took precedence. Having confirmed their intentions, they began to seek opportunities within the library, waiting for the right moment to strike. Lin Ze sensed something, but merely cast a fleeting glance. He had no time to spare for these people. The Lu family, as a lineage of physicians, had a heritage that predated even the Yuan dynasty. Years of traveling and practicing medicine had amassed a vast collection of ancient texts, fragmented manuscripts, and personal notes within their library, including some invaluable incomplete treatises and key techniques. Though lacking the complete system and cultivation value of any upper-class family in Beichin, its breadth and diversity of content might even surpass the Beichin imperial clan. For instance, Lin Ze was now holding a book titled Travels of Lu Zhongzhen. It was a personal journal left by a distant ancestor of the Lu family, recording Lu Zhongzhen's medical encounters and experiences. It contained insights on cultivation gathered from various masters he had met. These scattered insights were unsystematic and incomplete, mere fragments within fragments, whispers within whispers. They held little value for ordinary people, let alone a transcendent expert like Lin Ze. Yet Lin Ze possessed an utterly unreasonable talent called divine comprehension. With this talent, Lin Ze could extract and reconstruct these fragments into relatively complete forms. For example, if the Travels of Lu Zhongzhen contained a passage from the 8th level of a mortal grade superior technique, Lin Ze could deduce and complete the entire 8th level from that single passage. Just like this. You perused the Travels of Lu Zhongzhen. You discovered notes on the 3rd step of the mortal grade inferior Moonlight step, a stray move from the 4th stance of the mortal grade inferior Moon Gazing Sword, and a key point from the 4th level of the mortal grade medium Drunken Immortal Fist. You comprehended the incomplete Moonlight step, incomplete Moon Gazing Sword, incomplete Drunken Immortal Fist. Divine Comprehension Lv.9 74,100. Though all were refined fragments, together they amounted to a considerable gain in progress. How many travelogues and journals did the entire Lu family library hold? Lin Ze estimated it could add at least 10 points or more. This trip was worthwhile. Thus Lin Ze immersed his mind entirely in the Lu family library, reaping its treasures. You perused Lu Filong's journal. Time passed minute by minute. After an unknown duration, Lu Hanyin finally found the clue she sought among piles of ancient books. Found it, she rejoiced inwardly. Just as she was about to tell Lin Ze, a maid unable to avoid her collided into Lu Hanyin, spilling a bowl of clear water. Splash. The water cascaded from Lu Hanyan's shoulder, soaking her upper body. Through the damp fabric, her delicate pink shoulder and snow-like skin shimmered through the watery haze. Blue tinged with red interlaced with white. Half concealed, half revealed, hazy and mysterious, the most tantalizing allure. "Ah, miss, this servant deserves death. Please punish me." The maid, having collided with Lu Hanyan, knelt and begged for forgiveness. Lu Hanyan sighed helplessly. "Forget it, it's not your fault. Fetch me a clean change of clothes." "Yes, this servant will go at once." Just then Lin Ze approached. "What happened?" Lu Hanyan shook her head. "Nothing important, just an accidental bump." She dismissed the matter, raising the book in her hand with delight. "What matters is I've found the origin of the goo worm." Lu Hanyan walked up to Lin Ze, opened the ancient book, and pointed to a page. "Look, this is it. The life-severing goo." Lin Ze looked. On the page of the ancient book in Lu Hanyan's hand was a familiar black goo worm. Its twisted, ferocious form matched exactly those extracted from Lin Mo and the others. He read the text carefully. "The life-severing goo, a strange goo I discovered by chance during my travels in later years. Those afflicted show no abnormal signs, appearing no different from ordinary people. Even medical examinations and pulse-taking fail to detect the gust presence. However, once the host falls ill, the goo awakens, rapidly devouring flesh, blood, and vitality. It swiftly travels through the 8 extraordinary meridians, causing qi and blood to surge against the crown. Ultimately, the victim dies from a burst skull, a horrifyingly bloody end. In my lifetime of healing countless patients, I've encountered many goo worms, but never one as bizarre as the life-severing goo. Thus my curiosity was piqued, and I resolved to crack its secret. I traveled to the regions where the goo was found, investigated its origins, gathered intelligence, and tried hundreds of remedies. Finally, I discovered something. It turned out this life-severing goo was not from the mortal world, but originated from the immortal sect. And it was the work of a great figure from the immortal sect, the blood-poison old demon. I know not who the blood-poison old demon is, but from what I gathered, he must be notorious in the immortal sect. People avoided mentioning him, speaking of him only in hushed tones. In any case, it said that the life-severing goo is merely a low-level goo used by the blood-poison old demon against lower-tier cultivators. Hearing this, I was filled with wonder, astonished by the transcendence of the immortal sect. Every time I recalled it, I marveled at their otherworldly nature. Yet this only fueled my competitive spirit. If I could crack the life-severing goo, wouldn't I, in some sense, have bested a member of the immortal sect? Thus I intensified my research on the life-severing goo, step by step, dissecting its essence and uncovering its roots. Eventually, I discovered 2 remedies with remarkable effects. First, grind Shijiang into powder, take it with water, and within 2 days the life-severing goo will turn into pus and be expelled. Second, soak Yingxiao root in water, drink 3 bowls daily until the root turns white and tasteless. Administer this for 3 days to render the life-severing goo unable to cling. Then, using a needle and knife, guide it out with spiritual energy. Lin Ze read swiftly, finishing the detailed account of the life-severing goo in moments. He memorized the 2 remedies, Shijiang powder and Yingxiao root. Shijiang seemed scarce in the Beichen capital, but Yingxiao root was abundant everywhere. As Lin Ze pondered, a fragrance intensified by the water wafted into his nostrils. He instinctively traced its source with a glance. Watery haze, vague glimpses. He quickly averted his gaze. "See, it must be the life-severing goo," Lu Hanyan said joyfully. Looking up, she saw Lin Ze's gaze drifting elsewhere. His movements were awkward, carrying a sense of embarrassed restraint, as if he dared not look upon something improper. Lu Hanyan realized something and instinctively glanced at her own damp undergarments. In an instant, Lu Hanyan's entire face, including the tips of her ears, flushed crimson. She too averted her gaze and pressed the ancient tome in her hands against her chest, offering a slight shield. For a moment neither spoke, as a subtle atmosphere brewed and spread before the small bookshelf. After a long while, the maidservant from before finally arrived with new clothes, alleviating the awkwardness. "Miss, allow me to assist you in changing. Then I'll go look elsewhere." Before Lu Hanyan could speak, Lin Ze tactfully stepped aside and continued browsing his own books. He had yet to finish perusing the Lu family's library. His talent progress had only increased by 3 points. He still needed 23 more points to reach level 3. Time to grind on. You browsed. Divine Comprehension Lv.9. A stream of information flowed past. Lin Ze continued to immerse himself in the sea of books, greedily absorbing martial arts knowledge like a sponge. But before long, Lu Hanyan's indignant voice reached his ears once more. "What is this I'm wearing?" Do the ladies of the Lu family usually dress like this? This servant is guilty. I brought the wrong one. Lin Ze instinctively glanced over. He saw Lu Hanyan huddled into a ball wearing a relatively daring thin gauze gown. The sheer fabric was translucent, leaving nothing to the imagination. Recalling the peculiar behavior of the people in the library, Lin Ze understood. TSK. The Lu family certainly knew how to set the mood. But unfortunately, no tricks worked in this library. No one loved the library more than Lin Ze. In the presence of the library, women only slowed down his reading speed. Lin Ze took off his coat and handed it to Xiao Chui. Give this to the young lady to put on. With that, Lin Ze continued browsing his books. Just then, this is thud, thud, thud. The sound of hurried footsteps approached. Lu Hanyan, draped in Lin Ze's white coat, walked swiftly over her face, full of anxiety. She thrust the ancient tome from before in front of Lin Ze. Take a look. Lin Ze turned his head to glance. What met his eyes was a sea of blood red. It was likely because Lu Hanyan had used the book to shield herself earlier, leaving water stains on it. When the page recording the absolute life goo was soaked, hidden blood red characters emerged. For large blood red characters were deeply etched onto the page. Beware of Shijiang. Lin Ze was stunned for a moment, then narrowed his eyes. Hidden within the page recording the solution to the absolute life goo was this kind of blood red message. Beware of Shijiang. A fine beware of Shijiang indeed. Xiao Chui, bring a basin of water. Yes. Soon Xiao Chui brought a basin of clear water. Lin Ze tried slowly immersing the ancient book page by page into the water. The next moment, the entire book's pages turned an eerie blood red. Dense, tiny blood red characters appeared on the ancient tome. Moreover, these tiny blood red characters had a strange font flowing like dragons and snakes, unrecognizable as any script Lu Hanyan knew. Yet these tiny blood red characters continuously emanated an ominous demonic aura, filling Lu Hanyan with an inexplicable sense of eeriness. Seeing this, Lu Hanyan's heart jolted with shock. How could something so sinister be found in my Lu family ancestors' medical journal? Lin Ze ignored her, for he too was stunned at that moment. The instant these tiny blood red characters appeared, Lin Ze's divine comprehension talent activated once more. You have discovered a bizarre, unknown cultivation art. The script of this art is eerily malevolent, yet its fundamental method of practice feels strangely familiar to you. You are astonished to find that this art bears a peculiar resemblance to the incomplete Phantom Moon 7-star record you obtained from a stall on Xianghua Street days ago. You suddenly realize that the incompleteness of the Phantom Moon 7-star record was intentional. Someone concealed another mysterious art within its gaps. If you follow the guidance of these mysterious blood red characters to reinterpret the Phantom Moon 7-star record and combine the two arts, you might unveil the true nature of both the Phantom Moon 7-star record and this mysterious art. Seeing the prompt from his divine comprehension, Lin Ze was dumbfounded. That incomplete Phantom Moon 7-star record was actually so deeply connected to the Lu family ancestors' journal. So the original story's protagonist getting entangled with Lu Hanyan was just because this plot point was waiting to happen, right? As Lin Ze stood there in a daze, Lu Hanyan waved her hand before his eyes. What are you thinking about? Lin Ze snapped back to reality and glanced at the book's cover. The cover was signed Lu Changfeng. Lin Ze looked at everyone in the Lu family. He released a faint trace of his terrifying pressure, making everyone feel as if they were sitting on pins and needles, their hair standing on end. Listen up, all of you. Immediately find me all the books in the Lu family's various documents and records that contain information about this person, Lu Changfeng. Do not miss a single detail. With that, Lin Ze pointed at the maidservant who had helped Lu Hanyan change clothes earlier. You go and summon every elder in the Lu family who has a say to come see me immediately. Hearing this, the maidservant's heart jolted with shock. She didn't understand why things had suddenly taken such a turn. Just moments ago, everything had been fine. Judging by this situation, because of this person, Lu Changfeng, their Lu family was about to face a major crisis. Yes, I will go at once. The maidservant hurriedly ran out to call for Lu Zhen and the others. The others also quickly began searching the Lu family's library for information on Lu Changfeng. Seeing Lin Ze make such a big fuss, Lu Hanyan assumed he had understood those tiny blood red characters and found the real clue about the goo worm. You understood it. What exactly does it say? More or less, Lin Ze nodded. But compared to these tiny characters, I'm more concerned about one thing right now: the origins of your Lu family. Your Lu family has practiced medicine for generations with many renowned doctors among your ancestors, and your footprint spans across the 7 eastern nations of Songjin Mountain. Logically, you should be famous far and wide and well-connected everywhere. In this mundane world, no one could guarantee they would never face illness, aging, or death. Under normal circumstances, who would want to antagonize a doctor who could heal the sick and save lives? Yet the Liu family had fallen on hard times. They were so desperate that they had to offer a beautiful woman to the Lin family just to protect themselves. For a family of physicians to end up in such a state, it took a certain kind of skill to be that unfortunate. Of course, this was a presumption of guilt. When nothing had happened, no one bothered to think much about it. But since something had now come to light, Lin Ze had every reason to suspect that the Liu family's background was not simple, and at least from the time of this Liu Chongfeng, things were definitely not normal. It seems that your ancestor named Liu Chongfeng was not just a simple physician. Upon hearing this, Liu Hanyan fell into thought. Ancestor Liu Chongfeng, huh? As I recall, he was a figure from 100 years ago. 100 years ago at that time, our Liu family had just moved to Wuhan from the Nine Extremes Imperial Dynasty. The Nine Extremes Imperial Dynasty, situated to the west of the New Moon Dynasty, lay within the core supervisory territory of the Hidden Sword Mountain. In terms of material wealth, military power, and national strength, the Nine Extremes Imperial Dynasty, being in the heart of the Hidden Sword Mountain region, was slightly more prosperous and flourishing than its neighboring countries. The Liu family, having moved all the way from the Nine Extremes Imperial Dynasty across the New Moon Dynasty to Wuhan. Most likely they had run into some trouble and relocated to Wuhan to avoid disaster. Thinking back to the mention of that great figure from the immortal sect in Liu Changfeng's notes, the old demon of blood poison, Lin Ze mused, could it be that Liu Changfeng's attempt to break the absolute life Gu had provoked the old demon's retaliation? Or perhaps Liu Chongfeng had been caught up in some conflict among immortal sects, bringing calamity upon his entire family. As these thoughts crossed his mind outside the library, Liu Zhen and other core members of the Liu family hurriedly flew in, their faces etched with the panic of an impending apocalypse. Upon hearing the maid's report that the second young master was enraged and had summoned all the influential elders of the Liu family, Liu Zhen and the others felt their hearts sink. Could it be that as they investigated, they had actually stumbled upon something? Liu Zhen flew forward, half bowing as he approached Lin Ze. With a cautious demeanor, he asked, "Second young master, what has happened? Could it be that our ancestor Liu Chongfeng was involved in some act of treason?" Lin Ze replied calmly, "Patriarch Liu, rest assured it is nothing serious. I called you here because of an unexpected discovery." With that, Lin Ze produced the ancient book that had revealed blood-red text when wet. "I came this time originally to investigate the origins and solution of the absolute life Gu, intending to leave after my research. But by a twist of fate, after this book accidentally got wet, these 4 blood-red characters, 'Never shall the stone river,' appeared." Lin Ze handed the book to Liu Zhen. "Patriarch Liu, can you provide me with a proper explanation?" At this, Liu Zhen glanced at Liu Hanyan, who was wrapped in Lin Ze's long coat. Then he looked at the water-stained ancient book before him. Having navigated the world for so many years, how could Liu Zhen not understand the true nature of this twist of fate? At that moment, Liu Zhen wished he could slap himself twice. Why did he have to meddle? If he hadn't intervened, this whole mess would have been avoided. With a bitter heart, Liu Zhen quickly took the book and studied it with the elders of the Liu family. After reading the information left by Liu Chongfeng, Liu Zhen's heart clenched painfully. "Never shall the stone river. Liu Zhen, you truly deserve to die. This. Second young master, we knew nothing about the contents of this book. Please, second young master, investigate thoroughly." Lin Ze remained silent for a moment, then said, "If I hadn't investigated, you wouldn't be standing here speaking right now. Tell me, what is the story with this Liu Chongfeng?" Liu Chongfeng. Liu Zhen and the others exchanged glances, racking their brains. But no matter how hard they tried, their knowledge of Liu Chongfeng was too sparse to offer any useful information. Although Liu Chongfeng lived 100 years ago, not too distant, and some of the more advanced Liu family members had even lived through his era, Liu Chongfeng was a wanderer, often absent from the Liu family. Their understanding of him was limited to a few scant phrases. Finally, an elder of the Liu family, who was a nephew to Liu Chongfeng, tried to recall, reporting to the second young master, "My second uncle Chongfeng loved to travel the world practicing medicine and was rarely at home. In a year I would see him at most twice, and sometimes not even once. He would go years without returning. As for second uncle Chongfeng, I only remember him once mentioning that he had joined an immortal sect called the Holy Sect, becoming a member of the Immortal Path, and was highly valued by the sect's upper echelons. Because of this, second uncle Chongfeng even spoke with the previous patriarch, Yenner's grandfather, about bringing the Liu family into that holy sect to lead them all into the Immortal Path. But the previous patriarch seemed to have a different view of this holy sect and did not agree. So the next day, second uncle Chongfeng left the Liu family again. That departure lasted a full 8 years. Then one day, 8 years later, he returned. This time he was in poor spirits, locking himself in his room to write his travelogue. During that time, it seemed the previous patriarch had an argument with him, but the reason for the quarrel remains unknown. After that, second Uncle Changfeng left the Lu family and never returned. To this day, his fate is unknown. That is all I know about Lu Changfeng. Lin Ze thought for a moment and asked, I heard your family moved to the Wuan dynasty from the Nine Extremes Imperial dynasty. The Lu elder nodded. Indeed. Is the timing of your move to Wuan related to Lu Changfeng's last appearance? At Lin Ze's question, the Lu family members were taken aback. They pondered carefully. It seems, starting from the period after second uncle left, our Lu family fell under some ill-fated star. Our various enterprises declined sharply, family members met with sudden misfortunes, and some disappeared inexplicably. So the previous patriarch made a decisive move, liquidating the ancestral properties we had accumulated in the Nine Extremes Imperial dynasty over many years, and quietly migrated, crossing the New Moon dynasty to settle in Wuan. After hearing the elder's account, Lin Ze had a general understanding. Meanwhile, the others who had been searching the library for records of Lu Changfeng finished compiling their findings. They handed several thin volumes to Lin Ze. Second young master, these are all the archives and documents containing information about Lu Changfeng. Lin Ze grunted in acknowledgement and casually flipped through them. There was nothing particularly striking, so he repeated his earlier trick, soaking all the books in water. But after a long while, no new blood-red characters appeared on these documents. It seemed that the only clue Lu Changfeng had left was his travelogue. Lin Ze took a handkerchief from Xiao Chui to wipe his hands. Enough. Everyone withdraw. Yes. Lu Zhen and the others understood, signaling all the servants and maids to leave the library. Soon the vast library was left with only Lin Ze's group. Lin Ze walked back to the bookshelf and resumed reading his own books. Every bit counts. No point wasting it. Lu Hanyin had no idea what Lin Ze was thinking. She didn't ask, knowing he would speak when he was ready. She began to study the ancient book left by Lu Changfeng, reading his travelogue word by word. The only sound in the library was the rustling of pages. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ze finally finished going through the Lu family's collection. The progress was quite satisfying. His talent progress had reached 85. He was just 15 points away from leveling up to LV3. As for the remaining 15 points, Lin Ze glanced at the travelogue of Lu Changfeng that Lu Hanyin was studying. Since Lu Changfeng had hidden that mysterious cultivation art within the incomplete first half of the Earth grade mid-rank technique, Illusory Moon 7 stars record, its grade was certainly not inferior. At the very least, it should be sufficient to complete the remaining 15 points. If that were the case, then with the power of an Earth-grade technique, Lin Ze could still ascend to the realm of a primordial divine being, directly achieving the primordial realm. This trip to the Lu family had yielded a bountiful harvest. Closing the book, the starlight in Lin Ze's eyes grew even more dazzling, reflecting a brilliant galaxy. It was time to return. Turning around, Lin Ze said, "Let's go. We've already delayed enough time. Remember to bring that travelogue." Lu Hanyin took the travelogue of Lu Changfeng and followed Lin Ze out of the library. Outside, Lu Zhen and the others were waiting nervously. Seeing Lin Ze emerge, second young master. They immediately crowded around. Second young master, is our Lu family safe? Lin Ze said, Patriarch Lu, rest assured. It's nothing serious. That's good, that's good. Lu Zhen sighed in relief and quickly added, You've worked hard, second young master. Please come to the main hall. I've ordered a feast prepared. Lin Ze waved his hand and strode directly toward the main gate. Eat. Returning to upgrade his talents and achieve the primordial realm was far more enticing than dining here. At this moment, Lin Ze was eager to return home, and nothing could stop him. No need. I have important matters to attend to, so I won't intrude. Lu Zhen tried to persuade him. Second young master, you're leaving already. You rarely visit, and I haven't even fulfilled my duties as host. There will be other opportunities. Sensing the strong refusal in Lin Ze's tone, Lu Zhen dared not insist. In that case, I shall await the second young master's return. Please take care. Under the watchful eyes of Lu Zhen and the others, Lin Ze and his group boarded the carriage. Returned to the manor. At Lin Ze's command, the Lin family attendants drove the carriage back in the direction they came. Watching Lin Ze's carriage depart until it vanished into the distant shade, Lu Zhen's smile gradually faded, replaced by a stern expression. He turned to the elder who had mentioned Lu Changfeng. Uncle, what exactly is the story with Lu Changfeng? The others also fixed their gazes on the elder. Meeting everyone's eyes, the elder hesitated. Finally, he sighed deeply. Don't ask. It's nothing good. The less you know about Lu Changfeng, the better. Just pretend the Lu family never had such a person. No matter who asks, say you don't know. With a low sigh, the elder turned and left. In the breeze, his faint murmur could be heard, a disaster of annihilation. A disaster of annihilation. On the carriage back to the city. Lin Ze suddenly called out. One of the accompanying guards, Lin, immediately responded, "Your subordinate is here. Go to the Shura Manor at once and tell them I want detailed intelligence on the previous patriarch of the Lu family and Lu Changfeng." Lin understood. "Do you think the Lu family is lying?" Lin Ze smiled. "I don't care whether they are lying or not. Lying or telling the truth." Lin Ze had no interest in meddling in others' family affairs or learning the rise and fall of the Lu family. Lin Ze only cared about where Lu Changfeng had obtained the Earth Grade technique. Lin seemed to grasp this vaguely. "Your subordinate understands. However, the Shura Manor only takes assassination missions. This intelligence work. It's fine. Just tell them it's Lin Ze requesting the information and they will understand." Lin was startled. Did the Marquis mean? Could it be that he had secretly subdued the Shura Manor long ago? This was truly astonishing. Lin dared not dwell on it. "Yes. Your subordinate will go at once." With a flicker, Lin vanished. Returning to the Lin Manor. "The Marquis has returned." "Marquis." Lin Ze nodded and entered the inner residence. As he walked, he instructed Lu Hanyan. "Stone River powder is likely unusable, but we can still try the firefly grass root. Prepare to test its medicinal properties first. They'll handle the rest later." With that, Lin Ze hurriedly took the travelogue of Lu Changfeng back to his room. Lu Hanyan was baffled. She was eager to know what those blood-red characters contained. All this secrecy and haste. Inside Lin Ze's room, he retrieved the illusory Moon 7 Stars record he had bought from a street vendor in Xianghua Street from a hidden compartment under his bed. Estimated time to complete restoration, 21 days. He placed this book together with Lu Changfeng's travelogue. The next moment, guided by the mysterious art, you have discovered the profound secrets hidden within the illusory Moon 7 Stars record. You have deciphered the illusory Moon 7 Stars record and the mysterious art. You have discovered the Earth Grade mid-rank technique, true fire sacred demon art. Before Lin Ze, the illusory Moon 7 Stars record and Lu Changfeng's travelogue underwent a wondrous transformation. The mysterious blood-red characters emitted strands of crimson aura along their intersecting edges, dyeing some of the text in the illusory Moon 7 Stars record a bloody red. These patches of blood-red text formed a brand new cultivation art, with a strange ripple of bloody energy. 5 large blood-red characters rose from the 2 ancient books floating before Lin Ze's eyes, true fire sacred demon art. Seeing these 5 blood-red characters, all of Lin Ze's thoughts became clear. At this moment, he no longer needed to wait 21 days for the illusory Moon 7 Stars record to be restored. Nor did he need to find another way to condense the flower of spirit. Here and now, the true fire sacred demon art lay before him, and the path to the primordial divine being was laid bare. The mysterious gate to the primordial realm had already opened for Lin Ze. Taking a deep breath, he immersed his entire mind into the true fire sacred demon art. You have perused the true fire sacred demon art. With your terrifying comprehension nearly akin to the Tao, you have fully comprehended the true fire sacred demon art and deduced it to the 10th layer true fire sacred demon art, Lv.10, grand perfection. In that instant, the 3 flowers of essence, energy, and spirit converged. The primordial one was born. A mysterious and profound gate opened before Lin Ze. Power. Endless mysterious power surged from that gate, ceaselessly washing over Lin Ze's physical body, purifying it of all impurities. Thus he shed his mortal form and evolved toward the profound life of the primordial realm. Great sound is silent. Great form is shapeless. Within the Xiantian gate, forget the self, forget the form, forget the heart, forget the nature. No self, no boundary. Only the surging primordial Xiantian qi, like ocean tides, continuously scoured Lin Ze's mortal flesh, emitting a resonant hum that echoed the great Tao. It stripped away Lin Ze's mortal impurities, forging the Xiantian body. 1 breath, 2 breaths, a quarter hour, 2 quarters. Under the guidance and cleansing of the primordial Xiantian qi, Lin Ze's flesh became crystalline and translucent. His body was like bright jade, his veins like colored glass, his blood like ambrosia. A brilliant Xiantian true yuan shimmered within the Xiantian true body. Xiantian first layer unity realm achieved. Boom. A formidable Xiantian divine might instantly surged through the void, spreading across the entire Beichen imperial dynasty for thousands of miles. At that moment, the hearts of all in Beichen imperial dynasty trembled. In the unseen, they felt targeted by some great terror, their bodies uneasy hairs standing on end, a bone-chilling dread. A primal tremor rose from their very bones, from the depths of their souls. This tremor was etched into the soul, etched into the rules of mortal flesh. It was a life form's oppression from the top of the food chain, a fundamental heavenly principle that humanity had obeyed since ancient times. It was the gap in life's hierarchy. In the Baichin imperial palace, the Baichin emperor seated on the dragon throne sharply narrowed his eyes. He uttered two words in disbelief: Scientian. Baichin actually has someone achieving the Scientian realm. Who? At the Wei estate. Wei Pingyuan, pondering the future of the Wei family, was jolted awake by the sudden aura of a Scientian divine being. This aura is a Scientian divine being. Someone has actually achieved. Wei Pingyuan looked towards the distant sky. Could it be? At the Lin estate. Lin Ao was savoring fine tea and twirling prayer beads, content and at ease. Ever since his young grandson Lin Ze had forcefully asserted his presence, Lin Ao had intentionally been gradually transferring authority to Lin Ze, letting him manage the entire Lin clan. Lin Ao had been enjoying his leisure these past few days. How many years had it been since he last tasted such idyllic days? Good, very good. Suddenly Lin Ao's expression shifted. He rose, clasped his hands behind his back, and stood proudly between heaven and earth. Traces of the battlefield god of war's solemn aura could still be seen. Scientian. Where in Baichin did a Scientian come from? Could it be? Before Lin Ao could ponder further, the next moment the vast Scientian divine might surged again. Boom. At that instant, the sky for thousands of miles across Baichin turned dark and gloomy. Dark oppressive clouds rapidly gathered, enshrouding the entire Baichin imperial dynasty, draining the color from heaven and earth, plunging all into murky dimness. Boom, boom, rumbling. Amidst the surging winds and clouds, thunder roared in fury. Within the black clouds, electric plasma churned. Thick silver serpents danced across the pitch-black sky, tearing through the endless darkness, casting a world-illuminating apocalyptic white. In a trance, it seemed like the end of the world. And the clouds continued to expand and condense. They had already spread from Baichin to Wolf Capital and the New Moon Dynasty, and were still expanding without any sign of stopping. For a time, the people of the three kingdoms of Baichin were in panic, fearing that the heavenly thunder would strike and annihilate all creation. At the border of the New Moon Dynasty, a mysterious figure wrapped in a black robe halted his journey towards the Nine Extremes Imperial Dynasty. He looked back at the encroaching dark clouds. Where did this divine pulse realm expert come from? Could the hidden Sword Mountain have already sensed something? Looks like I need to speed up. Saying this, the mysterious figure sighed helplessly. Just a mere hidden Sword Mountain. Alas, a fallen phoenix is less than a chicken. When did Hidden Sword Mountain get to? Before he could finish his sentence, another phenomenon appeared in the sky. A blazing sun parted the dark clouds, illuminating the clear heavens. Blazing. The sun blazed fiercely, burning with terrifying solar true fire. It descended upon the mortal world, scorching the vast earth. Yet upon closer inspection, it was not a true sun. It was a crimson sun formed from condensed vital energy and blood. Vital energy like smoke, blood like the sun. And within this sun, faint but clear dragon roars could be heard. Roar. A blood-colored dragon flew out from the sun, soaring over the black-robed mysterious figure's head, emitting piercing clear dragon cries, carrying a terrifying heat that could turn the world into a hellish inferno, patrolling the seven kingdoms of the Hidden Sword Mountain's eastern region. Seeing this, the black-robed mysterious figure's face twitched. Holy shit, vital energy and blood like a dragon. Third stage, true body realm. Damn it. What's the point of playing this game? The mysterious figure inwardly groaned, and no one had told him upon arrival that the Hidden Sword Mountain possessed a true body realm expert with vital energy and blood like a dragon. Run. Get the hell out. The mysterious figure flickered, intending to teleport thousands of miles away beyond the perception range of the true body realm expert. But just then, all the celestial phenomena vanished. The dark clouds, thunder, sun, dragon, all dissipated without a trace. Above, the sky was fair and calm, with clouds drifting gently. It was as if everything just now had been the mysterious figure's hallucination. The mysterious figure was stunned for a long time. Was this a passing by, or a deliberate scare? After a long while, he cursed under his breath as he stepped into the Nine Extremes Imperial Dynasty. Damn it, are you messing with me? Screw this. Baichin Imperial Dynasty. Lin Estate. Inside Lin Ze's room, Lin Ze had finished his successive breakthroughs. He opened his eyes. His gaze was now filled with dazzling, soul-stirring divine light. The divine light was brilliant, seeming capable of penetrating the endless void and seeing through the vicissitudes of the mortal world. His entire spiritual being had undergone a life-level evolution, transcending the mundane. Pure as white jade, bright as amber, majestic as metal and stone. Every move exuded an unassailable weight of life. True body realm. The Xiantian life form had 6 realms: unity, divine, pulse, true body, divine, see, heavenly origin, and life mystery. With the blessing of the true fire sacred demon art, at level 10, Lin Ze broke through 3 realms in succession, passing unity, navigating divine pulse, and achieving true body. Now he had traversed half the path of the Xiantian life form, attaining the 3rd realm, true body. And it was no ordinary true body. The Xiantian true body had 3 stages: the first stage, vital energy like smoke; the second stage, blood like the sun; the third stage, vital energy and blood like a dragon. Lin Ze was at the 3rd stage, a super true body powerhouse with vital energy and blood like a dragon. Just how strong was this stage? Exhaling a long breath of turbid air, Lin Ze clenched his fist, and an endless sense of fulfillment surged through his entire body. At this moment, with just a casual move, he could turn the entire Beichin. No, that's too small. A true body powerhouse with vital energy and blood like a dragon wasn't that low class. To be precise, it was the entire 7 kingdoms of the hidden Sword Mountains eastern region. With a mere gesture, Lin Ze could reduce the entire eastern region to rubble. And under a truly full-powered eruption, Lin Ze couldn't be certain. After all, with hundreds of martial arts and cultivation techniques stacked within him, he was never like ordinary people. He had a little bit of everything. And his core technique for breaking through to Xiantian was the unprecedented 10th level of the true fire sacred demon art. How could its power be compared to an ordinary true body? Regardless, Lin Ze was certain of one thing. As a super-grade true body realm powerhouse, he was now utterly invincible in the Songjin mountain range. And that wasn't all. With this breakthrough, Lin Ze not only pushed his life realm to the limit of the 3rd tier of the innate stage, but also finally elevated his divine comprehension, the talent that defined his existence, to LV3. Divine Comprehension LV2, 185,100. After perusing numerous texts, you have gained insights and a deeper essential understanding of the Divine Comprehension talent. You have unlocked a new ability of Divine Comprehension. Divine Comprehension upgraded to LV3, 851,000. From now on, you can comprehend and fuse the techniques you have learned, retaining their strengths and discarding their weaknesses to forge powerful new techniques and achieve great improvements. Lin Ze's heart stirred upon seeing the new ability of Divine Comprehension LV3. This ability was excellent. Since acquiring his talent and embarking on cultivation, Lin Ze had learned no fewer than 1,000 techniques. It could be said that his repertoire was vast and varied. Moreover, their grades were generally low. Apart from the human-grade supreme 8 Desolations Battle Art, he had no ace technique that could stand alone. Now Divine Comprehension LV3 could precisely refine and fuse all of Lin Ze's knowledge, creating one ace technique after another. Thus, Lin Ze embarked on another round of refinement. He would completely recast all the techniques he had learned. Inspired by heaven and earth, you have new ideas about the techniques you have learned. You have fused the mental cultivation methods you have mastered. The primary technique is the 8 Desolations Battle Art, supplemented by 109 auxiliary texts. The 8 Desolations Battle Art has achieved a grade breakthrough. You have comprehended the Earth grade lower technique 8 Desolations Heart-Slaying Art. Inspired by heaven and earth. The body tempering method is primarily the true fire saint demon art, supplemented by 127 auxiliary texts. You have comprehended the Earth grade middle technique burning saint demon art. After a round of refinement and recasting, Lin Ze's technique configuration was as follows. Mental cultivation method Earth grade lower 8 Desolations Heart-Slaying Art. Body tempering Earth grade middle burning saint demon art. Movement technique human grade supreme featherfall transcendence. Pupil art human grade supreme amber pupils. Finger technique human grade supreme 7 profound sword finger. Palm technique human grade supreme heartless divine palm. Fist technique. Among these, the body tempering method did not achieve a grade breakthrough. Lin Ze was not surprised. After all, the gap between the Houtian and Xiantian realms was a chasm too vast. For a mere 100 human grade techniques to shake the Xiantian middle grade true fire saint demon art was utterly unrealistic. It was already a courtesy that it could absorb and fuse to gain some enhancements and evolve into the burning saint demon art. However, the mental cultivation method system surprised Lin Ze. With only a little over 100 fusion materials, the 8 Desolations Battle Art had managed to evolve from human grade supreme to earth grade lower. It seemed that the Lin family's hereditary 8 Desolations Battle Art was among the forefront of human grade supreme techniques, its inherent grade already very close to the Xiantian level. As for the other methods, there were no surprises. After a round of fusion and enhancement, they all uniformly advanced to human-grade supreme. With the refinement and evolution of these techniques, Lin Ze's aura grew increasingly unfathomable, deepening like an abyss. It also grew more filled with the ultimate pressure of a higher life form. He was like a humanoid dragon shrouded in mist. Once the mist was lifted, he would unleash his immortal, invincible true form, bringing about cataclysmic disaster. Lin Ze now seemed to have reached some unknowable domain where it was difficult to describe him merely as strong. A mere wisp of his aura leaking out was like a meteorite suddenly crashing into a calm lake, churning up waves of annihilation. Or an accidental gleam in his eye could form a divine pillar piercing through the void, as if casually shattering a mirror, leaving not a single living being on its surface unscathed. What was an innate divine being? This was an innate divine being. Huff. Lin Ze exhaled the breath in his chest, brimming with pride and vigor. Rising, the light in his eyes had never been as bright as it was now. The innate true body is complete. Now where in the world can I not go? Gazing at the scenery outside the window, Lin Ze stood for a long time. After a while, he turned his attention back to the Phantom Moon 7-star record. Although the blood text left by Lu Changfeng had deciphered the incomplete part and brought a new Xiantian middle-grade technique, it didn't mean this old one was useless. With divine comprehension, he could continue to leach insights. 21 days later, another Xiantian middle-grade technique was acquired. A full 100 points of progress. A few more of these and Lin Ze's Lv.3 would soar to Lv.4. Life was good. Stowing away the Phantom Moon 7-star record, Lin Ze stepped out of his room. At this moment, the flowers were fragrant, the grass was green, and the wind was clear. But the Lin family members were not so comfortable. They were still shaken by the commotion of Lin Ze's breakthrough and were now on edge. Seeing Lin Ze emerge, they quickly gathered around to shield him. Marquis. Danger. Lin Ze was speechless. This was his fault. He hadn't expected the breakthrough to the innate realm to be so earth-shattering. So he reassured them, "It's all right. It's all over." He glanced around. "Where is the young lady?" "The young lady is in the pharmacy preparing the firefly grassroot. MMIC." With those words, Lin Ze's figure vanished without a trace. He reappeared silently inside the pharmacy. By then, Lu Hanyan had recovered from the shock and was recording the reactions of the goo worm that Lin Ze had extracted from Xiao Chui earlier after dropping it into the firefly grass decoction. No need to study the firefly grassroot anymore. Lu Hanyan's body trembled slightly. She was still unnerved by the might of Lin Ze's innate aura from before. Looking up and seeing it was Lin Ze, she breathed a sigh of relief. "You came without a sound." Then she asked doubtfully, "What do you mean by no need to study the firefly grassroot?" Lin Ze said, "Soaking the firefly grassroot in water is too slow. We don't know when Wolf City will react and trigger the goo poison. We must race against time, at least for the Lin family." Then Lin Ze asked, "How much Stone River is left in the pharmacy?" "Stone River." Lu Hanyan frowned. "Didn't Ancestor Changfeng's message say it couldn't be used, eh?" "That's exactly what the blood text message you wanted to know was about." As he spoke, Lin Ze formed a blade with 2 fingers and gently cut his palm. A large amount of fresh crimson blood immediately coalesced in the void. Lu Hanyan was startled. She rushed over, trying to stop the bleeding. "What are you doing?" Lin Ze said, "To use Stone River to cure the goo worm, blood must be used as the catalyst. The blood of one who cultivates the true Fire Saint Demon art." After cultivating the true Fire Saint Demon art, Lin Ze also deciphered the message left by Lu Changfeng. The river stone must not be used without it. Rather, it must be paired with the true blood condensed through the true Fire Saint Demon art. Otherwise, consuming the river stone would immediately agitate the goo worm, causing the afflicted to suffer excruciating pain from the worm's eruption at best, or instant death at worst. Similarly, the Ying grass root is not the true solution to the absolute life goo. It can only temporarily suppress the worm's toxicity and weaken its power, but cannot completely eradicate it. Thus, both the river stone and the Ying grass root were merely misleading messages Lu Changfeng left for certain individuals. The true method to dispel the goo has always been the true Fire Saint Demon art alone. Only a cultivator who has mastered the true Fire Saint Demon art to the 3rd layer, capable of condensing Saint Demon true blood, can use their blood as a medium to resolve this absolute life goo. As for why the true Fire Saint Demon art could break the goo, Lin Ze did not know. It was likely because the art originated from the sacred sect, and the blood poison old demon happened to be a member of that sect. In any case, as long as it could detoxify, that was enough. Lin Ze had no interest in the stories linking the sacred sect or the Lu family. After releasing roughly a bowl of blood, he stanched the wound. In moments, the wound healed, swiftly vanishing without a trace. He guided the coagulated mass of blood suspended in the void into a large bowl. This should be enough to break the goo for my entire Lin family. With Lin Ze's mastery of the burning Saint Demon art, at level 10, a single drop of his blood was far more potent than that of a mere third-layer cultivator. At his level of cultivation, one drop alone could save over 1,000 people. Nevertheless, to be safe, Lin Ze drew a bit more blood. After all, the Lin family were his own people. Using more would ensure peace of mind. Having filled the bowl with blood, Lu Hanyan turned to search for blood-nourishing pills. She chided him. Really, if you needed blood, you should have said so earlier. Why rush and draw so much? The Lin family doesn't rely solely on you. Lin Ze waved his hand. No need to look. At my level, this bit of blood does me no harm. Use the medicine to break the goo for the family first. Lin Ze had already attained the innate true body. His blood and chi were like a dragon's. The blood within him flowed like thick mercury, gushing like a spring, inexhaustible. Not even a bowl of blood, if it were to flood the entire Bachan Empire, could cause Lin Ze any real harm. Though it sounded somewhat absurd, such was the greatness of an innate divine being. The innate and the acquired were entirely different planes of existence. Hearing Lin Ze's words, Lu Hanyan had no choice but to fetch the remaining river stone from the pharmacy. She pulled open the drawer containing it and glanced inside. There's about 3 ounces left. Is that enough? The river stone was not a commonly used major herb. Its applications were scarce, and the Lin family's pharmacy held only a limited stock. 3 ounces. That should suffice for the core members of the Lin family. Lu Hanyan took out the gray lump of river stone and with a surge of force shattered it into fine powder. She then mixed the river stone powder with Lin Ze's blood. While blending, she instructed Xiao Chui have the Lin guards go to the major pharmacies in the capital to purchase more river stone. For now, aside from our Lin family, no one else knows the use of river stone, so it should be easy to buy. Yes, miss. Xiao Chui swiftly left the pharmacy, thoughtfully closing the door behind her. You few come with me to buy some river stone outside. She also dismissed the Lin guards stationed outside the pharmacy. The two exchanged speechless glances. That's Xiao Chui. If you've dismissed everyone who will test the medicine, Lin Wu, come see me. Lin Ze transmitted his voice across space, summoning Lin Wu. In the next instant, specks of feathers drifted through the void. Lin Wu's figure materialized amidst the illusory light and shadow. Marquis. Lin Ze pointed to the antidote Lu Hanyan had prepared. Test the medicine. Without any hesitation, Lin Wu complied with Lin Ze's request to test the medicine. Yes, Marquis. He took a small cup of the blood potion diluted with water that Lu Hanyan had set aside and drank it in one gulp, then began circulating his qi to accelerate absorption. Within a few breaths, Lin Wu ceased his circulation. Lin Ze and Lu Hanyan's gazes immediately fell upon him. How do you feel? Lin Wu carefully sensed his condition, then said uncertainly, it seems. I feel nothing. Let me take a look. Lin Wu stepped before Lin Ze. Lin Ze's eyes instantly turned amber. Having achieved the innate true body, Lin Ze no longer needed the demon heart restriction to directly lock onto the presence of the goo worm with his pupils. Through his amber pupils, Lin Ze saw the goo worm inside Lin Wu's body, dissolving and disintegrating gradually, turning into a pool of blood. Clearly the medicine was working. It's fine. This medicine can be used. Lin Ze's words fell. Lin Wu was momentarily stunned. Wait, just like that. You haven't even touched me yet. Lin Ze then instructed Lin Wu gather all the Lin family members and have them take the medicine. He then said to Lu Hanyan, also Xiao Chui has gone to buy more medicine. If the river stone is insufficient, we can add more. But the blood can only be mine. At this point, Lu Hanyan understood that those blood-red characters must hold other secrets. It was not as simple as just using blood to break the goo. Yet Lu Hanyan did not press further. Although she disliked the family that had treated her as a commodity, she had to admit that the Lu family's teachings were correct. A clever girl should not ask a man what he does not wish to say, for when he is ready to speak, he will naturally do so. So Lu Hanyan simply remembered Lin Ze's words. I understand. Emma, go see grandfather and the others. With that, Lin Ze vanished from the pharmacy, stepping directly into the main mansion where Lin Ao resided. Again, Lin Ze's arrival was silent, unnoticed by Lin Ao or Lin Mo. Grandfather. Lin Ao shuddered, turned his head, and raised an eyebrow to scrutinize Lin Ze. You brat. When did you get here? I didn't sense a thing. Lin Mo was also astonished. If Lin Ze hadn't spoken, they wouldn't have known he had arrived. Young master's cultivation is growing ever deeper. I didn't notice either. Lin Ze smiled mysteriously. Then take a look at me now. With that, Lin Ze subtly released a wisp of the formidable pressure of an innate life form. Whoosh! Within the Lin estate, a wind rose from the ground. A violent surge of air washed over the mortal realm. The wind howled fiercely in Lin Ao and Lin Mo's ears. The world trembled in their hearts. Rumble. Thunder roared across the skies as well. Lin Mo was stunned, his eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Lin Ao's pupils contracted sharply, and he blurted out, "Damn it. It's you." Lin Ze withdrew his pressure and nodded. "None other than me. You." Lin Ao and Lin Mo were left speechless, as if they had seen a ghost, unable to utter a single word for quite some time. "Old Mo, are you awake?" Lin Mo remained silent for a moment, then said, "Why don't you slap me once?" "That's a bit absurd." "Absurd. Very absurd." Lin Ze was only 18 years old. At the age of 18, achieving the pinnacle of the acquired realm was already extraordinary enough to make history in Beichin. And now he absurdly achieved the innate divine status. An innate divine being at the age of 18. My goodness, is it that my vision is too limited, or has this world changed? At the age of 18, you actually achieved the innate divine status. What does this mean for those so-called geniuses who are hundreds of years old and still stuck at the pinnacle of the acquired realm? At such an age have they lived so long only to become useless? Even with the temperament cultivated through years of high status, Lin Ao and Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a surge of tumultuous emotions. They began to look around Lin Ze. "You brat. TSK. TSK. After a long pause, not a single word followed. At this moment, it was hard to describe their feelings in words. If you were to say surprise, there was certainly joy after all their own family had produced an extraordinary, innate divine being enough to bring glory to the family. But compared to this joy, there was even more astonishment. It was almost surreal. Lin Ze could probably understand their feelings. After all, innate divine beings were extremely rare and extraordinary in this world. If a family could produce an innate divine being, then it would be as if one person achieved the Tao, and even the dogs and chickens would rise to the heavens, proudly standing in the world and passing down their legacy for 10,000 years. He reassured the two, "You two should stop wandering around and sit down to rest for a bit." "Rest my foot. Quickly tell me what's going on with you, brat." Lin Ze explained, "My realm was already close to the innate state, and with this trip I had some insights, so achieving the innate state was a natural outcome." Water flows naturally. This innate state can still be achieved so effortlessly. After practicing for so many years, why hasn't it flowed naturally for me? Lin Ao was at a loss for words for a moment. Perhaps this was the gap between a genius and a true prodigy. Lin Mo also twitched his lips in disbelief. "Wouldn't it be great to have talent? If I had talent, I could do this too. Young master. Such extraordinary talent." Lin Mo exclaimed. "Ha ha ha." Lin Ao finally calmed his astonishment, and after re-rolling his prayer beads, began to laugh heartily with satisfaction. "Ha ha ha." As he laughed, a few tears of joy slipped from the corners of Lin Ao's eyes. "Good, good. How wonderful. With a grandson like this, heaven has indeed been kind to me, Lin Ao." Ha ha. Before Lin Ze's rise, Lin Ao had been filled with worries. Fearing that the sins he committed throughout his life would befall his descendants, he worried he would end up childless and alone. Thus, after the Lin family's two prodigies fell in battle and Lin Ze unexpectedly died in the chaos, Lin Ao, who had never believed in gods or Buddhas, finally laid down his weapons and picked up his prayer beads. Even if he believed he had acted justly throughout his life, even if he had killed only those who deserved to die to protect his home and country, as long as his only grandson Lin Ze could be safe and sound, living peacefully, for this hope Lin Ao was willing to accept. But he never expected that heaven would play such a big joke on him. His last grandson Lin Ze turned out to be the true dragon hidden deep within the Lin family. "Fortune, what fortune, master?" Lin Mo's eyes were also filled with tears. Only he, the old steward, understood the hardships and grievances the Lin family and Lin Ao had endured over the years. But fortunately, everything was finally over. It was all finally over. "Congratulations, master. Congratulations, young master." Inside the Lin family mansion, the atmosphere was warm. After a long while, Lin Ao finally said, "You brats, such a big matter. Why didn't you inform your grandfather in advance? I thought it was Peng Yong coming back for revenge. So I came to report this good news to you immediately." Lin Ze smiled. "As for that Peng Yong, it no longer matters. What matters is..." Lin Ze casually picked up a piece of blue brick from the ground. Then with a thought, he inscribed a full array of small characters on the blue brick. It read, "Human level top, grade Tian Yu Jinghong." After inscribing Tian Yu Jinghong, Lin Ze picked up another brick and inscribed another human level top, grade martial art, Qi Xian Jinji. He presented both human level top, grade martial arts, one for body movement and one for finger techniques, to Lin Ao. "Grandfather, these two books are the insights I gained when achieving the innate state, improved and broken through based on the two human level top grade techniques of our Lin family. Please keep them safe. In the future, these two techniques and the Ba Huang battle technique will be essential practices for our Lin family army. With these three human-level top-grade techniques, our Lin family strength will surely advance by leaps and bounds, sweeping all foes and adding many capable generals. Lin Ao took the two blue bricks inscribed with human-level top-grade techniques. Just a brief glance was enough for Lin Ao to confirm that the profundity and power of these two techniques were not inferior to the Ba Huang battle technique passed down in the Lin family. These were truly human-level top-grade techniques. Thus, Lin Ao immediately had something to say. Zayer this technique. Lin Ze gave Lin Ao a glance, signaling him to be at ease. Then Lin Ze took off the ancient jade pendant from his waist. In an instant, he infused the will imprint of the earth-level lower-grade technique, Ba Huang Shi Xianju, into it. As for the burning sacred devil technique, its origins were still unclear involving that so-called sacred sect. Lin Ze himself was not afraid, but Lin Ao being innocent could be implicated. Therefore, until he clarified the roots of the burning sacred devil technique, Lin Ze did not want Lin Ao to be involved in these mysterious matters. He handed over the ancient jade pendant inscribed with the Ba Huang Shi Xianju. And this one is the earth-level lower-grade technique Ba Huang Shi Xianju, improved and broken through based on the Ba Huang battle technique passed down in our Lin family. You must keep this technique safe. This means that Lin Ze wanted Lin Ao to cultivate it himself and not to pass it on to the Lin family army. This did not mean Lin Ze did not trust the Lin family army. Rather, it was out of respect for himself that Lin Ze would pass on the human-level top-grade techniques to them. Not passing the earth-level lower-grade techniques to them was a matter of self-respect. This was similar to how only the direct line of the Lin family could cultivate the Ba Huang battle technique back then. After receiving the ancient jade pendant from Lin Ze, Lin Ao was only stunned for a moment before breaking into a smile. He had been foolish. His grandson was far more clear-headed than he had imagined. Grandfather understands, you can rest assured. Having said that, Lin Ao then inquired about another matter. By the way, during your visit to the Liu family, did you find a way to cure the goo poison? Compared to the Lin family's grand and radiant future of possessing 3 human-grade top-tier techniques and 1 earth-grade lower-tier technique, the goo poison at hand was far more pressing. Without resolving the goo poison, the Lin family army would forever remain in a vortex of peril, with the poison potentially activating at any moment. Speaking of the future was still too early. Lin Ze continued, of course, I have already instructed Xiao Chui to procure medicinal herbs and told Lin Wu to gather all members of the Lin family to take the antidote and dispel the goo. This medicine takes effect rapidly. One only needs to drink it and circulate their energy to absorb the potency, and in moments the goo worms will dissolve, leaving them safe and sound. Lin Ao's heart eased with relief. That's good, that's truly good. Having spoken, Lin Ao then asked, but regarding the Northern Star, what are your thoughts? The Northern Star. Lin Ze gazed toward the distant sky. No rush yet. Let's keep them waiting. Someone will inevitably grow restless and reveal their hand. In the coming days, our Lin family will close our gates to visitors on the pretext of preventing goo infection, while secretly keeping watch over all major checkpoints in the imperial capital. Lin Ao nodded. Old Mo, you heard that, didn't you? Understood. After Lin Mo responded, a chilling glint flashed in his eyes, and he vanished from the spot instantly. In the days that followed, the Northern Star seemed to have been injected with a catalyst, plunging into utter madness amid the dire predicament of the incurable goo poison and the elusiveness of the antidote. No one knew who first proposed the atrocious idea, a city-wide infection. That is, regardless of whether one was already infected, everyone would be dusted with the poison powder again to ensure every single person was afflicted with the goo. Since there was no antidote, most of them would ultimately die anyway. In that case, they might as well indulge in a thoroughly unbridled frenzy. Get infected. Let everyone be infected. Whether they were natives of the Northern Star or traders from Wolf Capital, no one was to be spared. As the final moment approached, the high-ranking officials of the Northern Star would jointly activate the demonic heart, forbidden art. If I cannot live, then no one shall. The entire Northern Star would perish together. To live. Then everyone must mobilize, surveilling those around them until the traitor from Wolf Capital is found and forced to come forward and surrender the antidote. Thus, widespread panic erupted in the Northern Star's imperial capital. Every individual lived under the shadow of death, spontaneously monitoring everyone around them in hopes of uncovering the hidden traitors from Wolf Capital within the Northern Star's imperial capital, thereby triggering massive chaos that plunged the entire capital into a murky turmoil. Yet it must be said, this method proved effective. On the very night of the citywide poison dusting, someone could no longer restrain themselves, repeatedly inciting the Northern Star populace from behind the scenes to storm the city gates and break through the encirclement. However, under the Northern Star Army's ironclad decree that any attempt to breach the gates constituted treason punishable by immediate execution, without mercy, the populace's multiple assaults were forcefully suppressed, forcing the masterminds to seek alternative means. They fabricated excuses about transporting grain, visiting relatives, managing flood relief in the south, exhausting every conceivable method. Based on their traces, the Northern Star Army followed the clues to apprehend numerous traitors from Wolf Capital hidden within their ranks, but unfortunately, these were only peripheral small fry. The true big fish remained lurking behind them, baring their fangs and secretly biding their time. The situation remained deadlocked. 1 day, 2 days. On the 3rd day, just as the situation was about to reach a boiling point and enter the final decisive round. But at that moment, an utterly unexpected guest arrived at the Northern Star Imperial Court, instantly shattering the long-standing stalemate. An envoy from the Crescent Dynasty had come. What did you say? An envoy from the Crescent Dynasty. The Northern Star Emperor frowned. His Northern Star Imperial Court had never had any dealings with the Crescent Dynasty. You go your way and I go mine, with no interference between us. There was neither enmity nor friendship. Why would the Crescent Dynasty send someone at this critical juncture? The reporting guard confirmed. The visitor is the Marquis of Purple Sun from the Crescent Dynasty. He claims to have vital matters concerning the fate of the nation, endangering the survival of both Crescent and Northern Star, to report. Endangering the survival of the Northern Star. Was the current chaos not enough? A chill ran through the Northern Star Emperor's heart. Summon him. As you command. By His Majesty's decree, summon the Marquis of Purple Sun of the Crescent Dynasty to the court. Moments later, a streak of purple flame drifted into the Imperial Palace. A middle-aged scholar clad in purple robes materialized within the flames. He offered a slight bow. Purple Sun of the Crescent pays homage to the Northern Star Emperor. The Marquis of Purple Sun need not stand on ceremony. The Northern Star Emperor sat regally upon the dragon throne, exuding the full majesty of the Northern Star's founding monarch despite the dire circumstances. I hear you have matters of utmost importance that threaten the survival of both my Northern Star and your Crescent to report. The Marquis of Purple Sun wasted no time and cut straight to the point. He uttered words that stunned everyone. A great war is imminent. The Nine Extremes Imperial Court harbors ambitious designs to annex all 7 nations east of the Tsongjin Mountain. The Northern Star Emperor narrowed his eyes. Are you trying to alarm me with exaggerated tales? Since when does the Nine Extremes Imperial Court possess the strength to sweep through 7 nations? Is it not that your Crescent, unable to withstand the Nine Extremes' harassment, deliberately exaggerates to drag my Northern Star into the fray? The Marquis of Purple Sun shook his head. It is no exaggeration on my part. The Nine Extremes Imperial Court has already begun its campaign. Just yesterday, our Crescent received intelligence that the 3 neighboring nations of Dongyue Dafeng and Lingshan have all been conquered one by the Nine Extremes Imperial Court. At present, of the eastern lands of Tsongjin Mountain, only our Crescent and your Northern Star remain. Moreover, by the time I set out, the Nine Extremes Grand Army had already arrived at our Crescent's first border fortress. At their pace, they have likely already breached the second fortress by now. If your Majesty the Northern Star Emperor does not join forces with our Crescent to resist the enemy, then I fear. Upon hearing this, the Northern Star Emperor's gaze sharpened abruptly. The Nine Extremes possesses such strength, breaking through Dongyue Dafeng and Lingshan in succession. How is that possible? The strength of the 7 eastern nations had always been relatively balanced. Though some were stronger and some weaker, they remained within the bounds of mutual restraint, thereby stabilizing the 7-nation structure. Otherwise, the 7 nations would have unified long ago. Yet now the Nine Extremes Imperial Court had silently conquered 3 nations in a row, seeking to dominate the eastern lands. This was truly, it is absolutely true. If the Northern Star Emperor doubts me, you may dispatch your swiftest expert to verify the truth, and then you shall know. No. The Northern Star Emperor suddenly interjected. You said only our Northern Star and your Crescent remain. What about Wolf Capital? Speaking of Wolf Capital, the Marquis of Purple Sun's expression instantly turned bitter, even tinged with a hint of terror. Wolf Capital's Imperial Palace is the closest to our Crescent. As soon as I received the intelligence, I went to Wolf Capital. But there was not a single person in Wolf Capital. I dare not say for the entire nation, but at least along the route I traveled swiftly through Wolf Capital, there was no one. Not even a single corpse could be seen. Silently and without a trace. Their entire nation seemed to have suddenly vanished into thin air. Clatter. Hey, what did you say? The Emperor of Bachin abruptly rose to his feet, disbelief evident in his eyes. The wolf capital has vanished from the world. How is this possible? He had received no intel from the wolf capital at all. As their sworn enemy, he had always kept a close watch on their movements, even planting numerous spies within their ranks. Even with the recent poison incident causing unrest in Bachin, the Emperor had never ceased his vigilance over the wolf capital. The moment anything stirred there, he would be notified immediately. Moreover, this was a massive event involving the entire nation disappearing. Setting that aside, how could a country as grand as the wolf capital vanish without a trace? Impossible. Absolutely impossible, sighed Marquis Yang. I understand how you feel, Emperor of Bachin. If I hadn't witnessed it myself, I wouldn't dare believe it either. But this matter is undeniably true. Such things can be easily verified. Why would I lie? Hearing Marquis Zhang's words, the Emperor of Bachin furrowed his brows tightly. He paced before the dragon table, utterly bewildered. It makes no sense. It defies reason. How could this happen? Yingui. The Yingui were a special guard secretly trained by the Emperor of Bachin, devoted solely to his service, mastering the most clandestine currents within Bachin. Their existence was never revealed to outsiders. But given the current urgency, the Emperor of Bachin had no time to consider the implications. If the wolf capital had truly vanished without a trace and the threat of the Jiujing dynasty loomed large, then things would be dire indeed. Shortly after calling for the Yingui, the Emperor of Bachin was met. In the darkness, a shadow appeared behind the screen in the Emperor's study. Your Majesty, a hoarse and deep voice came forth. Is there any news from the wolf capital today? None. The heart of the Emperor of Bachin sank. You may leave. Yes. After the Yingui departed, Marquis Yang added, Emperor of Bachin, we do not have much time left. The outcome of the impending war between the two nations greatly hinged on the high-end combat power. As one of the top combatants of the new moon, Marquis Yang had been urgently dispatched to seek reinforcements. His time in Bachin was limited. If Bachin continued to hesitate, Marquis Yang would have to abandon support for Bachin and return to his own country to aid the battlefield. He urged again. If our two nations join forces, we might stand a chance in battle. But if we are defeated one by one, it will be too late then. I hope you will consider this carefully. The Emperor of Bachin furrowed his brows in contemplation for a long while. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. If I am to deploy troops, I should at least understand the basics about the enemy, right? I want to know, how could the Jiujing dynasty defeat 3 nations? Marquis Yang provided a 2-word answer. That answer made the heart of the Emperor of Bachin turn cold instantly. Poison. The Emperor of Bachin's pupils trembled. Poison. The Jiujing dynasty defeated 3 nations and aimed to sweep through the eastern region using poison. Recalling that the wolf capital, which had poisoned Bachin, had vanished from the world at this critical moment when the Jiujing dynasty attacked the 6 nations. Could it be? The Emperor of Bachin felt uneasy. Marquis Zhang continued, according to confidential reports received by our new moon, the Jiujing dynasty seems to have used a special poison worm rarely seen in the secular world to infiltrate the 3 nations of Da Wu, causing them to be exhausted from defense and collapse in disarray. This is how they swiftly captured the capitals of the 3 nations and advanced into our new moon. Marquis Zhang said, but noticed the Emperor of Bachin's expression growing increasingly grim. His face darkened as if shrouded in water. Emperor of Bachin, what is this? The Emperor of Bachin glanced at Marquis Yang. If the Jiujing dynasty truly defeated the 3 nations through poison, then Bachin may be unable to support New Moon. Before Marquis Yang could ask, the Emperor of Bachin spoke. Because we in Bachin are also in the midst of a poison crisis. At this revelation, Marquis Yang was left stunned. You Bachin are separated from the Jiujing by my new moon. If my new moon has not been affected, how could you in Bachin? The poison inflicted on Bachin did not come from Jiujing, but from the wolf capital, which has mysteriously vanished at this critical moment. What they used is the poison that leaked out from the Immortal Gate. Immortal Gate poison. Marquis Zhang remained silent for a long time before bitterly saying, I seem to understand. Remember, just a few days ago, a terrifying innate divine being suddenly descended upon our 7 nations in the eastern region. This matter is likely related to him. After his words, Marquis Zhang fell silent. The Emperor of Bachin remained quiet for a long while. All of the signs indicated that there was an incomprehensible and transcendent power intervening and manipulating all of this behind the scenes. After a long time, Marquis Zhang suddenly said, report to Songjin Mountain. As the Immortal Gate that transcended this region, Songjin Mountain had always remained aloof from the mundane world, never interfering with secular affairs. Of course, they also did not concern themselves with mundane conflicts. Regardless of who won or lost in the mortal empires, it merely meant a change of who would pay tribute to them. This had been the case for many years. But when other innate divine beings intervened, Songjin Mountain would take action, because that was an affront to their dignity, a probing of Songjin Mountain's authority. At this moment, reporting to Songjin Mountain was indeed the only solution. But the Emperor of Baichen shook his head. It's too late. By the time we reached Songjin Mountain, the 7 nations will have already fallen. Moreover, the Jiujing are advancing from the west. Whether we can break through their blockade is another question. So are we just going to sit here and wait for death? The Emperor of Baichen remained silent for a moment. Let us go to the Lin family. That is our only hope. The Lin family. I have heard of Lin Ao from your Baichen Lin family, but at this time, I am not talking about Lin Ao, but my grandson Lin Ze. Your grandson? Marquis Zhang looked at him with disbelief. If Lin Ao cannot withstand this situation, how can your grandson? Even if I boldly assume he can help, he is just around 50 years old. What can a 50-year-old young man do? The Emperor of Baichen shot him a glance. Then he glanced in the direction of the Lin family with a complex expression. Once you meet him, you will understand. With that, the Emperor of Baichen rose, and in a single stride, he had disappeared from the palace. Marquis Zhang hurriedly followed, his mind filled with questions. In the midst of a range of mountains perpetually shrouded in immortal clouds and mist, a solitary towering peak loomed like a divine sword reaching to the heavens, overlooking the ebb and flow of the mortal realm. At the summit of the peak stood a grand and majestic palace. 3 characters were inscribed, Songjin Palace. Each character radiated a fierce and unyielding will, an indomitable spirit. Each stroke condensed an eternal and vast sword intent. At a glance, it seemed as if countless sharp swords were charging forth, piercing through the heart. It sent chills throughout one's body. At this moment, within the majestic and formidable sword-hiding palace, a swordsman clad in azure robes concealed his sword within his body, nurturing the blade with his very being and honing his spirit through the sword. His appearance was deceptively youthful, yet it was merely a facade. In truth, he had lived for over 78,000 years, having weathered countless cycles of seasons and witnessed the rise and fall of countless mortal worlds. But he had long grown accustomed to it. Through all the vicissitudes of time, he lived by the sword, with the sword as his sole companion. For the past 70 millennia and the hundreds of millennia to come, a single sword was enough to see him through eternity. Suddenly, the sword that had accompanied him for tens of thousands of years let out a faint hum. His sword trembled. The azure-robed swordsman abruptly opened his sharp sword-like eyes, which contained a world of blades within them. An infinite surge of sword chi erupted forth, soaring from the sword-hiding palace into the heavens, forming a colossal pillar of light that swept across the vast blue sky. The ripples of his awakening sword spread across the land. Mountains and rivers spanning tens of thousands of miles around the sword-hiding palace trembled and wailed. Some unstable mountain ranges were even destroyed by the sword ripples, cleaved into massive chasms. Yet, witnessing this great upheaval, the people of the sword-hiding mountain were not angered, but overjoyed. The Mountain Lord has awakened. Will we finally get to see the Mountain Lord again? I remember the last time I had the honor of beholding the Mountain Lord's sword body was 3,000 years ago, when I first joined the sect. Now that I think back, 3,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. I wonder if the Mountain Lord's cultivation has advanced this time, breaking through to the second stage of the true body realm blood, like the great sun. If the Mountain Lord has broken through with his combat prowess, why would our sword-hiding mountains still fear the Dun-E sect? Come, let us welcome the Mountain Lord. The crowd of sword-hiding mountain gathered at the foot of the celestial sword peak, waiting in silence for the Mountain Lord to emerge from the sword-hiding palace and impart his teachings. At that moment, the icy sword-like voice of the azure-robed Mountain Lord finally rang out from the sword peak. Zongfeng, come see me. In the sword-hiding mountain, a massive humanoid sword light streaked across the sky and descended into the sword-hiding palace. Within the sword-hiding palace, the humanoid sword light materialized into a middle-aged man. He bowed before the youthful azure-robed swordsman. Brother, the azure-robed swordsman spoke. My sword trembled. Hearing this, the middle-aged man, named Zongfeng's expression shifted. His elder brother Zong Jian, the Mountain Lord of Sword-Hiding Mountain, was born with a sword body and a sword heart that was perfectly attuned, granting him the keenest perception and insight into the unseen crises of the vast world. Whenever his sword trembled, it signified that a crisis was about to befall Sword-Hiding Mountain, one that even his brother Zong Jian would find troublesome. The azure-robed swordsman Zong Jian asked calmly, has anything significant happened around Sword-Hiding Mountain in the past few days? Zhang Feng replied, as for significant events. A few days ago, a powerhouse of the Blood Qi like Dragon realm passed through our territory. Blood Qi like Dragon. Hearing those words, a flicker of light passed through Zhang Jian's eyes. Zhang Feng continued, but it seemed he was just passing through. Because after that day, I could no longer sense his presence. He must have already left our Sword-Hiding Mountain. Zhang Jian asked again, anything else? Anything else? Zhang Feng thought carefully, then nothing else. What about the mortal world? The mortal world. As innate divine beings, who would bother with the mortal realm? A bunch of ants, let them cause their commotion. How much trouble could they stir up? Zhang Feng admitted, I wouldn't know about that. Zhang Jian glanced at him. Go to the mortal world yourself. Zhang Feng winced. Brother, is that really necessary? You don't understand. This trembling sensation. Zhang Jian narrowed his eyes, a hint of deep-seated fear flashing within his sword-filled gaze. It is very similar to that of the blood-poison old demon of the fire-worship demon cult. The blood-poison old demon. Hearing that name, Zhang Feng's body trembled involuntarily. The blood-poison old demon was a shadow that had once plagued them relentlessly. His brother said this trembling was very similar to that of the blood-poison old demon. Could it be that the blood-poison old demon had returned? If the blood-poison old demon had returned, did that mean the behemoth that was the fire-worship demon cult was also? Zhang Feng's jaw tightened. He said at once, brother, rest assured, I will go to the mortal world and investigate immediately. If I find any trace of the demon cult or the old demon, I will return at once to report. Go and be careful. Yes. With that, Zhang Feng transformed back into a humanoid swordlight and shot towards the distant mortal world. The Northern Star Dynasty. The Lin family. The Northern Star Emperor and the Marquis of Xiang had arrived. Grandfather, you didn't notify me in advance of your visit. Lin Ze has failed to welcome you properly. The Northern Star Emperor smiled and said, we are here on some urgent private matters not meant for others to know. Saying this, the Northern Star Emperor looked at Lin Ao, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Old brother Lin, it has been some time since we brothers have met. Your Majesty is busy with state affairs, I understand that. The Northern Star Emperor quickly waved his hand. Ah, old brother, what are you doing? Between us, there are only brothers, no sovereign and subject. Over the years in the palace, your younger brother has often missed you, old brother. I often think back to the days when we fought against the tyranny of Wu and shoulder to shoulder, sharing the same hardships. If it weren't for being tied down by official duties, I would have come to see you, old brother, to reminisce and drink until we were dead drunk. Ahem. As the Northern Star Emperor reminisced, the Marquis of Xiang coughed, signaling that it was time to get down to business. He had no time to listen to the Northern Star Emperor ramble on. I forgot to introduce you. This is the Marquis of Xiang from the New Moon Dynasty. He has brought some very important intelligence. Your younger brother has come this time precisely to discuss this matter. Lin Ze and his grandfather turned their gazes to the Marquis of Xiang. The Marquis of Xiang immediately recounted the matter he had spoken of in the Northern Star Imperial Palace. After hearing his account, Lin Ze and his grandfather exchanged a glance. All the people of Wolf City had vanished without a trace. The Nine Extremes dynasty had suddenly erupted, seeking to unify the 7 nations of the Eastern Domain. Just then the Marquis of Xiang spoke again. I believe you too also sensed that terrifyingly powerful innate divine being a few days ago. We now suspect that the changes in the 7 nations are related to that innate divine being. Lin Ao. Lin Ze. Trouble comes knocking even when they were sitting quietly at home. The Marquis of Xiang continued, so we now plan to request the intervention of Sword-Hiding Mountain in the 7 nations. With that, his gaze fell on the Northern Star Emperor. It was his turn. The Northern Star Emperor understood and took over the conversation. But now the 9 Extremes army is on the Western Front. If we want Sword-Hiding Mountain to intervene, we must be certain we can break through their blockade and have the Sword-Hiding Mountain envoy arrive before the war is over. The only one who can accomplish this. Zaire, your grandfather, has thought it over, and in all of Northern Star you are the only one who can do it. Bachin Emperor further explained, at the Golden Autumn Banquet long ago, your maternal grandfather already discerned that you possessed extraordinary skills and your strength was far from that of an ordinary acquired peak realm cultivator. Later you defeated Zhang Tong, a seasoned acquired peak master, in a single blow, which further confirmed his suspicions. If I am not mistaken, you are merely half a step away from the Xiantian realm. Bachin Emperor's words carried a tone of gratified wonder. He continued, thus in this current predicament, the entire Bachin realm can only rely on. Hearing this, Xiang Marquis stared at the young Lin Ze's mind buzzing with confusion. Wait, what did you say? This is your grandson. Half-step Xiantian. Bachin Emperor shot him a glance, ignored him, and pressed on. I know this task is fraught with peril, but Beichen has reached such a state that this is our only remaining path. Having spoken, Beichen Emperor awaited a response from Lin Ze and Lin Ze. Yet Lin Ze and Lin Ao remained utterly composed, showing no sign of the impending doom of a nation on the brink of collapse. Lin Ze in particular even wore a serene smile. Beichen Emperor was perplexed. Just as he was about to inquire, Lin Ze spoke. He said there is no need for such trouble. With Lin Ze's current power, a mere flick of his hand would reduce the 7 kingdoms of the Eastern Domain to rubble. The vast army of the 9 Extremes Imperial Dynasty was but a trivial matter, something to be dispelled with a breath. However, what do you mean by this? What I mean is, Lin Ze turned to Beichen Emperor, his starry eyes flickering with an amber light. A hum filled the air as the sun and moon dimmed, and the world lost its color. A cascade of gray light enveloped the world, stripping it of all hues. In midair, a single gray leaf hung suspended. The autumn trees remained frozen in their rustling motion. The world stood still. Time and space had ground to a halt. Within this frozen moment, Lin Ze walked slowly to the suspended leaf and gently plucked it. He stood with his back to Beichen Emperor, hands clasped behind him. Beichen Emperor was dumbfounded. For a long moment, he gazed at Ziyang Marquis, now a gray stone statue, then at the motionless Lin Ao. Suddenly, a profound understanding dawned upon him. He opened his mouth, a torrent of emotions surging within, but when the words finally came, they were but a single phrase. Remarkable. With his back to Beichen Emperor, Lin Ze toyed with the leaf in his hand. The leaf rippled gently, sending waves through the world. Lin Ze's voice echoed through heaven and earth, carried by these ripples. They flowed into Beichen Emperor's heart, washing against the shores of his mind with a mysterious force. Whether it is the 9 Extremes army, the Beichen poison, or even your desire to unify the Eastern Domain, if you esteemed elder answer me one question, I can accomplish it all. Beichen Emperor already knew what Lin Ze was about to ask. You wish to know if I was the one who killed 2 generations of the Lin family, correct? So was it you? Originally, Lin Ze had intended to wait for the rats to scurry out on their own. But since matters had come to this, he decided to ask directly. He no longer needed to hold back. This land of Beichen was to him merely a speed run. No matter what conspiracies lurked in the shadows, they were utterly insignificant before the absolute, overwhelming power of the Xiantian realm. Before achieving Xiantian, he had trodden carefully. After achieving Xiantian, if he still had to tread carefully, then what was the point of his breakthrough? Turning around, Lin Ze fixed his amber eyes upon Beichen Emperor. Their crystalline golden light seemed capable of piercing every shadow within the Emperor's heart. Meeting that golden light, Beichen Emperor was silent for a long time before speaking with a complex expression. What if I say it was me? If it was you? Lin Ze said. You are my maternal grandfather. Half of my blood flows from you. Without you, Lin Ze would not exist. I will not do anything to you. But as for the Li royal clan, I hope you too can feel the anguish of an old man who has lost his beloved son and grandson. Hearing Lin Ze's reply, Beichen Emperor gave an enigmatic smile. Very well. Then his expression hardened, and he transformed back into the cold, ruthless, iron-blooded emperor. Since you have laid your cards on the table, I will do the same and speak my true mind. He answered decisively. The decline of the Lin family was indeed orchestrated by me. His draconic eyes widened, rekindling the aura of Beichen's founding emperor. I am the emperor. How can I tolerate others snoring beside my bed? This is a cardinal taboo for a sovereign. The Lin family's power was too great. I had to weaken them, or else how could this Beichen continue to bear the Li surname? The world says to learn from history. The fall of Wuhan happened once, and that is enough. I will never allow it to happen a second time. Beichen Emperor snorted coldly. Thus I propped up the Wei family to balance your Lin family's influence, and allowed the other noble houses to suppress you. When your father and uncle went to war, I constantly hoped the fools from Wolf Capital would be clever enough to keep them on the battlefield forever. But hope is merely hope. It ultimately succumbs to reality. Even if I wished for every member of the Lin family to die, there was one thing I could never change. Beichen Emperor glanced at the frozen Lin Ao. That Lin Ao is the uncrowned king of the Beichen army. With a single command from him, at least 60% of the Beichen army would rebel. Coupled with his supreme martial prowess and unmatched combat strength, I am not even confident in defeating him in single combat, let alone when he leads a 1,000,000-strong army. The deaths of the 2 Lin family prodigies and Lin Ze. I can only say heaven helped me. That is why Lin Ao has found no shred of evidence after all these years of investigation, for the one who destroyed the Lin family was not I but fate itself. Fate. Fate. Beichen Emperor's icy voice echoed through the frozen world. Then the entire world began to tremble. The leaf returned to its original path. The gray ripples receded to the beginning of the world. The sun and moon regained their colors. Heaven and earth were repainted. Everything was as if time had flowed backward. Lin Ze's voice began to flow gently once more in the restored time. What I mean is the 9 Extremes Imperial Dynasty can be annihilated with a snap of my fingers. Bachin Emperor snapped back from the frozen time. His pupils contracted sharply. Was that just now? An illusion? No. That feeling. It was too real. But how could I have spoken those innermost thoughts? Bachin Emperor glanced uncertainly at Lin Ao, then at Zhang Marquis. They seemed unaware of what had just transpired, nor had they heard Bachin Emperor's words. A sudden chill ran down Bachin Emperor's spine. Beads of cold sweat seeped from his back, staining his dragon robe. He cast a lingering, fearful glance at Lin Ze. Lin Ze gave him a mysterious smile. Within his eyes, streaks of amber light were slowly fading away. At that moment, the Northern Dipper Emperor lost all power of speech. He stood frozen like a wooden post while a chilling draft surged from the soles of his feet, coursing through his entire body and causing even his very soul to tremble. The Northern Dipper Emperor was rendered speechless. Marquis Xiang, however, was stunned. The 9 Extremes Imperial Cord. I can extinguish it with a snap of my fingers. You? Even if you were truly a half-step Xiantian, you are still not a genuine Xiantian, and you are a world away from the Xiantian divine beings. Snapping fingers to destroy the 9 Extremes Imperial Cord. This Marquis thinks you should swap names with your grandfather. You ought to be called Lin Ao. While sighing inwardly, Marquis Zhang still praised Lin Ze outwardly. He had no choice as he still relied on Lin Ze to turn the tide. Young Duke, your bearing truly exemplifies that a hero is born from youth. However, for safety's sake, let us prioritize caution. Lin Ze paid no heed to Marquis Xiang. He simply cast a glance towards the sky in the direction of the 9 Extremes Imperial Court. Then, roar! The dragon's cry from the 9 heavens shook the very firmament. A resounding dragon roar reverberated across the eastern domain. A colossal blood-red dragon spanning the entire eastern domain of Songjian Mountain suddenly materialized in the sky. Boom! An overwhelming draconic might of blood, and she instantly blanketed the heavens and earth, surging across the entire eastern domain. The pressure from a creature at the apex of the food chain weighed heavily upon every soul in the eastern domain. Meanwhile, Song Feng had also arrived in the eastern domain at the land of the Wolf Kingdom. He had heard that the 9 Extremes Imperial Court in the east was preparing for war to unify the 7 kingdoms. But it mattered not. Let them fight. Song Feng had never cared for mortal conflicts. However, as he followed the trail of this war, the Wolf Kingdom caught his attention. The Wolf Kingdom, one of the 7 great nations of the eastern domain, a country with a population of hundreds of millions, had vanished without a trace, silently and completely. Such means were beyond anything mortal. In the Wolf Kingdom, a Xiantian realm existence must have made a move. Moreover, the realm of the one who acted was certainly not low. For destroying a nation was not difficult, but to make the entire Wolf Kingdom evaporate without harming a single blade of grass silently, that was a feat of considerable difficulty. At the very least, He Song Feng, a dignified divine pulse realm cultivator, could not do it. The one who acted must be above the divine pulse realm. This instantly made Song Feng think of the danger his elder brother Song Jian had sensed. The source that made his brother's sword tremble was likely the Wolf Kingdom. Thus, Song Feng arrived at the Wolf Kingdom to investigate the root of its transformation. He flew into every household searching for traces of their mysterious disappearance. Before long, Song Feng caught a whiff of an unusual aura. This is a blood sacrifice. Song Feng's expression shook. Has someone offered the entire Wolf Kingdom as a blood sacrifice? Sacrificing hundreds of millions of lives in the Wolf Kingdom. Ruthless. Truly ruthless. Song Feng's heart grew heavy. He was now certain that the crisis his brother Song Jian had sensed was from the demonic cult. For such a maddening blood sacrifice method was typically practiced only by the fanatics of the demonic cult. Damned demonic cult. Song Feng's expression darkened. This is going to blow up into a huge mess. His figure flickered, transforming into a streak of sword light that tore across the sky, intending to return to Songjian Mountain. But just then, roar! A massive blood-red dragon suddenly appeared. Startled, Song Feng fell from midair, crashing heavily into a great mountain, shattering it entirely. Amidst the dust-shrouded rubble, Song Feng stared blankly at the blood-red dragon in the sky. The blood-chi-like dragon realm. It's over. My Songjian Mountain cannot withstand an existence of this level. He realized that it was from the moment this blood-chi-like dragon realm powerhouse arrived at Songjian Mountain that these changes in their vicinity had begun. Song Feng instinctively assumed this powerhouse was the demonic cult member responsible for the Wolf Kingdom's blood sacrifice. Thus Song Feng's heart filled with bitterness. An existence at the Blood Chi-like dragon realm only needed to manifest its Blood Chi dragon. A single swipe of its tail could obliterate Songjin Mountain, including its mastered Songjian. The demonic cult still has a living existence at the Blood Chi-like dragon realm. Could it be that some great demonic cult power has been resurrected through the blood sacrifice and has only just recovered to the Blood Chi-like dragon realm? Trouble. A major problem was brewing. Song Feng immediately rose, transforming into a sword light, and cautiously prepared to return to Songjin Mountain to report the truth. At that moment, the blood-red dragon made its move. It flew into the Nine Extremes Imperial Court, its colossal head looming over the Grand Army. A vast surge of blood chi flooded into the Nine Extremes army. Everyone seemed to be frozen in place, ceasing their assault, not daring to move an inch. At the front of the army, the Blazing Sun King, commanding the 1,000-strong Nine Extremes forces, suppressed his inner terror. He dismounted and knelt respectfully before the blood-red dragon, performing the utmost kowtow. Your divine eminence, this minor king is the Blazing Sun King of the mortal Nine Extremes Imperial Court. This attack on the New Moon Kingdom is by order of His Imperial Majesty to unify the Seven Kingdoms. If this act has disturbed your eminence's peace, please forgive us profusely. The Blazing Sun King displayed utter humility. Before a Xiantian divine being, an ant was an ant, a mortal was a mortal. He dared not overstep in the slightest, lest not only his own life be forfeit, but the entire nation be reduced to ashes. Xiantian divine beings, the divine right of kings. This was no mere saying. Thus, upon seeing the Xiantian divine being descend, even a figure as powerful and ambitious as the Blazing Sun King, who commanded the Nine Extremes army, immediately became reverent to the point of abasement. As for the others, they needed no mention. They had already buried their heads, their bodies trembling incessantly, unable to form a complete sentence. The invincible 1,000-strong army of the mortal world had thus lost all its destructive power, each soldier turning into a quivering quail. Then a majestic voice resounded through heaven and earth. I am the Northern Dipper Divine Marquis. Hey, what? Northern Dipper. A divine being was actually the Northern Dipper's Divine Marquis. For a moment, both the Nine Extremes Imperial Court and the New Moon Kingdom were frozen in shock. After a long pause, the Blazing Sun King finally reacted. He hurriedly said, "Understood. This minor king understands." Mounting his warhorse, the Blazing Sun King channeled his inner energy to the fullest, letting his voice spread as far as possible. Whole army retreat. From this day forth, no one under the Nine Extremes Imperial Court shall dare to trespass into the lands of the Northern Dipper. Retreat. No words were needed, nor any beating around the bush about how difficult things were for the Nine Extremes, or how unifying the realm was an inevitable trend. One word. Retreat. Without any hesitation, the Blazing Sun King decisively withdrew his forces. Since the divine being had declared himself the Northern Dipper Divine Marquis, if he still couldn't grasp what might be said next, he might as well just kill himself. Facing a Xiantian divine being, mortals had absolutely no chance of victory. These were fundamentally two different forms of life. And so the mighty army of the Nine Extremes Imperial Court fled in panic. There was no bloody battle nor any argument. Just a single word from a Xiantian divine being. And thus victory and defeat were sealed. A single word repelled 1,000 troops. Watching the Nine Extremes Imperial army retreat in panic, as if they had seen ghosts, the people of the New Moon dynasty finally awoke from their dreamlike state and sighed in admiration. No matter the era, no matter how many times it happened, the mortal world would always marvel and submit to the power of a primordial divine being. At the center of the New Moon army, the New Moon King, who had personally led the campaign, sheathed his sword, a mix of amusement and helplessness washing over him. He had already steeled himself for a death-defying last stand. Yet he never expected that the primordial divine being of Beichin would descend from the heavens and halt the war with a single word. Xiang. You were sent to seek aid from Beichin, and you brought back such a deity. Beside the New Moon King, the Marquis of Jingbian suddenly asked, Your Majesty, since Beichin now has a divine being, what about us? The emergence of a primordial divine being in a mortal dynasty was a matter of life and death for all nations. In the presence of a primordial divine being, all nations must unconditionally submit and obey or face total annihilation. Not a single soul would survive. This was a bloody and undeniable truth. Hearing this, the New Moon King pondered for a moment. We do not yet know the specific identity of that divine marquis. For now, let us observe the situation. Over the past tens of thousands of years, the eastern domain of Songjin Mountain had seen primordial divine beings appear, but their presence had not significantly affected the political landscape of the eastern domain nations, because none of those few primordial divine beings were of royal blood in their respective nations. Why would the life and death of a nation concern them? At most, they might lend a hand once out of consideration for their former homeland. Thus, in the end, those divine beings almost always took their families into the world of primordial divine beings, bidding farewell to the mortal realm forever, separating the immortal from the mundane. One divine being even bore a deep blood feud with his own nation. His very first act upon achieving primordial divinity was to annihilate that kingdom, mercilessly slaughtering nearly 1 billion souls in cold blood. Therefore, whether a mortal dynasty producing a primordial divine being was a significant event or not depended entirely on the specific identity of that divine being. The New Moon King mused thoughtfully. However, since he is the divine Marquis of Bachin, he is likely not a member of the Bachin royal family. He has no connection to the Li clan. Until that divine being departs from the mortal world, we shall simply yield to Bachin. With that, the New Moon King cast a deep, penetrating gaze at the fleeing Nine Extremes army. The most pressing matter now is still the Nine Extremes dynasty. While the divine being is present, Nine Extremes dares not rebel, but once he leaves, the inevitable will come. In the days ahead, you must not let down your guard. Continue to probe. Continue to investigate. Yes, your subjects understand. Elsewhere atop a high mountain, a mysterious black-robed figure gnashed his teeth in fury. Ridiculous. This is just absurd. How can a powerhouse at the dragon-like chi and blood stage be the divine marquis of a mortal dynasty? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You can only fool these ignorant mortals. Come on, what kind of existence is the dragon-like chi and blood stage? It was a supreme powerhouse just one step away from entering the spirit sea stage, capable of ruling an entire domain as its master. Even in the most glorious peak of their sacred sect, such an existence was an absolute, high-ranking figure inaccessible to ordinary primordial beings. Would such a grand figure stay in this godforsaken mortal dynasty? I wouldn't believe it if you paid me. The black-robed man guessed that some family in the Bachin dynasty likely had an old connection with this being, and he was merely visiting relatives. Never mind, I've gathered enough chi and fear anyway. The black-robed man caressed the blood-red crystal ball in his hand. Inside the crystal ball, layers of viscous blood emitting a crimson glow rippled with microwaves, releasing a bloody dark and ominous aura. Time to leave. The black-robed man did not stubbornly persist, he decisively moved on. Only a fool would run amok in the territory of a dragon-like chi and blood stage powerhouse. Glancing at the Nine Extremes army, the black-robed man's eyes flickered. Before leaving, however, he still needed to collect some interest. The sacred sex possessions were not so easily used. With a flicker of his form, the black-robed man vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, Song Feng was also utterly bewildered. Bachin dynasty. Divine Marquis. He scratched his head. This must be a visit to relatives, right? Like the black-robed man, Song Feng did not believe Lin Ze was a native of their Songjin Mountain. After all, they had governed this region for so many years. If there was a dragon-like chi and blood stage powerhouse, wouldn't they know? As for believing like the mortals that Lin Ze was a newly ascended primordial being, come on, tell me which newly ascended primordial being is already at the third stage of the true body realm. I've lived for tens of thousands of years and wouldn't even dare to dream such a dream. But this means the blood sacrifice in Wolf Capital probably has nothing to do with him. The demon cultists would have been overjoyed to see billions more die to gather the breath of life. So why would they stop the Nine Extremes dynasty's invasion? Song Feng thought for a moment. In that case, I might as well go meet this person. I can also ask him to verify whether the incident in Wolf Capital was the work of the fire worship demon cult. If the fire worship demon cult has truly reappeared in the world, a dragon-like chi and blood stage powerhouse would have enough authority and credibility to notify the sects of Huaguang domain to track down and be wary of the cult's traces. With this thought, Song Feng headed directly towards Bachin. In the Bachin dynasty, the Lin family. After Lin Ze's single word had repelled the Nine Extremes army, he withdrew his pressure and dispersed his chi and blood. The colossal chi and blood dragon that had stretched across the entire eastern domain finally dissipated. The immense, overwhelming pressure lifted, and the heavy stone on everyone's hearts was removed, finally granting them a chance to breathe. The Marquis of Xiang gasped for air, utterly terrified and at a loss. A primordial divine being. Oh heavens, he had just been speaking with a primordial divine being. And he had even silently criticized him. The Marquis of Xiang's legs gave way, and he knelt straight before Lin Ze. Aye. No, the mortal Xiang pays homage to the Divine Lord. This mortal did not know he was in the presence of a divine lord. If any vulgar words have offended the divine lord, I beg for your boundless forgiveness. Lin Ze waved his hand. No matter, rise. The Marquis of Xiang repeatedly declined. No, no, I dare not. I will kneel and listen. Fine as you wish. Thump, thump, thump. Urgent footsteps sounded from all over the Lin residence. The Lin family army cautiously gathered before the main mansion, casting reverent and fervent gazes upon Lin Ze. They had all clearly heard his declaration, I am the divine Marquis of Beichen. Without a doubt, their exceptionally talented young master was the primordial divine being who had unleashed the Qi and blood dragon, shaking the entire eastern domain. Young master. Young master. Congratulations to the young master for achieving primordial divinity. Congratulations to the young master for achieving primordial divinity. The voices of the Lin family were deafening. A vast majestic wave of sound surged within the Lin family's main mansion. Then, like a tidal wave, it spread in all directions, resounding throughout the entire Lin estate. We congratulate the young master on achieving primordial divinity. Subsequently, the entire city of Beichen also unanimously offered their highest respects to Lin Ze, the living deity, the living legend. We congratulate the divine Marquis on achieving primordial divinity. Greetings, divine martial Marquis. In the mortal world, achieving innate realm was a supreme honor that shook heaven and earth. At this moment, all of Beichen faced the imperial capital toward the Lin residence, offering their most devout congratulations to Lin Ze, a being who had completed life's evolution and ascended to the ranks of immortals. Simultaneously, they prayed in their hearts, making wishes to this new god for a year of favorable weather and national prosperity. Amid the jubilant and fervent chorus of congratulations, at the main mansion of the Lin family, Lin Ze smiled faintly at the crowd, then pressed his hand down to quell their intense excitement. I have received your congratulations. Drink a few extra cups tonight. We'll discuss other matters in the evening. All of you may withdraw now. Yes. This affirmative response reached an unprecedented fervor, radiating devout reverence from within and without. After the Lin family members withdrew, Lin Ze opened his palm and droplets of blood coalesced in the void. He compressed the mass of blood into a brilliant blood crystal. Then he placed the blood crystal into Beichen Emperor's hands. This blood crystal, combined with stone river powder, is enough to expel all goo poisons within the imperial capital. Beichen Emperor stared fixedly at Lin Ze. His expression was profoundly complex. He opened his mouth, myriad emotions surging to his lips. But in the end, it only transformed into a deeply emotional sigh, alas. Taking the blood crystal, Beichen Emperor departed from the Lin residence. His receding silhouette, was it loneliness or unwillingness? Or perhaps liberation? Lin Ao glanced at Beichen Emperor. His reaction is far too excessive. Hearing this, the kneeling Xiang Marquis hastily took his leave. Since even the Beichen Emperor had left, why should he linger? Clearly the grandfather and grandson had matters to discuss. Immortal Xiang dare not intrude further. I shall take my leave. Xiang Marquis departed. Only then did Lin Ze speak. Grandfather, if the deaths of father and second uncle had nothing to do with the emperor. Lin Ao understood. Evidently Lin Ze had already communicated with Beichen Emperor through some means beyond their comprehension. Hence the emperor's demeanor upon leaving. If it has nothing to do with him, then that is for the best. Lin Ao sighed. This exhalation, was it the dissipation of years of pent-up fury or the dawn of sudden clarity? So it was merely an accident. Lin Ao furrowed his brow. That battle with Wolf Capital back then was just a minor skirmish. Neither nation deployed their true main forces. Moreover, with so many Lin family guards protecting them closely, I simply cannot believe they were utterly annihilated by the Wolf Capital army. At that moment, Lin Ze's brow twitched. What's wrong? Nothing. Someone seeks me out. Grandson will go meet him first. With that, Lin Ze's figure dissipated from the Lin residence. High above the skies of Beichen, Song Feng had been lying in wait for some time. Upon arriving at Beichen, he had slightly released the aura unique to innate beings. This aura could only be sensed by fellow innate cultivators. Seeing Lin Ze arrived, Song Feng immediately clasped his hands in salute. Song Feng of Songjian Mountain, greetings to the senior. Among innate beings, only strength mattered. Precedence belonged to the more powerful. Facing a true body realm cultivator, Song Feng, as a divine meridian realm cultivator, rightly addressed him as senior. Someone from Songjian Mountain. Indeed. My elder brother is the mountain lord of Songjian Mountain. On his behalf, I extend greetings to the senior. Song Feng's words stated his origin using his brother, also a true body realm cultivator, to probe Lin Ze's sect. However, Lin Ze's response left Song Feng at a loss. I am the divine Martial Marquis of Beichin. This. Song Feng had no choice but to press on. May I ask which sect the senior hails from? I have a matter of great importance concerning all sects of the Qing domain to report. I hope the senior can relay it to your sect to alert all parties and urge vigilance. Oh, what matter? With a grave expression, Song Feng uttered a name that hung like a shadow over everyone's heads, the blazing fire demon cult. A gust of high-altitude wind swept past. Both stood in silence. Lin Ze's face was impassive. Song Feng, on the other hand, was utterly bewildered. Seriously, the blazing fire demon cult. Big brother, it's the blazing fire demon cult. Couldn't you at least show some reaction? Was I not clear enough? Senior, continue. The corner of Song Feng's mouth twitched slightly. You are far too composed. It's like this. The root of the matter is that my elder brother Song Jian sensed a strange and terrifying crisis, a premonition identical to that of the blood-poison old demon from the cult back then. Blood-poison old demon. Hearing this familiar name, Lin Ze's eyes narrowed. The blood-poison old demon again. Seeing this, Song Feng thought Lin Ze had finally taken the matter seriously upon hearing the name of a major cult figure. He continued. So my brother sent me down the mountain to investigate and seek out the anomalies. In the end, I discovered that the entire nation of Wolf Capital had vanished from the face of the earth, not a single soul in sight. I then carefully examined the changes in Wolf Capital and eventually found traces of a blood sacrifice. The entire nation of Wolf Capital did not disappear for no reason. They were all sacrificed by members of the demon cult. Moreover, such a large-scale blood sacrifice showed no unusual disturbances. It suggests the cult member responsible must be of extraordinary cultivation or possessed advanced methods granted by a high-ranking cult figure. My cultivation and insight are insufficient to thoroughly analyze the cult's traces and methods. I humbly request the senior to visit Wolf Capital. I believe the cult member will surely not escape your discerning eye. Lin Ze nodded. With a single teleportation, he and Song Feng arrived at Wolf Capital. Song Feng guided the way. Senior, look over there. It was there that I sensed the aura of the blood sacrifice. Hearing this, Lin Ze's eyes instantly turned into flowing amber. The amber divine light pierced through the myriad phenomena of heaven and earth, reaching the very essence of all things. The world became crystal clear in Lin Ze's vision. In this new and pristine world, Lin Ze saw familiar traces and smelled familiar scents. Wispy streams of blood-colored flames drifted above Wolf Capital. Trails of bloody, ominous, demonic chi swirled and coiled around the entire city. Lin Ze could not mistake this aura and flame. After all, he himself possessed the true fire sacred demon art at level 10. How could he fail to recognize this demonic power unique to that art? However, this seemed somewhat different from the pure sacred demon true fire. It felt more like an incomplete inferior substitute. Lin Ze sensed a peculiar subtle control over it. Could it be that he, possessing the pure sacred demon true fire, could easily dominate this incomplete inferior fire? Condense. Amber gold light flickered in Lin Ze's eyes. As the word condense fell, the sacred demon true fire and bloody chi floating above Wolf Capital, heeding the call of their true sacred demon master, coalesced into a mass of peculiar demonic chi. The moment this demonic chi touched Lin Ze, it was mercilessly devoured by the pure sacred demon true fire within him. Boom! The demonic flame within Lin Ze surged higher. As the sacred demon true fire blazed fiercely, Lin Ze's cultivation, which had already reached the pinnacle of blood chi, like dragon, began to show subtle signs of loosening. The sacred demon true fire devoured the inferior demon flames and blood energy, transforming them into the purest primordial essence to nourish itself and propel its realm forward. Driven by the sacred demon true fire, Lin Ze's realm was advancing toward the fourth stage of the Xiantian realm, the Divine Sea realm. With this momentum, Lin Ze no longer needed to seek other techniques. He merely had to slaughter more nations and absorb more inferior demonic energy, and the Divine Sea realm would naturally be achieved. Tis demonic arts are indeed demonic arts. Now Lin Ze could roughly understand why Song Feng of the Hidden Sword Mountain treated the words fire worship demon cult with such gravity and caution. With the true fire sacred demon art as a demonic technique and the cult members' readiness to blood sacrifice an entire Wolf Capital at the slightest provocation, the fire worship demon cult truly deserved its reputation. As Lin Ze marveled at the wonders of demonic arts and the cult, Song Feng was utterly bewildered by Lin Ze's sudden move. He stared blankly at Lin Ze, his face a mask of disbelief. Was there a mistake? This man had just absorbed all the demonic and blood energy. Wasn't this the work of a demonic cult sorcerer? Oh no, I've gone and complained to the very culprit. The thought had barely crossed his mind. Run. In the next instant, Zong Feng transformed into a streak of sword light and fled. He exerted every ounce of his strength, spouting several mouthfuls of essence blood to burn away and escape, vanishing thousands of miles away. It's over, it's over. I was careless. Zong Feng had never imagined that Lin Ze, with his pure and righteous aura, could be a member of the demonic cult. Didn't demonic cult members usually skulk in the shadows, reeking of demonic energy and karma? These demonic sorcerers are truly cunning. Despair crept onto Zong Feng's face. He unleashed a blood-colored sword light, shooting it straight toward the hidden sword mountain. Brother, you must flee at once. Zong Feng had already teleported 10,000 miles away. Yet ahead a figure stood like an ancient green pine, proud and unyielding, blocking his path. Zong Feng's heart sank into utter despair. He drew his longsword, ready to fight to the death to buy time for the hidden sword mountain. Facing Zong Feng's wariness, Lin Ze, clad in snow-white robes, finally spoke. Why rush off before we've finished speaking? Spare me your demonic prattle. If you're going to kill me, then do it. Lin Ze fell silent. If I were truly of the demonic cult, you would have perished long ago in the wolf capital. My absorption of demonic energy is merely a technique you have yet to comprehend. You are simply ignorant. Zong Feng hesitated, casting a suspicious glance at Lin Ze. Senior, are you truly not a member of the demonic cult? Lin Ze replied, I have stated from the very beginning I am the divine martial marquis of the Northern Qin dynasty. I shall not repeat myself a third time. Zong Feng froze. He scrutinized Lin Ze from head to toe. Then he said, if that is the case. Senior, please wait a moment. There is something I wish to verify first. As you wish. Having said this, Zong Feng watched as Lin Ze closed his eyes in meditation, showing no intention to attack, nor leaking the slightest trace of demonic energy. Seeing this, Zong Feng sat cross-legged in the void, his powerful divine pulse realm, Xiantian divine sense, sweeping across the entire Northern Qin dynasty. One breath passed, and Zong Feng frowned. 2 breaths passed, and Zong Feng's face twisted in disbelief. 3 breaths, and his body began to tremble faintly. Finally, Zong Feng's body shook violently. He retracted his divine sense, and a wave of sheer terror seized him. An indescribable chill shot straight into his bones, causing him to shudder uncontrollably. You. Zong Feng suddenly felt the world had become terrifying, even 12-fold so. The white-robed youth standing before him. He was the divine martial marquis of the North, Lin Ze, a fearsome expert of the Xiantian third realm, the true body realm. And this year, he was 18 years old. 18 years old. Zong Feng could not even form a complete sentence. An 18-year-old Xiantian expert. Fine. I can force myself to understand that. You might be the heir of some ancient clan with a primordial divine vein. But an 18-year-old true body realm expert, and at the third stage of that realm, blood chi like dragon. How the hell am I supposed to understand that? Even Zong Jian, the master of the hidden sword mountain, and the most gifted genius in tens of thousands of years, only broke through to the true body realm when he was nearly 60,000 years old. You at 18. You must be a born deity, a divine sage descended as an immortal. This is truly beyond the pale, completely exceeding Zong Feng's comprehension. Zong Feng wore an expression as if he had seen a ghost. What? Don't I look 18? Lin Ze teased. No. That's not a junior means. Senior's age is not old. Junior means. Zong Feng stammered in utter bewilderment. Just then a voice as cold and sharp as a sword resounded across heaven and earth. My brother's knowledge is shallow, please forgive his ignorance, sage. Clang, an unparalleled divine blade unleashed its edge. In the sky, countless invisible sword chi tore through the air, gathering into a vast storm of sword energy that swept in from all directions, converging upon a single point. They intertwined and condensed, eventually taking the form of a man in green robes, as sharp as a sword, as aloof and cold as a blade. His arrival made the very air of the world feel as if it concealed sharp swords, turning colder and keener. Zong Jian, master of the hidden sword mountain, pays respects to the sage. Sage. Hearing Zong Jian's words, Zong Feng felt as if he were about to shatter. What kind of being could be called a sage? Only those above the Xiantian sixth realm, the supreme and majestic sage realm, could be honored as sages. They were the most exalted beings in all of Tianlan. They had presided over the rise and fall of Tianlan for countless ages. Such beings were as elusive as dragons rarely seen. Not even a mere divine pulse realm cultivator like Zong Feng, nor even a heavenly origin emperor of the Xiantian fifth realm would be worthy of an audience. And now such a supreme existence stood before him. Zhang Feng felt as if he might faint. Throughout this journey, he had gone from addressing Lin Ze as senior of blood chi like dragon to demonic cult sorcerer and now to supreme sage. His heart had raced up and down several times. Who could comprehend the turmoil within? You call me sage? Lin Ze narrowed his eyes. Why, oi? Zhang Jian replied. I have once been fortunate enough to hear that sages are formless and imageless. They manifest as all things, and a single thought can dream 1,000 lifetimes. Anyone we see in the mortal world could be a sage's incarnation walking among us. These incarnations may be a fleeting thought of the sage, a wisp of their will, or even a dream they are dreaming. Among these distracting thoughts and will are the easiest to distinguish, for they are often the mortal incarnations deliberately sent down by a saint possessing the saint's wisdom and insight. But dreams. As he spoke of dreams, Zhang Jian stared intently at Lin Ze, as if trying to read something from his face. Dreams are the most bizarre and unfathomable. In a saint's dream, they forget their own existence, become a stranger, experience another life, and embark on a new journey, unable to distinguish reality from illusion. Lin Ze understood in his heart. Beings at the saint realm were somewhat akin to the ambiguity of whether it was Zhuangzi dreaming of a butterfly or a butterfly dreaming of Zhuangzi, having risen to a philosophical level of discerning the real and the illusory in the perceived world. Zhang Jian continued. However, the existence of a saint is always extraordinary. Even in a saint's dream where they wish to be, but an ordinary mortal there will manifest peculiar wonders. For example, an ordinary person could never ascend to the third stage of the innate realm at 18. But in a saint's dream, anything is possible. Clearly, in Zhang Jian's perception, Lin Ze was a dream of a saint. In his view, aside from such an incomprehensible and absurd existence as a saint, no other explanation could account for an 18-year-old at the third innate stage. So if you are not the incarnation of a saint's dream, where else in this world could a saint exist? The words were spoken, but one knows one's own affairs. He was no saint at all, merely a transmigrated reincarnator. And those saints were formidable, they could not account for the existence of divine-grade comprehension. But this was not something to be shared with outsiders. Divine-grade comprehension was the very foundation of Lin Ze's existence in this life, a secret he would never reveal to anyone. If Zhang Jian wished to regard him as a saint, then so be it. Perhaps this identity might bring him some additional benefits. Thus Lin Ze merely smiled faintly and said calmly, perhaps. I do not care whether I am a saint's incarnation. What I wish to know now is, what is the origin of this blazing fire demon cult? Hearing this, a glint flickered in Zhang Jian's eyes. Do you have a grudge against the blazing fire demon cult? Lin Ze shook his head. No grudge, but rather a connection. In fact, they did me a small favor. Did you a small favor? Zhang Jian was puzzled. At that moment, Zhang Feng interjected. Brother, the saint is referring to the blood sacrifice of Wolf Capital. The saint's dream descended upon the Lin family, and the Lin family shares a blood feud with the Wolf Capital kingdom, whose direct line perished at the hands of the Wolf Capital people. Zhang Feng believed that the blood sacrifice of Wolf Capital was the connection and small favor Lin Ze mentioned. But in truth, while that could be considered a favor, Lin Ze was more referring to the true fire sacred demon art. Had it not been for the true fire sacred demon art, Lin Ze would still be waiting for the Phantom Moon 7-star record far from the innate realm. Zhang Jian understood. I see. But the saint need not think so. The demon cultists have always been lawless and capricious, as evident from their outright blood sacrifice of an entire wolf capital. This blazing fire demon cult is nothing but a pack of villains. With that, Zhang Jian began to recount the origins of the blazing fire demon cult. Speaking of the blazing fire demon cult, it is not so distant, merely a matter of 8,000 years ago. Even now, recalling it feels like yesterday. About 8,000 years ago, this blazing fire demon cult, under the leadership of its founder, rose to power with an astonishing speed of development, its swiftness and formidable influence leaving all in awe. Within a mere century, the demon cult's influence had spanned the entire Qing domain, reaching its zenith. Its power was so overwhelming that it even eclipsed the 9 sects of the Qing domain. Unrivaled for a time. And the root of it all lay in a single cultivation art known as the true fire sacred demon art. The true fire sacred demon art. A glimmer of star-like light coalesced in Lin Ze's eyes. This demon art is exceedingly sinister. It can absorb the vital essence and blood origin of all living beings, as well as the fear and fury of myriad souls, transforming them into pure innate energy, allowing the practitioner to advance their realm at a staggering pace. It is said that one practitioner through citywide massacres and slaughter ascended directly from the peak of the postnatal realm to the second innate stage, the spirit meridian, in just 10 years. Such a terrifying rate of advancement sends chills down one's spine. Zhang Jian sighed. Moreover, the true fire sacred demon art was divided into two versions within the demon cult. One is the lesser true fire sacred demon art, a low-grade earth-tier technique meant for ordinary cult followers. The other is the genuine true fire sacred demon art, a mid-grade earth-tier technique accessible only to those at the rank of Hall Master and above. And the true fire sacred demon art practiced by Hall Masters grants them absolute control and the power to devour ordinary followers. In other words, when the time is ripe, a Hall Master can devour the followers under them, who cultivate the lesser true fire sacred demon art, seizing their cultivation for their own use. It is akin to raising fat sheep, who once the sheep are mature, they can be slaughtered and harvested at will. The hard-earned cultivation and demonic flames of ordinary followers all become a wedding garment for the Hall Master. Hearing this, Lin Ze understood why he had reacted to the residual demonic flames and vital essence over Wolf Capital. It seemed that the one who acted in Wolf Capital was merely an ordinary cult follower. Zhang Jian continued, "It sounds unwise. Yet even so, for the sake of an innate cultivation art and the chance to become a Hall Master, countless people still flocked to the demon cult. With such methods, the demon cult's rise was unstoppable, and within a mere century, it became a behemoth spanning the Qing domain. Conversely, during that period, death was a constant in the Qing domain, often wiping out entire cities and kingdoms in one fell swoop. The death toll was incalculable. At this, Zhang Jian was filled with helplessness. Those years were also the dark times for their Zongjin Mountain. Zhang Jian could not even estimate how many had died in their Zongjin Mountain region during that time. Didn't the 9 sects of the Qing domain intervene? Zhang Jian replied, the 9 sects did intervene. But aside from these lower ranks, the demon cult also had 4 great protectors and 2 cult masters. They were the true core of the cult's upper echelons. They wielded demon arts even more profound than the true fire sacred demon art, with unfathomable power. The experts of the 9 sects attempted to besiege them multiple times, yet they always broke through and escaped. Finally, when the matter escalated beyond control, the Long River Sword sect, one of the 9 sects, awakened their slumbering half-saint ancestor at great cost, who decisively turned the tide, executed the cult's high-ranking members, and suppressed the demon cult's forces, restoring the Qing domain to its rightful order. Otherwise, if the demon cult had been allowed to develop further, the consequences would have been unimaginable. And after that, the demon cult vanished overnight, and all records of the true fire sacred demon art were destroyed jointly by the 9 sects of the Qing domain. Thus, the calamity stirred up by the fire worship demon cult was finally buried in the dust of the past. A sharp gleam of sword light flickered in Zhang Jian's eyes. But who would have thought that after merely 8,000 years the fire worship demon cult would rise again? Could it be that the 9 sects of the Qing domain failed to destroy all remnants of the true fire sacred demon art back then? Given the capabilities of the 9 sects of the Qing domain, that shouldn't be possible. Zhang Feng said, perhaps 1 or 2 copies slipped through and were taken. Zhang Jian shook his head. This matter was not that simple. The rise of the demon cult was not merely due to a single true fire sacred demon art. More importantly, they were backed by their mysterious and unfathomable cult leader. Moreover, the crisis he sensed could not be brought about by just the true fire sacred demon art. But now was not the time for deep contemplation. The urgent task was to root out the members of the demon cult. Zhang Feng, go swiftly and inform the sects and the domain lord of this matter, so they may take precautions. Very well, I shall go at once. Sage Zhang Feng takes his leave. With that, Zhang Feng turned and departed with decisive swiftness, his form transforming into a beam of sword light that vanished across 10,000 miles. Watching Zhang Feng leave, Zhang Jian then said to Lin Ze, the sage descends upon Zhang Jian Mountain shrouded in the mists of the past. You must have many questions about the primordial realm. Why not accompany me back to Zhang Jian Mountain as a guest for a few days? Hearing this, a peculiar light flickered in Lin Ze's eyes for an instant. As the sole immortal sect ruling over these 20-odd kingdoms, Zhang Jian Mountain was undoubtedly sacred and mysterious in the eyes of the world. Over the years, countless people had strained every nerve to squeeze into Zhang Jian Mountain, rushing there in droves. Every 50 years during the recruitment of disciples, Zhang Jian Mountain was bustling with activity, with an endless stream of seekers of immortality coming and going. Had it not been for the immortal fate token, the true fire sacred demon art, and the Phantom Moon 7-star record Lin Ze would most likely have become one of those seekers. However, times had changed. Lin Ze had already attained the third realm of the primordial stage, his status and position even higher than that of Zong Jian, the Mountain Lord. Naturally, in Lin Ze's eyes, Zong Jian Mountain had lost its mystery and necessity. Now for him, only the scripture pavilion of Zong Jian Mountain held any allure. As the supreme immortal sect ruling over 20 kingdoms, including the Northern Qin dynasty, Zong Jian Mountain's collection was absolutely incomparable to that of the mere Northern Qin royal family. If Lin Ze were to visit Zong Jian Mountain, even with many repetitions of mortal-grade techniques, he could still leech several hundred progress points for free, and it was even possible to directly advance to LV4. Thus he immediately said with a smile, "Then I shall be a guest. Zong Jian Mountain. How many in Northern Qin dream of this sacred ground?" The sage jests. Zong Jian gestured with a respectful bow. "Please." Lin Ze left a voice transmission for Lin Ao, and then followed Zong Jian to the immortal sect that all of Northern Qin yearned for, Zong Jian Mountain. At Zong Jian Mountain, as soon as they returned, Zong Jian immediately ordered his disciples to mobilize, urgently seal off the entire mountain and search for traces of demon cult followers. If any discovery is made, send a signal immediately. All disciples above the primordial stage are to mobilize at once. This matter is of utmost importance. You must not take it lightly. Do you all understand? Yes. We obey the Mountain Lord's decree. After instructing the disciples of Zong Jian Mountain, Zong Jian added, all disciples above the 8th layer of the postnatal stage are also to join the operation. You are to travel through the various kingdoms to gather intelligence. Xianhua, you have always been meticulous. The postnatal disciples will be under your command. After Zong Jian spoke, there was a long silence with no response. He glanced toward the area where the postnatal disciples were. Where is Xianhua? The postnatal disciples exchanged glances. After a while, an elderly man with graying hair and beard stepped forward and said, Lord Mountain Lord, might you be referring to senior brother Jin Xianhua? Indeed, the elder immediately replied. Lord Mountain Lord senior brother Jin Xianhua failed to break through to the primordial stage and passed away peacefully 1400 years ago, having lived out his full lifespan. Hearing this, Zong Jian was momentarily stunned. He had forgotten it had been 3,000 years since his last awakening. 3,000 years was but a fleeting moment for a primordial being, but for mortals, it was several long journeys of life. What a pity. He had held high hopes for Jin Xianhua. That child was clever, meticulous in his work, and talented. If he had ascended to the primordial stage, he would have been a fine sapling to help manage Zong Jian Mountain and foster its growth. To that end, 3,000 years ago, Zong Jian had specially granted Jin Xianhua a sword chi baptism to cleanse his meridians, extend his lifespan, and increase his chances of breaking through to the primordial stage. But this step into the primordial stage had trapped too many. To enter the primordial stage, opportunity, comprehension, and talent were all indispensable. Every time Zong Jian Mountain selected the best from each kingdom, admitting over 1,000 of the most outstanding disciples. Yet even so, in the over 30,000 years since the sect's founding, only a mere 300 had broken through to the primordial stage. Such was the difficulty of attaining the primordial stage. Zong Jian was not too surprised. He merely nodded slightly, letting the matter pass without dwelling on it. Such was the way of the primordial world. The old depart, and the new arrive. One gets used to it. In that case, you will be in charge of leading the team. The elderly man with graying hair knelt devoutly before the young Mountain Lord. This disciple obeys the Mountain Lord's decree. After instructing the disciples to seal off the entire domain and track down the demon cult, the disciples dispersed. Only then did Zong Jian say to Lin Ze, the matter of the demon cult is urgent. I have neglected the sage. No matter. Business comes first. Zong Jian nodded and then cut straight to the chase. As a sword cultivator, he was always direct and straightforward, saying what he meant without resorting to rhetoric or pleasantries. To be honest, the reason I invited the sage to Zong Jian Mountain is that I have a request to make. Before Lin Ze could speak, Zong Jian said with blazing eyes, I wish to seek the sage's insight on the second step of the true body, the secret of blood, like the great sun. I have been at the stage of true Buddhist blood chi wolf smoke for nearly 20,000 years. In these 20,000 years, I have honed my blood chi to its ultimate limit, only half a step away from blood, like the great sun. Yet this half step has trapped me for several thousand years. Every time a flash of insight comes, it vanishes in an instant, and I never grasp the essence. I am missing that final push. Now, with guidance from a master or senior, I am certain I could grasp it instantly and break through to the second step, blood, like the great sun. Zong Jian said solemnly. For this I am willing to give everything anything that Zongjian Mountain possesses is yours for the asking. Hearing Zongjian's words, Lin Ze immediately replied, in that case, I wish to enter the scripture pavilion of your Zongjian Mountain for 3 days. How about that? Whoosh. A sword-shaped token radiating sharp sword chi halted before Lin Ze. It's a deal. Excellent. Lin Ze nodded with satisfaction as he secured the token from Zongjian. Conversing with a sword cultivator like Zongjian was refreshing, direct, and straightforward with none of the convoluted twists and turns. Both parties were happy to take what they needed. Having stored the token, Lin Ze began to explain the secrets and intricacies of the blood, like the Great Sun technique. Lin Ze spoke and Zongjian listened, exchanging words in turn. Before long, Zongjian, who was exceptionally talented by nature, grasped Lin Ze's meaning. The fog that had shrouded his mind for thousands of years instantly dissipated, as if the clouds had parted to reveal the sun. He immediately closed his eyes, and the blood and chi within his body began to surge. Seeing this, Lin Ze quietly slipped away and made his way to the scripture pavilion of Zongjian Mountain. In the Beichen imperial dynasty, Wu Tong and Xia Qinghe strolled through the streets. Xia Qinghe listened with keen interest as the passers-by endlessly praised and revered Lin Ze, their words flowing like a river in flood, unstoppable. Wu Tong, however, appeared somewhat downcast. She furrowed her brow, her expression heavy with worry. Am done for. That Lin Ze was far too deep. He was actually at the true body realm, the 3rd stage of innate. Now she had no idea if he had noticed anything back at the Sleepbook Tower. He must have sensed it. With his cultivation level, where his blood and chi were like a dragon's, even unconsciously, he would have detected her at such close proximity. But if he had sensed and realized it, then why did he act as if he knew nothing? It made no sense. How could anyone possibly? Wu Tong was baffled, utterly perplexed. The joys and sorrows of people are not always the same. While others marveled at Lin Ze's unparalleled and unprecedented brilliance, Wu Tong only cared about whether she had been exposed. Tong Tong. Tong Tong. Huh. What? Xia Qinghe asked. What's wrong? You've been frowning all along. Isn't everything over? Oh, I'm fine, I just. Wu Tong evaded the question. After a series of changing expressions, she made a decision. I have a stomach ache. Shall he enjoy yourself? I'm heading back first. With that, Wu Tong abandoned Xia Qinghe and returned to her own room at Beichen Academy. Back in her room, Wu Tong began packing her important belongings. That's right, she was going to make a run for it. She had stayed in Beichen before because she saw it as a remote and barren place unlikely to fall under the major inspection routes of Zongjian Mountain or produce an innate divine being, allowing her to do as she pleased in peace. But now Beichen had actually produced such an outrageous 3rd stage innate. This godforsaken place wasn't fit for a dog to stay. It was just a pity about Xiaohe. She had finally found a sister she could confide in. A pity. After some thought, Wu Tong left a letter for Xia Qinghe, saying she was going on a long journey as a farewell. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Then, carrying her luggage, Wu Tong slipped into the shadows, and while everyone was immersed in the joy of the divine martial Marquis Lin Ze achieving the innate realm, she fled Beichen under the cover of night, heading towards unknown lands. In the Jiuji imperial dynasty, the imperial palace, the young emperor of Jiuji was burning with rage. Innate. Where in the blazes did Beichen conjure up another innate? I was on the verge of unifying the 7 kingdoms and achieving an unparalleled feat. Damn it. You're all useless. You even had the audacity to swear to me that you could achieve hegemony and unify the 7 kingdoms. The young emperor was always hot-tempered and impatient for success. At this moment, he was causing a great uproar in the palace. In a fit of rage, he brutally killed several eunuchs and maidens-in-waiting nearby, scaring everyone else into keeping their distance. Just then, in the empty bedchamber, soft footsteps echoed. What? From your majesty's tone, it sounds like you're blaming me for incompetence. A mysterious figure in a black robe silently stepped into the palace. Seeing the black-robed man arrive, the emperor of Jiuji's fury blazed even hotter. You've come at just the right time. Didn't you say Beichen was completely under your poison's control? Where did this accursed divine martial Marquis pop up from? I demand an explanation. Explanation. Ha ha ha. The black-robed man laughed. Little emperor, it seems you've misunderstood something. How dare you? The emperor of Jiuji was about to erupt in rage. Suddenly, the black-robed man slowly raised his head, revealing a pair of blood-red, demonic eyes. Whoosh. 2 terrifying divine rays shot forth from the black-robed man's demonic eyes, and the dreadful pressure of the innate realm caused the emperor of Jiuji's heart and gall to tremble. His pupils began to quiver violently. You are, The black-robed man stretched lazily and casually. Don't make such a fuss. Couldn't you have figured this out from the start? You as an emperor are far inferior to that Peng Yong. At least he knew from the very beginning what I truly was. Though he still died like a fool, fancying that this lord in innate would help him restore his kingdom. Tisk, but thanks to his stupidity, I was able to smoothly use the blood parasites to sacrifice their entire wolf capital. It's just a pity about Beichin. I had planted a piece there, but before it could be used that divine martial marquis showed up. Worried that delays might lead to complications, I had no choice but to accelerate all my plans. Now I don't even dare to get near Beichin. My ultimate life parasites, such precious things, and I don't have many of them. The Emperor of Juji's face twitched. Well, what do you mean? It means. The black-robed man appeared behind the Emperor. A terrifying blood claw gripped the Emperor of Juji's head. You know too much. I won't ask anymore. Bang! The black-robed man crushed the Emperor's head with a single squeeze. The Emperor of Juji's blood was instantly absorbed into the black-robed man's body in a bizarre manner. Sorry, but you've already heard what I said. Be more careful in your next life. Thud. Only a desiccated corpse remained on the dragon throne. The black-robed man kicked the corpse aside and then lounged comfortably on the throne. Before a true body realm cultivator, he was meek and submissive. Before mortals, he struck with full force. After lying there for a moment, the black-robed man's expression suddenly changed. He quickly knelt on one knee. A wisp of sinister crimson demonic chi suddenly rose from within him, coalescing into a fleshless skull face. Exalted One, your subordinate is exerting every effort to revive our sacred sect, daring not a moment's slack. At present, I have completed the harvest plan for Zhongjian Mountain and am about to proceed to the Dunyi sect. The skull face said. The plan has changed. All of our sacred sect's followers are to remain inactive for now, conceal themselves well, and await the opportune moment. This? The black-robed man was puzzled. Could it be that the 9 sects of the Qing domain have already caught on? The skull face shook its head. This is an order directly from the sect leader. All of you need only obey. The sect leader. It was actually an order personally issued by the sect leader. The black-robed man's heart trembled, and he dared not inquire further, repeatedly acknowledging the command. The Lord of the Sacred Sect, the origin of the Sacred Sect, the faith of the Sacred Sect, a mysterious and unfathomable existence standing at the pinnacle of the Qing domain. Although within the entire Sacred Sect no one except the 4 guardians and the deputy sect leader had ever seen him. Yet in the hearts of all followers he was the absolute deity. Since the deity himself had issued the decree, they needed no questions, only obedience. Yes, Your Excellency. Your subordinate shall respectfully follow the sect leader's divine decree. The skull-like face dissipated. The black-robed man cast a glance at the dried corpse on the ground, then transformed into a wisp of demonic chi and vanished from the 9 ultimate imperial dynasty. Sword Concealment Mountain. The Scripture Repository. Lin Ze stood before the Scripture Repository of Sword Concealment Mountain, momentarily stunned. For the repository was not a pavilion. It was a mountain of scriptures. The entire mountain had been hollowed out to build the repository that clung to its slopes. As vast as the mountain, so vast was the repository. As lofty as the mountain, so lofty it stood. Compared to this mountain of scriptures, the largest repository Lin Ze had ever seen, the Imperial Repository of Northern Star, was nothing but a lesser sibling. Tisk, no wonder this was an immortal sect. After a brief sigh of wonder, Lin Ze, holding the token of Sword Concealment Mountain, stepped into the spacious and magnificent repository. As his eyes swept over neat rows of pristine ancient books greeted him. Restricted zones, miscellaneous treatises, mortal martial arts, records of innate secrets, blessed lands of the Qing domain. Lifting his gaze further, within the hollow center of the mountain, floating bookshelves and stone platforms hovered silently in the air. A mysterious and profound innate light enveloped several of those stone platforms, evoking a sense of longing. Lin Ze's heart surged with excitement at the sight. Several stone platforms. How much experience progress would that yield? Adding all these miscellaneous books, reaching divine comprehension level 4 was within sight. Lin Ze immediately soared into the air and landed on the stone platforms that housed the Earth-grade techniques. The first to catch his eye was a low-grade, Earth-level technique called the Profound Light Heart Sutra. Over the centuries since Sword Concealment Mountain's founding, countless innate divine beings had emerged. Apart from the sword concealment art personally created and passed down by the sect's founder, other talented, innate divine beings had also condensed their lifelong insights and comprehended the Tao to create their own techniques. Though most were created by those who had just stepped into the 1 yuan realm of innate cultivation, they had nonetheless reached the innate level possessing a profundity unattainable by the postnatal realm. Together with the sword concealment art, these techniques formed the foundation of Sword Concealment Mountain as an immortal sect. These techniques placed on the floating stone platforms with special protective restrictions required disciples of Sword Concealment Mountain to pass immortal sect assessments and complete tasks to accumulate sect contributions for exchange. However, Lin Ze, holding the token of sword concealment, possessed the highest authority in the entire sect and was naturally not bound by the requirement of sect contributions. Now all these earth-grade techniques lay before Lin Ze for his unrestricted selection. He picked up the Profound Light Heart Sutra. Flipping through a few pages casually, the information stream of his divine comprehension surged through instantly. You have browsed the Profound Light Heart Sutra. Profound Light Heart Sutra Level 10, Grand Perfection. Divine Comprehension Level 3, 105, 1000. He then picked up another technique, the Ninefold Sky-Shattering Transformation. You have browsed the Ninefold Sky-Shattering Transformation. Lin Ze immersed himself in the ocean of innate techniques. After a thorough sweep and comprehension, Lin Ze had perused all earth-grade techniques, including Sword Concealment Mountain signature art, the Sword Concealment art. The total count was considerable, 11 in all. All were low-grade earth level, providing Lin Ze with a full 220 points of progress. His divine comprehension reached 305, 1000. The progress from these 11 techniques alone was more than double the total progress Lin Ze had painstakingly gathered from all his previous efforts in Northern Star. The world of innate divine beings was truly transcendent. After a sigh of admiration, Lin Ze's gaze fell upon the floating bookshelves in the air. They held texts such as Elementary Insights into Cavern Heaven's Blessed Land Spirit Talismans, Secret Realm Inyang Arts, 5 Elements Secret Arts. All knowledge of innate-level techniques similar to the Elementary Insights into Restrictions. Lin Ze casually picked up a few and began a new round of sweeping through them. From day to night. From night to day. Soon an entire day had passed. By noon of the second day, Lin Ze had finally finished perusing this vast mountain of scriptures. All the knowledge within the mountain had been completely absorbed by Lin Ze. The upgrade progress this entire mountain of scriptures brought to Lin Ze was astonishing. Divine Comprehension Level 3, 850, 1000. His talent progress had reached 850, with only 150 points remaining before another upgrade to Level 4. Subtracting the 100 points from the Phantom Moon 7 Stars record, only 50 points were left. With over a month remaining before the Immortal Fate token trial, Lin Ze could easily gather the meager 50 points in that time. This trip to Sword Concealment Mountain had yielded a bountiful harvest. This led Lin Ze to think of the behemoth sects standing at the pinnacle of the Qing domain, the 9 sects of Qing domain. If even Sword Concealment Mountain, with only a true body realm first step cultivator at its helm, had allowed Lin Ze to feast so richly, how wealthy must the 9 sects of Qing domain be? Probably enough to propel him straight to level 5. Lin Ze's anticipation for the upcoming 9 sects of Qing domain grew. He set down the book in his hand. He did not rush to leave. Instead, he found a corner in the mountain of scriptures and sat down cross-legged. Divine Comprehension Level 3 activated. This time he had cultivated and absorbed numerous techniques in one go, including 11 low-grade earth-level techniques. Lin Ze needed to thoroughly fuse and refine them, striving to use these 11 low-grade earth-level techniques as a core to forge several mid-grade earth-level techniques. After all, his current realm and cultivation level were no longer matched by the grade of his techniques. Apart from one mid-grade earth-level technique, the Burning Saint Demon art, only a low-grade earth-level technique, the 8 Desolations Heart-Slaying art, was worthy of mention. The rest of his techniques were still at the human-grade postnatal level, utterly unremarkable when placed among these innate monsters who live for thousands or tens of thousands of years. You observe the heavens and earth with insight, gaining new ideas about your learned techniques. You have fused your learned heart methods. The heart method is primarily based on the 8 Desolations Heart-Slaying art, with a total of 1367 auxiliary texts. The 8 Desolations Heart-Slaying art has achieved a grade breakthrough. You have comprehended the mid-grade earth-level technique, the Great Desolation Starfall record. You observe the heavens and earth with insight, gaining new ideas about your learned techniques. You have fused your learned movement techniques. The movement technique is primarily based on the Ninefold Sky-Shattering Transformation, with a total of 1405 auxiliary texts. The Ninefold Sky-Shattering Transformation has achieved a grade breakthrough. You have comprehended the mid-grade, Earth-level technique crossing the startled swan. Silently and imperceptibly, Lin Ze had once again refined and fused all his learned techniques. All his knowledge had undergone a qualitative transformation and leap ascending to the innate level. Lin Ze's primary techniques were as follows: for mental cultivation, the Earth-grade mid-rank, Great Wilderness, Celestial Fall Record Level 10. For body refinement, the Earth-grade mid-rank, Blazing Sacred True, Demon, Art Level 10. For movement, the Earth-grade mid-rank, Swan Shadow Step Level 10. For swordsmanship, the Earth-grade mid-rank, Concealed, Swords Hidden Gleam Level 10. For fist techniques, the Earth-grade low-rank, Raging Tide Supreme, Fist Level 10. For ocular arts, the Earth-grade low-rank, Illusory, Heart Demon, Eye Level 10. The elevation of all his skills had finally aligned his cultivation base with his techniques, once again forging him into a formidable all-rounder warrior. Even among the prodigies of the entire Azure domain, who were at the third step of the true body realm with blood as vigorous as a dragon, Lin Ze now stood in a league of his own. The future trial at the 9-Sex Calamity Mountain in the Azure domain seemed secure. Exhaling a long breath of turbid air, Lin Ze's spirit and demeanor had ascended to another level after this transformation. The starlight in his eyes coalesced into a sea of stars brilliant beyond measure. Within this ultimate radiance, the mysteries of the entire universe unfolded, interpreting the profound wonders of the great Tao. A wondrous power, neither wholly divine nor demonic, settled and accumulated within him. Should anyone provoke his wrath, they would witness the peerless might brood beneath this resplendent light of the Tao. He stepped out of the Scripture Mountain and returned to the Hidden Sword Palace. At this moment, Hidden Sword was still in closed-door cultivation, comprehending the mysteries of blood, resembling a blazing sun. His entire being's blood energy gathered, now floating ethereally, now condensing solidly, now taking the form of a great sun, and now dispersing like smoke in clouds. It seemed he would not awaken for some time. Seeing this, Lin Ze left the Hidden Sword Mountain. After scouring the Scripture Mountain, he had learned all that was necessary about this primordial world, and there was no point in lingering at Hidden Sword Mountain. It was better to return to the Lin family and spend time with his grandfather. With a single thought, Lin Ze stepped out of Hidden Sword Mountain and returned to the Northern Qin dynasty. In the following days, Hidden Sword Mountain scoured the entire region, probing the secret intelligence of various nations, yet for several days they found no trace of the demonic cult members. The demonic cult members seemed to have left Hidden Sword Mountain silently and without a trace, vanishing completely, thus leaving a few disciples to temporarily remain in the mortal world to continue monitoring the movements of various nations. The disciples of Hidden Sword Mountain returned to report the intelligence they had gathered. This intelligence ultimately pointed to two major sources of calamity: a young 9 Extremes Emperor and Peng Yong, who was desperate to restore his kingdom. One had been drained into a desiccated corpse, while the other had lost the entire wolf capital. Naturally, there was no way to pursue the matter further. In the end, Hidden Sword Mountain could only impose minor punishments on the 9 Extremes dynasty, bringing a conclusion to this demonic cult interference incident. As for Wolf Capital and Peng Yong, there would never be a Wolf Capital again. The once Yuan dynasty would eventually be buried in the dust of history, forgotten by all. Thus, the demonic cult incident at Hidden Sword Mountain seemed to have come to an end. With the disappearance of the demonic cult's influence, nations like Northern Qin finally returned to their former tranquility, no longer seething with undercurrents and conspiracies. The various sects of the Radiant Light realm, whom Hidden Blade had gone to warn, became vigilant upon learning of the incident at Hidden Sword Mountain. They inspected their own territories, guarding against the schemes of the demonic cult. But for several days, the entire Radiant Light realm showed no abnormality. The appearance of the demonic cult at Hidden Sword Mountain seemed merely the dying echoes of old struggles, fleeting like an ephemeral bloom. The Radiant Light realm returned to its usual peace as the demonic cult vanished into obscurity. On this day, within the Northern Qin Imperial Palace, the Northern Qin Emperor bid farewell to the envoy from Hidden Sword Mountain. The envoy from Hidden Sword Mountain said with a smile, "I am merely an insignificant late-stage acquired realm practitioner, unworthy of the title of Immortal Master. Your Majesty, please say no more. If my fellow disciples were to hear this, it would be a laughingstock." With that, the envoy added, "My mission here is complete. I must return to the mountain to report. Your Majesty of Northern Qin, may fate bring us together again." As he spoke, the envoy cast a meaningful glance in the direction of the Lin family. Then, with an enigmatic smile, he departed from the Northern Qin Imperial Palace. Watching the envoy leave, the Northern Qin Emperor let out a faint sigh. Eunuch Guang hurried forward and said, "Your Majesty, Hidden Sword Mountain recognizing Northern Shun as the orthodox ruler to govern the eastern domain is a tremendous blessing." The Northern Shin Emperor's expression turned inscrutable. "Do you think that is the real reason Hidden Sword Mountain acted this way?" Eunuch Guang quickly replied, "Your servant understands. But no matter where the divine marquis goes or what identity he holds, he is ultimately your Majesty's own grandson. With such a grandson, your Majesty can rest easy and enjoy eternal peace. Your servant congratulates your Majesty." The Northern Shin Emperor raised a hand to stop Eunuch Guang. "You do not understand." The Northern Shin Emperor sighed. "The mortal world has seen innate divine beings before. For instance, the True Valley Kingdom in the southern domain once produced an innate divine being from its royal line. Yet, even so, the True Valley Kingdom never received orthodox recognition from Hidden Sword Mountain, nor was it told to represent the sect in unifying the southern domain. But now Northern Shun has obtained this recognition, and the one who achieved the innate realm is not even of Northern Shin's direct royal blood. What do you think this signifies?" Eunuch Guang was stunned. Put that way, Hidden Sword Mountain's actions did seem excessive. He pondered deeply. At that moment, the Northern Shin Emperor suddenly said, "Shao Guangzi, draft an edict." "As you command." Eunuch Guang immediately snapped out of his thoughts to draft the decree. The Emperor dictated, and Eunuch Guang wrote. Midway through, Eunuch Guang suddenly realized something. Had any ordinary innate being ever caused such a commotion as summoning a blood-colored dragon? It seemed none in history had. Just then, the Northern Shin Emperor spoke a passage that left Eunuch Guang stunned for a long time. "Shao Guangzi, have you noted it down?" Hiss. A horrifying realization dawned on Eunuch Guang. He immediately wrote 3 characters on the Imperial Edict, Divine Martial King, in the face of the transcendent and unique existence of an innate divine being. Northern Shun, which had never infethed kings, ultimately granted a kingship. This transcendent divine martial king was naturally none other than Lin Ze. After Eunuch Guang finished writing the edict, he dazedly went to proclaim it and dazedly returned. Subsequently, Lin Ze was infethed as a king. His title was Divine Martial King with a hereditary peerage. Yet this did not stir much turmoil within the Lin family. The kingship of the mortal world belonged to a different realm from that of an innate divine being. The Northern Shin Emperor's enfeoffment only sparked a brief fervor among the common people of Northern Shun. Once the fervor faded, the world returned to its normal course. That year, winter arrived in Northern Shun as usual. It cloaked the world in silver white, freezing all things into slumber. Time flies. Another year has passed. On the first snowy day, delicate goose-feather snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. The snow was light, with only a few shimmering flakes occasionally falling like flowers from a celestial realm. They settled on the bare trees, covering them with a thin layer of frost. Occasionally, a biting cold wind would blow, unable to stir the branches, but would sweep past the Lin family's courtyard, creating a whistling sound. Lin Ze sat in the Lin family's secluded courtyard, brewing a pot of clear tea, gently listening to the wind and snow. Ever since the demonic sect had vanished, and he concealed himself in the Sword Concealment Mountain, his days had gradually become more mundane. No one dared to provoke a family of innate deities, and no more schemes and plots fell upon the Lin family. The North Star Emperor elevated the Lin family, holding them in high regard, ensuring that no one would dare to desecrate them. Upon hearing about Lin Ze, the North Star Divine Martial King, the surrounding nations, without needing the Sword Concealment Mountain's decree or the smoke of war, all surrendered to the North Star, relinquishing their imperial powers. Thus, the eastern region was unified. The Lin family's status changed from a minor king under the North Star to the supreme emperor of the entire eastern domain of the Sword Concealment Mountain. This drew nations to pay their respects. All the states came to meet him. They had heard that Lin Ze, the Divine Martial King, had a penchant for collecting and studying the world's martial arts. Taking advantage of his remaining time in the mortal realm, they brought their own martial arts to present, hoping to befriend the Lin family. And if they could obtain some innate teachings from Lin Ze, it would be even better. Lin Ze accepted everything without hesitation, as he never thought there could be too many martial arts. He was always in need of them. However, he did not accept them for free. For no reason, Lin Ze did not wish to receive great favors from others, nor did he want to owe anyone. In this world, everything can be repaid, but human kindness is the hardest to repay. So when they came to present their martial arts, Lin Ze regarded it as a transaction. Whether using spirit crystals for payment or exchanging martial arts, he settled the matters on the same day. It is worth mentioning that since Lin Ze had extensively studied the collection of martial texts around the Sword Concealment Mountain, 7 out of 10 of the martial arts they presented were duplicates. Many could only return disappointed, unable to gain entry into the sect. This situation continued for several days before gradually returning to normal. Subsequently, the Lin family practiced the 3 top-tier human-level martial arts passed down by Lin Ze during the peaceful days, flourishing steadily. With nothing to do, Lin Ao had left all matters of the Lin family to Lin Ze 10 days prior and had gone into seclusion to strive for a breakthrough in the innate realm. As for whether he could break through, that would depend on fate. The path of the innate is an evolution of life akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate. This step is exceedingly difficult. The Sword Concealment Mountain had accepted all the talents from over 20 surrounding nations for training. Each generation selected the best from hundreds of billions of people, nurturing them by the methods of the immortal sect. After 30,000 years, only 308 beings had emerged. Whether Lin Ao could become the next one was hard to say. However, Lin Ze was not in a hurry. The Lin family's days were still long ahead. As he sipped a cup of clear tea, a voice drifted into his ears. Young Master Yi Shaoran from the Shura Mountain Villa requests an audience. Little Cui originally preferred to call Lin Ze Lord or Prince. But after thinking it over, she felt that calling him Lord or Prince was beneath his status now that he was an innate deity. After much consideration, Little Cui still felt that calling him Young Master was more appropriate. Yi Shaoran. Lin Ze recalled that he had indeed sent someone to find Yi Shaoran to investigate the Lu family. However, he had already learned about the origins of the fire worship demonic sect and the true fire sacred demonic art from the sword concealment. As for Yi Shaoran, well, let's listen to what he has to say, or perhaps he can shed light on where Lu Changfeng got the illusory Moon 7 Stars record. Let him in. Yes. Not long after Yi Shaoran, a lone wolf hidden in the shadows appeared behind Lin Ze. Yi Shaoran greets Second Young Master. Congratulations to Second Young Master for ascending to the realm of innate deities. You have come a bit late. Reporting to Second Young Master, the intelligence regarding Lu Changfeng and the previous head of the Lu family is too outdated, and it also involves the Jiujing dynasty. Our villa took quite some time to barely uncover some information. Speak. Yi Shaoran immediately presented a secret letter. Lin Ze took the letter and glanced at it. After extensive investigation by our villa, it was discovered that Lu Changfeng was also a talented individual who gained some fame in the Lu family's old territory over 170 years ago. At the age of 29, he had already broken through to the 6th level of the postnatal realm, and his medical skills had reached the level of a first-class medical officer in the Jiujing medical office. Everyone in the locality believed that the Lu family was about to produce another extraordinary physician, and there was even hope for the emergence of a medical immortal at the innate level. However, such fame did not last long. Approximately at the age of 30, Lu Changfeng left the Jiujing dynasty and thereafter wandered the world, rarely returning to the Lu family. As for the reasons, one theory suggests that Lu Changfeng could not wait due to the long interval before the Sword Concealment Mountain would recruit disciples, so he left the vicinity of the Sword Concealment Mountain and sought fortune at the Dunyi sect and the Wenxin Dao sect. Another theory is that Lu Changfeng believed he could not enhance his medical skills while staying in the Lu family, so he wandered the world practicing medicine, honing his skills and cultivation. In any case, after that, Lu Changfeng vanished from people's sight, concealing his existence. It wasn't until he reached 90 years of age, exactly 110 years ago, that Lu Changfeng finally ended his wanderings and stayed in the Lu family for a while. During that time, Lu Changfeng persistently persuaded the previous head of the family, Lu Hongxin, to follow a certain sacred sect of the Immortal Gate. Lu Hong did not agree and was extremely opposed to that so-called sacred sect. As for the name of that sacred sect, Yi Shaoran shuddered slightly at this point. His voice was somewhat cold as he spoke. Those who knew about this matter clearly heard the name of that sacred sect at the time, yet everyone has forgotten it. Even upon reflection, they cannot recall any information about the sacred sect. All that remains in their minds are the words sacred sect. It is evident that some mysterious force has influenced everyone, distorting the truth of the past. After saying this, Yi Shaoran's eyes sparkled, resembling a lone wolf howling at the moon in the darkness. But even so, our Shura Mountain Villa has not failed in our mission and has unearthed some secrets. Oh, a mortal force like the Shura Mountain Villa has such capabilities. Lin Ze glanced at Yi Shaoran with slight astonishment. Yi Shaoran said, "We dug up Lu Hong's grave." Lin Ze. 6. From the information we obtained, it is clear that Lu Hong was aware of the secrets from the very beginning. He strongly opposed Lu Changfeng's contact with the sacred sect. To this end, he had many quarrels with Lu Changfeng. Shortly after Lu Changfeng completely left the Lu family and lost track of him, Lu Hong, a formidable expert at the 8th level of the postnatal realm, also suddenly died mysteriously. I dare say with certainty that Lu Hong definitely knew some of the details. Thus I pried open his grave and indeed found some leads. I dare say with certainty that Lu Hong definitely knew some of the details. Thus I pried open his grave and indeed found some leads. In Lu Hong's tomb we discovered a specially crafted blood silk hidden within the flesh of his chest. It only saw the light of day after Lu Hong's death, when his flesh rotted away to bare bones. As he spoke, Yi Xiaoran pulled a tightly wrapped object from his bosom. Unwrapping layer after layer, it was blood red all over. Within lay that blood silk densely covered with tiny script. Yi Xiaoran said, "This records information about that sacred sect. Second young master, please take a look." Lin Ze unfurled the blood silk and examined it. The contents were similar to what he had learned from Zhang Jian about the blazing fire demon sect. However, it ended with an enigmatic warning: beware the myriad celestial epic sect. The myriad celestial epic sect was no minor faction. Lin Ze had seen records of it in the scripture pavilion of Zongjin Mountain. It was the hegemon of the Xuanwu realm with a legacy spanning over 700,000 years. Its sovereign was the realm lord, the foremost innate cultivator of the Xuanwu realm. His cultivation had reached the peak of the fourth innate tier, the Divine Sea realm, earning him renown as a great cultivator across the entire Qing domain. Within the sect were 2 supreme elders at the Divine Sea realm and 10 elders at the True Body realm. It was a prestigious immortal sect recognized throughout the Qing domain. Ordinary people could never come into contact with it. Moreover, the Huaguang realm, where Zongjin Mountain was located, was millions of miles away from the Xuanwu realm. How could Lu Hong, situated in the Huaguang realm at Zongjin Mountain, know of its existence? And why leave a cryptic warning to beware the myriad celestial epic sect? It was baffling. Lu Hong, even in death, kept his secrets incomplete. Lin Ze put away the blood silk. He had said from the start he had no interest in the story of the Lu family and the demonic sect. He only wanted to know the origin of the cultivation technique. As for what the demonic sect intended to do, he couldn't care less as long as they didn't provoke him or infringe upon his interests. Securing the blood silk, Lin Ze looked at Yi Xiaoran. "Well done. Are you interested in working for the Lin family permanently?" Yi Xiaoran was reliable, shrewd, and knew when to act, a trustworthy man. Though Lin Ze had already advanced to the innate realm and would soon leave for the 9 sects of the Qing domain with little use for Yi Xiaoran, it wouldn't hurt to recruit him. Just a word was needed. Perhaps he would prove useful in the future. Yi Xiaoran, upon hearing this, agreed without a second thought. To work under an 18-year-old innate prodigy was a dream countless sought. An 18-year-old innate. What future awaited him? Boundless prospects. A radiant path. Even a sliver of benefit from such an existence could overwhelm Yi Xiaoran and the Shura Villa. "It is my utmost honor to serve the second young master Lin." Yi Xiaoran, on behalf of the entire Shura Villa, pays homage to my liege. He performed a kneeling obeisance of submission. Lin Ze nodded in satisfaction. "Good rise." "Thank you, my liege." "Steward Mo." Lin Ze summoned the old steward Lin Mo. "Young master, this is Yi Xiaoran. You should have heard of him." Lin Mo nodded to Yi Xiaoran. "Lord Yi, I've long admired you." "General Lin, a pleasure." After their exchange, Lin Ze said, "Steward Mo from now on the Shura Villa is under the Lin family's command. Please make the arrangements." Lin Mo asked no questions and promptly agreed. In the past, he would have advised caution and thoroughly investigated an assassin like Yi Xiaoran before accepting him. But now Lin Ze was a revered innate deity. Mere mortals, no matter how they struggled, could never cross the chasm between the mortal and the immortal. "Lord Yi, please follow me." "Thank you, Steward Lin." After Yi Xiaoran left, Lin Ze glanced at the still restoring Phantom Moon 7-star record. Divine Comprehension Lv.905-1000. 7 days until full restoration. 7 days. He was not far from Divine Comprehension Lv.4. Setting down the Phantom Moon 7-star record, Lin Ze continued sipping his tea, quietly listening to the wind and snow. Another peaceful day. A few days later. Outside Zongjin Mountain, a resounding laugh echoed across the entire peak. "Ha ha ha! Taoist Zongjin, this humble priest has arrived." Hearing this voice, the innate deities of Zongjin Mountain all wore pained expressions. They knew that grating voice all too well. It could only be that old scoundrel Taoist Dun Yi from the neighboring Dunyi sect. Last time he had made off with their 4th spirit sword, White Snow. White Snow, the 4th spirit sword, was a divine weapon forged by their mountain lord Zongjin with red sun essence iron over 4,000 years. He hadn't even bestowed it upon his disciples before that old scoundrel stole it. It had enraged Zongjin Mountain so much that they had bickered and clashed with Dun Yi sect for millennia. What did he want this time? At Zongjin Palace. Zongjin, who had been comprehending the ultimate mysteries of blood like the great sun, awakened. A sharp sword aura flickered in his eyes, erupting with heaven-shaking energy. Boom. Countless sword energies descended upon the world, stirring the winds and clouds. Raising his hand, sword come, bang, earth-shattering, mountains trembling. Swoosh, clang, the Zongjian palace, standing like a divine sword, split open, revealing its true form. It was a colossal sword 1,000 zhang tall. Snowflakes landing on it emitted a dazzling cold light. Its radiance seemed capable of cleaving the primordial chaos. Hum. With a crisp sword cry, the 1,000 zong giant sword shrank into a 3-foot azure blade, falling into Zongjian's hand. In an instant, man and sword became one, unleashing the peerless aura of a sword, splitting the heavenly gates. Clang! Zongjian's sword pierced through the void. This strike was like the blazing sun, unstoppable. This was Zongjian Mountain's first spirit sword, Huangri. 8,000 years ago, Zongjian had used it alone to vanquish demons and forge the mountain's renown. Now the sword reappeared, radiating its indestructible brilliance. Within that light, an aura that had glimpsed the essence of blood like the great sun was pushed to its peak. A piercing sense of crisis tightened the young Taoist's face. Damn it! Zongjian had already grasped the key to blood like the great sun. This was bad. Wait. Taoist, hold on. I'm not here to fight. Clang. Thousands of sword energies materialized into forms. They transformed into countless afterimages of Zongjian, surrounding Taoist Dun E on all sides. The sky was filled with sharp edges. Return, white snow. I swear. Taoist Dun E forced a smile. I came this time to return, white snow. Huang Ri's blade still pointed at him. Well, Taoist Zongjian, how about sheathing Huang Ri first? Let's find a place to talk properly. Chat. What is there to chat about between us? That old dog Dun E never visits without a reason. His arrival at Songjin Mountain must spell trouble. Thinking back on recent events at Songjin Mountain, a fleeting, inexplicable gleam of sword light flashed in Zongjian's eyes. Could it be that the news about that saint from Beichin had reached the ears of that old dog Dun E? No, that wasn't right either. If that were the case, he could have simply gone to Beichin to find that person. Why come to Songjin Mountain? Taoist Dun E glanced around. This is not a place for words. Zongjian remained unmoved. Taoist Dun E was left with no choice. Then 3 words directly pierced into Zongjian's ears. Daojia Mountain. Daojia Mountain. The ancient trial ground of the 9 sects of Qingyu. It existed within the mysterious void realm of Qingyu, unknown to outsiders. Only the holders of the immortal fate token of each generation could follow the token's guidance to enter Daojia Mountain. That old dog Dun E suddenly mentioning Daojia Mountain today. Zongjian's sword pupils slightly narrowed. He fixed his gaze on Taoist Dun E for a moment, then slowly put down the Huangri sword, sheathing it behind his back, and led Taoist Dun E toward the sect's main hall deep within Songjin Mountain. The sect's main hall was deserted. The figures of the 2 men slowly materialized. Only then did Zongjian ask, what about Daojia Mountain? Taoist Dun E did not beat around the bush. He said directly, on the 12th of next month, this session's Daojia Mountain trial will begin. Zongjian was stunned for a moment. Then he turned to look at Taoist Dun E, his expression turning somewhat grave. Only the holder of the immortal fate token ever knows when the Daojia Mountain trial will begin. How did you find out? Taoist Dun E chuckled. How did I find out? Didn't you just say it yourself? You have the immortal fate token. Zongjian was visibly moved. The legend of the immortal fate token had always circulated throughout the vast Qingyu domain. But Qingyu was too vast. The boundless Qingyu, with myriad races standing side by side, originally comprised 4,981 realms. Although only 3,980 realms remain now, yet there were only a mere 1,000 immortal fate tokens. Spread out, that wasn't even enough for 1 token per realm. And the size of a single realm with its immense population could be understood just by looking at Huaguang Realm, where Songjin Mountain was located. Huaguang Realm currently had 14 registered sects of considerable scale. These 14 sects each claimed mountains as their own, governing various parts of Huaguang Realm. Songjin Mountain was one of these 14 sects, ruling over 27 kingdoms with a population of hundreds of billions. How vast were those 14 sects? And this didn't even count certain barren lands that everyone disdained. The vastness of Huaguang Realm and the multitude of its living beings were beyond trillions. The entire Qingyu domain was even more incalculable, distributing a mere 1,000 immortal fate tokens across such a colossal base. It was more improbable than finding a needle in a haystack. Those who obtained an immortal fate token were the most outstanding prodigies and favored children of fortune and destiny in this era. Thus, many people never even saw a glimpse of an immortal fate token in their entire lives, let alone dared to hope for one. In short, Song Jian had never even considered the matter of the immortal fate token. And now that old dog Dun Yi had actually obtained one. Song Jian frowned, staring at Taoist Dun Yi for a long time. He simply couldn't find the slightest trace of an era's favored prodigy or a child of fortune on Taoist Dun Yi. Stop looking. The one with the immortal fate token isn't me. It's my disciple. Oh, your disciple told you about the immortal fate token. Wasn't he afraid you'd snatch it? Does this humble Taoist look like that kind of person? You don't look like it. You are that kind of person. You? Forget it. Taoist Dun Yi shook his head and sighed helplessly. He had no choice but to tell me. And I had no choice but to come to you. What do you mean? Taoist Dun Yi stood up and paced a few steps within the sect's main hall. There is a change in this immortal fate token trial. A change? Do you still remember that half-saint of the Eternal River Sword sect? Who in Qingyu didn't remember the half-saint of the Eternal River Sword sect? The might of a half-saint swept across Qingyu. Why did Qingyu go from its original 4,981 realms to the current 3,980? Was it not because of that final confrontation between the awakened half-saint and the demon sect leader which directly destroyed the other realms? This Song Jian could not forget, nor could the entire Qingyu domain. Song Jian was about to say something. But Taoist Dun Yi's next words made Song Jian immediately stand up. That half-saint is about to ascend into immortality. Impossible. A half-saint is already coeval with heaven and earth. As long as heaven and earth do not perish, the half-saint does not perish. How could he possibly ascend? Taoist Dun Yi spread his hands. This is not something this humble Taoist said. It was spoken personally by the half-saint himself through the immortal fate token. That demon sect leader's cultivation was profoundly supreme. During that decisive battle back, then the half-saint suffered severe Dao injuries. These Dao injuries have accompanied the half-saint for 8,000 years, and now he has reached the point of utter exhaustion, unable to hold on any longer. Therefore, the half-saint has decided before his ascension to seek a worthy successor who embodies the destiny of Qingyu to inherit his legacy. And the method for selecting his successor is this very immortal fate token trial of the 9 sects of Qingyu. Taoist Dun Yi glanced at Song Jian. So the significance of this immortal fate token trial of the 9 sects of Qingyu will be completely different from before. In the past, it was merely about selecting the fortunate to join the 9 sects of Qingyu. But this time its meaning is profound. It is a selection for the half-saint's successor capable of stirring the entire Qingyu domain. Upon hearing this, Song Jian was silent for a long time. So what exactly is the trial content set by the half-saint? What could compel you to take the risk of telling me such a monumental secret as the immortal fate token? Taoist Dun Yi let out a faint sigh. In previous immortal fate token trials, when the time came, the token would automatically pull the trial taker into Daojia Mountain within the Void Realm, and only then would the trial begin. But this time, the 9 sects of Qingyu have proclaimed to the world that the half-saint has opened a shadow of Daojia Mountain in every realm. As long as the holder of the immortal fate token ascends the shadow of Daojia Mountain before the official trial begins, they can reach the true Daojia Mountain. This time they've placed Daojia Mountain plainly in sight. Anyone can see it, and anyone can hear of it. This is pouring oil on the flames. Taoist Dun Yi was fraught with worry. Wasn't the intention of the 9 sects of Qingyu this time to stir up conflict across all realms and test everyone within them? Just think, once this proclamation was made, all the sects within Huaguang realm would inevitably be set ablaze. They would guard the shadow of Daojia Mountain day and night, trying to identify and expose the true holder of the immortal fate token, thereby seizing it for themselves. And the one possessing the immortal fate token would also have to undergo a test of courage and wisdom, finding a way to deceive everyone and step into the shadow of Daojia Mountain right under the eyes of the public. The struggle between the two sides was like the grandest game of cat and mouse. Only those who emerged from this game of cat and mouse would be the true final victors. And given the strength of their Dun Yi sect, Taoist Dun Yi was merely at the second stage of the true body realm, the blood, like great sun stage. To clash head-in with all the sects of Huaguang realm was simply not feasible. Thus, the Taoist Dun Yi pondered deeply and concluded that he must find a trustworthy individual to share the burden of pressure from the Dun Yi sect. Moreover, this person's strength must be on par with his own. For if their power were too weak, they would be of little use. If too strong, he feared they might harbor treacherous intentions and seize the immortal fate token. Hence, Song Jian became the optimal choice for the Taoist Dun Yi. As an old rival of Song Jian, the Taoist Dun Yi was well aware of his character. This man born with a sword body and a transparent sword heart was the purest of sword cultivators, absolute in his words and deeds. Cooperating with Songjian would grant the Taoist Dunyi considerable peace of mind. Furthermore, Kangjian's strength as a natural sword body was evident to all. His offensive capabilities were unmatched, his combat power astonishing. Each of his strikes seemed to disregard even the most formidable body tempering techniques and innate true physiques, leaving his opponents utterly battered. In the past, the Taoist Dunyi could only suppress Songjian by relying on his superior cultivation realm to outlast him, barely gaining the upper hand. Thus, there was no need to worry about Kangjian's strength, at least in the crucial task of breaking through defenses and clearing the path. Songjian was undoubtedly more skilled. However, what the Taoist Dunyi hadn't anticipated was that Songjian had nearly grasped the essence of blood like the great sun. Tisk, those blessed with innate physiques and bloodlines are truly enviable enough to make one gnash their teeth. Having heard the Taoist Dunyi's lengthy explanation, Songjian understood his intent. He spoke calmly. Are you not fond of gradual schemes? Time is still plentiful. You could take your time to devise a plan. The Taoist Dunyi hastily replied, I would love to take my time, but the situation simply won't allow it. From the moment the 9 sects of the Qing domain proclaimed their decree to the world, the trial to select the heir of the demisage had already begun. Throughout the entire Qing domain, the first person to truly reach Daojia Mountain will obtain 1,000 strands of Daojia Qi, the second 999, the third, and so on until the 1,000th receives merely a wisp. If the gap with others is already so vast, no matter how great one's talent or comprehension, it will be exceedingly difficult to close it later. I suspect that some are already on their way to the shadow of Daojia Mountain. We cannot afford to wait. So you came to me. Songjian gazed steadily at the Taoist Dunyi and said, have you forgotten one thing? My Songjian Mountain and your Dunyi sect are enemies. Just a minor misunderstanding. Fellow Taoist Songjian, in this world, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. What price are you willing to offer? The Taoist Dunyi stated directly, I am willing to have my disciple formally become your pupil, making him a shared apprentice between us. A gentleman's word is his bond. I speak no falsehoods. Both he and I are willing to swear by our Tao hearts. If he becomes the demisage heir. The Taoist Dunyi began to paint a grand vision. You certainly dare to dream. Very well, as long as he enters the 9 sects of the Qing domain and achieves renown, and in turn bestows upon us profound cultivation legacies, we might at least glimpse the grandeur of a divine sea realm grand cultivator. This is far better than groping blindly in the Huaguang realm like the blind feeling an elephant. The Taoist Dunyi pleaded earnestly. Songjian, you built your legacy from scratch, accumulating bit by bit, and after over 70,000 years of struggle you achieved your current success. You more than anyone should understand the hardship of having no inheritance and relying solely on yourself. To speak a truth you may dislike, if not for the lack of a legacy with your talent as a natural sword body, why would it have taken you 60,000 years to break through to the true body realm? Now the supreme inheritance of the 9 sects of the Qing domain lies before you. Can you bear to let it slip away? Songjian fell silent. A flicker of light passed through his eyes as his fingers tapped the table. After a long pause, he finally spoke, tell me about your disciple. The Taoist Dunyi was overjoyed from Kangjian's tone. The matter was half settled. But Songjian added, do not rejoice too soon. If your disciple does not meet my requirements, do not blame me for resorting to force. Then we shall settle old and new grievances together. The Taoist Dunyi quickly assured him, rest assured on that account. My disciple is exceptionally talented, otherwise I would not have gone to such lengths to seek you out. With that, the Taoist Dunyi began to introduce his esteemed pupil. I need only say one thing for you to understand. My disciple possesses the bloodline of the Chilean clan, and having just turned 1,200 years old, his cultivation has reached the primordial unity realm. Hearing this, Kangjian's sword-like eyes widened slightly. The Chilean clan. Indeed. Songjian had no further objections. The bloodline of the Chilean clan ranked among the notable high-grade bloodlines. It was at the very least a tier above his own natural sword body. Based on bloodline alone, the Taoist Dunyi's disciple was worthy of Kangjian's investment. Moreover, he was so young, still in his prime of rapid advancement. Songjian agreed. Give me time to prepare. It was settled. The Taoist Dunyi said, excellent. I must hurry back to arrange matters in the Dunyi sect. Prepare yourself swiftly and come find me there. We shall depart immediately, striving to secure a good rank within the top 500 for our disciple. The Taoist Dunyi departed. Before leaving, he added, oh, and I have already given Bai Shui to your new disciple. As his master, you surely wouldn't begrudge him a single Bai Shui as a greeting gift, would you? Ha ha. Kanjian's face darkened. That wretched dog. Sanfeng. A streak of sword light sped towards him. Brother, bring me Hanfeng. The Hanfeng sword, the second spiritual sword of Sanjian Mountain, had been entrusted to Sanfeng. Oh, Hanfeng. Sanfeng was startled, a trace of worry appearing on his face. Brother, has that old dog Dunyi come to challenge you? Sanjian shook his head solemnly. Do not ask about this for now. I will be going on a long journey in the coming months. Keep watch over Sanjian Mountain and be wary of other forces. Understood. Sanfeng handed Hanfeng to Sanjian. Sanjian stored it alongside Huangri within his body, concealing his swords within himself. One was kept in his left hand, the other in his right. Afterward, Sanjian proceeded to the forbidden sword tomb of Sanjian Mountain, where the third spiritual sword Jiming lay. Seeing this, Sanfeng grew deeply anxious. What had happened? His brother had brought all three of the top spiritual swords. Even during the demon cult's rebellion back, then it had not come to this. In the Beiqin imperial dynasty, the Lin family, sensing the trial information transmitted from the immortal fate token, Lin Ze raised an eyebrow slightly. The 9 sects of the Qing domain were playing a grand game this time, inciting conflict across the entire domain. Interesting. Let us see who proves to be the superior strategist. Putting away the immortal fate token, Lin Ze picked up the Phantom Moon 7 Stars record once more. 7 days had passed, and the Phantom Moon 7 Stars record was now complete. With its restoration, Lin Ze's divine grade Comprehension Lv.3 could finally be upgraded to Lv.4. You flipped through the Lunar Moon 7-star record. With your terrifying comprehension approaching the Tao, the Lunar Moon 7-star record has been completely deciphered by you and progressed to the 10th layer. Lunar Moon 7-star record Lv.10 fully perfected. You have grasped a mid-grade, Earth-level technique, gaining a deeper understanding of the power of divine-level comprehension. Divine-level comprehension Lv.3 10101000. You have perused countless books and finally gained insight, achieving a more profound understanding of the innate talent of divine-level comprehension. You have developed a new ability of divine-level comprehension. Divine-level comprehension upgraded to Lv.4 10100000. From now on, you will gain the ability to complement your bloodline and physique based on the specific attributes of certain techniques. What does this mean? Does it imply that if Lin Ze encounters a technique that requires a specific bloodline to practice, he can forcibly cultivate it and also gain the corresponding physique and bloodline for free? This ability is impressive. Regardless of the world, bloodlines and physiques have always been extraordinary and abnormal, especially in the Tianlan continent where myriad races coexist. Take the so-called Hanguang clan as an example. Those with Hanguang bloodline can make rapid progress in cultivating various ice-based techniques, far surpassing others of the same realm. Moreover, they can release the heavenly cold spiritual light within them during battles, continuously eroding their enemies with coldness, causing them to be frozen by ice, and their combat power to drop drastically. In times of crisis, they can fully unleash their heavenly cold spiritual light, allowing themselves to enter an icy spiritual state, forming ice armor to resist their opponent's attacks, and inflicting coldness that diminishes the enemy's fighting spirit. In gaming terms, this means a 30 increase in damage reduction and a 30 decrease in the opponent's attack speed. Truly the VIP treatment of a premium player. Fortunately, with divine level comprehension Lv.4 in hand, Lin Ze just needs to find a technique with bloodline physique restrictions, and he would have the opportunity to enjoy such heavenly VIP benefits. Currently, it seems unlikely. In this region of Sanjian Mountain, there are hardly any individuals with special bloodlines or physiques. If one were to count, only the innate sword body of Sanjian could barely be considered one, but unfortunately, he lacks a matching restricted technique. Thinking this way, Lin Ze's state of mind also loosened. With the arrival of the Lunar Moon 7-star record, Lin Ze, who had already reached the 3rd stage of true body realm, refined his cultivation to the extreme, moving towards the half-step divine sea. In a daze, Lin Ze's consciousness sparked with spiritual light. In this thread of spiritual light, Lin Ze saw a vast illusory sea. In this sea, the sound of countless voices surged and ebbed. There were eternal sunsets and slanted stars, and the shifting landscapes that turned the wheels of history. This sea represents the world of mortals. It is this vast and boundless universe. It is the sea of heaven and earth. Lin Ze must float and sink within this sea of heaven and earth, searching for the path from the other side of the earth to the other shore of heaven, pursuing the brilliant celestial essence that belongs to him. Guided by the celestial essence, he comprehends the mysteries of fate, thus escaping the bitter sea of humanity, opening the door to heaven and earth, and reaching the other shore of heaven. This is the divine sea. Only upon standing at the other side of the earth and witnessing this illusory sea of heaven and earth did Lin Ze understand why there are those known as earthlings, mountain dwellers, sea dwellers, and celestial beings within the innate realm. In the innate realm, the cultivation of post-heaven innate and holy realms is humorously referred to as the process of humans continuously ascending from the earth to the heavens. Post-heaven mortals having not attained the mysteries of the innate are unable to leave the earth, spending their entire lives gazing up at the mountains from the ground, thus they are earthlings. The innate ones having glimpsed the mysteries of heaven and earth have broken free from the constraints of the earth, climbing one mountain after another, attempting to approach the unattainable heavens. When these mortals ascend the mountain, each person becomes an immortal, becoming mountain dwellers. Yet mountain dwellers find that there is no mountain that can connect heaven and earth, no path to the heavens through the mountains. Thus there arose the sea dwellers. Since no mountain can reach the heavens, they leave the mountains, crossing the sea of heaven and earth, constantly soaring towards the sky. If sea dwellers reach the shore, ascend to the heavens, and become saints, they become the final celestial beings. Quite an evocative image. Stepping into the half-step divine sea, Lin Ze stood up and gazed at the fine snow in the sky. His gaze seemed to penetrate through the fine snow, piercing the sea of heaven and earth, finding the door leading to the other shore of heaven. From an ordinary post-heaven triple to now a half-step divine sea, Lin Ze only took a month. How long would it take from half-step divine sea to be called a celestial being in the holy realm? Not far, Lin Ze murmured to the sky. Then he withdrew his gaze. Xiao Chui, young master, the servant is here. Xiao Chui entered. Lin Ze said, next I need to go on a long trip. With Master Imo managing the Lin family, it should be fine. If grandfather exits his retreat, just tell him I am going for a 2-month appointment. He will understand. Xiao Chui nodded. Oh, the servant understands. How long will you be gone, young master? I will pack your belongings. No need, you can go. By the way, during my absence, the entire Lin family should cultivate diligently and not slack off. Understood. Go now. Xiao Chui left. Lin Ze then soared into the sky, leaving Beichen and embarking on the journey to the shadow of Dao Tribulation Mountain. In the Lin family, a beautiful figure gazed at Lin Ze's departing back, speechless for a long time. She looked at the sky for an extended period, unsure of what she was thinking. After a long while, she returned to her room, leaving a trail of light footprints in the snow. In the Huaguang realm, the Tianyan mountain range shrouded in deep clouds and mist. A towering giant mountain exuding an ancient and heavy aura unexpectedly settled within it at an unknown time. At times, it emits waves of profound and mysterious energy, where countless creations and life forces evolve, nurturing the wonders of heaven and earth. At times, it releases an incredibly terrifying aura of destruction, endless calamities erupting within the mountain, as if it were the calamity of the Tao, annihilating the vastness of heaven and earth, obliterating all things. All living beings within the Tianyan mountain range were awestruck by this giant mountain. Silence enveloped the surroundings. All was quiet. No one knows how long it has been. A few figures seemed to sense the mysterious aura of this giant mountain. They rushed into the Tianyan mountain range, landing before the giant mountain. Dao Tribulation Mountain. Dao Tribulation Mountain. Wow, I never expected that in my lifetime I would have the fortune to see this legendary Dao Tribulation Mountain in the Qingshan region. It was worth it. I've heard that as long as one steps into Dao Tribulation Mountain, they can become a disciple of the 9 sects of the Qingshan region. Let me give it a try. A loose cultivator said this. Suddenly, a colossal hand tore through the clouds, reaching for him. Try. Is it possible that you have a celestial destiny token? Let me take a look first. Let me take a look first. The rogue cultivator's expression shifted drastically. Senior, I do not possess the immortal fate token. I was merely curious about the Dao Calamity Mountain. The massive hand directly seized the rogue cultivator in its grasp. Without the immortal fate token, you dare to come and join the commotion. Oomph. A thunderous boom echoed as blood scattered like blossoms dancing through the air. What I despise most in my life are people like you who lack self-awareness. A waste of time. After casually crushing the rogue cultivator to death and finding no trace of the immortal fate token, the colossal hand withdrew back into the clouds and mist. The rogue cultivators near the shadow of the Dao Calamity Mountain felt a shiver run through their hearts. They lifted their heads to gaze at the towering peaks and swirling clouds around them. These sect experts had arrived with astonishing speed. At this moment, the vicinity of the Dao Calamity Mountain shadow was likely surrounded by ambushes from all sides, like a pack of wolves waiting for the bearer of the immortal fate token to appear. The rogue cultivators exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with myriad thoughts. They each retreated to the periphery of the mountain range, blocking the major thoroughfares, awaiting the arrival of the legendary one destined by fate. A great battle invisible to the naked eye had already begun. Deep within the Tianyan mountain range atop the towering peaks, shrouded in thick fog, the Grand Sext sat high upon the clouds. The bloodstained sword lord unfurled his divine sense, encompassing the entire area where the shadow of the Dao Calamity Mountain lay, covering a radius of 100,000 li. Should any suspicious figure, likely a bearer of the immortal fate token, enter within 100,000 li of the Tianyan mountain range, he would detect them instantly. Just as the bloodstained sword lord was earnestly searching for the token's holder, an old man with a youthful face and white hair, clad in a white robe, descended upon a cloud of void and landed before the bloodstained sword lord. Those who can hold the immortal fate token are no ordinary goods. You won't find them like this. The bloodstained sword lord opened his eyes, his bloodthirsty gaze glancing at the old man. If you have something to say, just spit it out. The old man laughed heartily. I'm just saying, if I were the holder of the immortal fate token, I would disguise myself as one of the hunters, playing the part of a thief, crying thief, to lull everyone into complacency. The bloodstained sword lord's bloody eyes narrowed. Are you suggesting that I have obtained the immortal fate token? The old man smiled. I didn't say that. But since you brought it up, I have to ask. In all my life, I've never seen what an immortal fate token looks like. If Brother Bloodstain has one, why not take it out and let me have a look? The bloodstained sword lord curled his lips slightly, a flash of murderous madness flickering in his eyes. With a resonant clang, a peerless evil sword radiating overwhelming demonic nature floated beside him. The scabbard of the sword, sealed by countless blood-red chains, was pulled open, a crack revealing a chillingly red, icy blade. An immensely terrifying aura of slaughter surged through the entire Tianyan mountain range. The bloodstained sword lord stared intently at the old man and beckoned. I do indeed have the immortal fate token. It's right here in my bosom. Come step closer, and I will show it to you. With a heavy emphasis on the word, see, a fierce, malevolent energy erupted among the sea of clouds. Blood-red fissures like cracks in the very heavens and earth spread across the entire cloud sea. Slaughter! Slaughter! A frenzied aura of carnage filled the sky, saturating the entire Tianyan mountain range. The faces of everyone within the mountains changed in shock. Such a maddening aura of blood and gore. Within the entire Huaguang domain, there was no one else but that madman, the bloodstained sword lord, one of the 5 giants. The bloodstained sword lord had made his move. Could it be that the immortal fate token had already appeared? All eyes turned towards the cloud summit. Amidst this surging tide of slaughter, the white-haired, youthful-faced old man remained unmoved, as steady as a mountain. As one of the 5 giants of the Huaguang domain, both were cultivators at the half-step divine sea stage. Who would fear whom? I merely asked out of curiosity, and Brother Bloodstain becomes so irritable. Could it be that I hit the mark? Heh! The bloodstained sword lord's large hand gripped the hilt of the evil sword beside him. The chains on the hilt wobbled precariously, as if on the verge of shattering and unleashing this peerless, malevolent blade. Come and try and you'll find out. The old man squinted, carefully scrutinizing the bloodstained sword lord. At that moment, a voice tinged with a hint of seduction sounded from another direction. Gentlemen, now is not the time for us to quarrel. If you two start fighting, the true bearer of the immortal fate token might seize the chaos to escape. Above the clouds, a scantily clad woman with a graceful figure and long hair stepped on a cloud, walking barefoot through the void. Her entire being exuded an aura of desire and allure. Every inch of her skin, every piece of flesh, every bone radiated an irresistible charm. She was like the embodiment of the goddess of desire, walking among mortals, capable of stirring the most primal urges in everyone's heart. Seeing the woman approach, a hint of wariness flickered in the old man's eyes. Even the bloodstained sword lord, known as a madman, instinctively tightened his grip on his sword at the sight of her. The old man chuckled. What wind has blown you here, Fairy Miaoyu? Miaoyu was also one of the 5 giants of Huaguang. However, her celestial desire heart sutra was such that even the bloodstained sword lord and the old man, let alone the head of the 5 giants, the divine sea stage domain lord of Huaguang, had to tread carefully. Moreover, Miaoyu's origins were mysterious, her methods unfathomable. She was often absent from the Huaguang domain, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. She seemed to have a transcendent background far beyond Huaguang, making her inscrutable and not to be provoked. Miaoyu glanced at the old man, and without any deliberate effort, a natural charm radiated from her outshining time and captivating youth. With such a momentous event as the half-saint selecting an heir, how could I miss it? I wish to see which extraordinary son of fortune from our Huaguang domain has obtained the immortal fate token. "I'm afraid you've come in vain," the old man said, stroking his white beard. "There are only 1,000 immortal fate tokens, yet the Azure domain has 3,980 realms, competing for a spot against those flourishing realms blessed by the Azure domain's fortune. I fear our Huaguang domain lacks such good fortune." "Brother Tianji, do you mean to say you're driving me away?" The white-haired, youthful-faced Tianji old man let out a hearty laugh. "How dare I? I'm merely worried about wasting your precious time, fairy. Since I have nothing better to do, I might as well watch the spectacle. Look, there's another fight breaking out down below." The two followed Maya's gaze. Below, rogue cultivators had started brawling, all because they suspected each other of possessing the immortal fate token. Such was the current state of the Tianyan mountain range. Anyone within these mountains could be holding the immortal fate token. Conflict could erupt at any moment. Meanwhile, outside the Tianyan mountain range, Zhang Jian and Dun Yidao Ren had arrived at its periphery with their disciple Luo Wuchen. From afar, Zhang Jian could sense the lurking shadows and dangers within the Tianyan mountain range. Dun Yidao Ren glanced at Zhang Jian. "From here the true trial begins. Whether we can deceive them all depends on our fortune. Whether we can deceive them all depends on our fortune." Zhang Jian nodded, the blazing sun and frost edge concealed in his hands, already poised to strike. The silent nether within his torso also exuded an aura of decay and annihilation. "Let's stick to the original plan. First, find a chance to let others stir up chaos. If that fails, I'll show myself and use the fake immortal fate token to draw everyone's attention. You take the opportunity to bring Wuchen into Daojia Mountain." Dunyi nodded. "Well, adapt to circumstances, all up to fate." At this, Luo Wuchen spoke worriedly. "Two masters, even if this plan succeeds, what about the two of you?" Zhang Jian and Dunyi exchanged a reassuring smile. "Don't worry. As long as you can enter Daojia Mountain, your master Zhang Jian and I will be absolutely safe. In this world, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Those up above are all old foxes who have cultivated for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. Surely they understand this principle. Once you enter Daojia Mountain, from that moment on, you'll be a disciple of the 9 sects of the Azure domain, backed by a behemoth like the 9 sects of the Azure domain. Before the transcendent 9 sects of the Azure domain, even if the Radiant Light Realm Lord himself came, he'd have to kneel obediently like a dog if they dare to touch your master Zhang Jian or me. Unless they tire of living and willingly destroy their hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation and legacy. You just go with peace of mind." Luo Wuchen nodded. "Wuchen understands. This time I will not disappoint the high hopes of my two masters. If they dare to harm a single hair on my master's heads, I will exhaust everything to invite an elder of the 9 sects to annihilate the Radiant Light Realm." "Huh, you rascal. All right, we'll have plenty of time to talk later. For now, the immortal fate token trial is paramount. Prepare yourselves." With that, Dunyi was about to initiate their plan. As he was leaving, he suddenly added, "Oh, once you go, I won't be by your side anymore. You must remember the words I told you." Luo Wuchen and Dunyi spoke in unison. "In this world, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests." "Huh, good, just remember that. Old sword, any other instructions?" "Old sword." Taoist Dunyi. Dunyi was speechless. Zhang Jian was actually looking elsewhere, lost in thought. At such a critical moment, what are you looking at? Zhang Jian turned back. His eyes revealed an unprecedented seriousness and solemnity. "Our plan may have to change. He is here too." "He? Who?" Dunyi was taken aback, his heart sinking heavily. He had never seen Zhang Jian look so grave and solemn before. "Who exactly was this he?" Zhang Jian said in a shocked tone. "A man who might be an incarnation of a saint." At these words, Dunyi and Luo Wuchen were both stunned. An incarnation of a saint? What kind of joke was this? A saint is a celestial being, elusive like a dragon that shows its head but not its tail. Unrecognizable, unheard, unseen by mortals. A supreme and sacred entity. The Azure domain hadn't seen even a trace of a saint for nearly 100 million years. Now you tell me there's an incarnation of a saint. Taoist, this joke isn't funny at all. "I am not joking," Zhang Jian said seriously. He pointed at the handsome youth in the sky who was crossing the void toward Daojia Mountain, braving the falling snow. He, the Northern Dipper Divine War King, 3rd stage of the true body, and this year, 18 years old. Damn. Dunyi and Luo Wuchen stared at Lin Ze in the sky for a long time in silence. A long while passed. Suddenly, Zhang Jian's body trembled as an instinctive sword intuition from his innate sword body surged through him. His sword trembled again, just like when he sensed the demon sect crisis days ago. But unlike before, this tremor signaled not danger, but opportunity. His sword body intuition told him, "Follow him." "What?" Zhang Jian repeated, "Follow him." My sword-body intuition says we must follow him. This might be Wuchen's only chance to sneak into Daojia Mountain. Dunyi said directly, in that case. He'll trust you. Let's go. The two along with Luo Wuchen followed far behind Lin Ze, staying alert to their surroundings and ready to adapt. Meanwhile, Lin Ze was gazing at the colossal mountain, radiating an aura of mystery and antiquity. The immortal fate token in his bosom grew scorching hot, constantly resonating with the shadow of Daojia Mountain, eager to open the gate to the true Daojia Mountain. As the token heated up, Lin Ze drew closer to Daojia Mountain. In the Tianyun mountain range, countless shadowy gazes, venomous as snakes, fell upon Lin Ze. They lurked in the shadows, silently watching Lin Ze in the sky approach Daojia Mountain, ready to strike a fatal blow at any moment. Another one, daring to approach Daojia Mountain. Does he have an immortal fate token? At the summit of Tianyun Mountain, Bloodstained Sword Master and others also fixed their gazes on Lin Ze. For he was the first to arrive at Daojia Mountain without restraint, instead striding in so boldly and openly. When something is out of the ordinary, there must be a catch. Even if there was no catch, anyone daring to approach Daojia Mountain was better killed by mistake than let go. Young man so sharp and brash. The Celestial Fate Elder leaned forward slightly, knowing nothing of restraint. Bloodstained Sword Master shot a glance at the Celestial Fate Elder. Isn't that just what you wanted? As he spoke, the fierce sword floating beside him began to emit a blood-red, ominous glow. Meanwhile, Mystique Delight, who usually loved to watch the spectacle, remained silent. She gazed quietly at Lin Ze, an unreadable expression in her eyes, lost in thought. Under the varied gazes of all, Lin Ze continued walking toward Daojia Mountain. Halfway there, just before the mountain, he stopped. At that moment, the bitter wind howled fiercely. The boundless snow drifted gently. His figure stood motionless, slowly stretching long in the midst of the wind and snow. What is he doing? Something's fishy. Many emerged from the shadows, their eyes fixed on Lin Ze like wolves or serpents. Seeing this, Lin Ze's lips curled slightly. An ancient token engraved with the character Immortal rose from his palm, radiating a mystical celestial light floating above his hand. I've kept you all waiting. The Immortal Fate token is here. Those who aren't afraid of death, come and take it. Lin Ze's voice, cool, yet brimming with unrestrained arrogance, resounded throughout the Tianyun mountain range. I suggest you all come at once. Because, in Lin Ze's eyes, a brilliant starlight stirred, ready to dominate the world. I am pressed for time. As Lin Ze finished speaking, swish, swoosh, humming. In an instant, the entire Tianyun mountain range trembled. Everyone, like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each displaying their unique skills, unleashed their signature techniques and charged toward the Immortal Fate token in Lin Ze's hand. The Immortal Fate token. Insolent whelp. Bold brat, die. A barrage of diverse attacks and shadowy figures all struck at Lin Ze at the same time. In an instant, the entire Tianyun mountain range descended into chaos. Streams of spiritual light threatened to turn its peaks crimson with blood. Yet Lin Ze stood unmoved, his expression placid, even faintly impatient. I've already said I'm pressed for time. You nameless minnows ought not to surface and shame yourselves. With a casual flick of his wrist, he unleashed a single strike. Boom. As Lin Ze's fist surged forth, an overwhelming will ascended like a celestial pillar, enveloping the entire Tianyun mountain range. His fist force descended from the heavens, sweeping across the land like a divine scythe. Crash! This blow struck as if a falling star had plunged into a tranquil lake, unleashing 1,000 billowing waves of snow-white mist. Hum! The mountains crumbled, the earth split asunder. The ground trembled violently. A visible shockwave erupted from Lin Ze, at its epicenter, radiating outward in all directions. Carrying boulders and shattered stone, it surged forward with cataclysmic force, shattering 10,000 miles of ancient forests. Where it passed, every towering peak, every colossal mountain dissolved utterly beneath the torrent of fist energy and concussive wave. Boom! In a single strike. 1,000 miles vanished beneath roiling clouds. 10,000 miles churned into raging torrents. When the smoke settled and the thunderous echoes faded, he surveyed the horizon. No mountain silhouettes remained, no groves, no majestic soaring peaks, no undulating ridges stretching across both banks. Before him stretched a boundless, desolate plain, utterly empty, utterly still. The Tianyun mountain range had ceased to exist. In its place lay only a wasteland of jagged rubble and shattered stone. Only the ancient Tao Tribulation Mountain, soaring high into the heavens, stood unshaken, its silhouette immutable. Across thousands of li in every direction, the entire Tianyun mountain range had fractured and collapsed beneath Lin Ze's effortless fist. and those cultivators who had earlier rushed forward, brandishing their unique arts and techniques, had long since vanished, buried beneath the rubble plains alongside the mountains and forests they once called home, or reduced to dust without trace. One strike, shattering heaven itself. At that very moment, a colossal spectral crimson dragon coiled above the heavens, hovering over the ethereal sea, roaring with primordial thunder as it soared across the four oceans. An overwhelming aura of dominance poured unreservedly from Lin Ze's being. Towering plumes of vital chi rose like incense pillars around him, casting him in the likeness of a god or a demon. This was the half-step divine sea realm. Proceed. Having cleared away all insignificant pests, the immortal fate token floated serenely in Lin Ze's palm, still drawing every gaze like a lodestone. Silence fell absolute and profound. All eyes locked onto Lin Ze, wide-eyed, stunned. He was a half-step divine sea expert. There were only 4 such masters across the entire Huaguang realm. Those 4 were the patriarchs of the great sects, renowned throughout Huaguang, each instantly recognizable. Yet this stranger, a half-step divine sea master, where had he emerged from? Is this what you meant by the 3rd stage of the true body? On a small hill of shattered stone, Taoist Dun Yi and Luo Wuchen glanced first at Lin Ze, then at Zhang Jian. Zhang Jian's eyelid twitched. He's broken through again. Damn. High above in the boundless azure sky, the 2 titans, Elder Tianji and Sword Master Xuehen, gazed on with solemn intensity. To the uninitiated it was mere spectacle, to the enlightened it was revelation. Others might only perceive how Lin Ze had effortlessly nullified the combined assault of numerous wandering cultivators and raised thousands of li of the Tianyan mountain range in one stroke. But as fellow half-step divine sea experts, they sensed in that single fist an unfathomable depth of cultivation. Its intent was vast as an ocean tempest, piercing the apex of the Tao. His cultivation art was undoubtedly of supreme grade and peerless mastery. What extraordinary half-step divine sea power! Since when did the Huaguang realm produce such a figure? Elder Tianji and Sword Master Xuehen exchanged a glance. As 2 of the 5 sovereigns of the Huaguang realm, they knew every notable cultivator within its borders. Any blood-soaring dragon realm expert with even a sliver of hope to ascend to half-step divine sea, they had already marked in their minds. Yet no matter how thoroughly they searched their memory, not a single candidate matched this man. Their eyes drifted toward Miao Yu, the ever-enigmatic, ever-mysterious. She stood calm, her lips curved in a serene, knowing smile, as if Lin Ze's eruption had been expected all along. Could it be she knew him? Such a thought flickered through both their minds. Then Lin Ze's voice rang out again, tinged with mild disappointment. So, no one else steps forward. Below, disciples of the sects bowed their heads, refusing to meet Lin Ze's gaze. Had the immortal fate token been held by some minor figure, they might have schemed, gambled, or seized opportunity, but to challenge a half-step divine sea master, that would be courting certain death. All fell silent. Lin Ze's gaze lifted, locking onto the 3 most conspicuous figures suspended high above in the heavens. What about you 3? I haven't the time to waste waiting. Arrogance incarnate. Swordmaster Xuehen's eyes narrowed slightly. Known across the realms as the Mad Demon, he tolerated no insolence, not from anyone. Xing. He seized the peerless demonic sword beside him, the iron chains binding it snapping instantly under his will. Whoosh. He blurred into existence before Lin Ze wreathed in an aura of apocalyptic dread. You are bold indeed. Let us see whether your fists match the arrogance of your tongue. With that, Swordmaster Xuehen slammed his palm down, shattering every remaining chain upon the blade. Xing. A dark, sinister resonance echoed across the skies. Instantly, a vast blood sea materialized overhead, forged from pure slaughter energy. Within that blood sea, karmic weight surged like tidal waves. Countless rivers of blood and mountains of bleached bone churned amid crimson tides. From its depths rose a peerless demonic sword, forged from the accumulated resentment of countless lives, radiating boundless murderous intent. Wielding this weapon of ultimate malevolence, it rampaged across the world, scouring the earth, until it settled unwavering in Sword Master Xuehen's grasp. With the blade in hand, his very essence transformed. He became a slaughter deity, harvesting life, sowing despair, unleashing endless waves of blood-slaughtering chi. Under that suffocating aura, even the withered trees and grasses buried beneath the rubble plain instantly lost their vitality, desiccated, gray, and crumbling to dust. The vital energies of cultivators across the realm were drawn inexorably into that demonic sword, feeding its ever-rising ravenous fury. Once my blood sea sword is drawn, it cannot be sheathed. Sword Master Xuan donned a crimson demonic robe woven from bloodkey, while intricate pulsing blood runes crept up his face, lending him a terrifying, unhinged visage. He pointed the blade at Lin Ze. Murderous flame erupted like tangible fire, engulfing heaven and earth, dyeing the entire world scarlet. Any final words? That line sounded oddly familiar. A faint smirk curled Lin Ze's lips. Now this was the master he'd been waiting for. Having cultivated world-shaking prowess, he'd long yearned for a true test of strength, yet none had arisen. He crushed Zhang Tong effortlessly. He faced the 9 Extremes army, and they withdrew without resistance. He sought vengeance against Long Du, his mortal enemy, only to learn Long Du had already been annihilated nationwide in a demonic sect's blood sacrifice. Thus Lin Ze remained perpetually restrained, powerful yet with nowhere to unleash it. He had long grown restless, hungering for a battle worthy of his mastery, a clash of true titans. And now, Sword Master Xuan arrived at precisely the right moment. Final words. Lin Ze laughed, a bright, dazzling, unreserved smile. Then he gestured toward Elder Tianji and Miaoyu. Then all 3 of you, come at me together. A wild, untamable arrogance surged forth, raw, unrestrained, and absolute. Sword Master Xuan was mad. Lin Ze was madder. All present were stunned by Lin Ze's outrageously arrogant demeanor. After all, the Bloodscar Sword Master was one of the 5 supreme tyrants dominating the Huaguang realm. His status was no hollow title, earned not through flattery or favor, but forged in the crucible of unparalleled feats, securing his seat among the 5 supreme tyrants of Huaguang, equal in rank to the realm lord of the Divine Sea realm. In his youth, while still at the Bloodchia's dragon realm, he had slain every soul within a half-Divine Sea sect, father, son, disciple, and servant, with but a single sword, turning the land into a crimson river. Thus was his fearsome reputation cemented. Later he ascended to the half-Divine Sea realm. From that day onward his blood sea sword remained sealed, its edge dormant. For though the Huaguang realm was vast, no master within it could compel him to unsheath that blade. Now, its sheath shattered once more. The Bloodscar Sword Master has returned to his prime, the same solitary swordsman who once eradicated an entire sect in a single merciless sweep. He now poses a genuine threat to this enigmatic half-Divine Sea expert. Yet he does not flinch. He dares challenge 3 tyrants at once. If the Bloodscar Sword Master is formidable, then the other 2 who sit beside him as 5 supreme tyrants cannot possibly be weak. He commands all 3 tyrants to step forward together. Madness. Utter madness. No single word, madness, can suffice. HSSSS. Such is the spirit of true men. Spirit. Nonsense. Onion would be daring enough, but demanding 3 tyrants fight him simultaneously. He seeks his own demise. A half-Divine Sea clash. Today's spectacle is worth every moment. Crowds craned their necks, breath held, awaiting a battle beyond mortal scale. High above, the celestial mechanism elder, pointed at by Lin Ze, darkened instantly. Oomph. Youth burns too fiercely. Let us see what skill justifies such audacious words. With a cold snort, the celestial mechanism elder unleashed a torrent of celestial chi. He straightened his spine, profound celestial secrets flickered within his eyes, and his robes snapped violently in the wind. Arcane energies coalesced like storm clouds. His snow-white hair and beard darkened to glossy black. The weariness of age melted from his face, restoring him to the peak vitality of his youth. A young, proud, white-robed youth, hands clasped behind his back, stepped forth from the void and stood beside the Bloodscar Sword Master, facing Lin Ze across the gulf. Very well. Lin Ze turned next toward the final tyrant, Miaoyu. She, however, broke precedent and smiled. That smile alone awakened boundless desire energy across heaven and earth, rising like the dawn sun. This bears no relation to me, dear sir. I merely came out of boredom to watch the spectacle. Please continue. With that, Miaoyu conjured a swing suspended high above the clouds, swung her smooth, shapely legs idly, and sat upon it, calmly observing the 3 about to clash. Her action made the Bloodscar Sword Master and the celestial mechanism elder frown inwardly. Miaoyu was no gentle soul, though she appeared carefree and unrestrained, flirtatious even. In truth, she was fiercer than any, impossible to deceive or exploit. Should anyone dare overstep before her, she would instantly transform into a demoness and annihilate their entire lineage. And yet, this behavior, it was wrong. Profoundly, unervingly wrong. The Bloodscar Sword Master and the celestial mechanism elder could not comprehend it. Recalling Miaoyu's earlier expression, as if she recognized Lin Ze, the celestial mechanism elder felt a nameless dread rise within him. Quietly, he activated his celestial mechanism divination art. What emerged was utter emptiness. Such an omen. The celestial mechanism elder trembled inwardly. We are all half-divine sea cultivators. Should we truly fight, the Tianyan region would surely suffer devastation. Life erased, grass scorched to ash. Young man, you have been granted the immortal fate decree, making you the most auspicious figure of this generation in Huaguang. Huaguang is impoverished, such a prodigy rarely emerges. It would be tragic indeed to waste such fortune. Thus I shall not press you unduly. Let us test our strength only to the point of mutual acknowledgement. If your skill truly warrants the immortal fate decree, I shall grant you its full weight. Master Bloodscar, what say you? Humph. The Bloodscar sword master scoffed disdainfully. After decades of acquaintance, he knew precisely what manner of man the celestial mechanism elder was. The moment those words left his lips, the Bloodscar sword master understood. He had lost his nerve. Ha! You fear him, but I do not. His blood-red, ferocious sword hovered before him as he thundered, if you dare not fight, step aside. With that he pointed his blade at Lin Ze. Fight, or cease your prattle. Then, without hesitation, he summoned the ultimate malevolent force of heaven and earth. A frenzied, bloodthirsty aura of slaughter instantly flooded the azure sky. Arrive. Zheng. A horizontal slash cleaved the heavens. Its radiance, sovereign and unyielding, illuminated all 19 provinces. A killing swordlight, seemingly capable of splitting creation itself and heralding apocalyptic annihilation, rushed forward at speeds beyond mortal sight. Swift as wind, sharp as lightning. One strike summoned a bloody hellscape, chilling to the marrow, freezing the soul. Countless wailing souls cried out in agony amid the rampaging crimson light, their voices tearing at the heart. Cut. Shua. Gale force wind swept across the battlefield. A hyper-compressed sword key surged toward Lin Ze, mere instants from rending him apart. Then, in that instant, sword art. This young master knows it too. Shua. A blade far more terrifying, far more incisive, tore through dimensional barriers, hurled from the distant primordial age. Earth rank mid-tier, hidden sword, concealed light, level 10. Lin Ze unleashed his peerless sword energy without restraint. The unprecedented 10th layer of this earth rank mid-tier sword art ignited in full. 10 years concealing light. I've never drawn it until today. Now behold my hidden sword. Instantly Lin Ze transformed. No longer a man, but a primordial divine sword unsheathed, its aura sweeping clean the cosmos. Cut. Shua. 10,000 sword-forged lights converged into a river of blades. Lightning flash speed. It pierced the Bloodscar sword master's bloodsea, shattered his murderous aura with one divine thrust, and arrived before him like a gale. Zheng. The Bloodscar sword master's pupils contracted violently. He instantly activated sword body evasion, but the frost-edged blade of hidden sword concealed light moved faster than perception. More vicious. A sliver of blinding white, hidden within the river of sword light, exploded forth. This was hidden sword concealed light. No. The Bloodscar sword master had no time to react. Boom. A sword storm, concealed lethal, erupted with annihilating brilliance. Bang. He was torn apart by the sword storm, hurtling backward like a cannonball ejected from its barrel. He crashed heavily onto the ground, carving a bottomless abyss into the shattered stone plains. Silence lingered long. Only when observers extended their divine senses did they discover. Within that single sword strike, the Bloodscar sword master had already been shredded, his life extinguished. And his infamous blade, the Bloodscar sword steeped in countless victims' blood and killing intent, shattered mid-clash, its divine radiance gone forever. Turning to Lin Ze, he had already reigned in all sword energy, hiding his blade, concealing his light, as if nothing extraordinary had occurred. One strike, and supremacy was irrevocably declared. Bloodscar swordmaster, the fifth supreme tyrant of Huaguang, has fallen this day. Hiss. Everyone drew in a sharp breath, utterly unable to believe their eyes. The bloodstained sword master had died just like that. One strike, just one single strike. With a single sword blow, he had slain the fearsome bloodstained sword master who had dominated the Huaguang realm for 100,000 years. What kind of joke was this? Even that divine sea realm master couldn't accomplish such a feat, could he? Just who was this mysterious powerhouse? The crowd below was stunned. But Zhangjian was even more astonished. If his eyes weren't deceiving him, that strike just now seemed to be the unique technique of his own Zhangjian sect's Zhangjian art. Though compared to the pure Zhangjian art, this strike carried more profound meaning and greater power. The core essence of concealing the sword was unmistakable. This was indeed an improved version of the Zhangjian art. Having confirmed this, Zhangjian began to question his very existence. How much time had passed since he had witnessed the Zhongjin art? 20 days. Not even that. In less than 20 days, this person had not only grasped the core mysteries of the Zhongjin art, but had also managed to refine and innovate upon it. He had spent a full 70,000 years mastering the Zhongjin art. Absurd. Utterly absurd. Even a saint's incarnation couldn't be this outrageous. Zhongjin sank into a contemplative abyss of self-doubt. Meanwhile, above the clouds, Miao Yu, who had been sitting on a swing with a nonchalant demeanor, wore a subtle expression. With a hint of a smile that was neither seductive nor mocking, she was enveloped in an unreadable emotion. The entire scene fell into a deathly silence. After a long while, someone finally turned their gaze to the other titan, the heavenly mechanism elder, who had stepped forward to contend for the immortal fate token. At that glance, everyone was momentarily stunned. Unbeknownst to them, the arrogant and spirited heavenly mechanism elder who had displayed his youthful prime had shed his young form and reverted to an old man with a childlike face and white hair. He sat cross-legged in the void far from the battlefield of Lin Ze and the bloodstained sword master, nearly beyond the visible range of the Tao Tribulation Mountain. The heavenly mechanism elder truly lived up to his name. They were left speechless. Ha ha ha. Young friend, your divine skills are unmatched. I am in awe. It is the fortune of our Huaguang realm that the immortal fate token can shine in your hands. With your entry into the mountain, you will surely claim the top spot among the 9 sects and inherit the position of half-saint. Here I wish you smooth sailing and immediate success. The heavenly mechanism elder showed no outward reaction, offering flattery with a genial smile. But his heart was already pounding like a thunderstorm racing wildly. Cold sweat beaded on his back. As the old rival and friend of the bloodstained sword master, the heavenly mechanism elder knew his strength all too well. They were evenly matched, barely able to decide a life-or-death struggle. If they truly fought, it might take tens or hundreds of years to reach a conclusion. And now Bloodstain was gone just like that. Gone with a single strike. That meant if he went, he would be gone too. The heavenly mechanism elder couldn't help but feel grateful for his own vigilance. If he hadn't sensed something amiss in time and cut his losses, but instead foolishly joined Bloodstain in a two-known fight, then he would probably be lying in a grave by now. Thank goodness. Thank goodness indeed. Lin Ze curled his lip in disdain. Don't want the immortal fate token anymore. No, young friend, your divine skills are unmatched. I am humbled and in awe. In awe. This old turtle. He had only just warmed up. Lin Ze then shifted his gaze to one of the members from the various minor sects below. And you, are you convinced? This sudden question made everyone raise an eyebrow. What was going on? Could there be someone among us bystanders worthy of being addressed by this powerhouse? The crowd followed Lin Ze's gaze, and all eyes converged on an unremarkable black-robed young cultivator. Seeing this, the black-robed young cultivator shook his head helplessly and shed his disguise. He soared into the air, and an overwhelming pressure instantly spread. A wondrous sea of the mortal world surged behind him with the ebb and flow of tides. Within that vast ocean, the ordinary black-robed young cultivator gradually transformed into a domineering and imposing middle-aged man radiating the heavy authority of a superior. The newcomer was a grand cultivator of the Divine Sea Realm, and in the Huaguang realm there was only one such grand cultivator of the Divine Sea Realm, the Huaguang Realm Master. Upon the arrival of the Huaguang Realm Master, everyone present twitched the corners of their mouths. Having come all the way, he had hidden among the crowd, disguised as an ordinary young cultivator. He wanted to watch the tigers fight from the mountain and then reap the benefits, didn't he? You, a dignified grand cultivator of the Divine Sea Realm, stooping to this. What a sly old fox. Truly insidious. The Huaguang Realm Master radiated divine light as he sat cross-legged above the divine sea and inquired, "How did you discover me?" Lin Ze replied calmly, "With my eyes." If he couldn't spot such a conspicuous life force, then his tens of thousands of cultivation techniques would have been studied and practiced in vain. "With my eyes, you say?" The Huaguang Realm Master was momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Ze then asked, "Are we fighting or not? Don't waste my time." "Fight? What was there to fight?" The Huaguang Realm Master cursed inwardly. Though he was in the Divine Sea Realm, his combat power was only a notch above Bloodstain's. If Bloodstain hadn't died outright from that strike, but had only suffered minor injuries, then he could still scheme and take a gamble. But Bloodstain was dead cold. Even his Blood Sea sword was shattered. How could he possibly fight such a monster-level combatant? With his head, he couldn't fight, not even a little. The immortal fate token was important, but his life cultivated over hundreds of thousands of years was even more important. "Young friend, you jest." The Huaguang Realm Master said with a smile, Like the heavenly mechanism elder, I deeply admire your unmatched divine skills. The immortal fate token landing in your hands is a destined fortune. How dare we mortals defy the will of heaven? Young friend, please. Lin Ze shrugged helplessly. Forget it, the people of the Huaguang realm were too fragile. It was better to go find the 9 sects of the Qing domain for a fight. Lin Ze turned and left. He raised the immortal fate token. The true gate of the Dao Tribulation Mountain swung open. As a mysterious divine light flashed, Lin Ze's figure vanished from the spot. Seeing Lin Ze leave, the crowd finally let out a long sigh of relief. Phew. I was suffocating. Where did this powerhouse come from? No idea, I've never heard of him. Could he be from another realm? This? The crowd buzzed with endless chatter. Just then, the image of the Dao Tribulation Mountain shifted again. Another mysterious divine light shot into the sky. Everyone immediately looked up. There beside the shadow of the Dao Tribulation Mountain, Zhongjian and the Daoist Dun, seizing the moment of everyone's relaxation, followed behind Lin Ze and sent Luo Wuchen into the Dao Tribulation Mountain. You son of a... Damn it. Seeing this, everyone finally understood what had transpired. They cursed loudly, beating their chests and stamping their feet, feeling they had missed a monumental opportunity. Especially when they sensed the cultivation levels of Zhongjian and Dunyi, they grew so furious that their eyes turned green and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. A mere blood chi wolf smoke and a blood like great sun had brazenly sent someone in right under all their noses. Damnation! You two are 100,000 times more treacherous than that old villain, the Realm Lord. You deserve to die. Wait, can our Huaguang realm actually have 2 immortal fate tokens? I wasn't prepared. I wasn't prepared at all. Who could have guessed that after that one there would still be another immortal fate token? Everyone beat their chests and stamped their feet, their hearts filled with despair. They glared at Dunyi and Zhongjian, wishing they could slice them into 1,000 pieces. But all they could do was stop at the thought. From the moment they sent the person into Daojia Mountain, everything had already been decided. No matter how much they regretted or how they beat their chests and stamped their feet, it could not change the fact that they were already the victors. Thus, after a few glances, they sighed and averted their eyes, then, as if nothing had happened, went to congratulate Dunyi and Zhongjian. High above the heavens, Huaguang Realm Lord and Heavenly Fate Old Man merely glanced at Dunyi and Zhongjian before withdrawing their gazes and continuing their discussion about who Lin Ze truly was. Compared to these two who had already succeeded through cunning, they were clearly more concerned about Lin Ze's existence. Heavenly Fate, what did your divination reveal? Heavenly Fate Old Man shook his head, nothing but a blank. This person is like a fog, impenetrable, utterly impenetrable. With that, Heavenly Fate Old Man's gaze shifted to Miaoyu, who was staring absent-mindedly at Daojia Mountain. Fairy Miaoyu, if this old man is not mistaken, you must know this unfamiliar powerhouse, correct? Based on Miaoyu's series of reactions, just now Heavenly Fate Old Man was certain she knew him. Miaoyu did not answer them. She merely smiled mysteriously. Then she cast one last glance at Daojia Mountain, turned, and stepped through the void, her back to the mountain. The pink hue in Miaoyu's eyes deepened as she gently parted her rosy lips. The wind caught her whisper. Soon, we shall meet again. This humble one can hardly wait. In the mysterious void realm, an ancient towering mountain stood. A divine light descended upon it, and Lin Ze's figure appeared at the foot of Daojia Mountain. 9th place, awarded 992 strands of Daojia Qi. As soon as Lin Ze arrived, he saw a young man in plain clothes carrying a green sword on his back with a red leaf mark on his brow, recording his arrival. Immediately, the immortal fate token in Lin Ze's hand rose into the air. In an instant, strands of the profound Daojia Qi brimming with both life and destruction surged into the token. 3 ancient characters appeared on the token before Lin Ze's eyes, representing his calamity, Qi count 992. The young man in plain clothes, after recording Lin Ze's result, did not even glance at him and departed with an indifferent expression. But before a single breath had passed, the young man stopped and turned back. Another divine light materialized beside Lin Ze. A hint of confusion finally crossed his face. These two came from the same realm, and their entry times were not far apart. What were the people of their realm doing? Sleeping. Though curious, his hands did not pause. 10th place, awarded 991 strands of Daojia Qi. Then the young man repeated the same procedure and drifted away. Only then did Luo Wuchen, who had just experienced the thrilling sneak entry, snap back to reality. His face flushed red. 10th place. I'm actually 10th. Luo Wuchen had never imagined he could rank among the top among 1,000 great fortune bearers, for the world was vast and full of wonders. In the Dunyi sect of Huaguang realm, he might be considered an unrivaled genius, but in the vast Qing domain, there was always a sky beyond the sky and people beyond people. Especially those high-level realms at the core of Qing domain, with better heavenly conditions, longer ancient inheritances, and superior great mentors. Why wouldn't others outshine a genius from a small place like his? So Luo Wuchen's expectations were low, merely making it into the 400 to 600 range would have been a good start. Yet now he had reached 10th place. This granted him several hundred more strands of calamity, qi, than his anticipated 400 to 600. Luo Wuchen's heart surged with excitement. But amidst his elation, he did not forget whose might had enabled him to enter Daojia Mountain and achieve 10th place. He bowed deeply to Lin Ze. "Thank you, Senior Divine War King." Lin Ze said calmly, "No need to thank me. Your ability to seize the opportunity is your own skill. Instead of thanking me here, you do better to think about your next move." Yes, Senior's words are wise. Luo Wuchen tried to calm his surging emotions. He looked around. The first 8 arrivals were watching them with keen interest. Seeing them, Luo Wuchen's joy vanished and his heart tightened. "Senior, those 8 arrived even before you." In all fairness, Senior Divine War King's speed was already astoundingly fast. After all, a situation like Senior's, holding his own immortal fate token, needing no concealment or tricks, directly breaking through with absolute force and crushing an entire realm, was a rarity across the ages. In terms of speed, there truly was no faster method than Senior's. Unless they too entered by dominating an entire realm in such an absolute manner. But was that possible? These 8 before him hardly looked like peerless powerhouses capable of suppressing an entire realm. With this thought, Luo Wuchen decided to probe the situation. But before he could act, a plump, unremarkable Taoist child approached with an air of familiarity. His first words left Lin Ze and Luo Wuchen speechless. He said, "Did you two also wake up and find yourselves here?" "Woke up and ended up here." Luo Wuchen's mouth twitched. Lin Ze was silent. The plump Taoist child scratched his head and continued, "Yeah. All of us who arrived early were within the shadow of Daojia Mountain when it fell. I just woke up, rolled over, and ended up here. Oh, except for that first one, that guy." Luo Wuchen tried to stay calm. "What about him?" "He got hit in the face by Daojia Mountain." "Oh, except for that first one, that guy." Luo Wuchen tried to stay calm. "What about him?" "He got hit in the face by Daojia Mountain." Upon hearing the words of the plump Taoist boy, Luo Wuchen's heart remained unsettled for a long time. He recalled how he and his master had been frantic, exhausting every conceivable method for this immortal fate token incident. They had employed every means at their disposal. They allied with the hidden Sword Mountain, feinted to the east while attacking to the west, and used others to drive away the tiger. Even so, they were not certain of entering the Daojia Mountain. Yet these 8 individuals before him had done nothing, and the Daojia Mountain had simply dropped right beside them. This was truly a massive exclamation of frustration surged within Luo Wuchen's heart. However, with the mystery of how these 8 had arrived resolved, Luo Wuchen felt a sense of relief. He had feared that these 8 were as freakishly formidable as this divine martial king senior, who seemed to be an incarnation of a saint. If that were the case, what chance would the others have? The Daojia Mountain trial would become nothing more than a stage for their performance. Fortunately, my foot. This only made the problem greater. For them to reach such a state through sheer luck alone, who knew what even more outrageous things lay ahead? With this thought, Luo Wuchen grew more cautious. He first cast a subtle glance at Lin Ze, and seeing no indication from him, he stepped forward to take the lead. Luo Wuchen chuckled and said, "I see. Then our situation is similar to yours, fellow Taoists. We were also close to the Daojia Mountain. See, I told you so." The plump Taoist boy, as if victorious, puffed out his chest and proudly boasted to the other 7. Seeing this, Luo Wuchen narrowed his eyes and asked further, "Fellow Taoists, you arrived first. Do you know what we should do next? After all this, is the selection of the half-saints heir a matter of great significance? Will there be any additional changes?" The plump Taoist boy replied, "As for this, I don't know. The recording senior brother from the 9 sects never mentioned it either. Perhaps the official announcement will be made once everyone has gathered." At that moment, another youth in red stepped forward. He said, "Barring any surprises, the first trial will still be climbing the stairs. After all, the procedures of the Daojia Mountain trial have been this way for hundreds of millions of years." As he spoke, the red-haired youth pointed to the winding, ancient stone staircase at the foot of the mountain, covered in marks of wear. It was the only path up the mountain. "They're right over there." Lin Ze and Luo Wuchen looked over. Yet aside from a faint sense of ancient decay, they saw nothing particularly remarkable about the broken stone staircase. Luo Wuchen then asked, "Does this staircase have some special property?" The red-haired youth chuckled. You've come to the right person with that question. It is said that the ancient stone staircase of the Daojia Mountain's first trial can test one's will. With every step you take, illusions from the ancient era will interfere with your thoughts and assail your resolve. Those with weak willpower will find it impossible to advance. Often they cannot take more than 2 steps before being eroded by the ancient illusions, unable to extricate themselves for a long time. In severe cases, it can even leave a lifelong shadow. Hearing this, Luo Wuchen's expression turned serious. So the first trial is to select those with strong willpower. Those who cannot complete the staircase due to weak resolve will be eliminated. At these words, the red-haired youth burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Complete the staircase. Luo Wuchen did not understand what the red-haired youth found so amusing. The plump Taoist boy then explained, since the inception of the Daojia Mountain trial over these hundreds of millions of years, only 13 people have ever completed the staircase. Therefore, failing to complete the staircase does not mean elimination. Otherwise, the trials beyond the first would be unnecessary. In the Daojia Mountain, each trial is independent. There is no such thing as elimination. How far you go in each trial determines the calamity energy you obtain. In the end, all the calamity energy is summed up to determine the final ranking. And this is the standard by which the 9 sects of the Azure Domain select their disciples. In the eyes of the 9 sects of the Azure Domain, some disciples are naturally lucky. They can achieve remarkable progress through luck alone. Other disciples possess a firm will. Through their unwavering determination, they can persevere and achieve greatness later in life. Still others have exceptional talent and high comprehension, dominating the Tianlan region for millions of years through their innate gifts. All these possibilities exist. Thus, the 9 sects of the Azure Domain do not employ a one-size-fits-all approach in selecting disciples. They evaluate each disciple's performance and latent potential in various aspects, making a comprehensive judgment to teach according to their aptitude. I see. Thank you for your clarification, fellow Taoist. Luo Wuchen could not help but sigh in admiration. No wonder the 9 sects of the Azure Domain had been the absolute rulers of the Azure Domain for tens of millions of years. With such a selection model for the Daojia Mountain trial, the 9 sects of the Azure Domain were destined to be everlasting absolute overlords. And now he was already able to step into such a sacred sect. At the thought of this, Luo Wuchen felt a surge of excitement. It's nothing. Most people only know that the Daojia Mountain has a calamity energy trial. Many are unaware of the specific details. After speaking, the plump Taoist boy added, I suggest you sit down and regulate your breathing, bring your mental state to its peak, and prepare to face this ancient stone staircase. Many in the past have suffered from poor mental state, wasting the opportunity to obtain more calamity energy. Hearing this, Luo Wuchen looked at the plump Taoist boy with slight surprise. Fellow Taoist, by telling me these things, are you not afraid? The plump Taoist boy chuckled. You worry too much, fellow Taoist. As my father says, if everyone hoards their knowledge, fighting and scheming against one another, unable to tolerate others, and suppressing dissent, then the Azure Domain will have no future. My father also said that constantly comparing oneself to trash only makes oneself trash. A worthy opponent is the true path to self-improvement. A great golden domain should be vibrant and teeming with prodigies. Constantly resorting to base and despicable tricks will only spell doom for the Azure Domain. Luo Wuchen was at a loss for words. The plump Taoist boy's father must be a great sage or mighty figure of the Azure Domain. Thank you, fellow Taoist. These words were spoken with heartfelt sincerity. The plump Taoist boy waved his hand. It's nothing. Regulate your breathing, time is short. Before Luo Wuchen could ask further, the plump Taoist boy continued, the Daojia Mountain is located in the Void Realm. The flow of time in the Void Realm differs greatly from the outside world and is unstable. It could be as short as 12 hours, as long as 2 days, or sometimes even just a few hours before the deadline for the external Immortal Fate token trial arrives. So we don't have much time to adjust. Look, here comes another one already. As he spoke, another divine light flashed. A new trial participant appeared in the Daojia Mountain. This person was exuding a fierce aura, holding a blood-drenched human head in his hand. Clearly, he had endured a brutal battle to enter the Daojia Mountain.